Chapter 201. It was something in the form of an invitation. It had been opened. Muyu took it out and looked at it, a little surprised. Several bases want to unite to beat back those beasts? And invite us? The invitation was signed by base number 5. What do they want to do? Mockery or probing? I think they want to take this opportunity to destroy us. A group of people began to chatter. It was clearly a joint action of several bases, but they had to drag them into it. Who would believe if they said there was no ghost? Is there a possibility that they want to see our current strength? Muyu looked at it again and said, they said they hope that the good players in our camp can provide support. How to define good players? At this time, at least it cannot refer to ordinary people. There are already quite a few warriors and people with abilities in the camp now. Sumo, are we going or not? Wang Qing asked the most important question. If you don't go, don't care what those people think. Go! Sumo's answer was quick and straightforward, with a playful smile on her face. Why not? If they want to see, let them see enough. Or do you not have the confidence? His eyes swept over everyone present, and that strong confidence came over him. Wang Qing's expression immediately became excited. I'm not afraid of them. Now, as a person with abilities, why should he be afraid? Yes, we go. Looking at the attitude of the crowd, Sumo smiled. But her eyes were particularly cold. She didn't know much about base number 5. In fact, there was no grudge between them. She could guess what the other party was planning when they asked for it. It was just that the camp had been too dazzling recently. I think many people have heard about the gift she gave to base number 8. But since they were going to participate in this joint operation, they had to be prepared. It was impossible for everyone to go with them. The team was reorganized, and Shurqing and Muyu were left by Sumo to look after the house. And Qiling. Sumo also planned to keep the team of ability users that had just been trained. It was even handed over to Qiling. As the captain of the Predators, Qiling's ability was unquestionable. Although he was inspired by the little girl Afeng, his fierceness had never disappeared. The three of them were in the camp, and even if there were any problems, they could hold on for a while. Besides, there were Miao Jingshan, Sheng Song and others in the dark, and the development over there had always been in her arrangement. The rest of the ability users went to base number 5 with her. Uncle Wolf Wang Qing, Wu Zixiao, and Xiaoling Hua, and the others would go with Sumo. As for Lu Xingwan, as Lu Xingwan had just woken up from a serious injury, he was very conscious that he did not want to cause trouble. But Li Ha and Song Kai were sent to Sumo by him. The boss said that we should help you. Li Ha's tone was a little depressed. He seemed angry. Sumo glanced at each other, and found it a little funny. When they were in this team, she was undoubtedly the most compatible with Li Ha. Speaking of which, she finally took advantage of Li Ha, and threatened Li Ha before, so it was natural for him to be angry. Okay, thank you. Sumo threw a bag over. What is this? He opened it, and saw 2 kinds of pills. The pink pill looked like candy. The pink one can heal wounds, and the black one can remove all negative effects. Keep it on you. Oh! Li Ha responded, and his expression became happy again. But when he opened the door with a beaming face, he saw Lu Xingwan at the door. Seeing the dark face of his captain, Li Ha shut up consciously. He really wasn't showing off. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door came again, and Sumo just said lightly, come in. The sea of spirituality has been closed, but Sumo knows who is outside. After all, not everyone has such a severe coldness, as if the whole person is wrapped in ice. When Lu Xingwan, who has a pair of long legs, walked in, he even felt a little at a loss. His status seemed to have changed. The key point was that he didn't find it difficult to accept this change, but he didn't know how to speak. Sit down. Sumo's tone was still very calm. After sorting out the things on hand, Sumo looked up and saw Lu Xingwan's tangled face. If you want to thank me, then there's no need. After all, I've already been paid. She was referring to Lu Cece. Lu Xingwan swallowed the thanks that came to his lips. He looked at Sumo suspiciously, always feeling that the other party was deliberately angering him. When he saw that smiling face, Lu Xingwan took a deep breath before speaking. I picked Cece up from the pile of dead bodies. Her brother has done me a favor. Lu Xingwan's tone was very heavy, and his expression was even more immersed in memories. A few years ago, he led a team to carry out a mission to encircle and suppress ferocious beasts. Everything went smoothly, but when they came back, they were surrounded by some predators. At that time, his team did not have extra strength to deal with it, so they simply chose to avoid and run away. But the other party was obviously coming for them. They chased and beat them all the way. They were originally going to rush away, but they unexpectedly met someone. A wanderer. It was a young man who seemed to have discovered their predicament, and took them away from another very hidden route. Afterwards, he took them into his camp to repair. Everything was very careful. They also planned to bandage their wounds and leave. But who would have thought that in just half an hour, the entire camp was completely surrounded by a group of predators. At that time, they thought those people were chasing them, but later they learned that it turned out to be another team of predators. The purpose was to rob the camp. The sudden outbreak of the battle caught everyone off guard. It was just a small camp, with no special abilities and only a few soldiers. The young man was one of them. They stood at the forefront of the camp and fought against the looters. The seriously injured Lu Xingwan and others could only help secretly, and could not show up. After all, once they were discovered, another team chasing them would also come. The battle was brutal. The looters were almost bloodthirsty. Even if Ding Qi and others changed their equipment and helped as camp soldiers, it would be useless. Those people came prepared. The whole battle was a massacre. At that time, he had not yet achieved the name of Lu Dui today. In the end, he had no choice but to retreat. Except for a few people who left, the entire camp was almost wiped out. Even one of his team members stayed there to cover their retreat. Those looters killed everyone in the camp, stole the supplies, and wanted to take the bodies back as food reserves. It was at this time that his support arrived. The elite troops of base number 8 were naturally not a match for those looters. Some of them died on the spot, and the rest fled in all directions. Chapter 202. And he went to the camp to bring back the bodies of his team members. He also saw Lu Sisi among the pile of bodies. The little girl was pressed to the bottom. Her pale face was no different from that of a dead person. But she was still alive. She was firmly protected by the young man. Then he knew that she was the young man's sister. And Lu Sisi's legs were useless. Useless? Suemo raised his eyebrows, as if he had thought of something, and suddenly spoke. So you wanted to protect Feng Niao at that time, just for Lu Sisi? After all, Lu Sisi can run and jump now. It seems that Feng Niao's healing ability has played a role. Yes. Lu Xingwan responded. Suemo, who supported his chin, asked a question. According to your story, the looters were heading for that camp, but you just happened to be there. So you don't owe them anything, right? But what she saw was that Lu Xingwan felt a strong sense of guilt towards Lu Sisi. Faced with this question, Lu Xingwan's face was filled with anger. There is a traitor in my team. At that time, he was wondering why a secret operation would be waiting for the looters in advance. The death of that team member completely eliminated his suspicion. It even made him wonder if the traitor was among the remaining people. And Lu Sisi, the only girl who survived, saw the truth after they left. That team member was in the same group with the looters. It was because he left traces along the way that those people were able to catch up so quickly. From the beginning, there was no second team. Doing so was just to let them relax their vigilance. The so-called death for each other was just a fake death. The other party was originally an undercover placed by the plunderer in base number 8, and just happened to become his team member. He also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to fake his death, and get out, and return to the plunderer. So in the end, it was you who implicated the camp. Sumo's tone was sharp. Yes. Lu Xingwan nodded. So he owed Lu Sisi something. Then why are you so sure that what Lu Sisi said is true? Recalling Lu Sisi's performance after coming to the camp, the little girl was very thoughtful and smart enough. Because I caught the traitor and executed him personally. A strong murderous aura rushed out of Lu Xingwan's body. This is the iron-blooded and ruthless Captain Lu. When the other party came here, both of them were silent for a moment. Don't worry, I won't do anything to her, I just need her help with something. Also, thank you for your help this time. Suemo was the first to thank him in the end, which Lu Xingwan didn't seem to expect. The tit-for-tat momentum just now suddenly disappeared. He looked at Suemo in surprise. But the woman's eyebrows and eyes were smiling, as if she was watching a good show. Lu Xingwan, who pursed his lips, felt that the temperature on his cheeks was a little wrong. It's okay, I leave first. Lu Xingwan stood up and quickly left the house under Sumo's eyes. The back figure was a little panicked. After a moment of silence, Suemo spoke. So he doesn't know your identity? One sentence, as if talking to the air. But behind a cabinet, a person came out. It was the focus of the topic just now, Lu Sisi. Telling my brother about him will only put him in danger. Just like that year. This was a bit unbelievable. It seemed that the massacre in the camp that year was her reason. But it was not the case in Lu Xingwan's story. And I have already lost a brother. Lu Sisi sat opposite Suemo. She leaned against the chair, with a tiny smile on her pretty face. "Sister Sue, I will help you. And you can also help me take care of my brother?" At this moment, she took out her hand from behind her, holding a flower in her palm. It was the crazy blood flower. This reminded Su Emo of someone he had met before. Pei Ling, the product of the experiment, a desperate monster. She hated all humans, so she set that trap to seduce those greedy predators. It's a pity that she underestimated the means of those people. And the final result was that she returned to peace with those humans she hated. Lu Cece was also a product of that experiment. It's just that she left the laboratory at that time. However, she was still young at that time, and it was still winter. She lost her way in the snow and fainted, and was then picked up by the young man, her brother. It's a pity that her legs were frozen and useless. But she didn't care, she survived, even if she became a wanderer looked down upon by everyone. The brother and sister depended on each other, and she never exposed her abilities. But those predators didn't intend to let her go. After years of searching, she finally found her. In fact, Lu Xinglan only knew part of the truth. He was indeed betrayed by his team members, but the looters who came to the camp at that time were indeed two teams. One of them was looking for her. She hid this part because her brother let her live. So she lied and took advantage of Lu Xinglan's guilt. But after all these years, she treated Lu Xinglan as her second brother. Crushing the flower in her palm, Lu Cece's young face showed a maturity that did not belong to this age. This experiment is still going on. She gave the answer Su Emo wanted. If you just want to stop them with these things, it's very difficult. That's not a person, but an organization, and he hides very deeply. Even what I know these years is just the tip of the iceberg. Sister Sue, if you have to be enemies with those people, you are not strong enough. Brother can help you. Looking up, Lu Cece's tone was a little happy. As long as I accompany Sister Sue, then brother will never leave here again. These words stopped in Su Mo's ears, but he felt that the other party was hinting at something. But looking at the other party's innocent face, Su Emo smiled lightly. Then these flowers will be handed over to you. Jing Shan and the others will fully cooperate with you. She needs someone to help her unlock the secrets of these flowers. And now she has waited. Su Emo looked at Lu Cece's palm. Then the flowers that should have been bright are now withering rapidly. This flower is the embodiment of Lu Cece's ability, an illusion. This was also one of the bargaining chips that Lu Cece showed to Su Emo when she turned her back to everyone. Okay, I won't let Sister Sue down. Lu Cece smiled sweetly, seemed to be relieved, and said goodbye. Su Emo, who was sitting on the chair, frowned. System. She called the other party. What kind of organization is that? Have you really not collected any information at all? This question was not the first time. There is no relevant record in the system database. And the system's answer was the same as always. Chapter 203. Then, maybe there is a traitor among you. This sentence with a smile made the system silent. Yes, how could someone who can research the existence of a system not have any information at all? But as a system, it knows nothing. Ignore the silence of the system. Su Emo is looking at her own information. Spiritual power level 6, 3200/10,000 during this period. She has been using the existing materials to make some food to help people in the camp improve their abilities. Even if it is only 10 at a time, the improvement over time is terrifying. Looking at the ability again, now with 4 special delicacies in hand, plus the spiritual seed that integrates weakness capture, she is not inferior to anyone. And Lu Cece said that she is not strong enough, not just her. You have to know that in addition to the predators, there were also those humans in the base who participated in the experiment. So this is why she accepted the invitation from base number 5. She needs to know herself and the enemy. The team led by Su Emo set off the next day. Several cars were speeding on the road, and some people who had been in the rock camp for a long time felt excited. Wang Qing, who was driving with one hand, took a deep breath, and the earphones were filled with the noisy voices of others. Do you feel that there are fewer ferocious beasts around here? Someone asked in the earphone. Although the weather was cold, in the past, when the vehicles were speeding on the wasteland so recklessly, they would definitely encounter some ferocious beasts. But not this time. It was already half a day's distance from the rock camp, and this was the free zone they had not yet touched. But looking around, apart from the dry grass, there was no beast to be seen. This was good for them to hurry on their way. But it also meant that perhaps the situation outside was more serious than they imagined. The entire convoy took turns driving, and arrived near base number 5 on the morning of the 3rd day. Compared with bases number 3 and number 8, which are now the focus of attention, the vicinity of base number 5 has been cleared by humans, and the beasts have distanced themselves from humans. Yo! The vehicle slowly stopped, and a man at the gate of the base greeted Suemo and others. He seemed to know Suemo's appearance, and walked over directly. Welcome. The city lord has been waiting for you for a long time. His attitude was warm and polite. My name is Huang Yin, and I am the captain of the guard team of base number 5. Huang Yin, who introduced himself, found that the eyes of several people wanted to look not far away. There was a group of people cleaning something there. The strong smell of blood had not yet dissipated. Through the gaps in the crowd, the bodies of the beasts could be seen, and the bodies of humans. Just this morning, several beasts rushed over, but they were stopped. Huang Yan's words sounded very relaxed. But someone refuted. If there were only a few, how could you have lost people? The one who asked was Ding Qi. The burly Ding Qi stood beside Suemo, acting like a bodyguard. Apart from anything else, since Suemo saved the boss, he would definitely protect Suemo in this mission. Facing Ding Qi's unfriendly attitude, Huang Yan smiled. You guys are indeed alert. In fact, there are indeed only 5 beasts. Huang Yan simply led a group of people over. Several beasts had been killed. Just looking at the corpses, the battle was very tragic. Suemo looked at the arm that rolled to his feet, his eyes fixed. This wound was torn off alive. At first, we thought the same as you, thinking that the other party was here to make trouble again. But it's different now. These beasts have changed. He pointed at one of them and said, they have become more brutal and extremely aggressive. This one should have been shot and killed by the team members with gun capabilities as soon as it approached. But it was shot here, but it didn't fall down. Kicking the beast's head, Huang Yan said solemnly, it even forcibly tore open the defense line. The power they exploded at that time was terrible. It was as if it fell into a violent state, and it didn't stop until we chopped off its head. The rest are the same. Hitting the fatal point almost couldn't stop them from moving forward. That's why they were caught by mistake at first. Later, they found a way to kill the beast directly. But even so, casualties had already occurred. Are these different from the first batch hunted nearby? Suemo asked. She thought of that potion. Once the potion is injected, the beast will fall into this violent state, and its strength and aggressiveness will be even higher. At that time, the beast could easily attack cities and conquer territories. Could it be that the potion has also been successful in other places? She knew very well that she was not the only one who had the crazy blood flower. It's the same batch, but they changed, and we just discovered it. Huang Yan made a gesture of invitation and led everyone inside. Let's talk about the details after you meet the city lord. Suemo nodded in agreement. The moment they stepped into the gate of the base, Suemo and others still received a lot of strange looks. There was worry, fear, contempt, and hatred. But there was no more spitting behavior when she first entered the base. Speaking of which, in the eyes of the people in the base, they seem to be supposed to be here. It seems that this number 5 base is very united. Thinking of this, Suemo hid the sarcasm in his eyes. All the way to the upper city, there was no obstruction. When the door of the meeting hall was opened, there were already many people inside. Many people looked back and looked at the dusty group of people with surprised expressions. When Suemo saw the person at the top, she was a little surprised. The city lord of number 5 base is a woman. Perhaps she noticed Suemo's look. The woman smiled and waved to Suemo. Here. She pointed to the place on her left. It was empty, as if it was specially left for Suemo. Wait for me outside. Suemo ordered his men and walked in slowly. The door closed, and Wang Qing and others looked around solemnly. Whether it was a trap or a real invitation would soon be clear. Even if it was a trap, they had the confidence to break through. But after waiting for a long time, no enemy appeared to attack them. Wang Qing relaxed a little. Inside the room, Suemo just sat down and heard a cold snort. It came from her side, just to her left. It was an old man who looked very energetic. When Suemo looked over, he deliberately avoided his gaze. He even whispered something in a way that Suemo could hear. The city lord thinks too highly of her. Chapter 204. Obviously, this person is still unconvinced. Suemo pretended not to hear and looked at the leader. I'm glad you accepted the invitation and came here. The woman expressed her sincere apology to Suemo. My name is Chengtiana. Suemo. Suemo said 2 words lightly, and his eyes swept through the expressions of those people, and went straight to the point. So City Lord Cheng invited us here to deal with the beasts around base number 5? It was a question, But Sumo's attitude seemed to have given Chung Tianhe a negative answer. Chief Su is smart. This title made Sumo look at the other party, who respected him quite a bit. I invited Chief Su to come here for this. Chung Tianhe pointed to a place on the map on the table. That was base number 8. But now, the periphery of base number 8 on the map was full of various marks. The bright red marks were messy and numerous. Sumo sat up straight. Are these all vicious beasts? Dai Yufeng explained clearly that when they just left, the situation around base number 8 was not serious. I heard that some people in the upper echelon still didn't take it seriously. But looking again, the entire base number 8 has been surrounded. Yes. According to the latest news, base number 8 and base number 3 have become the main targets of the vicious beasts. Around the other bases, except for a few scattered vicious beasts, the rest have been withdrawn. The other party intends to attack these 2 points. Pointing his finger on the table, Chung Tianhe spoke quickly. And once base number 8 is breached, our base number 5 will definitely be implicated. So base number 8 must be defended. Captain Su, although the location of your camp is hidden, it is not foolproof. We at base number 5 are equivalent to guarding your east. Chung Tianhe circled the area of Qingmu Basin. As Chung Tianhe said, the east of Qingmu Basin is connected to base number 5. Although the beasts can roam freely in the middle area now. But there is no large army. And once something happens to base number 5, the beasts can directly come in, and the situation at the camp will become precarious. She chose Qingmu Basin because at least both sides have bases guarding it. It can't be too chaotic. This is their natural defense line. So this defense line cannot be broken. And the defense line of base number 5 is base number 8. After going back like this, they decided to support base number 8. I know that Chief Su and City Lord Feng are having some unpleasantness. But if I tell Chief Su that after this, if base number 8 is saved, the City Lord will also be replaced. Chung Tianhe said this with his chin raised. With his bright eyes, he told Sumo that he wanted that position. At that time, I can promise Chief Su that our base number 5, and you will never interfere with each other. After all, Chief Su doesn't want to be enemies with all the bases, right? What do you think? Chung Tianhe added a few more words. Instantly, the hall fell silent. The few people below should be Chung Tianhe's confidants, and they all looked at Sumo. Are you so sure that base 8 will fall? Sumo, in this tense atmosphere, leaned against the chair and spoke with a smile in her tone. Hey, don't be ungrateful. The City Lord has shown great sincerity. That's right, why don't you agree quickly? For a moment, someone below jumped up and down. The 2 younger people who spoke were very interesting. Little girl, it's better to stop when you are ahead. People, don't be too greedy. The old man on the side of Sumo also said something. This time the voice was much louder. The turbid eyes looked at Sumo, and Sumo actually felt a slight sense of oppression. The other party's old body is not simple. But is she, Sumo, simple? The mental power was mobilized, and a knife appeared in Sumo's hand, and then stabbed along the old man's head and into his chair. The handle of the knife was still trembling, just like the old man's eyes. At this moment, Sumo heard the sound of some people swallowing their saliva. Sumo's move was so fast that she couldn't even see how her knife appeared. She really has spatial ability. Old man, it's not good to take advantage of your age. Also, don't try to do anything to me with your mental power, otherwise I can't guarantee that it will be your head that will be pierced next time. After the battle with Wenrujo, her mental power improved rapidly. More importantly, her mental perception of the enemy became more and more acute. The Sea of Spirit was already open when she stepped into it. With the increase of strength, the 3D display of the Sea of Spirit became more and more perfect. It was like, in her eyes, these people were classified as ordinary people. Then the gray light spot represented them as a whole. But in the center of the gray light spot, some other colors were flashing. Those were the attribute colors represented by their abilities. And the old man next to her was gray from inside to outside. The other party had a spiritual ability. She didn't know what the means were, but in the sea of spirituality, the other party's spiritual power floated out and tried to cling to her body. You? Perhaps, he was angered by Sumo. He stared at Sumo and wanted to say something. But Sumo just pulled out the boning knife lightly. It was just this action, as if cutting something in the air. Puff! A mouthful of blood spit out, directly dyeing the tea in front of him red. The old man trembled, and the whole person looked listless. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Sumo was horrified. He could actually cut off his own mental power. Okay, Mr. Lee, if you are not feeling well, Go down and rest first. Chung Tianhe spoke from above, still with a smiling face. Whether it was her subordinates provoking her or Su Mo counterattacking, she did not stop him. So fair. Hee hee. Su Mo, who leaned back in his chair, also smiled. I can cooperate, provided that City Lord Chung answers my question first. Why are you sure that something will happen to base number 8? And it is a big thing that can overthrow Feng Tianlan's rule. A layer of dark color appeared in the depths of Su Mo's pupils, covering the emotions inside. Looking directly into those eyes, Chung Tianhe paused, and rubbed his fingers nervously before speaking. The person the beasts are looking for has appeared in base number 8. As for whether he is still there now, I don't know. Because Feng Tianlan is not willing to share this information with us. These words made Su Mo's heart beat a little faster. It was almost the same as she thought. She had guessed it when she saw the monster when Rougeau. The other party's appearance at that time was very similar to what she encountered in the Wild Blood Flower Cave. Oh really? Who is that person, and what did he do in base number 8? Why would those beasts attack so aggressively just to find a human? She continued to ask, speaking a little hurriedly, as if she was very anxious. Looking at Su Mo like this, Chung Tianhe's eyes flashed. Chapter 205. Chi Su, can't we be honest with each other? This sentence is meaningful. Su Mo, whose little trick was exposed, did not feel embarrassed. I just know that those beasts are looking for people, and it is related to the laboratory in ruins number 3. I don't know anything else. It must be said that Su Mo has only really become interested in this cooperation until now. Hee hee. In fact, it is not only related to ruins number 3. Chung Tianhe raised his eyebrows and smiled at Su Mo, and there was a little romance in that smile. Learning to relax his body like Su Mo, Chung Tianhe narrowed his eyes. It was not only ruins number 3 that conducted that experiment. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Those people will not put their hopes on one point. But the people in the laboratory are just following orders. There is only one person who really makes the decision, named Shueliang. We call him Professor Shui. The original intention of that experiment was indeed for the consideration of human evolution. If ordinary people can become people with special abilities, then no one will be afraid of those beasts. Everyone can walk out of that wall and be active in the wasteland again. But after Professor Shui took over the experiment, everything was different. Rather than benefiting all mankind, he wanted to control that power himself. Humans become people with special abilities, animals mutate into beasts. But what about plants? What role do plants play in the wasteland? Neutralizer. Bridge. There were many names for it at that time. Chung Tianhe had glanced at Su Mo, and saw that the other party was listening with a frown. She was weirdly serious about this matter. It seemed to be very important to her. Suppressing this thought in his heart, Chung Tianhe continued. Under the catalysis of this thought, Professor Shui led his team and successfully found the crazy blood flower. Since then, the purpose of the experiment has completely changed. Use the crazy blood flower to control those fierce beasts, tame them, and make them like pets. Humans conquer the wasteland by conquering fierce beasts. At the beginning, there were still many people who supported this theory. But it soon changed. When he found that those fierce beasts were completely uncontrollable, Professor Shui set his sights on humans with independent wisdom. Humans became the little white mice on the experimental table. And at the beginning, this was concealed from the outside world. The so-called new human race took shape step by step under the hands of Professor Shui. Pei Ling is one of them. Obviously, Chung Tianhe seemed to know the contact between Su Mo and Pei Ling. Su Mo just nodded to agree. But humans with thoughts are naturally unwilling to become taboo test subjects. So they began to resist. They took advantage of the time when the experimenters were changing shifts and escaped. Then they released the beasts imprisoned in the test base. And those beasts had already been injected with the drug containing the mad blood flower. After they were freed, their anger directly destroyed a city. The conspiracy was exposed. However, Professor Shui never showed up in the disaster. No one knew where he went. The culprit could not be found, so humans could only capture those new species. Many were caught, and it is said that many are still alive. Chung Tianhe does not know where they are. After all, when these things happened, she had not yet taken office. The sacrifice of a city in the past caused panic and anger among humans. As a result, the experiment was abolished. The laboratory on the other side of the number 3 ruins also began to be evacuated urgently. But the test subjects could not be taken away. They wanted to destroy them on the spot, but who could have thought that the transformed beasts had such tenacious vitality? They survived. In the torture, they developed an indelible hatred for humans. Today's number 3 ruins were born. This war was the opportunity that the beasts had been waiting for a long time. Over the years, they hid in the depths of various ruins, evolving and strengthening themselves, until the king beast appeared. The king beast that unified the beast group launched an attack with the anger of those beasts. 3 years ago, I heard that Professor Xue had appeared in base number 8. But he was just like a flash in the pan, and no trace of him could be found again. And the person who found him died unexpectedly in the mouth of a ferocious beast the next day. I heard that his body could not be pieced together. Interestingly, a team under Feng Tian'an happened to be performing official duties nearby that day. Cheng Tianhe's sarcastic words directly told Su Imo that Feng Tian'an and Professor Xue were in collusion. City Lord Cheng means that Professor Xue is hiding in base number 8 and conducting experiments again. Su Imo asked this, but he remembered the old man Zhong in the plunderer. As an ordinary person, old Zhong has an incredible enthusiasm for this research. Su Imo has no idea whether the other party has any relationship with Professor Xue. In response to Su Imo, Cheng Tianhe nodded. At this point, everything seemed to be gradually becoming clear. But since Professor Xue has shifted his focus to experiments on humans, why did the beasts get out of control and destroy the wasteland in the end? This question naturally could not be communicated with Cheng Tianhe. But at this point, Su Imo has completely agreed to cooperate. The details gradually took shape after a group of people discussed. Then we will set off tomorrow and go to base number 8. Cheng Tianhe decided the whole thing. And Su Imo naturally had no objection. Su Imo, who returned to his own people, simply repeated the matter. So those beasts are here for revenge? Wang Qing, who said this, looked at Miao Miao, who jumped into Su Mo's arms for comfort. Miao Miao, who came out with everyone, returned to the size of a cat. But everyone knows how terrible this cat is, and spiritual? Maybe. Or maybe not? Since those beasts have given birth to wisdom comparable to that of humans. How could they not know that this revenge against one person might cost the entire ferocious beast tribe? But those ferocious beasts did it anyway. And they were so eager. As if they had to do it. Su Imo suddenly thought of Lu Cici's physical condition. Lu Cici, who looked like a human, was a dead thing in spiritual perception. This might be the sequelae of the experiment back then. So, do those ferocious beasts also have this sequelae? For this reason, they wanted to find Professor Xue. Whether it's a human or a ferocious beast. In this wasteland, everyone has to do their best to survive. Stroking Miao Miao's fur, Su Imo lowered her head and met Miao Miao's eyes. There was a little worry in her eyes. Where's Miao Miao? Is such a spiritual Miao Miao the product of the experiment back then? Is there something wrong with his body? Perhaps sensing Su Mo's depressed mood, Miao Miao rubbed Su Mo's palm. There was a sense of intimacy in his big round eyes, as if telling her not to worry. Chapter 206. In the City Lord's mansion of base number 8, Feng Tian'an sat in the study with an extremely ugly expression. The battle report on the table showed that the opponents he sent out were almost crushed. If this continued, the base would not be able to hold on. As for the full-scale attack, Feng Tian'an rejected it. If he used all his strength on the opponent's fallen seed, those people would soon eat him alive. He needed to ensure his right to speak in base number 8. Rougeau! He shouted subconsciously, but was stunned in an instant. When Rougeau is dead. Wanting to see when Rougeau's head, Feng Tian'an's eyes were murderous. When Rougeau was raised by him. Such a person died in Su Mo's hands, and the opponent even used him to humiliate him. Feng Tian'an naturally couldn't swallow this breath. But he still needed to be patient. Dad. The door of the study was suddenly pushed open. It was Feng Miao. Feng Miao's face was full of anger at this moment. Did Cheng Tianhe invite Su Imo to come and support us intentionally to embarrass us? His puffy cheeks were irritable. City Lord Cheng has the right considerations. This was Feng Tian'an's answer. He had naturally heard about this matter, and maybe the other party would appear here in a few days. It would be a headache to know what attitude to use to treat Su Imo at that time. Xiao Miao, when Su Imo comes, remember not to conflict with him, okay? Everything is for the sake of the base. Let's put those grudges aside for now. Hearing this, Feng Miao opened her mouth and subconsciously wanted to refute. But when she saw the look in the other party's father's eyes, she pinched her fingers. The other party was serious. He was the city lord of the base at this moment, not his father. Got it. Feng Miao replied sullenly and left with depression. The door closed, and Feng Tian'an just breathed a sigh of relief. But suddenly the door was pushed open again with great force, hitting the wall with a sound. Feng Tian'an's face sank. What else do you want to do? But when he looked up, he saw his men. City Lord. He swallowed his saliva, did not ask Feng Tianan's opinion, and his face was anxious. Those beasts have begun to attack the city. What? Feng Tianan exclaimed. According to speculation, shouldn't those beasts have to wait for the troops from other places to come here to join up? It is said that there is news from base number 3 that the people those beasts are looking for are in base number 8. The beasts have the ability to communicate and be persuaded. The other party obviously wants to divert the trouble. And the beast actually believed it. What nonsense are they talking about? Feng Tianan slapped the table with a slap, a little angry. Pass the order, fight with all your strength. No one is allowed to retreat. Yes. After his subordinates left, Feng Tianan sat on the chair with a gloomy look. But soon, he got up and walked to the edge of the bookshelf. I don't know what he pressed, and a tunnel appeared in front of him. Feng Tianan walked in. As he went deeper, he could hear various sounds coming from inside. It seemed to be screaming. There were beasts and humans. But Feng Tianan was used to it. In the laboratory, many glass rooms held those monsters. When they saw Feng Tianan, they tried to hit the glass and rushed out. On their ferocious faces, they had murderous intentions towards Feng Tianan. Facing the ferocious monsters, Feng Tianan turned a deaf ear and kept walking inside. When he opened a door, he saw an old man inside. The white-faced, beardless old man had an elegant smile on his face. But at first glance, he gave people the feeling of a gentleman. At this moment, he was looking through some information, and did not ask about Feng Tianan's arrival. Feng Tianan finally couldn't stand being ignored by the other party. When will the experiment be successful? He asked anxiously, and even walked around in circles in the room. Looking at the old man again, he was calm and composed. Chapter 207. Why are you in such a hurry? It will be done in half a month. The old man finally answered the question. He looked up with no expression, but Feng Tianan froze in his place. It was as if he felt great pressure. He couldn't help but lower his head, with a little fear in his tone. But Professor Shui, I'm afraid that my number 8 base can't hold out for so long. Feng Tianan was even a little humble at this moment. Interestingly, Feng Tianan, as a capable person, was very cowardly in front of the old man who looked very weak. But perhaps only after cooperating with the other party, you can know how terrible the other party is. What are you afraid of? Professor Shui smiled. Didn't I give you a trump card? As long as you put those things out, are you afraid that you can't win? This question made Feng Tianan speechless. He opened his mouth and whispered after a while, but if those things are released, wouldn't it be telling everyone that you are here? Is this okay? He glanced at the other person, and saw a half-smile on his face. It seemed like he was mocking himself. Feng Tianan was a little embarrassed, but he still smiled. I'm not thinking about you. This made Professor Shui laugh. I know you are doing this for my own good. As he said this, his tone always felt a little weird. Feng Tianan, who was smiling, didn't dare to refute anything. Don't worry, by that time, those people won't dare to do anything to us. Or, by that time, you be hoping that those people will do something to you. Otherwise, won't you have to find a reason to go to war with them? Professor Shui asked with a raised eyebrow, and the wrinkles on his old face were stretched out. His eyes were bright and energetic. He stood up and walked to Feng Tianan's side. He was even taller than Feng Tianan. Don't worry too much. Patting Feng Tianan on the shoulder, Professor Shui's tone slowed down a lot. I know that base number 8 is your hard work. You have helped me so much over the years. I will not watch your hard work disappear like this. Trust me, go back. After saying these words, Professor Shui's eyes showed emotion. If it weren't for you, I might have. Ah. Professor Shui sighed and turned around, as if he didn't want Feng Tianan to see his loss of composure. Okay, I believe you. Feng Tianan gritted his teeth and responded. He took a deep look at the other person's back, then turned and left. Professor Shui also walked out after leading Feng Tianan for a short while. His face was completely devoid of the gratitude he had just shown. His expressionless face was inlaid with a pair of cold pupils, and just a glance at each other was enough to send chills down one's spine. He put his hands behind his back and looked at everyone in the laboratory. Prepared to start the last experiment. The launch time is expected to be tomorrow evening. Leave a gatekeeper, and the rest of you are ready to evacuate. In addition, all the information here will be destroyed. These few words were enough to prove that what he had just said to Feng Tianan was a lie. Yes. But the others didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Although at the beginning, they were supposed to be Feng Tianan's people. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. Professor Shui walked to the front of the glass and looked at the things inside quietly. His eyes revealed obsession. Tomorrow, it will be your turn. But this time, your appearance will bring destruction, and it is only a flash in the pan. Vanity. Everyone in the world proves their strength by becoming a person with special abilities. But he wants to prove his uniqueness by conquering those people with special abilities and ferocious beasts. This world belongs to lunatics. What is sticking to the rules? What is human ethics? Haha, in this cannibalistic world, those are all garbage. Only those who master the truth are qualified to compete in this wasteland. Mumbling, Professor Schwepp placed his palm on his heart. His eyes were extremely pious, and a twisted smile appeared on his face. Chapter 208. In late autumn, the night of the wasteland is almost dark. There are a few stars hanging sparsely above. The convoy is speeding on the wasteland, with smoke and dust rolling. After counting carefully, there are dozens of vehicles, so large in scale. On the way, they encountered a small predator camp. The predators rushed over excitedly at first. But when the bullets ruthlessly tore the charging people to pieces, the ones behind were afraid again. But they don't have to worry too much, because the vehicle has no intention of stopping from beginning to end. Sitting in the vehicle, Suemo, feeling the night scene on both sides, is resting in a chair. According to the forecast, they will reach base number 8 early tomorrow morning. But from the intelligence just sent back, they are still a step late. In this case, tomorrow will probably be a tough battle. Chung Tianhe is arranging tactics with his own people. Through the earphone, it can be heard that he will ask Sumo's opinion from time to time. But most of Suemo supported Chung Tianhe. The purpose of this time was not to steal the limelight from Chung Tianhe. The bumpy night passed, and when the sky was slightly bright, the convoy braked suddenly. This almost broke the heads of many people in the car. And Suemo also opened his eyes, and when he jumped out of the car, many people gasped. At this time, they were on a high ground, just enough to see the scene in front. Only a few hundred meters away, outside the number 8 base, there were dense beasts. Some A or B, some tall and some short. Beasts of various postures gathered together, and were attacking frantically. On the city wall, gunshots were heard. But everyone knew that ordinary guns did not pose much danger to beasts, or someone who modified a gun, or someone who had the ability to use guns. Just like Wu Zixia. At this moment, Wu Zixia was lying on the roof of the car with his gun, using a telescope to observe the situation over there. It looks like it's a little more serious than we thought. Chung Tianhe let out a breath, and it was obvious that the pressure had increased suddenly. In fact, no matter who saw the overwhelming army of ferocious beasts, they would feel their scalp tingling. Even Suemo frowned slightly at this moment. The group did not dare to move forward rashly. The number of the other side exceeded their expectations. If they rushed in directly, they would probably be surrounded by ferocious beasts. But compared to this, they were more concerned about the current situation of base number 8. Amid the roars of many beasts, blood splattered and corpses flew everywhere. There were humans and ferocious beasts. The guards of base number 8 were all outside to fight. Those with abilities, who could fly and hide, did not dare to hide their abilities at this moment. But even with such extraordinary power, facing such a huge beast, it seems to be somewhat powerless. At this moment, Suemo saw that one of the beasts jumped high and directly slapped a human under its feet. Before the other party even had time to struggle, he had already become a meat pie. Then, he was directly eaten on the spot. The shouts were continuous. In the continuous artillery fire, the dim morning light was completely illuminated. Amid the continuous sound of gunfire, everyone suddenly looked up at the sky. "Oh my God!" someone exclaimed. "I saw that behind the army of beasts, a team suddenly appeared." The wide wings spread out, and a single wing was 3 meters long. Covered with brown-green scales, they were of moderate size, but extremely fast. Almost in an instant, they passed the beasts and reached the sky above the humans. But their target was not the ability users below, but the people on the wall. "It's A019, someone whispered, with a worried tone. In addition to the animals running on the ground, the birds in the sky are also mutated in the wasteland. And this A019 is well known among the entire ferocious beast tribe. For no other reason, just because the 2 iron claws are enough to penetrate steel. Coupled with the advantage of high altitude, the people underground can't stop it at all. In an instant, it has reached the top of the city wall. The firepower is tilted upward in an attempt to shoot down those A019. It succeeded. But there are too many. It is estimated that there are already hundreds of them. Under the crushing of this number, the firepower seems so weak. Is the high wall defense line going to break? Someone asked, but saw Chung Tianhe shaking his head. It won't be that simple. As if in response to Chung Tianhe's words, A transparent cover suddenly appeared in the sky, tightly covering the city wall and the people on it. Solid wall, one of the defensive abilities, is also the best choice for defense. Chapter 209. The city wall alone can indeed stop the beasts below. But the high altitude is still a weakness, so anti-aircraft means are needed at this time. The guns that are constantly firing on the city wall are one of them, and the cover at this moment is also one of them. At this time, many people on the city wall hold up their hands, as if they are holding up a piece of heaven and earth. The attack of A019 is still fierce. The iron claw hits the cover, and even makes a crisp sound. Hundreds of A019s all rushed up, which put a huge pressure on those with abilities. The scene is even more shocking. The huge wings flapped in the air, and the overwhelming shadow directly covered the entire base number 8. Behind the high wall is the lower city. Some people are packing up their things, ready to escape at any time. And some people, with their families, are hiding in the house and dare not come out. The brave ones stand on the street, looking at the hideous faces of those A019s. Or revelry, or howling. The streets were in chaos. The thieves took the opportunity to take away the loot without anyone paying attention. Children passed through the streets, squeezed by the crowd and their parents, and their cries were drowned in the noise. "It's gone! It's going to be gone!" At some point, a voice of bad luck appeared in the crowd. It was a woman in her 40s or 50s. She fell to the ground, wailing at the scene on the city wall, and her face, which was originally painted with exquisite makeup, was full of despair. "What nonsense are you talking about? The city lord must have a way." Someone on the side refuted, but the credibility of this was probably only known by himself. But no matter what the situation in the lower city was, it seemed that it could not interfere with the upper city. Members of the guard team were guarding the dividing line. This was to prevent people from the lower city from rushing up. What could the residents of the base behind the city wall do? The upper and lower city areas had already divided the base into two worlds. He reached out and caught a feather floating in the sky. Looking at this feather that was as long as his forearm, Sumo held it in his palm. They had been observing here for a while. It seemed that those beasts wanted to use A019 to completely capture the city wall. Once the city wall lost its function, it meant that the millions of residents in the entire number 8 base would be their meal. "City Lord, do you want to take action?" Someone asked Chung Tianhe. Looking at the tragic scene ahead, Chung Tianhe finally nodded. "We will cut in directly from here and try to pull the battlefield back to give our compatriots in number 8 base more space." "Yes. Now that the order has been issued, all we have to do is fight to our heart's content. Be careful." Suemo looked at the people who followed her and gave instructions. Although she didn't bring many people, they were all good fighters. Many of them even followed her all the way here, and she didn't want them to get into trouble. Of course, with her pills, as long as their heads weren't chopped off in an instant, they could almost be saved. Another thing. Thinking of what Xiao Doubting said to her before she left, Suemo wasn't too worried. After all, Doubting said that his farewell dream this time was bloody, but not black. Perhaps that dream was just dyed red by this battlefield. "Don't worry." Uncle Wolf patted his chest and promised. Wang Qing was eager to try. Even Ding Qi and Li Ha were rubbing their hands and preparing to attack. As for Wu Zixiao, he had already consciously gone to find the commanding heights. Wu Zixiao's voice could be heard in the earphone. "Help me find the leader of those beasts." Suemo ordered Wu Zixiao. She had been observing for a long time, but she didn't find the king beast above her head. That's right, the other party couldn't show up until the end. But a battle of this scale must be led by its subordinates. As long as the leader is killed, the beast army will become a mess. This is good for humans. "Don't worry." Wu Zixiao's voice was relaxed. What's rare is that Fu Xiao didn't follow Wu Zixiao, but stood beside Suemo. "Xiao Xiao, let me protect you." Facing Sumo's question, Fu Xiao said with a smile. "She also asked me to tell you that the reward is that you have to cook a few more new dishes for her after you go back. She is a little tired of the previous ones." Suemo smiled with an eyebrow raised. "Okay." She agreed very straightforwardly, and did not correct the other party that she did not need protection. Another reason was that she also wanted to see Fu Xiao's ability. She had known these two people for so long, but she had never seen Fu Xiao take action. Perhaps he noticed Sumo's thoughts, and Fu Xiao always followed Suemo. After a group of people closed the distance with the beasts, he shook his finger. Just a finger, the body of the nearest beast exploded instantly. This made Sumo's pupils shrink suddenly. She stared at the broken body on the ground, a little afraid. Just saw clearly that it was not some ability that blasted it open. Instead, the space around the beast was twisted in an instant, and the beast was crushed into a meat paste. The extent of the space twisting is difficult to capture with the naked eye. But there are traces in the Sea of Spirit. It is a spatial ability. It is almost as rare as healing ability in the Wasteland. However, it is more than that. Because Suemo knew that the opponent did not try his best. Very powerful. After Suemo praised sincerely, he also joined the battlefield. Look up at the high wall not far away. It is blocked by the group of beasts, and can only see half of it. And that half is already covered with a large area of blood. The A019 in the sky is still attacking. The bombardment has not ended. Suemo retracted his sight, holding a knife, and walked briskly among the beasts. If Fu Xiao's methods are treacherous and terrifying, then Sumo's battle is simply simple, which makes people enjoy watching. Whether picking or cutting, the knife in her hand seemed to have life, and could easily cut through the heavy defenses of those B-type beasts. Mental power was flowing at a high speed. Suemo, who had not fought this kind of battle for a long time, was very happy. Suemo, with a faint smile on her face, was like a killer dancing among the beasts. Wherever she passed, there were corpses of enemies. And around her, the people she brought with her actually formed a line of defense invisibly. Put Suemo in the middle. Anyone who wanted to sneak attack Suemo at this time must pass through them first. Chung Tianhe, who was not hiding in the battle for the time being, looked at this scene with a little admiration in his eyes. Whether it was personal strength or overall cohesion, Suemo did a good job. Suddenly, Chung Tianhe felt that he seemed to be locked by something. He turned his head and looked at a place. If I remember correctly, there was a teammate of Suemo named Wu Zixu. He was a sniper. The other party is looking at her. Chung Tianhe's heart skipped a beat. But she didn't show anything on her face. She was afraid of Suemo, but she wasn't stupid enough to target Suemo at this time. The only outcome of this battle was that base number 8 belonged to her. And this still required Sumo's help to achieve it. Chapter 210. On the city wall, Feng Tianan appeared at some point. He could see that on the other side, base number 5 and Suemo were fighting. Because of their arrival, some of the beasts were attracted to fire. The pressure on base number 8 was weakening. This made Feng Tianan's eyes particularly complicated. Especially when he saw Sumo's killing posture among the beasts. Hold on, don't stop. Feng Tianan ordered. He could only put aside the grudges. Things will not end easily. Above his head, there were fewer A019s, and the light fell on people still cold. The first wave of attack was barely resisted. Give the order, charge with all your strength, and try to join the friendly forces. The order from the city lord made the people below more courageous. Facing the brutal beasts, no one retreated. The fight between the two sides made the beasts unable to take care of the front and back. The battlefield began to split. A line was torn apart. Seeing that Suemo and others were about to join the people from base number 8, a loud roar suddenly sounded from the beast herd. The deafening sound even suppressed the noise of the battlefield. The beasts began to change their formation. The B-type beasts that were supposed to rush to the front were shrinking inside. The two sides pulled away. But the sense of danger never subsided. Suemo, I found the leader. Wu Zixu's voice came from the earphone, and at the same time a bullet whizzed in and shot at the leader, thus pointing the way for Suemo. But the bullet was blocked by the other beasts on the way. It didn't get close to the leader at all. Don't panic, Suemo said. Since she roughly knew the position of that beast, there was no need to rush for the time being. Now she didn't have the ability to rush into the group of beasts alone to capture the thief and the leader. Watch your step. She raised her voice and shouted, and even Chung Tianhe's people heard the reminder. In the sea of spirituality, under the brown soil representing the ground, a bunch of red dots were running. Those beasts didn't want to retreat, but just changed a group of soldiers. Just as Sumo's voice fell, something rushed out from underground. The twisting body rushed into the sky, like a giant white worm. The degree of mutation of this thing is powerful, and the mouth at the top is forked, with a tongue sticking out, and the dripping liquid is corrosive. Don't look at the huge body of the thing, but it belongs to the A-type beast. A 073 is a kind of gregarious beast. Their hunting method is also very simple, that is, to pass through the ground, and then suddenly rush out of the ground, and crush the prey to death with their bodies. Finally swallowed. However, due to Sumo's advance warning, few people were caught. At this time, a group of people retreated quickly, looking up at the giant worms lying in the middle of base number 8. One by one, about 5 or 6 meters long, with a diameter of 1 meter wide. The open mouth seemed to be able to swallow a person easily. Suemo was lucky, but the ability users in base number 8 were unlucky. Some of those who reacted slowly were struggling with half of their bodies hanging by the mouth of the giant worm. The screams were heartbreaking, but no one dared to rescue them. This thing is simply a killer weapon used to attack cities and conquer territories. Continue. Suemo let out a breath and signaled his people to continue. This time, the target was the giant worms. Xie Yang's flame merged with Wang Qing's at this moment, like two fire dragons, rushing straight towards the worms. On the way, a water dragon suddenly joined. It was Qiuelinghua's water ability. Under Qiuelinghua's control, when the fire dragon reached the top of the worms, the water swept down. The flame went out. But the high temperature evaporated the water, and the steam brought it enveloped that area. Inside, the worms were twisting, because the steam also had a strong killing power. Compared to fighting alone, this time the cooperation of everyone was more efficient. After seeing a worm fall down with its body scalded and wounded, the others were unwilling to lag behind. Wu Zixiao, who had just missed a shot, now accurately hit a worm with a bullet. The pink bullet passed through, and the worm fell directly to the ground. The ground was shaking after the corpses hit it. Everyone showed their own abilities, so Suemo didn't need to worry about anything. On the contrary, Suemo, who was holding a knife, didn't have the fancy abilities of these people. He stabbed the worm's lower bodies with a knife, and before the other party struggled to hit him with its tail, Suemo had already cut open the worm's abdomen. The internal organs were scattered all over the ground, and large pieces of flesh and blood were even beating. When the worm corpse fell, the worm was still chewing food in its mouth. This lucky food finally got out of that huge mouth. It was covered with mucus, and its skin was corroded with pits and pits, but it looked like it was safe. As for Suemo, he had already rushed to the next worm. One knife killed a worm. Suemo was slaughtering, and the shock brought by this slaughter shocked not only Feng Tian'an, who was still observing on the high wall. In the center of the group of beasts, a beast stared at Suemo. It remembered that smell. This human had escaped the king's pursuit. Kill her! A voice suddenly appeared in my mind. That was the voice of the king beast. The beast growled, indicating that it knew, but did not act easily. It was necessary to lock the opponent when the opponent was at its weakest, and then kill it with one blow, and never give this human a chance to escape. At the moment it received the order from the king beast, Meow Meow, who was in the convoy, suddenly stood up on the roof. The dark pupils looked at the beast far behind. There he sensed a familiar breath. It was the smell of that fake. The killing intent made Meow Meow show his fangs. He paced on the roof a few times, and finally jumped down. Hey, just stay here. Chung Tianhe still cares about Sumo's little pet. He shouted quickly. But Meow Meow swung his tail, and glanced at Chung Tianhe. That look was full of arrogance towards humans. In human terms, this pet was not willing to look at her straight in the eye. This made Chung Tianhe a little stunned. And after Meow Meow's body gradually expanded in front of her, Chung Tianhe subconsciously retreated. The people around him were ready to take action, but fortunately Chung Tianhe remained calm and stopped the team members from taking action. Meow Meow didn't care about these, and with a light jump, he was already a few meters away. He didn't go to find the king beast, but to find Suemo. At this time, Suemo was already deeply trapped in the group of insects, and he couldn't see Suemo from his direction. He was worried about his master. In the city lord's mansion of base number 8, Feng Miao looked at the video screen sent from the front line with a gloomy face. Sumo's heroic figure inside was impressive, but she only felt it was dazzling. Have you done what I told you to do? She asked. Her tone was dark. Her obsession with Suemo had made her crazy. A member of the guard team kneeling on the ground nodded directly. Don't worry, miss, everything has been arranged. Chapter 211. Sharp claws tore flesh and blood, and pus corroded fur. The birds in the sky chirped sharply and rapidly, and the corpses of the wild beasts on the ground had already piled up like a mountain. After Suemo and others arrived, this battle lasted for nearly half a day. The roar of the beasts that called off the battle just appeared. The beasts were retreating, but they did not leave completely. Instead, they continued to accumulate strength to send humans into despair. However, thanks to this gap, Chung Tianhe's convoy drove into base number 8. Suemo, who looked like a bloodbath, stood beside her, facing the smiling city lord Feng, with an expressionless face. Feng Tian'an treated Sumo's indifference as if he had never seen it, and greeted him warmly. Come on, both of you, please come this way. Thank you for bringing people to help this time. Feng Tian'an, who led the way, had a look on his face that almost merged with that face. Forget the polite words, City Lord Feng. You and I both know that it's not over yet. Chung Tianhe declined the other party's kindness to let everyone go to rest. He went straight to the city wall. There were already some gaps in the city wall. Those defensive ability users were like fish coming ashore, breathing hard against the wall. And looking down from above, the corpses of humans and beasts were piled up together, and it was already difficult to tell them apart. Someone was cleaning the battlefield below. The bloody aura that was so thick that it almost formed a blood mist enveloped the entire number 8 base. The shadow of death has not dissipated. Feng Tianan was silent for a moment, and then said, "Then City Lord Chang, do you think we are sure to win?" He stood beside Chung Tianhe, with the kind of majesty on his face that had been in the officialdom for many years. However, as a city lord, Chung Tianhe was not inferior to him. "Can't hold on." She gave a straightforward answer. "So, City Lord Feng, have you thought about how to die?" The sharp conversation seemed to be about some witty words, and Su Mo always leaned on the side without saying a word. She looked at the pile of corpses on the ground and frowned. For some reason, since entering this number 8 base, she felt more depressed than fighting with ferocious beasts outside. It was as if there was a more terrible danger inside than outside, lurking in the dark waiting for an opportunity to move. The feeling of being on the back made Su Mo a little uncomfortable. Even Miao beside her was walking around uncomfortably. The long tail swept across Su Mo's arm, as if conveying some news. Miao looked from her pupils to the city. Su Mo, who thought of something, shrank her pupils. It was also at this time that she heard Feng Tianan's words. "Chief Su, the beast next to you. If I'm not mistaken, it's the one that Captain Lu led but failed to capture. I didn't expect it to fall into your hands, Chief Su. We got the news that this beast had a certain intelligence, and now it seems that it is indeed correct." The ambiguous words seemed to be deliberately pointing out something. Su Mo looked up at Feng Tianan and said in a light tone, "Why, Lord Feng still wants to capture my friend." The murderous intent under the calm tone made people dare not look directly into Su Mo's pupils. The blood from the battle was still coagulated on Su Mo's body. The embarrassed appearance could not hide Su Mo's fighting spirit. Evidently, he had gone through a battle, but Su Mo seemed to have no consumption. This monster, Feng Tianan cursed inwardly and smiled. How could it be possible? I'm just sighing at the wonder of fate. Captain Lu hasn't returned to the base since his last mission, and even his sister disappeared for no reason. But his eyes were on Ding Qi and Li Ha. The two were staring at Feng Tianan, also with murderous intent. "It seems I can rest assured, and Xiao Miao doesn't have to worry about it anymore." He said soft words, but every word was like a knife stabbing into people's hearts. People like Feng Tianan care about face, and I'm afraid he has shown full tolerance for Su Mo's behavior of not giving face. Haha, City Lord Feng should take care of the things in front of him now. City Lord Feng, are you right? My heart was pounding, and the strange premonition did not come from Feng Tianan, but from the base behind him. Seeing that the other party turned to discuss something with Chung Tianhe, Su Mo looked in a certain direction. That's it. Miao frequently looked in that direction, thinking of the Professor Shui that Chung Tianhe mentioned. Will the other party be there? If possible, she certainly wants to see Professor Shui in person. Maybe she can learn about the so-called future disaster from him. But Feng Tianan is not so kind. Thinking of this, Su Mo still strode towards Wang Qing and others. Do me a favor. She looked at Wang Qing and Dai Yufeng, and Dai Yufeng also came with her this time. As a former intelligence dealer of base number 8, she knows the situation here best. Help me check something. The low-voiced order disappeared in the wind. Okay. The two nodded and disappeared quickly. Chung Tianhe said nothing about their actions. From the beginning, she and Su Mo were partners, not subordinates. Su Mo did not interfere with the tactical layout. After all, the people in base number 8 would not listen to her. Just standing on this high wall, she could still feel the angry and disgusted eyes of those people. That emotion exceeded the disgust for her so-called wanderer identity, and was more directed at Su Mo as a person. Perhaps it was because she, Su Mo, trampled on the dignity of base number 8. With a sneer, Su Mo touched Miao and signaled him not to worry. No matter what Feng Tianan had just come. But his eyes slowly shifted to the outside of the city wall. 100 meters away, those beasts were about to move again. In the sea of spirituality, the number of those beasts had almost never decreased. The only difference was that a black and red light spot appeared in the group of red. It was the leader. The brief peace lasted only half an hour. The beasts regrouped and launched an attack that was still surging. The whole team advanced like a tide, and the black tide was surging, bringing oppressive darkness. B010. Someone uttered the names of the two beasts in the front. The tone was trembling. The huge body was like a mountain of meat. The giant worms that had caused great trouble a few hours ago were like ants in front of this creature. B-010's body was covered with a layer of blue-gray scales, and the layered scales formed an excellent defense. They were very slow, even children could dodge them. But every step they took, the ground would crack. The crack spread to the base of the wall and finally stopped. Suemo, standing on the city wall, felt the wall under him trembling. B-010 War Beast. In the history of human civilization reconstruction, there was a city that was destroyed by this ferocious beast when it was newly built. The appearance of B-010 means that the time for the city wall to stand has entered the final countdown. Chapter 212. Isn't this thing dead? Even the most trained soldiers couldn't help but exclaim. It has been more than 10 years since B-010 was discovered. After that, no B-010 has been seen again. But at this moment, two of them appeared directly in front of people. Can the ruins hide so well? Or, these beasts have been preparing for more than 10 years, and even deliberately weaken their strength on the surface. No matter how many ideas there are, they can't change the fact that those things are approaching. Chung Qian's face also became solemn. The city gate opened again, and a group of ability users came out one after another and faced those beasts. As for the two B-010, the roar has sounded. It's the sound of guns. Many gun-related ability users tried to use hot firepower to cover the B-010. But there were only a few faint white marks on the hard shell. Even Wu Zixie's pink bullet only produced a spark. This thing seemed to be beyond human power. Suemo. Uncle Wolf looked at Suemo with a knife in hand. His eyes seemed to be asking something. Suemo shook her head. She was no match. Or, almost no one present could be a match for that thing in a one-on-one fight. That defense was enough to drain the strength of many humans. If the big one can't be beaten, then kill the small one first. Fortunately, there is still a target. The fight started again. But this time, people knew that there was no way out. Since those beasts had moved B-010 out, it meant that they were bound to take down this base. The wound bloomed on the flesh and blood. Swords and spears danced, abilities shuttled through it, and colorful skylight enveloped the city gate. Death was advancing step by step. In the base, people on the street ran to tell each other that the end of the world was coming. Vehicles collided, sparks flew. Humans carried packages and tried to escape from here. Ignoring the noisy voices that almost penetrated the base, the same chaos, but no one managed it. Let us go! At the gate on the other side of the base, someone slapped the door and shouted. Cars crowded here, with terrified faces on them. The base was going to be destroyed. Why should they be buried with it? Let us out! Let us go! Shouts came one after another. At this moment, it seemed that there was no difference between the upper city and the lower city. Everyone had the same goal and hit the gate. However, on the city wall, the guards looked at the people below with cold eyes. The city lord has ordered everyone to stay at home and not run around. The turmoil will soon subside. At this time, letting people go will only cause more trouble. They know that although this place has not been attacked for the time being, the murderer is waiting in the ruins not far outside the city wall. This is not a way out. Calm down, I think they want us to be buried with them. That is to say, you must have made a secret transfer, right? Open the door. Those people cursed loudly, not caring about their image at all. The vehicle in the front even hit the gate directly. It creaked and seemed to break at any time. This made some people's eyes light up. Keep hitting. Stop! The guard shouted. Facing these ignorant humans, they raised their guns. We will shoot if anyone dares to take another step forward. The threats of the past seemed useless at this moment. Facing the muzzle of the gun, those people still shouted endlessly. Damn it! The guards were about to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, but suddenly another team member ran over. Let them go. But outside, the team member looked a little surprised, but still swallowed the rest of the words. He looked at the people below with pity, and finally opened the city gate. The door is open! The door is open! The crowd was overjoyed, and people and vehicles rushed to leave the city wall and rushed outside. The fastest runners were naturally vehicles. But when the vehicles were about 100 meters away from the city wall, they suddenly flew up. The ground exploded, and giant worms drilled out from the ground, as if they had been waiting for a long time, swallowing the food and the vehicles together. The people who were exposed to radiation screamed and shouted, and lost their previous spirit. They fled in all directions. But no matter which direction they went, there were ferocious beasts waiting. Human life was like a flower, withering quickly in this late autumn. Some people finally understood the horror outside. Go back quickly. The people in front shouted and rushed to the city gate again. But the people at the city gate were still crowding out. It's not that easy to go against the current. Watching the city gate slowly close after letting them out, some people closed their eyes in despair. The base told them with reality that going out means death. Is hope in the base? If the front battlefield is a fight, then this place is a massacre. After eating the beasts, he narrowed his eyes with satisfaction and sneaked back into the ruins, waiting for the next meal. Ha! City Lord phone, good trick. On the city wall, Chung Tian has said this when he received the news. The irony is too obvious, but Feng Tianen doesn't care. As the city lord, as long as I haven't fallen, my people will be fine. But for those who betray, they are naturally not my people. What does life and death have to do with me? Feng Tianen was too lazy to put on that righteous look at this time. He frowned and looked down. The combat power of the three parties was almost invested in it, but the situation did not look good. If it goes on like this, it will only delay the last time. And the 2B010s did not move, as if they were still waiting for something. A strange sense of anxiety enveloped Feng Tianen. He was still hesitating. Do you really want to use that? Once you use it, there will be no turning back. Sunset in 1 hour. After saying this, Chung Tian had jumped down from the high wall and joined the battlefield. It would be no good for humans to delay until night. These beasts are stronger than she thought. Perhaps this base number 8 is doomed to be destroyed. So is she going to withdraw? With such doubts, Chung Tianha also joined the battlefield. And Su Imo, who was already in the fight, had a simple consideration. Can't beat them. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't fight these beasts unless there were other reinforcements. Su Imo exhaled after looking at the wall behind him. His arm almost mechanically held the knife to slaughter the beasts around him. At first, she would put some beasts into her space as food reserves. But now she has long been numb. Meow Meow was beside her, her white hair stained with blood. After licking the blood, Meow Meow's eyes turned red. He was full of killing intent, but he still growled behind him from time to time. It was as if he was on guard against something. At this moment, it was sunset. Chapter 213. Inside base number 8, Wang Qing was following Dai Yufeng, shuttling through the streets and alleys. The strange atmosphere was disgusting. Wang Qing still didn't like this base. But at this moment, the two of them were hiding in the shadows, looking at the building in front of them. It seemed to be a restaurant. But today, there was no aroma of food in the restaurant. At the back door, some people were going in and out, seemingly carrying something. Hurry up, the last batch. It's too late. The driver shouted, his tone was particularly anxious. His eyes were fixed on the passage, with an incomprehensible fear. It was as if there was a monster hidden in the building. Do you want to go and see? Wang Qing asked. Su Imo asked them to come to this location, but they didn't know what to explore specifically. But they believed in Su Mo's intuition. Wait a minute. Dai Yufeng shook her head. She was a little uneasy. As a former intelligence chief, she had dealt with many wealthy and powerful people. And this hotel, in her opinion, was very ordinary. But the current situation seemed to slap her in the face. Then the question came. What kind of power could hide the secret under this hotel? And she was completely unaware of it. Those people were very fast. Several boxes were quickly loaded and set off. The speed seemed to be running for life. After waiting for a long time, the two carefully touched the door. Surprisingly, the back door was not blocked. As soon as I walked in, I could see the chaotic scene inside, and those people left in a hurry. It seems there is a mechanism here. Wang Qing called Dai Yufeng. There was a door behind a shelf in the back kitchen. The door was not even closed at this time, and there was some movement inside. Cat meowing? Wang Qing was a little confused. Could it be that this restaurant was doing cat meat business? The two looked at each other and walked in. Some information was scattered in the passage. Those people left in a hurry, and didn't have time to clean up. Dai Yufeng picked it up and opened it, trying to find out what this place was for. Maybe it was some secret research. Such places are not uncommon in base number 8. After all, not all research can be placed under the sun. Looking casually, at a certain moment, Dai Yufeng's pupils suddenly trembled. But Wang Qing, who was walking in front, didn't notice it. He had reached the end. It was a door, and it was still not closed. The strange sound similar to the cat's cry he heard was behind it. For some reason, Wang Qing was a little nervous. He swallowed his saliva and slowly raised his hand. Just when he was about to touch the door, he was suddenly pulled. It was Dai Yufeng. How? Before he could ask a word, Wang Qing was pulled out by Dai Yufeng. Go back. Go and inform Suemo and the others. Confused, Wang Qing looked at Dai Yufeng's nervous expression, but he understood one thing. Something was going to happen. At the moment when the two rushed out of the passage, a creaking sound came from behind the half-closed door. It was as if some mechanism was opened. A claw was scratching the door frame. Along the gap, the door was slowly pushed open, revealing the creature inside. What kind of existence is that? Each one is the size of a normal cat, with green vertical pupils that carry the cruelty of a wild beast. Hairless. As they walked, their sturdy bodies revealed their strong muscles. For claws pressed on the wall, and a slight movement left a deep scratch. At this moment, these things looked in the direction of the exit. Sharp teeth bared, saliva dripped. Low roars squeezed out of their throats, sounding very much like cats. 1, 2. They took light steps, and completely pushed open the door. In the crowded passage, they squeezed each other crazily, and then rushed to the outside world. At the moment they walked out of the hotel, facing this new world, they seemed to be confused for a moment. But soon, they opened their mouths and excitedly rushed towards the passers-by. Kill! Kill all those humans! What's going on? On the way back, Wang Qing asked Dai Yufeng, whose face was livid. Dai Yufeng did not speak, but threw the information in his hand to Wang Qing. It was some experimental data. Wang Qing did not understand the numbers on it, but he could understand the text. Experiment code C016, Shadow of Killing. Bloodthirsty, feeds on human flesh and blood. Semi-finished product, unable to communicate. The experiment failed, abandoned, as a guarantee for retreat, deployed to the base, and started cleansing. Number 326. What the hell is this? Wang Qing read some of the information on it, and then looked at the strange creature in the photo, breathing a little hurriedly. These people actually want to put these things into the base. Down there. Wang Qing suddenly realized something, and he looked at Dai Yufeng. But Dai Yufeng's finger was at the very end of the paper. There were a few more lines of words there. C016 is highly contagious. Once bitten, scratched, or the wound comes into contact with C016's body fluid, the human body will quickly mutate. Experiments show that infected people have the same aggressiveness. Antidote. None. This. Wang Qing's face turned pale. If all the monsters down there just now were this kind of monster, then he would have died the moment he opened the door. Damn it. Those people didn't intend to save base number 8 at all. They wanted to destroy all the residents here. Dai Yufeng's tone was extremely angry. Now almost all the combat power of base number 8 has been invested in the battle with the beast. But who could have thought that such a strange thing would be hidden in this safest city wall? And this thing was released? It sounds like there are only more than 300 of them. But don't forget that the people who are about to face these monsters are ordinary people without weapons. As for escaping, haha, how can you run? Those beasts outside are staring at you. In just a moment, Dai Yufeng understood that this might be the work of Professor Shui. He used the entire base number 8 as an experimental site. And that Feng Tianen might just be a puppet being used. For a moment, Dai Yufeng felt a chill down his spine. Hurry up, hurry up, the foot on the accelerator did not release. The city gate could already be seen, and the people around shouted for her to stop the car. But Dai Yufeng pretended not to hear and rushed out of the gate. Suemo, who pulled the boning knife out of the head of a beast, turned around and saw the car rushing towards him. And Dai Yufeng's terrified face in the car. What happened? Suemo was a little surprised. At this moment, the ground trembled, and countless cracks began to expand. The dark cracks tore the ground apart. Like a huge mouth of the abyss, eager to swallow everything. The roaring beast's roar was almost enough to shatter the human soul. The black wave began its final advance. B010 moved. Chapter 214. When the desperate wailing enveloped the people, the entire base number 8 was completely plunged into hell. No one could understand why the entrance to this hell would eventually appear in the city wall. Chasing, fighting, fear, death. When those killing shadows tore people's chests, base number 8 fell. On the city wall, Suemo called everyone back. Turning to look behind the city wall, the terrified eyes of those residents, and the strong murderous aura on Suemo were enough to scare Feng Tianen. Lord Feng, maybe you should give an explanation. Those monsters, in just half an hour, had slaughtered nearly 100,000 residents. Not being scratched by those monsters, the chaos in the city increased. Just because of the terrible infectiousness, the wounded became the same kind. When humans threw their compatriots to the ground and ate them wantonly, the city rotted. Feng Tianan's hands were shaking. From the wise and brave Chingwu to the sinner at this moment, Feng Tianen seemed to be unable to accept this fact. The city wall was crumbling. Everyone knew that it could not hold on. A huge hole was dug out on their backs, and the gap that could not be filled was getting bigger. At this point, how could Feng Tianen not know that he was just being used? It shouldn't be like this. Feng Tianen retreated in panic and hit his body against the city wall, his face pale. He looked at the people below who were shouting in despair, and couldn't help covering his cheeks. How could this happen? These monsters. When were these monsters created under his nose? It's Professor Shui. He uttered these 3 words in a trance, sweating all over, but feeling much more relaxed. Do you think that by giving out Professor Shui, you can reduce your own sins? The one who asked was Chung Tinha. When she was called away by Su Imo on the battlefield, she even had some distrust. Even if Feng Tianen was stupid, he wouldn't be defenseless. In fact, he had already put base number 8 under the claws of Professor Shui, without any doubt. And all he got was the promise of Professor Shui's new human warrior. But now, the so-called warrior appeared in front of him, and the result was just the endless fighting in the city. The fleeing people shouted, and the despair on their faces condensed into substance, tightly enveloping Feng Tianen. Every dead resident, those pairs of eyes, seemed to tell of hatred and disappointment towards him. What should have been a killer became a death warrant. Base number 8 is gone. Facing Chung Tian's sneering eyes, Feng Tianen's face was extremely stiff. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but was greeted by Chung Tian's fist. The fist hit his cheek, and his expression twisted in pain. He wanted to fight back, but he was stunned. This punch. He deserved it. What should I do? Feng Tianen looked up at Chung Tianhe blankly, and there was a little pleading in his eyes. As the lord of a city, how could he just watch his city go to destruction in front of him? How to do it? Ha ha. Of course, run away. Chung Tianhe raised her lips with contempt, and all her men withdrew from the battlefield. At this moment, after exchanging a glance with Su Imo, a group of people quickly descended from the city wall, and quickly left while the battle line had not been completely blocked by the beasts. When the steel vehicle sped away, Feng Tianen, who remained on the city wall, had a gloomy look in his eyes. Coward! He cursed, raised his head, and looked fiercely at the guardians of base number 8. No one is allowed to retreat. Kill all those beasts. This beast curse was directed at the beasts, monsters, or Su Imo and others. Perhaps only Feng Tianen knew. Feng Tianen, who left this sentence, walked quickly towards his city lord's mansion surrounded by a group of people. His daughter was still there. He had to take Feng Miao away from here. This city. Even if Feng Tianen refused to admit it, he knew that this city was gone. In the city wall with almost no defense, the unknown virus spread quickly. Most of the lower city had fallen, and even in the upper city, many wealthy and powerful people could no longer sit still. The city gate was opened again. Countless people came out in droves. Even in the face of the death threat of the beasts outside, they still took steps. Someone can always escape alive. So why can't that person be me? Facing the entire city that had lost order, the moment Feng Tianen pushed open the door of the city lord's mansion, he heard his daughter scream. Get out of here! On the wall, several C-016s were jumping flexibly. Like cats, they have extremely excellent reaction nerves and speed. A pair of animal eyes surrounded Feng Yao, who was trapped in the middle. Get lost. Even Feng Yao, who possessed 2 abilities, was powerless at the moment. Neither of her 2 abilities was suitable for direct combat. Several guards had died. The remaining 2 were wounded. Feng Yao knew very well that it would not be long before the 2 guards would become part of those things due to infection of their wounds. Miss, let's go from here. One of the guards reached out to grab Feng Yao, but was pushed by the other. In a surprised look, the guard hit the wall, and then the C-016 on the top of his head pounced directly down. Give him the end. Ah! Feng Yao trembled slightly at the screams. She pursed her lips, with fear in her eyes. It was not her fault. She just saw the wound on the other's arm. He was already beyond saving. It was not her who hurt him. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, and Feng Miao saw the figure of her father not far away. Dad! She saw hope and ran over with her skirt lifted. Xiao Miao, come here! Feng Tianen was also shouting, but he froze after just a few steps. He even stopped where he was. No! He screamed in fear, but his outstretched hand could not grab his daughter's arm. Just because. Behind Feng Miao, C-016 raised their eyes lazily, then jumped down from the wall and the treetops. The sharp claws tore the snow-white skirt in an instant. Blood bloomed on the smooth skin. Feeling the severe pain in her back, Feng Niao staggered to the ground. She looked back in surprise, and saw only C016 falling on her. The claws, like the sharpest scalpel, easily tore her skin. The blood on her abdomen wet the hem of her skirt. The pain made her body spasm. Go away, go away. She waved her hands in panic, trying to drive those C016 away from her body. But the result was that her arm was bitten by a C016. The sound of broken bones came. She screamed in pain. She knew what it meant. So she turned her head with great effort and looked at her father. Save me. On the edge of death, she shouted this. However, what she saw was the back of her father leaving resolutely. Has she been abandoned? The pupils were dilated, filled with disbelief, but then filled with despair. The sound of gnawing came from her ears. Her flesh and blood were being swallowed. The healing ability activated subconsciously made the wound heal, but it was torn again the next moment. Countless C016 drowned Feng Niao in it. While the C016 was enjoying the bloody feast, a hideous hand fell to the ground dejectedly. Through the gap of C016, what I could vaguely see was a pair of eyes filled with gloom and resentment. What a deep love between father and daughter. Chapter 215. On the hill, everyone stood. In the front of the site, two B010s were attacking the city. The huge body hit the wall, and the rubble rolled down. The defense shield had been broken. The wall was shaking, and then collapsed in the roar of the beast. The gap was opened, and the beasts rushed forward. The screams filled the base. Huh? Chung Tianhe exhaled a breath of cold air and looked at the doomsday scene, with a gleam in his eyes. There is no doubt that Feng Tianhe was stabbed in the back by Professor Shui. This also caused the base to rot from the inside. No matter how hard they tried to turn the tide, it was useless. They simply withdrew in time. And now, seeing the fall of base number 8, Chung Tianhe was not too sad. To some extent, her goal was achieved. If you want to take base number 8, you must first destroy this base. Watching the residents inside gradually die under the slaughter of the beasts and the killing shadows, Chung Tianhe had no intention of taking action at this moment. She knew very well what it meant to do what one could. Thank you all for this time. She turned her head to look at Su Imo and others, and thanked them sincerely. If Dai Yufeng and Wang Qing had not discovered those monsters, once they were attacked from both sides, it can be said that their team would suffer heavy losses. Facing the other party's gratitude, Su Imo retracted his gaze. It seems that he still can't meet Professor Shui this time. Facing the initiator of the fall of base number 8 at this moment, Su Imo remained curious and vigilant. But now, the matter here is over, and it's time to go back. Rejecting Chung Tianhe's invitation again, Su Imo looked at base number 8 that had become a hell, and then left with his people. The vehicle sped across the wasteland, and the smoke and dust it raised made Chung Tianhe squint. As allies, Su Imo and others were undoubtedly reliable. But the cooperative relationship had ended. After thinking for a while, Chung Tianhe did not send out the order to intercept after all. She was unsure. TSK? A sigh came from Wu Zishu's mouth. She returned to the vehicle from the roof, looking a little disappointed. She thought Chung Tianhe would order them to be intercepted. Then she would have a reason to shoot. After all, she had been looking forward to it for a while. Isn't it better not to cause trouble? Wang Qing, who was driving, said with a smile. This operation to support base number 8 was undoubtedly a failure. After base number 8 fell, the rest of the bases would be shrouded in a shadow. And their rock camp also needed to make plans. It was not a good thing that the human defense line was torn apart so easily. Su Imo, sitting in the co-pilot seat, looked at the passing scenery outside with a calm look. She was wondering what Professor Shui's next move would be. Using base number 8 as a stage to display failed products shows how ambitious the other party is. After a bumpy ride, everyone returned to the camp safely. During the days they were away, the camp was safe and sound. But after everyone came back, the atmosphere became tense again. In the frosty weather, the training of soldiers and ability users never stopped on the open space next to the camp. As usual, the daily work was to continuously collect supplies for the winter. Every time the hunting team was sent out, they could bring back enough food. The full warehouse was the guarantee for everyone to survive the winter. It's just that. The danger is still coming. That afternoon, the hunting team that went out hurried back and brought back some wounded. Base number 8 has been completely conquered by those beasts. Uncle Wolf leaned against the wall, blowing smoke rings. He led the team, but many people were still injured. The beasts near the camp were basically cleared, so they walked a little further this time. That's why they encountered a team of beasts. They were preparing to hunt as usual, but this time it was a little different. Those beasts were disciplined and organized, and even killed some of them. 7 of the 10 hunting teams finally returned. All the beast groups were being unified little by the king beast, and they were lucky to be able to come back. I heard that the hunting teams in other camps have also been reduced in number recently. Those beasts are actively hunting us humans. With the fall of base number 8, the beast team expanded deeper into the human territory. It passed through base number 8 and easily penetrated into the abdomen of humans. But there is also good news. Dai Yufeng narrowed his eyes and spoke in a strange tone. Those C-016 are dying. As a test subject, C-016 is aggressive, but its vitality is full of flaws. After the United Beasts slaughtered nearly half of the residents of base number 8, C-016 ushered in the end of its fate. Their bodies became weak. The infected humans were also gradually dying. This internal demise prevented the complete spread of C-016. This is also the reason why the human base did not try to join forces to completely eliminate this highly infectious test subject. It won't be long before those C-016 will completely disappear from the wasteland. And this seems to be what Professor Schweb planned. The C-016 experiment was successful, and there was no trouble left in the end. The natural enemy of mankind is still those beasts. Even as a result, the recent condemnation of the professor has been much smaller. However, in the week after the fall of base number 8, no one has found the trace of Professor Schwe. It's as if the other party has completely disappeared. But everyone knows that the other party must continue to hide somewhere, waiting for the next experiment. Base number 8 is a living example. Interestingly, Feng Tianan's body was eventually found not far from base number 8. The body was torn into pieces, leaving only a head to identify the identity. It is impossible to verify whether it was done by a human or a beast. Feng Tianan's death is a sign of the complete demise of base number 8. I heard that the city Lord Chung is gathering people to try to conquer base number 8. Dai Yufeng said this with a sneer on his face. The city Lord Chung is a natural politician. She reduced Feng Tianan to dust, but stepped on Feng Tianan's body to make the residents of base number 5 trust her even more. She used the demise of a city to enhance the cohesion of her own citizens. It must be said that Chung Tianhe is very good at seizing opportunities. They sent an invitation again, but as you said, I refused. Okay. Su Mo nodded. The rock camp is independent of the other bases, and she doesn't want to get involved in the struggle for power in those bases. After all, it's not just Chung Tianhe who is eyeing the fat piece of meat of base number 8 this time. In addition, Dai Yufeng suddenly took a deep breath and said the last news. Those beasts are heading south. According to the estimated route, our camp will collide head-on with those beasts. Chapter 216. It has been a few days since the destruction of base number 8. The recovered information has also reached Su Mo's ears. Professor Shue's several laboratories in base number 8 were all turned over by the beasts. Naturally, nothing was found. It was just because of anger that the buildings were directly destroyed by the beasts, and the collapsed ruins covered the last traces. Since then, the beasts began to move south. Base number 8 is the outer defense line of a very large base. After it was breached, it was easy for the beasts to break in. They still refused to give up. The other party pursued the existence of Professor Schwe and continued to occupy the human territory. And the beasts encountered along the way were all incorporated. It can be said that humans are facing an orderly army of beasts. And the existence of the rock camp seems to hinder the marching route of one of the beast troops. No, or deeper than the rock camp, Miao Jingshan and others have been stationed here for some time. And Lu Sisi became familiar with these people. Holding a flower in her finger, Lu Sisi answered Sumo's question. There are indeed some traces of the mad blood flower in the corpse you brought. It's just very slight, just like the first failed product. On the experimental table not far away, the body of AC-016 was cut open. The internal organs were placed on the plates around, and a faint smell of blood filled the nose. But Lu Sisi looked normal. She was not afraid of these, or rather, she was happy to see them. Licking her dry lips, Lu Sisi continued to speak. In addition, I have observed that the wounds on these C-016s were not caused by humans, but by those ferocious beasts. Sister Su, these C-016s are not companions in the eyes of the ferocious beasts. This is a man-made monster. It attacks humans, but refuses to obey the command of those ferocious beasts. Things like this that have nothing to do with both will not be accepted by both sides. They are the enemy of humans, and the enemy of ferocious beasts. It can be said that the ferocious beasts also contributed to the destruction of those C016s. These mad blood flowers, even in their original state, will stimulate those ferocious beasts. Sister Sue, perhaps those ferocious beasts are coming for these flowers. The mad blood flowers brought out from the cave are now growing in large areas here. With the nutrients provided by Sumo's yellow mud, even without blood food, each flower is extremely charming. If normal humans stay around these flowers for a long time, they will be like what Miao Jingshan and others encountered before. The body gradually decays and dies. But fortunately, there are pills made by Suimo, so these side effects are not a problem. But Sister Sue, guess why those beasts came straight here? Lucisi asked this question. The little girl raised her eyebrows, and her smile was a little teasing. Sister Sue, someone among the humans sold you out. The brisk tone was accompanied by a pleasant smile, and her eyebrows and eyes seemed to be looking forward to the subsequent events. Sister Sue, be prepared? Facing Lucisi's weird expression, Suimo didn't care. Lucisi, who was a good girl in front of others, was smart and cruel here. As one of the survivors of the original laboratory, Lucisi has never been harmless. What else? Suimo looked at Lucisi and asked, and the calm tone made Lucisi curl her lips. Sister Sue, why are you as boring as your brother? Despite this, she still answered Sumo's question. Just as Sister Sue thought, the potion made from these flowers can stimulate those beasts, and it can also be a good medicine to solve the violent state of beasts. But it still takes a little time now. With a gesture, the scalpel at the tip of Lucisi's finger lightly tore the skin of those C016. In her hands, these C016 are tools that can make her happy. Standing on the side, and watching Lucisi's flexible wrist, Suimo did not interrupt. Professional things should be done by professionals. About an hour later, the two walked together and went to the camp. Few people in the camp knew about the existence of this place. With Miao Jingshan and Miao Miao patrolling from time to time, she was not afraid of anything happening here. What's wrong, Sister Sue? On the way back, Suimo paused and heard Lucisi's puzzled tone. Nothing. Suimo replied lightly. In the Sea of Spirit, not far from her, there were several figures standing. A familiar breath came through the Sea of Spirit. They were not enemies. Over there, through the shadows of the trees, everyone could see the blurred backs of Suimo and Lucisi. Boss, do you want to go take a look? Dingchi asked, his eyes fixed on where the two came from. There was actually a building there, and it looked like Sumo's secret camp. As for what was hidden inside, everyone could actually guess a little. What puzzled them was how Sister Cece got involved. No need. Lu Xinglan shook his head. She had already discovered him, so not saying anything meant trust. Lu Xinglan smiled bitterly. Maybe he felt that he was not a threat. He was Captain Lu, but he looked like an idler here. As for Cece, Lu Xinglan's eyes flickered a few times, and his tone was very light. Don't worry, Cece will be fine. How could Captain Lu not find some suspicious points on his sister? After all, it was normal for the Lu family to have their own secrets. After learning that the research on the mad blood flower could not be broken through for the time being, Suimo completely focused on the training of the soldiers and ability users in the camp. After her special delicacies, the number of soldiers in the camp increased. Almost every day, someone awakens their abilities, and Sumo's energy value is steadily increasing. This phenomenon is enough to shock the outside world. But the people in the camp think it is natural. In the newly built martial arts training ground, Suimo is fighting with Uncle Wolf. Compared with Sumo's dexterity, Uncle Wolf's broadsword is particularly powerful. Speaking of which, Suimo was first introduced to the martial arts by Uncle Wolf. But now the development direction of the two is different. The broadsword fell along Sumo's side, taking away a strand of hair. But Sumo's knife has stopped at Uncle Wolf's neck. The tip gently touched a rapidly beating artery. A trace of bright red can be seen on the tip of the knife. Swallowing his saliva, Uncle Wolf put down the knife. I lost. As a power-type ability user, Uncle Wolf is still one of the strongest fighters in the camp. But he is still not good enough in front of Suimo. Boys, do you see clearly? Uncle Wolf, who admitted defeat, turned to look at the group of teams behind him. Most of them were young people, and they were also the ability users and warriors who had just awakened in the camp. You still have a long way to go. But the enemies in the Wasteland will not wait for you to be ready. Be fierce. Let me see your bloodiness. The encouragement from Uncle Wolf was inspiring. Suimo, who was watching this scene with a smile, met Wang Qing's eyes. His sight shifted, as if he saw a farther place through the jungle. Suimo took a deep breath, and his slightly narrowed eyes were full of eager anticipation. Here they come! It's just right for her to see whether the team she trained can stand on its own. Chapter 217. On the ruins of the town, there were beasts wandering one after another. They seemed to be resting. Beasts of various sizes were lying on the buildings, pressing down the buildings that were becoming increasingly fragile under the ravages of wind and rain. With a loud bang, a house collapsed. A huge beast came out of it, shaking its hair, and scathed. In the central area of the town, a beast raised its eyes. Its dark pupils looked at the movement, with a bit of displeasure in them. Its streamlined and elegant body brought a strong pressure, and the beasts around it lowered their heads. If Suimo was here, he would definitely recognize that this was an old acquaintance. The other party was the frost beast that he had encountered in the ruins of number 3 before. At this moment, it led this army of beasts and pointed directly at the rock camp. The sun above was shifting, and at a certain moment, the frost beast stood up. The mighty body shone brightly in the sun. A low roar came out of the throat. In an instant, a group of black shadows flew into the sky, circled for a while, and then began to move in a certain direction. That was the air force among the beasts, and also the reconnaissance force. All the beasts stood up in this roar. They lined up, followed behind the frost beasts, and continued to move forward. The A-type beasts were extremely fast, but they did not dare to cross the position of the frost beasts. Fortunately, the frost beasts were not slow, gradually speeding up, and then running wildly on this wasteland. The whole team penetrated the town. The fierce airflow drove the ruins to collapse one after another. Smoke and dust rose in the town, and this smoke and dust continued to spread on the wasteland. Here it comes! It was near dusk, and the setting sun was like blood. The light in the forest in late autumn had already dimmed. On the sentry tower that had just been built, someone was holding a telescope and speaking this sentence into the communicator. Not far away, smoke and dust were rolling, and in the blurred vision, the beasts could be seen shuttling inside. Caw! A bird suddenly cried overhead. The man on guard looked up and saw a blue bird swooping down. Behind it, there were many of its kind. A 207, whose body size was relatively small among the beasts, was among the best in flying speed. They were good at finding prey in the jungle. Under the eagle-like eyes, the prey would have nowhere to hide. At this moment, the bean-sized eyes stared at the man on guard. The sharp beak was slightly raised, with a chill. The sharp claws under the body opened and grabbed the eyes of the man on guard. Shoot! The guard stood at a distance very calmly. He even let the A207 pounce on him. His eyes were still looking at the beast troops that were late in the distance, and he ignored the A207 above his head. At this time, an arrow pierced the darkness behind him and went straight to the A207. The light arrow, with the support of the arm strength, came like a ghost in an instant. Swish, the chest was pierced. The feather fell down. The direction of the A207's flight suddenly shifted. The whole body was out of control and hit the sentry tower directly. Then it fell to the ground. The sharp eyes gradually dimmed. When death came, what it saw was its own people, who gradually fell to the ground under the rain of arrows chasing them. Snap, snap! This is the sound of A207's body hitting the nearby tree trunks, the ground, and even the human body. The arrows fell like rain, with an unstoppable momentum. If you look closely, you can find that the arrows are coated with a dark substance. That is toxin. As long as the body of those beasts is scratched, the toxin will quickly erode the whole body. For the huge B-type beasts, the toxin is not very effective. But for these A207s, the toxin is still a powerful weapon. A 207 is still falling. In the forest, a group of people squatted on tall tree trunks and shot with bows. They also had knives on their waists. The blades, which had been sharpened long ago, flashed with a cold light. There was a sense of silence towards those beasts on their faces. Very calm. Facing the beasts, no one retreated. With bright eyes, they quickly captured their targets in the air and shot them down. The first team has completed their mission. The leading man spoke softly, his tone full of joy. They are the vanguard of the rock camp's combat power. They are just ordinary warriors, without many special abilities. But their presence is still very strong. Specially trained archery prevents those A207s from breaking through the air defense. They did not even blink as the blood dripped from their heads. 10 seconds. The guard spoke again. At this moment, there was no need for a telescope, and the monsters hidden in the smoke could be clearly seen. The ferocious appearance tore through the air and rushed straight towards them. He was counting down in his mouth. 5, 4. The clear voice reached everyone's ears. At the moment when the countdown was about to reach 0, he jumped off the sentry tower. The next second, an ice arrow directly nailed the place where he just stood. It was the frost beast that took action. The frost beast, which had already realized that it had fallen into a human trap, now had a faint blue in its eyes, which was burning anger. It raised its head, and its high roar resounded throughout the edge of the jungle. And in the depths of the jungle, a beast roar also sounded. Meow Meow, who turned into a tiger-sized one, stood on the top of the tree and opened his voice. He stared at the frost beast in the front, with a rising fighting spirit in his eyes. They deserved to die. Go. Beside Meow Meow, Suemo stroked Meow Meow's head and said this. She also wanted to see how much Meow Meow had grown up to now. After all, she had given Meow Meow a lot of special treatment. After rubbing Sumo's palm, Meow Meow jumped down and rushed towards the frost beast. But faster than him was a bullet. At the commanding height, Wu Zixu had already opened fire first. The bullet flew across countless distances and hit a beast. Blood splattered on the opponent's body. The gunpowder in the bullet exploded in an instant, knocking the beast's body crooked and falling to the ground. In a second, when the frost beast looked sideways, Meow Meow rushed out of the jungle and jumped to the front line of the battlefield. Behind Meow Meow followed the second team. The leader was Uncle Wolf. As the master of this team, Uncle Wolf never retreated. Kill! Uncle Wolf shouted, his eyes wide open and his voice loud. Remember, this is your first battle, perform well, the leader is watching you. Show your skills, tear these beasts apart. Then survive. There was no impassioned speech. The knife in Uncle Wolf's hand, carrying a powerful force, chopped down heavily. The beast was dismembered in his hand. And behind him, everyone in the team looked fanatical. Kill! All for the camp. Chapter 218. The sound of killing was everywhere, but Suemo did not join the battle for the time being. In war, death is inevitable. Although Sumo's special food can ensure the survival of most people. But if the head is crushed, even Suemo can't save the situation. Blood bloomed in front. Under the broadsword, corpses were everywhere. The claws of the beasts were so sharp that they could easily tear apart human bodies. Facing some large beasts, humans are naturally at a disadvantage. Until the ice spikes fell from the air. The hard ice spikes pierced the bodies of those beasts. Easily tore through the defense line. The people in the camp went straight in. Lu Xingwan, standing on a high place, was shaking his fingers slightly. Ding Qi and others were already on the battlefield. Feeling Sumo's gaze, Lu Xingwan touched his nose. Just think of it as his own food expenses. It was sunset. The fight did not end in a short time. Until the world gradually fell into darkness, the shouts and screams continued. However, as time went on, both Suemo and the beasts seemed to be unable to cope. At this moment, they were not facing the entire army of beasts. It was just one of the teams. The pressure was not as great as that day in front of base number 8. It was Uncle Wolf, who was fighting with the frost beast. Uncle Wolf, who was very big, had a fierce expression when facing the beast that was twice as tall as himself. Uncle Wolf held back the leader of the beast. But the remaining beasts also caused a lot of trouble. The casualties were increasing. When the last ray of light in the sky disappeared, Suemo took action. Holding a boning knife, he blocked the bite that was aimed at Uncle Wolf's head. The knife shifted slightly, and cut the tongue directly along the open mouth. The frost beast took a step back in pain. It looked at Suemo and swung its tail uneasily. Perhaps it knew that this was a strong enemy. The next moment, a black shadow appeared above its head. It was Meow Meow. The Meow Meow rushed over and shouted at Suemo, then rushed directly to the frost beast. The ferocious face was cold and ruthless, making it difficult for people to approach. A pair of animal eyes glowed with cold light. Meow Meow wanted to deal with the beast himself. Seeing this, Suemo smiled, turned around, and tore open the throat of a beast with a knife. With Sumo's joining, morale was greatly boosted. The others also let go completely. The short knife seemed a little weak in the face of those huge beasts. But this short knife, in Sumo's hand, was like the sickle of death, easily harvesting lives. A strong wind came from behind, and the moment Suemo turned around, an ice spike pierced the neck of the beast. And Sumo's knife also pierced the beast's head. The large-scale attack made it impossible for the beast to break through. Suemo, holding the knife in front, forced the beast to retreat step by step. The situation began to turn around. The rock camp gradually suppressed the beasts. And the frost beast did not gain the upper hand in the battle with Meow Meow. Frost was all around it. The cold mist seemed to be enough to freeze people. But Meow Meow easily penetrated the ice mist, and the moment he crushed the ice layer under his feet, he bit the throat of the frost beast. Roar! A painful roar sounded. The frost beast shook its body vigorously, trying to throw Meow Meow off. But Meow Meow, who was biting the opponent's throat, raised his claws directly and scratched one of the opponent's eyes. The roar became louder and louder. Blood was spraying. As a large amount of blood was sprayed, the ice mist gradually turned red. Layers of ice mist covered Meow Meow, and then condensed into ice in an instant. The ability similar to Lu Xinglan trapped Meow Meow at this moment. The ice sculpture-like body was finally knocked away by the frost beast. Seeing that Meow Meow had lost his movement, the beast, whose eyes turned ice blue, endured the pain in his throat and raised his claws. The broad claws slapped Meow Meow. When it was about to arrive, cracks appeared in the ice layer covering Meow Meow. Crack, crack. It spread quickly. In the blink of an eye, the ice layer exploded directly, and the blood-stained ice fragments floated between the two beasts, which was very beautiful. In this bloody scene, Meow Meow bared his fangs. His body muscles bulged again, and his figure seemed to become a little bigger. He jumped up, jumping higher than the frost beast. While landing on the opponent, his two claws pierced deeply into the back of the frost beast. The scales on the frost beast that were difficult for others to break through cracked directly at this moment. Blood spurted out. Meow Meow lowered his head fiercely, and bit the opponent's neck again. The limbs were fixed with force, and the head was pulled. He tore a piece of flesh and blood from the neck of the frost beast. The blood wet Meow Meow's snow-white fur. The blood-stained Meow Meow completely revealed his brutal side. The moment he landed on the ground, he quickly stabilized his body and rushed again. The ice layer that resisted did not last for a second under Meow Meow's claws. The moment the frost beast fell, Meow Meow's claws pierced into the opponent's heart. The claws pulled out forcefully. A beating heart was grabbed by Meow Meow, and then fell into his mouth. The scarlet tongue swept the blood at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Meow Meow was like a king. Boom! The ice mist was dissipating, and the huge body collapsed. A wounded beast beside him was smashed to death by the body of the frost beast. In the midst of heavy panting, Meow Meow suddenly raised his head and roared. Roar! Like a sound wave, it swept across the entire battlefield. At this moment, those beasts that were still fighting seemed to have heard some instructions, and subconsciously stopped their actions. It was also at this moment that the people in the camp seized the opportunity. The tornado carried flames and ignited the herd of beasts. The evaporating water vapor with high temperature directly cooked the beasts. The collapsed ground was like quicksand, sucking the beasts in, and finally spitting out only corpses. The floating sharp metal objects also shot out at this moment. Along with the ice spikes, many beasts were pierced into sieves. At this moment, the battle was decided. Almost 90% of the beasts gave up resistance for a short time because of Meow Meow's roar. And the remaining 10% were also torn apart in the next few tens of seconds. The wind was full of blood. Suemo stood in the pile of corpses, and her cheeks, which should have been smiling, froze in the next moment. Meow Meow! She shouted, and the knife in her hand was thrown directly by her. At this moment, Meow Meow, who was a little exhausted, looked at the boning knife flying towards him, with a little confusion in his pupils. Ding! The sound of impact sounded beside Meow Meow. A figure suddenly appeared in the place that should have been empty. The other party raised his arm, and held the boning knife with a dagger. The moment the boning knife fell, it returned to Sumo's hand again. At the same time, Lu Xinglan's whole body shook, and his hand seemed to pierce the void, pinching an arm that stabbed Uncle Wolf. In the swaying shadows of the trees, some people who did not belong here appeared at some point. Those people gradually appeared in the dark with weapons. The expressionless faces were just numb and cold. Like killing machines, they now found the target of the mission. The real enemy is coming. Chapter 219. One wave has not yet subsided, another wave has risen. Just after the beasts were dealt with, a group of humans appeared. Looking at the murderous faces of those enemies, it is obvious that they are not here for friendly exchanges. The other party even took advantage of the fact that the rock camp had just relaxed its vigilance and attacked directly. After failing to succeed, all the enemies hiding in the dark came out. They were dressed in the same clothes, like well-trained puppets. Kill! The suppressed shouts floated out from behind the enemy. After appearing, those people began to attack the people in the rock camp. At this time, Meow Meow had already reacted and bit off the head of the human who was about to attack him. Lu Xinglan also crushed the sneaking enemy to death. The sudden attack did not seem to make Suemo panic. It is better to say that she was waiting for these people to come. She was sold out by humans. This is what Lucisi said before, and Suemo deeply believed it. These beasts came specifically for her. And there were human hands and feet on the back. Suemo didn't think those people were just there to watch the show. The real purpose was to wait for the opportunity. Suemo took a step forward at a very fast speed. In a flash, he arrived beside Meow Meow, but the knife in his hand stabbed into the ground. The whole knife was completely submerged in the soil, leaving only the handle. The ground centered on the boning knife was gradually wet, which was stained with blood. Suemo grabbed the soil with his palm and pulled out a corpse directly. The other party's head was pierced by Suemo, and he died with his eyes open. It was an earth-related ability. He had been lying in ambush underground for a long time, waiting for the opportunity to attack, but was discovered by Suemo. While Suemo was dealing with this person, her scalp suddenly felt numb. Suemo, supporting herself with one hand, jumped up. In the air, her knife fell. Clang! The short knife collided with a metal spear. The spear was golden in color, and the spear shaft was straight and smooth. The front end was triangular and had a blood groove. Once it hit, it would penetrate. This long hair came from a high place. In the dark night, a human stood on the treetop not far away. The distance was a bit far, and the face could not be seen clearly. Only countless metal particles could be seen floating around the other person. Another spear condensed in his hand. Raise your hand and throw. But in an instant, the spear was aimed at Suemo again. The feeling of being locked made Suemo know that she could not escape just by dodging. A kick on the spear made Suemo's calf numb. But because of this, the direction of the spear shifted. The spear pierced the tree trunk beside Suemo. When the wood chips exploded, the flying spear paused in the air for a moment, and then flew back to Suemo again. The spear with a locking function will keep tracking its prey as long as it remains intact. A fight to the death? Suemo's eyes flashed coldly. She stared directly at the spear with undiminished kinetic energy. When the opponent broke through the space and pointed directly at her head, she suddenly turned sideways. She stepped on the ground with her right foot and raised her left arm. She grabbed the spear in the air directly. Time slowed down at this moment. Suemo felt the burning pain in his palm. This spear, although it looks like metal, is actually aimed at the human spirit. Once hit, the mental power will be greatly reduced. The spear is made of metal, but the spiritual power is hidden in it, like the gunpowder in a bullet, ready to explode at any time. A person with dual abilities. When Suemo realized this, his arm was carried forward by the spear. Suemo, who exerted his strength in his lower body, grabbed the spear tightly. Then his spiritual power poured out. The surging power instantly covered the spear, directly erasing the spiritual power trap left by the opponent. Then, she aimed at the man and threw the spear out. The spear left a white mark in the dark at a very fast speed and arrived in front of the man. Heh! There seemed to be a sneer in the night. The man saw that Suemo wanted to use his ability to deal with him, and his face was arrogant. His spiritual power was like a thorn in the flesh, and once it was infected, it would be impossible to escape. She even took the initiative to touch her spear. It was simply seeking death. The man, with a smile on his face, grabbed the spear with one hand. The relaxed and carefree attitude was full of arrogance. But when his fingers touched the spear, a huge mental power swept out. Like a vortex, it easily sucked him in. As for the mental power that originally belonged to him on the spear, there was not a single bit left. This woman's mental power was stronger than his. With deep doubts, his arm exploded. From the shoulder, it turned into pieces. A shrill cry sounded. The man who stood on the treetop and wanted to show off fell directly to the ground. His body twitched like a bug. What frightened him even more was that the powerful mental power was actually invading his body along the wound. And he couldn't stop it at all. The pain from the depths of the spirit caused the body to spasm. His eyes gradually became dull, and his open mouth was no longer a painful howl, but a silly smile. Stupid? No, to be precise, Suemo's mental power exploded in the opponent's head. At this moment, the opponent's mind was a mess. Alive, but as if dead. This was Suemo's return gift, and when Suemo dealt with this person, the faint pressure hanging over everyone's head disappeared. Without Suemo saying anything, the camp went to fight again. Energy value plus 10. The system's broadcast sounded from time to time. This is the camp's people using Suemo's special food. In terms of combat power, some camp residents, who have just become ability users, may not be as good as these people. But in terms of endurance, haha, with Suemo here, what are they afraid of a protracted war? Seeing that the rhythm has returned to their own hands, Suemo was slightly relieved. Then, her figure disappeared from the spot. Like a ghost, she reappeared surrounded by enemies. But her target was not these minions. She was looking for the person who had just spoken. He was also the boss of these enemies. Her bright eyes were like falling stars under the night sky. A bit of arrogance appeared on Sumo's pretty face. The knife easily cut a person's throat. Blood wet Sumo's cheek. The warm blood was wiped off by her, but it left a charming mark on her cheek. Sumo's eyes suddenly locked in a direction. She smiled. I found you. Sumo, who uttered this sentence, jumped up directly. The obstruction of those around him was no obstacle to Sumo at all. Just one person rushed directly to the rear of the enemy. This is Sumo at full firepower. The knife drew a perfect circle in the palm of his hand. Sumo, holding the knife handle, pulled it horizontally, leaving a deep wound on the opponent's shoulder. It was a middle-aged man. He was wrapped in a black tights. His dark eyes could not see any light under the clear moonlight. Facing Sumo's approach, the man's expression was cautious. But his body turned into a ball of ink and melted into the night. Chapter 220. The forest was filled with faint light. With the naked eye, one could only see a small distance around him. However, in this short distance, the other party completely disappeared. All that was seen was the ordinary night. Invisible? No. In the shock of mental power, the sea of mind opened again. Many light spots disappeared under Sumo's mind, and finally only a bright red light spot remained. The other party was not invisible, but just integrated his body into the surrounding environment. Perhaps it is more appropriate to call it mimicry. And no matter how rich the colors are in the daytime, in the lightless night, all that is left is a vague black mass. It is very suitable for the other party to exert his abilities. But after being locked by Sumo's mental power, the sea of mind does not care how you mimic. The light indicates your location. At this moment, the other party is. The knife rotated in his hand. Sumo held the knife in his backhand and stabbed behind him. It was as if he had a pair of eyes on his head. Sumo's knife directly resolved the opponent's attack. The enemy's figure flashed in the dark night and was forced out by Sumo. There was a little shock in his eyes. He seemed to be thinking, how could the opponent find him so easily? He didn't have time to think about it and entered the mimicry again. But this time, Sumo followed him. It was just an ordinary wildflower, which had gradually withered in this late autumn. But Sumo's knife ruthlessly cut it off, cutting off the opponent's last remaining light. At the same time, a stream of blood spurted out. A person staggered and suddenly appeared in front of Sumo. He covered his abdomen, where there was a wound with blood and flesh turned outward, and bleeding continued. How did you find me? The man didn't dare to enter the mimicry again in a hoarse voice. No matter what he imitated, the opponent could find him in the first place. This terrible ability made him know that his advantage was gone in front of the opponent. Faced with the enemy's question, Sumo's answer was just a leg whip. Sumo pressed down sideways, and the power contained in this kick made people dare not resist. Raising his arm to resist, the man took several steps back before he could release the force. Coughing, blood foam came out of the corner of his mouth. Pooh! Seeing Sumo's silence, he showed a ferocious expression on his face. You are indeed problematic. With words with special meaning, the man stretched out his hand in the night. A long sword appeared in his palm. It looked very much like the style of the tang sword that Sumo had seen before. The slender blade was upward, and the tip of the blade was slightly upturned. The arc was extremely smooth, and the blade flashed coldly in the night. The man holding the knife with both hands, his temperament became particularly sharp at this moment. Like a sharp weapon, he looked down upon everything. The opponent was also a close combat master. Sumo noticed this, but kicked the tree trunk with one foot, and then rushed to the opponent. The boning knife and the long knife clashed in the air. The fire from the collision illuminated the surroundings of the two. The two were extremely fast. What ordinary people saw was just the figures that kept colliding in the night. Raising the knife, Sumo caught the opponent's knife and pulled the force to the right. While unloading the force, the back of the knife rubbed against the opponent's blade to quickly adjust the direction, and then chopped at the opponent's wrist. Break the defense with one knife. Blood splattered. The man's arm trembled, but he still held the knife. Looking at the wound on his wrist, the man's eyes were filled with fear. If it was a little deeper, his entire tendon would be cut by Sumo. Turning his wrist, the man holding the knife tightly chopped Sumo's face with a knife. The smell of blood rushed to his face. The broken hair on Sumo's forehead was flying. Sumo, with his eyes still, raised his short knife and easily caught the knife. At the same time, a strong mental force was transmitted directly to the opponent's knife along the boning knife. Crack! This sound was particularly clear in the dark night. A crack appeared on the long knife. The mark was still spreading, like a spider web, quickly wrapping the blade. And Sumo's knife followed again. The man subconsciously blocked with the knife. But the next moment, the whole knife exploded directly. The broken blade was caught by Sumo's left hand, and he cut directly to the opponent's throat. He retreated and raised his head to avoid it, but there was a sharp pain in his abdomen. The corner of the man's eye was twitching. He looked down and saw that the boning knife had pierced his abdomen. At this moment, Sumo pulled out the knife expressionlessly. The blood-stained blade flashed a strange light in the dark night. For Sumo, the enemy in front of him was not a strong enemy, and it was not difficult to deal with it. The body fell to the ground and splashed dust. Death gradually appeared in the man's eyes. He was going to die. Sumo didn't even look back, and cut to the side with a knife, beheading a person who wanted to sneak attack him. At this moment, Sumo was covered in blood, standing among the corpses like a Rakshasa. After the death of the boss, this killing team did not waver. Still continued to perform their tasks. But under the resistance of the people in the rock camp, they finally succeeded in killing everyone. The rich blood gathered here, like a monster roaring, swallowing countless lives. After the dust settled, the logistics troops of the rock camp began to clean up the battlefield. Looking at the bodies of former companions, a sense of sadness spread in the field. But it did not last long. War is always accompanied by death, and death in this wasteland is a kind of tranquility. What will you do next? Lu Xinglan came over and asked Sumo. His eyes were on the body of the boss on the ground, and there was something strange in his eyes. Just coma? Ha! In the cold wind, Sumo smiled. Of course, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Sumo, who also bowed his head, picked up the other party. She was careful when she took action. Although he was seriously injured, he would not die with her around. While the battlefield was still being dealt with outside, in the dark cell in the cave, only a candlestick was flickering with flames. In the dim light, the man on the ground felt a piercing cold and then woke up. Unfamiliar environment, but familiar people. At this moment, he fell to the ground, looking at the woman leaning on the chair beside him, looking at him quietly with her eyes down. What he felt was the gaze of the god of death. He is not dead? Which base is behind you? Seeing that the other party had woken up, Sumo asked his own questions. The mastermind who sold him out this time was in those bases. After all, only those people knew that they had the crazy blood flower. And the crazy blood flower is one of the indispensable materials in those studies. If this is told to the fierce beast, then it is natural for the other party to send troops to the rock camp. And these people have a bigger plan. However, it is still a little short. Guess? Facing Sumo's calm questioning, the man sneered. So what if he became a captive? He would never betray his master. Is that so? Sumo responded softly, looking at the other party, but her eyes were full of pity. She stretched out her right index finger and slowly pointed at the other party's eyebrows. Chapter 221. It was just an ordinary finger. Slender, with a thin layer of callus. In this late autumn, when it was close to the forehead skin, it even conveyed a slight heat. But the man couldn't help but tremble when facing Sumo's finger. His pupils dilated, and his facial expression lost control. It was as if he saw something terrible. In fact, he should be afraid. Invisible mental power gathered on this finger. As Sumo tapped the other's eyebrows, the ripple spread from the other's eyebrows, from the outside to the inside, and the man's face turned pale instantly. In an instant, the sky and the earth turned. The world was still bright, but all he saw was darkness. Even Sumo in front of him turned into countless twisted and elongated ones in front of him. The gentle smile on the woman's face turned into the devil's temptation at this moment. The devil stretched out his claws and led him to hell. Ugh! The man realized that his restraints had been removed when he heard the sound of vomiting. But at this moment, he had no intention of running away. He just lay on the ground, vomiting violently like a dog. And all this was because Sumo took a finger. He turned his mental power into tiny bullets and shot them directly into the other person's brain. Although it would not destroy the entire brain, the turbulence would cause the prisoner to lose his normal perception ability. All 5 senses were disordered. If he hit him a few more times, the other person's head would be messed up into a mess, and he would become a fool. Ugh! Still vomiting, in the end it was just bitter water. His head was still dizzy. But he could barely hear again, so he heard Sumo's words. Who is behind you? It was still the same question. The man looked up and wanted to sneer, but he saw a white finger touching his forehead again. She didn't even wait for the man to answer. She just flicked it lightly. This time, the man couldn't hold on. In his perception, the world was upside down. His limbs were weak, and he fell to the ground without holding on. There was a foul smell at the tip of his nose, which was the pile of stuff he had just vomited. At this moment, he was like a bug, being ravaged by the other party at will. It's better to die than to be tortured. When this thought came to mind, he heard a chuckle. The next second, his mouth was pinched open, and something was stuffed in and forced him to swallow it. A strong vitality bloomed in his body, and the injuries on his body recovered in an instant. Healing ability. She won't let herself die before getting the answer. After figuring this out, he lay on the ground and panted violently. After a while, the feeling of weightlessness disappeared, and his body was under his control again. So he looked up and smiled humbly. I say. So, he saw the woman's satisfied smile. It's Chung Chung Wu. When this answer was spit out, he seemed to be relieved, and the whole person sat limp on the ground and panted heavily. Sweat soaked his clothes, and it was particularly cold in this autumn. Chung Kin, huh? Suemo raised his eyebrows strangely when he heard this answer. You know, the two sides just cooperated before, and now the other party is stabbing you. Yes. Chung Chung said that she wants to use the beast to take this place for herself. She also told us to come out when you and the beast are both injured. The speech was fast. The man looked at Suemo with fear in his eyes. Driven by this emotion, he did not dare to hide anything from Suemo. Really? Suemo asked back. She squatted down and took out a letter. Then tell me why Chung Chung sent someone to send a letter to warn me. Yesterday evening, the messenger from base number 5 handed the letter to her people. The words on it were very simple. Chung Tianhe learned that someone wanted to attack the rock camp and asked Suemo to be careful. A reminder from a former ally. Will the ally become an enemy now? No. Facing this letter, the man's eyes trembled. Obviously, what he just said was a lie. Won't you tell me? Suemo reached out again, but saw the other party holding up his body and retreating violently. That look of fear was indeed not an illusion. I tell you. Seeing that he couldn't fake the others, the man gritted his teeth and spoke. It's by. As soon as the two words came out, the man's body suddenly twitched. His eyes rolled back, and blood foam flowed from the corners of his mouth. His body functions were declining rapidly. When Suemo opened the other party's mouth to save him, he found that he had died. When he put his fingers on the pulse, he could no longer feel the beating. After Suemo checked, he found that the cause of death came from the head. Did she just hit too hard? Suemo rejected this possibility. She knew the extent of her attack. Staring at the head, Suemo took out the boning knife. If you have a question, go find the answer. Suemo cut open the head that had just stopped functioning, and the boning knife looked through the red and white things. Finally, something was picked out from it. It was a chip. It was only the size of a fingernail. It was hidden deep in the other person's head. Suemo carefully examined it, and found that the brain tissue where the chip was located had already shown a charred state. There was still a scorching temperature on the chip. It was as if a strong current had just burned the other person's brain. Is this a safety measure taken by the person behind the scenes? Suemo thought. It was a bit of a pity. It was just a little bit away, and we could know who it was. Suemo stood up and walked out. Sister Su. Outside the dark prison, it was Xiao Doubting who was waiting for Suemo. Suemo, who always felt that Doubting had grown a lot taller, waved to him. The two walked slowly. Doubting told Sumo about his homework in recent days and his dreams. This is a regular exchange between the two. The ability to predict dreams is very valuable to the entire camp. This time, Xiao Doubting also had the effect of early warning. Sister Su, I saw some people. Some very strange people. Their faces were numb, like puppets, and everyone made the same movements. Sister Su, do you think they are alive? Doubting looked up and asked. He fell asleep with doubts about this matter. The answer he got was a bit strange. Puppet? Suemo raised his eyebrows and read, but there was no clue in his mind. Whether it is a living person or a dead person. Suemo looked at the chip in his palm. His eyes were straightforward and firm. If you dare to come, just kill it. She is no longer the Suemo who just came to this wasteland. The domineering words made Doubting smile. I believe Sister Su. Base number 3, in the city lord's mansion. Bai Lu was leaning in the arms of a man at this time. Her clean face was now covered with a charming smile. Her body was soft and boneless, fitting closely with the man. Feeling the man's unscrupulous fingers, Bai Luo's eyes were somewhat disappointed. Failed. Chapter 222. A few days after the attack subsided, Suemo received news from the outside world. Like the rock camp, there are many places attacked by ferocious beasts. Most of them are just a group of ferocious beasts, although those ferocious beasts have been repelled. But this incident is like announcing to humans the determination of those ferocious beasts. And everything now is a test by those ferocious beasts. Whether they will eventually fall to the level of base number 8 is unknown. As for Professor Shui, it is said that several bases have self-examined, but still have not found any trace of the other party. Like an unknown virus, hidden in the shadows, it may erupt at any time and drag the entire city into hell. However, because Professor Shui's incident has attracted widespread attention, the incident of that year has gradually become clear among ordinary people. Coupled with Sumo's instigation, those ambitious people have nowhere to hide. They all said that the beasts' attacks on humans were a retaliation for the incident that year. Failed to control the beasts, but were retaliated by them. No one can tell whether it was karma or deserved. The meeting room of the rock camp was brightly lit. Suemo sat in the first seat, listening to the discussion below about the impact of this incident. She asked Dai Yufeng to exaggerate the experience of the rock camp. In the past few days, many bases have come to show goodwill. Although the implication is, I sympathize with your experience, if you need anything, just speak up, but those people are definitely not my people. One or two, they are very tacit. But Suemo didn't care. She had some guesses about the candidates behind the scenes. Originally thought the matter was simple, but the chip gave Suemo some other ideas. And now the most important thing is to strengthen the combat effectiveness of the camp. In this way, a large number of people need to be absorbed into the camp. It is okay to deal with a team of ferocious beasts. But if it encounters the situation of base number 8, then the rock camp will be annihilated. They need manpower. Bend your fingers and tap on the table. The crisp sound attracts everyone's attention. Looking at the puzzled eyes of those people, Suemo spoke. I'm going to lead the team out. Well, why? Wang Qing asked subconsciously, a little puzzled. Now there is almost nothing in the camp that needs Suemo to lead the team personally. Otherwise, wouldn't it make them seem incompetent? Suemo calmly told everyone her thoughts. This is her decision after thinking about it. She will have a better chance of leading the team herself. That is, recruit wanderers and strengthen the strength of our camp, right? Wang Qing understood, and everyone nodded. That's how it was settled. But before leaving, Suemo was going to make dinner for everyone. Today is the birthday festival. It comes from the day when the major bases in the Wasteland were successfully established. In the Wasteland, this is a major festival. The kitchen is bustling with activity. A group of people who haven't eaten the food made by Suemo for a long time. They squatted at the door of the kitchen, stretched their necks and watched, swallowing their saliva. With Antli and Xiao Xingho helping, Suemo was much more convenient. He had just collected so many corpses of ferocious beasts a few days ago. A few beasts that Suemo had killed were picked out for processing. Today was a full meat feast. On the back of the clean pork chops, a few lines were cut with a knife for seasoning. Put the sugar, starch in a bowl, and spread the pork chops evenly with the sauce. Chop the sole garlic and put it in the sauce. The pork chops, which should have been refrigerated, were thrown outside for half an hour. When the hot oil rolled in the pot, the dripping water droplets fried out oil stars. It fell on Sumo's arm, but there was no trace left. Now her body's defense is not afraid of this little hot oil at all. Stir-fry the scallions and ginger, and put the pork chops into the pot and start frying. It gradually changed from dark red to golden yellow. A pot of fragrant pork chops came out of the pot. The meat with fat and meat was stimulated by the hot oil, assisted by scallions, ginger and garlic, and the aroma burst out, making the outside sound one after another. Even Meow Meow, who was supposed to be wild in the jungle, squatted on the side and occupied a position alone. Dish name: garlic-flavored pork ribs, S-level. Introduction: the ribs of the beast are longer than humans. If you want to bite me, your teeth must be hard enough. Effect of consumption: enhance the physique of the eater. Evaluation by diners: is that called garlic flavor? That's called the taste of the soul. The main dish was out of the pot, but Sumo's actions did not stop. The tender loin of the beast was cut into thin strips by her, marinated with seasonings and added some strong liquor. The aroma of wine mixed with the aroma of sauce greatly increased people's appetite. After marinating, white smoke was seen coming out of the oil pan. The oil temperature was high enough. The moment the shredded meat was put into the pot, the chopsticks were quickly stirred to make it spread. In just a few seconds, the shredded meat changed color and was out of the pot. There was still some oil in the pot. Suemo sautéed the onion and garlic, then added the sweet noodle sauce she prepared and some sauce, stirring all the time. When the big bubbles appeared, the sauce was almost dried up. A large pot of shredded pork was then poured into the pot and stir-fried. When it was out of the pot, some white sesame seeds were added. The sauce color and white color blended together. Finally, it was wrapped in a small dough and stuffed into the mouth. After just a few chews, the tender shredded pork was swallowed into the stomach. In order to taste it again, the speed of waving chopsticks in everyone's hands increased a lot. Dish name: Braised Pork Shredded Pancake, S-Level. Introduction: the pork shreds are very tender, the pancakes are very chewy, and the rice and other things will be discussed later. Effect of consumption: enhances the physique of the eater. Evaluation from diners: tender, smooth, and sweet in the stomach. Energy value increased by 200. Energy value increased by 10. Level 6. 5460/10,000. A bunch of reminders popped up. While toasting, Suemo held the wine glass, and her face seemed to be a little drunk. She looked at the latest reminder. Congratulations to the host for unlocking 5 delicacies again, and getting a lottery. Do you want to use it? Before, I was busy with the camp's affairs, and I had less time to study recipes in the Wasteland. Lottery, Suemo said in his heart. It was as if a huge roulette appeared in front of him. The long pointer rotated at a speed that Suemo could not catch. As her thought fell, the pointer stopped. The designated area gradually enlarged in front of Suemo's eyes. There was a gleam in his pupils. Suemo stared at the line of words and smiled. It's a good ability. Group blessing. The host can bless the designated people, and the blessed people will gain a buff, which lasts for 1 hour. The buff effect is: the ability of the blessed people is enhanced by 20% during the blessing period. There is no limit to the number of people blessed. The more people who get the blessing, the stronger the effect. When the number of people blessed exceeds 50,000, the buff effect is increased to 30%. Chapter 223. Looking at the last introduction, Suemo felt that this was an extremely powerful group enhancement ability. Imagine. The people in the camp followed her to fight, and under the influence of the blessing, everyone's ability increased by 20% or even 30%. Don't underestimate this 20%. This also means that the opponent with equal ability has become an existence that crushes you. Even. It can directly influence the outcome of the war. This is a skill born for war. It is also an ability that is very suitable for the situation in the camp at this moment. Well done, system. Suemo couldn't help but praise. All thanks to the host's efforts. The system was modest for a while, and just by listening to the voice, you can tell that it is very proud. The stars are shining, and the crowd is revelry. This feast didn't end until the night when the dew was heavy, and everyone was reluctant to leave. Some drunks drank too much and still pulled Suemo and shouted, "No, you cook a few more side dishes for me tomorrow, you hear me?" Listening to the boss-like tone, I wonder if he will be anxious when he wakes up tomorrow. Okay. Suemo responded, smiling and watching the other party twisting his body into the cave. That night, Doubting Stream was warm and golden. The next morning, the team had already assembled. Suemo didn't bring many people. Including her, there were only 7 people in total. Shurqing plus Dai Yufeng, and the rest were people with special abilities, who performed very well in the previous battlefield. For these people, having the opportunity to go out with Suemo to perform tasks is the best reward. Look, 1 or 2 of them were so excited that they wanted to set off now. After a brief farewell, Suemo and his men got into the car. For easy access, the camp had already opened a driveway leading to the outskirts of the basin. The soil was wet by the frost, and the vehicle was very stable. The modified vehicle had a large space. 3 rows of seats, enough to carry everyone. When the vehicle returned to the wasteland, facing the withering and desolateness in late autumn, Shurqing's eyes were a little dazed. The time we spent together in the old camp seemed like yesterday. But when he opened his eyes again, everything had changed. "Leader, where are we going?" The driver was a person with special abilities, named Wuxian, one of Suemo's fanatical followers. Spreading the map on his knees, Suemo pointed out the route planned yesterday. "Let's go around this road." She remembered that there were many camps on the chosen road. The wasteland is not safe now. It is not certain whether those camps are still in the old place. But it doesn't hurt to go. After all, this time we came out just to look around. Okay, sit tight. Wuxian's driving skills are good, and the speeding car doesn't feel much bumpy. Looking around, there is no one on the withered wasteland, nor those terrible beasts. Except for the sound made by their car, it is terribly quiet. The wind blowing from the window is very cold. With her cheeks cold, Suemo rolled up the window. She squinted her eyes, and was very relaxed. In the shabby town, a group of people are walking. There are only a few cars, so most people are walking, and the team is very long. These people are pale and thin, with protruding eyes wide open, looking around vigilantly. Even among their companions, they were still terrified. The leading vehicle was moving at a snail's pace in order to keep up with everyone. The driver was a little dissatisfied. "Chief, are you going to keep going with these old, weak, sick, and disabled people? When will this end?" The complaints were the true feelings of many people. For the group behind them, they slowed down. It was almost impossible to find a new camp. And in the current situation, who knows what will happen in front? Those beasts and predators, taking advantage of such a good opportunity, have become jackals, tigers, and leopards, and will jump out at any time. At that time, those people will not only be unable to fight, but will also become a burden. This is simply a business that is sure to lose money. However, they can't help but listen to the leader's words. We can't just give up on them. The leader is a woman with a pair of sharp eyes under her neat short hair. She glanced at the driver, her tone warning. If one day you become like them, do you hope someone can protect you, or just throw you into this cannibalistic wasteland? Or, are there your brothers, sisters, relatives, and friends there? Don't forget, you are alone, but many people's relatives are in that team. Are you asking me to give up my men too? The woman's question made the driver look away in embarrassment. I'm just saying it. The whisper still showed her dissatisfaction. The woman sighed. She knew this was not a long-term solution. Many people in the team have already expressed their opinions. After all, they have all been with her for a long time. In addition to the leader and the fighting force under him, the remaining ordinary residents are also very important to the composition of a camp. Now the camp is destroyed. They were forced to flee to the wild. So they threw those ordinary people away as garbage. One day, they will also become garbage in this wasteland. Rubbing her eyebrows, the woman felt a little uneasy. It was too quiet along the way. But she knew that what the wasteland lacks most nowadays is quietness. Notify everyone to rest on the spot for 10 minutes, and then everyone speed up and leave the town as soon as possible. The woman shouted into the communicator. Soon the whole team stopped on the spot. Many of the people following behind sat on the ground with rapid breathing. It can be seen that they are very tired. Especially some elderly people and children. Their bodies were not as strong as those of young people. In this hasty relocation, they have been able to hold on until now without a single complaint, which is a good job. While everyone was resting, the woman also arranged for people to do security work nearby. The town was in ruins, with almost no place to stay. There were also many areas where the ground collapsed. Fortunately, this place was used as a shortcut by many base teams in the past. The whole town was swept away. It was shabby, but relatively safer than the wilderness. The woman thought, leaning against the wall and drinking water. She looked at the sky with a dazed look. Maybe she made the wrong choice at that time. If she could do it again. Bang! A sudden gunshot broke the woman's thinking. What happened? Who fired the gun? The woman looked at the source of the sound, and saw one of her men holding a gun with horror on his face. The shot just now was an accidental discharge. However, when the woman walked to where the man was standing and saw the situation ahead, she knew that this sound would become the sound of their death. Go, go! All ordinary residents, disperse and leave here immediately. All people with special abilities follow me. No one is allowed to retreat. When the appearance of the beasts came into view, the woman's voice became low. Open fire directly. Chapter 224. The bloody beasts exuded their ferocity. They rushed towards the location of the crowd. As they got closer, they could see that the skin on the back of the beast in the lead was covered with bloody whip marks. That was not caused by the battle, but more like a kind of punishment. Looking at the necks of the beasts, they were all surrounded by a metal collar. The special collars can easily transmit mental power. Once the collars are activated, the beasts will feel pain like being electrocuted. These beasts are domesticated. And outside this base, the only ones who can do such a thing are the predators. From all directions, there was the sound of falling gravel. The woman looked up and saw several people standing on the roof of a small bungalow not far away. Under the wild dress, the eyes were like those of wild beasts, emitting a bloodthirsty light. They were predators. They were surrounded by the predators. Go. Can't go anymore. There is no way to retreat. The running crowd was eventually forced to return to the original place again. The few warriors and ability users protected everyone in the center. Just looking at the difference in numbers, and the beasts that could obviously attack them, but were suddenly ordered to stop. No one was sure. Chief Tong, we have been waiting for you for a long time. The man on the bungalow spoke. He snapped his fingers. Predators appeared on the floors in other directions. Some people licked their lips with their tongues, wishing they could rush down and kill them right now. What do you want to do? Tong Baiqiao asked the man. She knew him. Or rather, she had met him before. As a small leader among the plunderers, he led his team to burn, kill, rob and revel in the Wasteland. About 2 months ago, when she led the team to perform a mission outside, she met him. But at that time, her team was stronger than it is now. With just a little trick, she repelled the other party. But the other party held a grudge against her. Since then, the people in her camp would always be troubled by these plunderers when they went out. Death was a common thing. But Tong Baiqiao really didn't expect that at this time. The other party actually calculated her retreat route. What to do? The man named Zhang Han stepped forward and stepped on the edge of the square. He supported his arms on his knees, bent slightly, and looked at the group of people around Tong Baiqiao with a greedy face. It's winter, Chief Tong. You know we have big appetites. And we like fresh food. Those beasts are hard to keep, look. He pointed at the beasts that were confronting Tong Baiqiao, but never moved. They always disobey, but they will be beaten if they don't obey. So, we want to find some obedient reserve food to take back. I think you are good. Touching his chin, Zhang Han threw a stone in his hand. It just hit the head of a person next to Tong Baiqiao. No ability was used, it hurt a little, but there was no wound. And the person who was hit was also an ability user. He looked humiliated, his face flushed, and his fists clenched tightly. If he hadn't been held down by someone, he would have probably started fighting. Of course, I'm not that cruel. How about if you hand over these old, weak, sick, and disabled people, I let you go. After all, these are of no use to you. But they are useful to us. The old ones are used to grind teeth, and the young ones are delicious when steamed. No, my saliva is about to fall. Zhang Han wiped the non-existent saliva from the corner of his mouth in a serious manner. His expression was extremely cold and perverted. His greedy eyes swept over a large group of people, and his arms were slightly raised, as if he was ready to give orders. But he was still waiting for Tong Baiqiao's answer. Leader, give up on them. I don't want to die yet. Beside Tong Baiqiao, she was crying. It was a middle-aged woman who had followed Tong Baiqiao for a long time. She was also a warrior, and she was of good quality on weekdays. But now she had a sad face, holding Tong Baiqiao's arm and begging. She had just escaped death, and had finally come here. How could she be willing to end it like this? Shut up. Tong Baiqiao shook off the other person's arm. Do you really think these beasts are so kind? The consequence of what they did is that we will also be used as reserve food. You idiot! Tong Baiqiao cursed. She gave orders faster than Zhang Han. Start fighting. At the command, the ground was arched up and several plants came out. The blood-red vines were covered with barbs, which directly tied up the beasts. Under Tong Baiqiao's command, the barbs penetrated into the beast's skin and sucked blood crazily. The color of the vines became darker and darker. Zhang Han, who was a beat slower in reaction, looked at the beast that was directly disabled, and his face sank. His smile disappeared. His arm fell, without saying a word. Countless liquids were thrown down from the top of his head. At first, everyone thought it was just a display of water ability. But soon, they smelled the unusual smell in the liquids. Gasoline. What do they want to do? Some people were splashed all over, and their bodies began to tremble. Many people had a bad premonition. The cold wind whistled past. The flames that fell from the sky directly ignited the gasoline. Some people who were closer to the fire point caught fire instantly, and became human-shaped fire sources. The burning sound was crackling. You could also hear the screams of those people. Some people fell to the ground and tried to put out the fire. But the ground was full of gasoline. The burning would only be more intense. The flames would not distinguish between men, women, young and old. As long as you were touched, it will burn violently. Quick, put out the fire. After Tong Baiqiao strangled the beast, she summoned new plants again. The plants grew up like towering trees. Above the sturdy trunks were huge leaves. It blocked out the falling gasoline and flames. But fire overcomes wood, the tree can't last long. Tong Baiqiao knew this. Follow me to break through. If they just defended, they would fall into the opponent's trap. The opponent used such a despicable method just to torture them. This bunch of rubbish. No matter how furious she was, Tong Baiqiao's orders were still meticulous. Several people with abilities followed her, and rushed in one direction. They gathered their strength to tear open the defense of the predators over there. Several predators fell at their hands. But when they wanted to call everyone to leave from this gap, what they saw when they turned back almost made Tong Baichi's eyes bloodshot. No! A roar sounded. Someone twisted in the flames, despairing, and finally died miserably. At this moment, Zhang Han drew his bow and pointed it in her direction. This ordinary arrow gave Tong Baichiao the feeling that she was about to face hell. Chapter 225. Swish. This is the sound of an arrow breaking through the air. Tong Baichiao's pupils trembled. Leader, be careful. She heard someone shouting around her. She also saw the frightened faces of those people. Thorns appeared in front of Tong Baichiao, forming a plant net, trying to catch the arrow. But Tong Baichiao knew. I can't do it. With her current strength, she can't stop the arrow from piercing her. As for dodging, the strong sense of locking told her that she couldn't escape even if it was the end of the world. What to do? The strong mental fluctuations seemed to have responded. Suddenly, a stream of water emerged in the body. The power that was about to dry up actually fed back at this moment. The feeling of abundance made Tong Baichiao feel that she could do more. So she waved. As the arrow pierced the plant net, she closed her hands. The giant tree rose from the ground. The thick tree trunk blocked Tong Baichi's front, and the roots pulled out of the soil. The roots, as thick as arms, twisted together to form a green python. The python twisted its body, flew from the air, opened its mouth, and swallowed the arrow in one gulp. The explosion sounded inside the python. The whole python was torn apart. But Tong Baichiao was intact. She did it. In addition to being surprised, Tong Baichiao was also a little confused about where the strange power just now came from. Hey, I feel like I can still fight. Me too. I suddenly feel that I have become stronger. Oh my god, look. One of them shouted excitedly. The fireball, which was originally the size of a wash basin, now expanded to the size of a bathtub and burned violently in front of the man. The scorching heat made people's faces dry and painful. He threw the fireball directly and aimed it at the looters. The looters, who were supposed to be waiting for the harvest, were confused by the sudden strong counterattack of the crowd. The woman should not have been able to resist the arrow just now. Why is the other party okay? Why do these people who are about to be besieged to death by them suddenly have the capital to resist? Everything, as if it was God's help, made the dead water in the red sun camp boil. There are masters in the dark. Haha, I didn't expect that President Tom would invite external aid. Did you expect me to come a long time ago? Zhang Han put down the bow, an arrow in his hand. The bow made of fine steel reflected a dazzling light in the sun. This is a manifestation of his ability. The arrow, that should have been fatal, was actually blocked by the opponent. Is Tong Baichiao growing so fast? What? Tong Baichiao, who subconsciously wanted to ask what it meant, immediately responded. Someone is helping her in secret. So what? Bet. She could only bet that the person in the dark was still observing her, and would even lend a hand to her. At least, the vitality bestowed on her has not disappeared. The same is true for the others. At this moment, their power is surging, making their bodies become hot, and they really want to fight those predators directly. In this case, why not ask him to come out and meet? Zhang Han looked around vigilantly. His people were still around. No trace of outsiders could be seen. Who was the other party? So strange. Dream on. Tong Baichiao refused flatly. Looking at Zhang Han's cautious eyes, Tong Baichiao knew that this was their only chance to resist. So the vines broke out of the ground. On the blood-colored vines, a few pure white flowers bloomed, exuding a fragrant scent. Smelling it, a little dizzy, Tong Baichiao, who took the initiative to attack, was like a torch, lighting the entire pile of dry firewood. Kill! Fuck, kill these little beasts. That's right, hack them. The blood boiled. Counterattack was so easy. The encirclement, that should have been foolproof, was directly torn apart under this attack. As the boss, Zhang Han did not dare to draw the bow again. He was afraid that when he was accumulating strength, the person in the dark would attack him. But watching his own people being slaughtered in turn made Zhang Han feel uncomfortable. Especially Tong Baichi's smug expression. It was really dazzling. Wait! Gritting his teeth, Zhang Han gave an order for his men to continue attacking, but he began to retreat. Step by step, he withdrew from Tong Baichi's attack range. Turning around, he jumped directly from the building. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Sooner or later, he will kill that woman himself, but the premise is that he must be alive. Standing on the ground, his body sank slightly. At this moment, Zhang Han had not raised his head, but he saw a pair of feet in front of him. The feet wrapped in long boots were only about size 36, and above, they were slender and well-proportioned long legs. The waist is very thin, wrapped in a coat, only slightly exposed. The chest is full, and the neck is slender. At this moment, a pair of eyes full of ridicule are staring at him on that pretty face. Facing this woman, Zhang Han knew that his death was coming. Zhang Han wanted to say something, but saw that the other party just raised her hand lightly. The last thing he saw was a sharp knife flashing in front of his eyes, and then tore his throat. In the process, his head was separated from his body. The woman reached out and grabbed the head, and finally, the body fell to the ground, and the blood flowed wantonly. TSK. Looking at Zhang Han's eyes that were not closed in death, Su Imo felt that she came in time. This was the third day since she led the team to leave the camp. In the past few days, she only found a few scattered wanderers. It was better than nothing, so she took him with her team. She wanted to move forward, but she saw this. Tong Baiqiao, once the chairman of the Luoya Town Camp Committee, has now fallen to this point for some reason. He was almost killed by this predator. The aura of group blessing was used for the first time. Under her blessing, the group of people had the power to fight back. It seemed more appropriate to let Tong Baiqiao open a way out for herself than to deal with this group of people by herself. Thank you for saving my life. Please come out and talk. Tong Baiqiao's sincere voice came from the other side of the wall. The chaos over there has also been resolved. After Zhang Han left those predators, people's hearts were scattered, and it became particularly easy to break them. The blood-drinking plants slowly disappeared. Looking at the collapsed walls and mounds around, Tong Baiqiao bowed her head slightly and remained respectful. Then, she heard the sound of inhalation coming from behind her. How could it be her? It's her. Isn't she dead? A bunch of questions came up. The person coming was someone she knew. Looking up carefully, Tong Baiqiao saw a familiar person appearing on the roof. Su Imo. There was surprise in this voice. Looking down, she saw Zhang Han's head still dripping with blood. Aren't you dead? Faced with these words blurted out, Su Imo raised her eyebrows. When did she die once? Chapter 226. So the news you heard at the beginning was that I was captured by the predators, and then used as an experiment and died in the cave? After sorting it out, Su Imo asked with some amusement. The news in the Wasteland is not transmitted quickly. It is only possible to contact through the communicator, provided that you had friends. After all, there is no internet here, and you can't get news online. And Su Imo and Tong Baiqiao are not friends. When the news reached Luoya Town, she was already a dead person in the story. Yes. Tong Baiqiao smiled, and looked at the group of people behind Su Imo with some hesitation. Just now. It was you, right? The power that did not belong to her has disappeared. What she felt at the moment was weakness. It was very awkward after an outbreak. Yeah. Su Imo did not deny it. Group blessing is one of the keys for her to gather these wasteland wanderers. The ability to reduce battlefield deaths will not be rejected by anyone. Maybe at that time, we should go with you. Tong Baiqiao suddenly smiled bitterly. Su Imo smiled but didn't say anything, just listened to Tong Baiqiao talking about what happened in Luoya Town after leaving the rock camp. The departure of a rock camp didn't change anything. But as time passed, the camps needed to store food for the winter. Many warriors started to go out hunting. But those warriors eventually died outside inexplicably. Some were even found not to have died at the hands of ferocious beasts, but man-made. The sudden decrease in the number of people was not a good thing for Luoya Town. So Tong Baiqiao intervened. At first, she thought it was done by those predators, and that Zhang Han was also provoked at that time. But as she investigated, she found the problem. The people who took action were all the residents of Luoya Town. In Luoya Town, they abided by the rules, and did not attack their companions. But when they met outside, some people wanted to take advantage of the situation, so they ambushed on the way back from some camps, and directly enjoyed the fruits of their labor. In order not to be discovered, they even killed all the hunting teams. No one survived, so the truth of the matter was not exposed at first. But the truth could not be covered by paper. The moment the truth came out, the whole Luoya Town exploded. The interesting thing is, Tong Baiqiao said this with a sneer on her face. I finally found that none of the camps were innocent. Even in my camp, there are people doing this kind of cheap things behind the scenes. Therefore, the whole Luoya Town was directly scattered. Everyone was on guard against each other. The rules that Luoya Town had finally established collapsed in an instant. And Tong Baiqiao still wanted to rebuild order at this time. But it was useless. Some of her subordinates betrayed her, and Luoya town was torn apart. But the more difficult things were still to come. With the outbreak of the beast incident, it became extremely unsafe outside. If you can't go out, just rob your own people. In the past, you would hide it, but now you do it openly. Luoya town has become a fighting arena. Every day, people have conflicts and die there. The corpses piled up into a small hill, and were eaten by those unknown animals. 5 days ago, we received news that a group of ferocious beasts were approaching. I had no choice but to take my people and start moving. Luoya town has been destroyed. It used to be just ruins, but now it has become a hell on earth. It is almost the opposite of the wanderer's paradise she once imagined. With a bitter smile on her cheeks, Tong Baiqiao took a deep breath and suppressed her excitement. I didn't expect that you wanted to succeed more than I did. She just heard what happened after Suimo and others left, and she felt sad. It was ups and downs, but it was always as solid as a rock. Today, the rock camp has a gathering place, sufficient food and manpower, and combat power. Even if Suimo stood in front of her, she couldn't sense the other party's depth. And she once thought that she could suppress Suimo. Now think about it, it's like a joke. If you have nowhere to go, you can join us. Looking at the other party's self-deprecating smile, Suimo stretched out his hand and told her what he planned. Straightforwardness is one of Sumo's characteristics. Looking at that beautiful hand, Tong Baiqiao knew that she had no room to refuse. Because without Suimo, they would be dead bodies at this moment. She shook her hand tightly. Tong Baiqiao looked at Suimo seriously. As you wish. She also had ambitions. How could she not know what Suimo wanted? Agreeing meant the disappearance of the Red Sun camp and the rock camp from now on. But Tong Baiqiao suddenly felt relieved. The burden on her seemed to be put down. Leader, should you ask the opinions of others? But when Tong Baiqiao made up her mind, someone asked in a low voice, with a questioning tone. She was a little reluctant to pack up her camp and give it to Suimo. It was still the middle-aged woman named Cheng Wei. In Tong Baiqiao's memory, Cheng Wei seemed to have followed her from the beginning. Everything in the Red Sun camp was due to Cheng Wei. But looking at the awkward expression on Cheng Wei's face, Tong Baiqiao felt that the person in front of her was very unfamiliar. Sister Wei. She called. It was the first intimate name they used. Ah? Facing this name, Cheng Wei was also stunned. After the establishment of the Red Sun camp, for the sake of the leader's dignity, it was she who asked Tong Baiqiao not to call her like this. Hearing this again, Cheng Wei's heart trembled. What's wrong? Facing Tong Baiqiao's pair of two plain eyes, Cheng Wei stuttered. Sister Wei, you know, I have never doubted you. But Sister Wei, this route. Tong Baiqiao looked around, and finally saw Sumo's smiling eyes. Is she signaling me to just do it? My heart settled down. Tong Baiqiao said the following words. I only told you this retreat route. Sister Wei, why? Why did you betray me? While asking, Suimo saw a vine growing quietly behind Cheng Wei. Silently, it approached the other's back. Cheng may have sensed something, and his face was a little flustered and scared. Xiaoqiao, I don't know what you are talking about. How could I betray you? Don't you know that you saved my life in the first place? I am yours. While saying this, his lower limb suddenly rushed out, and that direction was the place with the least people. Before leaving, the other party looked at Suimo viciously. The murderous eyes made Qin behind Suimo look up. The energy was brewing, but it returned to calm at Sumo's signal. Damn it, why did she show up? It was successful. Cheng Wei cursed in her heart, not even looking back. The speed was very fast, but there were others who were faster than her. It was the vine, which shook in the air for a circle, and then swung and whipped Cheng Wei directly. The suppression from the power made it impossible for Cheng Wei to dodge. The body was whipped and hit the wall next to it. Puff! This was the sound of blood spurting out. There was also the faint sound of broken bones. Chapter 227. Finally, Cheng Wei was dragged back like a broken doll. Her chest was sunken, her right leg was broken, her arm bones were pierced, and blood was gushing out. She looked like she was going to die soon. Ahem. Cheng Wei was spitting blood from her mouth. When she saw Tong Baiqiao, she bared her teeth and showed her bloody teeth. She had a happy smile on her face. She was about to die, but still relieved. Xiaoqiao, kill me. Then I won't owe you anything. It was visible to the naked eye that the other party's breathing became weaker. Facing such a Cheng Wei, Tong Baiqiao wanted to ask why. But the words came to her lips, but she didn't say them after all. She knew it. It was just because she had been following him for so many years, and she was still like a thud by his side, without any real power. But she also knew that Cheng Wei had no talent for managing the camp. So she arranged all the quiet jobs for her. However, over time, more and more talented people appeared around her. She naturally began to ignore Cheng Wei. The result was that Cheng Wei was seduced by the scum of the predators. What could the other party promise? Nothing more than that after harming herself, the entire Red Sun camp would belong to her, Cheng Wei. Naive, Tong Baiqiao thought. She was just like this, too naive. Those predators were just fishermen who threw bait. When the fish took the bait and left the water, they were just fish meat being manipulated on the shore. Goodbye. Looking at the smiling face, Tong Baiqiao said this sentence almost indifferently. She saw the reassuring smile in Cheng's eyes. The vine hooked the neck, and with a strong pull, the bone broke. The eyes slowly closed. Tong Baiqiao's face showed a painful expression. But it didn't last long. She turned to look at Su Mo, who had been waiting. On the way here, I met many gathering places for wanderers. If you need those people, I can take you there. But you must ensure the safety of my people. She pointed at the old, weak, women and children. That should be the case. Su Mo nodded. Although these people could not become the combat force of the camp, they were an indispensable part of the life of the camp. After all, you can't expect that the soldiers will come back to grow vegetables and wash clothes for you after completing high-intensity training or even facing death all day. Yu Feng will take you to the camp. Most of these people were sick, and some were weak. There was almost no hope for life on their sallow faces. As long as you can follow her footsteps and return to my camp, I guarantee that you will have no worries about food and clothing in the future. This is Sumo's promise. She accepts outsiders, but she doesn't want people who give up when they encounter a little trouble. In the Wasteland, if you give up hope, you give your life to death. If they survive this disaster and reach the rock camp, then everything Sumo promised will be waiting for them. Tong Baiqiao did not refute this. Everyone has to prove their worth, right? In the next period of time, Dai Yufeng will organize the people. The way back is a bit far, so they naturally need people with special abilities to protect them. On the contrary, Su Mo does not need many people. In the end, only Shirqing and Tong Baiqiao, as well as the two guys in the rock camp, are left for Su Mo. Gu Jia and Gu Ding, a pair of fraternal twin brothers. The elder brother is strong and sturdy, but his personality is carefree, while the younger brother looks a little thin, but calm. After having a meal on the spot and replenishing his energy, Su Mo watched the team leave. All the vehicles were left to them. Until those people disappeared, Su Mo followed Tong Baiqiao to shuttle through the ruins. So, humans and those beasts have reached the point of no return? And that Ding Wu, from what you said, someone must have hidden him, otherwise how could he not be found? On the way, Tong Baiqiao asked Su Mo. After all, her source of information is not as powerful as Su Mo's. Yeah. Su Mo agreed with the other party's point of view. On the rugged road, several people moved very fast. For people with abilities, rushing is not a difficult task. Taking advantage of the good weather, rushing on the road, trying to reach a gathering place before night. And the so-called gathering place is the place where those wanderers gather temporarily. It can't be called a camp, because the people inside are still independent. You can't be sure that someone will come out and stab you in the middle of the night. But this kind of place is safer than walking alone in the wasteland. It's just in front. A corner of the ruins of the small town. Among the countless ruins, the building that looks just a little shabby stands out. There used to be office buildings here. So, the ground is full of glass, flickering in the light of dusk. Now you can see lights on some floors of the building. Most of the floors are lower, so if there is any problem, you can leave in time. When they arrived at the door, they saw several big men leaning against the wall and smoking. They were some low-quality cigarettes, and the smoke was pungent. When they got closer, they could smell the alcohol on these people. With his eyes half drunk, he suddenly brightened up when he saw the two women, Su Mo and Tong Baiqiao. Are you also here to seek refuge with us? A man propped himself up and walked over. The words he uttered were strongly alcoholic. He looked at the two women for a while, and then smiled again. Come in, we welcome everyone here. He was too enthusiastic, but ignored the remaining three men. Okay, thank you. Su Mo's face showed a shy smile, and he looked flattered. When he walked in, he saw a group of men in the hall gathered around the fire, drinking and arguing. In the very cold weather, several people were hot all over, exposing their upper bodies. The red cheeks smiled when they saw the newcomer. Oh my, there are new members. Don't worry, it's safe here. If there is any problem, our brotherhood will protect you. A big man patted his belly and shouted. Then he pointed to the place next to him, and asked Tong Baiqiao to come over. Facing the lustful faces of these people, Tong Baichia's pretty face also had a shy smile. There was no worry at all. Thank you, big brothers. Tong Baichia sat next to the big brother, and Su Mo was beside her. As soon as he sat down, Su Mo's eyes shifted and looked at the stairs of the safe passage of the office building. The door shook, and it seemed that a figure flashed by just now. He gave Shurqing a look. At this moment, the men present were looking at the two women, but they didn't see when Shurqing disappeared. Are you an organization? Su Mo asked everyone curiously. The young girl who had just come of age, under Su Mo's deliberate control, still had a bit of innocence on her face. Her eyes were big, kind, and clear. Gudong. A man was swallowing his saliva, and his eyes looked at Su Mo more and more unscrupulously. Chapter 228. We are from the Brotherhood. The boss spoke, and reached out to pat Tong Baichia's shoulder. The fingertips were very greasy. Tong Baichia kept a smile on her face, and took the hand away. This action should have made the big brother unhappy, but Tong Baichia's expression of wanting to accept, but not to accept was really irresistible. When seeing the lustful side of these men, Su Mo and Tong Baichia started the performance tacitly. Brotherhood? What is that? Su Mo asked. Actually we met here and felt that we were compatible. So we became sworn brothers, and agreed to go out together. A man approached Su Mo. The strong body odor made Su Mo's eyes droop. Are there any other people here? I just saw a few floors above from a distance, and there seemed to be fire. She asked, looking at the door of the safe passage. People? Oh yes. But those people are in the same group, they look down on us brothers. We brothers are only allowed to stay on this floor. Speaking of this, the man gritted his teeth, it seemed like that. When the little eyes were talking, they were always glued to Su Mo's body, the fingers touching his mouth were black, and his expression was obscene. So those are the bad guys? The disguised innocence seemed very tempting in the eyes of these men who were drunk and horny. Bad guys, yes, they are all bad guys. Except us, they are all bad guys. Little sister, I'm telling you. As he said that, the man directly pulled Su Mo's shoulders up. He was very strong and wanted to take Su Mo into his arms. Just when Su Mo was about to make a move, Tong Baichia pulled her and just pulled her away from the man. Then I tell you, this is my sister. We can follow you, but you can't bully my sister. Tong Baichia looked like a good sister, and then gave Su Mo a look. She looked at the others. At some point, those drunken men looked slightly more sober. Many people put their hands behind their backs, where they put their weapons. Ha, of course, we will be a family from now on. Oh, by the way, aren't there 5 of you? Where's the other one? Suddenly, someone finally found Shurqing's missing trace. Squinting his eyes, and asking Tong Baichia, his tone was a little heavy. They seemed to regard Tong Baichia as the boss among them. Who's calling me? Shurqing came over to the door. He was holding his pants. Sorry, I finally found a safe place. I couldn't hold it anymore, so I went out to take care of it. The innocent smile on his face didn't seem to be scheming. I understand. Come on, drink. As they were calling, the 2 women were stuffed with wine. The wine was strong but of poor quality. Su Mo took a sip and her face turned red. She looked at Tong Baichia shyly. Sister, I don't know how to drink. I feel a little dizzy. Hey you, don't drink then. Go and have a rest. He took Su Mo's wine glass, and drank it all in one gulp. His generous action made the men not try to stop Su Mo from leaving. Even the 2 brothers Gu Jia and Gu Ding seemed to have integrated into this fraternity, hanging out with the people inside and drinking happily. The night was getting darker, and the alcohol was getting stronger. Hiccups came one after another. I can't do it anymore. I really can't do it anymore. Shurqing pushed away a toast from someone, covering his mouth with an ugly expression. I want to vomit. As he said that, he rushed out and soon heard waves of vomiting outside. TSK, a real man, but he's not as good as you, Miss Tong, at drinking. The eldest brother and Tong Baichia clinked their glasses and said teasingly. My brother, he can't drink, and he's just showing off today. While talking, Shurqing came back. Although he vomited for a while, he was still dizzy and staggered when he walked. His head hit the wall, and he kicked the wall in pain. Then his body fell to the ground. And that position was just next to Su Mo. TSK. Tong Baichia smiled helplessly, and then took care of everyone. Come on, keep drinking. The alcohol entered the body, and turned into an intoxicating poison. Those drunkards seemed to have blurred eyes, but they always kept a calmness in the depths of their eyes. A man who looked a little fat sat in the crowd, with a low sense of presence. His eyes were always on his brothers. The fingers hanging on the side were hooked from time to time. In the shadow not far away, the puddle of water spread again. Suemo, those people above are all slaves. Suemo leaned against the wall, thinking quickly. This was when Shurching fell down, and she said something. Since then, Shurching seemed to be really drunk, snoring from time to time. But Suemo could feel it. A vague gaze swept over herself and Shurching. Even though she lowered her head, and Shurching's head was facing the crowd, there was no intention of communicating at all. Those people were still on guard against them. Slaves. When approaching these people, the two men pretended to be wretched, as if they had never seen a woman. But one of them was gesturing to notify those inside. The strong smell of alcohol on some of them was not because they drank too much, but because they spilled alcohol on themselves. Occasionally, Suemo could still feel the fluctuations of some abilities among those people. It should be the water ability, controlling the rapid excretion of alcohol that enters the body. They seem to be drunk, but in fact, they are more sober than each other. This is a gang. Suemo didn't know the purpose, but when they appeared here, they became the target of those people. Was it Tong Baichu's conspiracy? Suemo considered this possibility, but quickly rejected it. There are countless villains in the Wasteland. No one knows how dark the heart of a person who meets by chance is. So most of the time, even if the wanderers meet in the Wasteland, they will stay away from each other and have nothing to do with each other. But now the situation is different. The appearance of the army of ferocious beasts has stirred up panic in the Wasteland. Some wanderers began to seek shelter. So it is very likely to take the initiative to approach strangers. Then, if someone takes advantage of this great opportunity, he can indeed deceive many wanderers. But if it is just deception, it will be simple. The sea of spirits spread out, forming a model of the building she is in at the moment. There are dense light spots on the second and third floors. Those people gather together, and their number is much larger than this so-called brotherhood. But why, despite the difference in numbers, did those slaves not resist? She sensed that there were quite a few people with special abilities among them. Chapter 229. I don't know how long they drank. There were already a group of people lying on the ground. The two brothers leaned on each other and fell asleep, shaking their heads. Tong Baichiao also squinted her eyes, with a smile on her face, but she looked dazed. All right. She looked at the big brother blankly, and then nodded subconsciously, even though she didn't hear what the other party was saying clearly. He burped. Tong Baichiao, with a red face, patted her cheeks and muttered, "It's so hot." Well, he. She smiled foolishly, and then fell directly on the big brother. The warm breath was on her neck. There was no lust in the big brother's eyes. He finished the wine in the glass, looked at Tong Baichia's pretty face coldly, and said with a proud tone, "Go old rules." Yes. The members of the fraternity lying on the ground all stood up. Only the fat man smiled peacefully, and fell asleep after seeing his big brother's admiring expression. Overuse of ability. 5 people in total, all carried up. The stairs on the first floor were easy to reach. When the door was pushed open, a suppressed inhalation sound came from inside. A group of men and women, each with a chain around their neck. But if you look closely, there is a kind of light flashing on those chains. They are not ordinary chains. The boss said, "Put them all on this floor." Damn it, the agreed transaction time has been set long ago, and those bastards haven't come yet. The few people who carried Suemo and the others up complained, ignoring the people in the room. Throwing 5 people down casually. One of them snapped his fingers, and saw the same iron chain appear on their necks. The whole room was full of young faces, but at this moment, they were like dogs, casting terrified and flattering eyes at the men. Be honest. One person shouted, and kicked a man next to him, and after having fun on a woman's waist, he took his brothers away. The door closed. Suemo and others woke up naturally. Opening his eyes, and looking at the surprised expressions of the people in front of him, Suemo made a silent gesture. It was her who peeked at the door yesterday. Shurching pulled the chain on his neck, and pointed out a person for Suemo. It was a girl, about the same age as Suemo. After being pointed out, she retreated uneasily, trying to hide herself. But the chains on her body restrained her movements. However, she was free yesterday. "Can any of you open this chain?" Suemo also asked. She tried to pull the chain, and then she felt a sharp pain in her mind. This chain targets mental power. Most people's mental power is not very strong. If they want to forcibly destroy these chains, they may end up being fools. In her observation, Those with abilities on this level do not have abilities related to mental power. So how did the girl do it? Seeing the other party's guarded expression, Suemo smiled. Don't worry, I'm not in the same group with him. Or, we are here to save you. There is no doubt that when Suemo saw so many people and abilities again, he decided to take them back to his camp. The number of people can be replenished in an instant. But what about those scums below? You, who are you? Why did you lie to us? You have all been caught. How are you going to save us? Finally, someone spoke up, but it was not the girl, but a man beside her. A few years older, he would block the girl behind him, and his tone was warning. I won't let you hurt my sister. Sumo's response was very simple. She raised her hand and grabbed a woman beside her at random. Aw, no, let me go, I was wrong, I will be obedient. The woman screamed instantly. The panic looked like she had experienced some pain. Suemo covered the other's mouth with one hand, and put the other hand on the chain around her neck. Don't move. The girl, frightened by Sumo's behavior, finally spoke up. She will die. Despite being nervous, she still endured the fear and continued to speak. She remembered Suemo. When she secretly went down to investigate the situation last night, she saw these people drinking with those bad guys. Just thinking about how they were deceived, the girl thought, maybe they were also victims. So, her expression relaxed a lot. She swallowed her saliva, took a few steps forward, and spoke again when she felt the pulling force on her neck. If she forcibly breaks these chains, she will die. When she mentioned this, her eyes looked at a room on this floor. The door there was closed, and there were even some barriers outside. But if you smell it carefully, you can smell the blood and the smell of decay inside. All the dead people were piled up there. Throwing them out would attract ferocious beasts. As for disposal, haha, they are all prisoners now, and those bad guys don't care about that. Either sleep with the corpses, or find a way to solve it yourself. Oh. Suemo stopped moving, and the hand covering the woman's mouth loosened. But he didn't let the woman go away. The girl bit her lip, a little hesitant, and saw Sumo's fingers raised again, and she spoke immediately. I can transform. This sentence made Sumo's eyes widen slightly. Transform? Ball a little magic fairy. A memory flashed in the past, and Sumo's face stiffened for a moment. Then he saw that the girl seemed to melt and collapsed. What was left in the original place was a stone. The caller naturally couldn't lock a stone as big as a fingernail. The stone jumped, walked forward a few steps, and turned into the appearance of a girl again. Their abilities were not prohibited. What was locked up was only the possibility of leaving here. Even if they defeated those people, they could not eliminate the influence of these chains, and they would still have to wait for death here. So, they could not resist yet. The girl's expression darkened. Her abilities were not outstanding. All she could do was turn into these little gadgets. She didn't even have any fighting power. Now she was the only one who could move freely in this layer. If you want to hurt Xiaoya, I would rather die. The voice was mixed with fear. But the tone was firm. The person who spoke was the woman whose shoulders were held by Suemo. Yes, that's right. We don't care who you are. If you want to hurt Xiaoya, I will. Make a big noise, and let those people come up. Yes. We are not afraid of you. Suddenly, all those people moved, one by one, pushing the woman named Xiaoya to the back. Faced with this sudden solidarity, Suemo smiled. This was somewhat unexpected for her. So do you want to negotiate? Finally, Suemo looked at Xiaoyu's brother. The young man's eyes, filled with resentment and impulse, also calmed down at this moment. Chapter 230. Suemo was not surprised to see the man's change. My name is Suemo. She took the initiative to speak, looking at the other party with a smile. Since they woke up and showed obvious abnormalities, many people in the room looked at this man as their first reaction. At first, they all watched the development of the situation quietly, and then just now they united to protect Xiaoya. Everything was at the suggestion of this young man. The other party is the central figure here. My name is Gu Yang. The man who called himself Gu Yang stretched out his hand to Suemo. The two were far apart, and could only shake hands in the air. This is my sister Gu Yu. The two are indeed siblings. At this moment, he still stood in front of Gu Yu, but his finger pointed at the window. The sky was dark. As long as there was a little light outside, it could be seen clearly. Before, he found that Suemo and others were approaching, so he thought of asking Gu Yu to go over and investigate. He didn't expect to be discovered. He was even tracked back. Gu Yang's eyes fell on Shurqing. He had not entered the house just now, but just looked at the door for a few times and left. Even so, he still found it. At that time, he knew that the people who came were probably different. Facts proved his guess. You were deliberately fooled, right? Gu Yang asked Suemo, and then saw a deeper expression on Sumo's face. Obviously acquiesced. Gu Yang smiled. If we had been as vigilant as you were at that time. This smile was bitter. He pulled his sister, was silent for a moment, and then told Suemo and others the reason why this place was formed. As Suemo said, the number of wanderers in the wasteland has increased sharply during this period. Many camps were destroyed and many people were homeless. They just wanted to find a stable place to live before the snow fell. So they started looking. It was also an accident to come here. At first, the brother and sister only showed up at the door with a few people. They were warmly received by the members of the Brotherhood. Those people said that they had also come here not long ago because of difficulties. Since they met, it was fate. Maybe they can act together in the future. Those people below are all capable people, which is naturally an extremely powerful fighting force. In the end, Gu Yang agreed after a little thought. With their help, this place has become a bit like this. The gathering place for wanderers was formed. They even began to actively attract those wanderers outside to come here in order to enhance their strength. Everything was fine at the beginning. But when the number of people increased to more than 100, everything changed. Speaking of the number of people, Gu Yang pointed to the top of his head. I think you have noticed that there are still people up there. Yeah. Suemo nodded. Even now, he could hear some footsteps and the sound of objects moving. Another thing is that the composition of the group is generally uniform. But there are no old people and children here. Old people and children are all up there. There are also several pregnant women and several people who have lost their mobility, all up there. In the eyes of those beasts, we are of different prices. One up and one down, you can see them as long as you step onto the third floor. But these chains tied everyone to the spot. You can untie these chains, right? Gu Yang stared at Suemo and suddenly asked. His tone was full of confidence. Since her people knew the situation here in advance, it was impossible for them not to notice that there was something wrong with these chains. But even so, they still came. Either they were fools or they were confident enough. Obviously, the people in front of them were the latter. Although, there were only 5 of them. Yes. Sumo's hand pinched the chain around his neck. In fact, the chain looked very thick, but it didn't feel too heavy. It was like a conceptual existence. The mental power flowed in the palm of his hand, covering the chain little by little, and then used his mental power to erode the remaining marks on it. But after doing only a little bit, Suemo stopped. Can you prove it? If you continue, the people below will notice it. All these chains were marked. As long as you try to remove it, the mark will be detonated. The mental power will instantly pierce your head and directly blast you into an idiot. Ordinary people, on the other hand, became corpses directly. These were the results of Gu Yang and others' bloody experience. As for Gu Yu, she didn't want to untie the chains at all, but just to transform. This ability was the first time even Suemo had heard of. Enough. This sentence was very heavy. But hope appeared on everyone's face. As long as these chains could be untied, those people below would not be a threat at all. And Gu Yang finally completed the rest of the story. The number of people exceeded 100, as if it had reached the threshold for the transaction. A banquet arranged by those brotherhoods began. It was said that they were celebrating everyone's meeting in this wasteland, and also to discuss the subsequent arrangements together. Everyone participated. It was very grand. Then everyone was poisoned. Those toxins were especially targeted at people with special abilities, which could make them unable to use their abilities for a short period of time. So they all became lambs to be slaughtered. They were locked here one by one. The young people were separated from the elderly and children. 2 different prices. And the objects of their trade were predators. After spitting out these 3 words, Gu Yang's expression became cold. The 3rd floor is food, the 2nd floor is reserved food and entertainment. Those lunatics need to satisfy their appetites, as well as other desires. This kind of transaction has actually been going on in the wasteland. It's just that in the past they had the protection of the camp, and the brothers below didn't dare to act on their own. Now, they have all become scattered people. The transaction time they agreed on was supposed to be 3 days ago. The predators were late for a long time. But they have reconnected, and the predators will come here to pick people up the day after tomorrow at the latest. It is conceivable what kind of treatment they will encounter at that time. So what was your original plan? Suemo asked while sitting on the ground. The woman she let go looked at Suemo carefully at this moment, but at least she didn't resist. But facing Sumo's question, Gu Yang was silent. Plan? What plan is there? It's just that we will fight at that time. If we can succeed, it's the best. If we can't succeed, even if we die, we must not be taken away by those predators. Since you want to fight to the death, why do you have to wait until those predators arrive? Not now. Or shouldn't you plan to act tonight? Suemo smiled at the girl Guyu. Perhaps because of the similar age, Guyu has always been curious about Suemo. Staying behind her brother, she kept peeking at Suemo. At this moment, their eyes met, and Guyu subconsciously wanted to avoid it. After hearing Sumo's question clearly, she looked at her brother. Who are you? His thoughts were once again aroused, and Gu Yang asked this question sincerely. Chapter 231. Guyu can transform, but the group of Brotherhood members below don't know. He originally planned to let Guyu transform, and then drug those Brotherhood members. Poison. This is the only stop that those people missed when they searched their bodies. And their purpose is also very simple. There is no need to kill everyone on the first floor. Just one person will be killed. That is the man named Wang Wenwen who bound them with chains. No matter how strong the binding ability is, once the owner dies, the power will be invalid. Then this chain is just ordinary iron to them, and can be destroyed at any time. According to the plan, Guyu will wait for the opportunity for those people to relax and hit them with one blow. And at this moment, they should have killed all those people. But Suemo and his people came. It disrupted their plan, so he planned to wait and see. Although at the beginning, they thought Suemo was the looters, and the person who contacted the Brotherhood. What is your purpose? Gu Yang asked, with a wary look. My name is Suemo. Facing Gu Yang's question, Suemo just repeated his name again. I am the leader of the rock camp. And my purpose is also very simple. I will save you, and you will all submit to me. The domineering declaration was surprising. Many people stared at the standing girl with wide eyes. Her slender figure seemed to carry everything. Her eyebrows and eyes were so flamboyant that it was dazzling to look at them for a long time. Puff! Suddenly, someone made this sound. Then, one after another, mocking laughter rose. Those people looked at Sumo's appearance. Some covered their mouths, and some of them had distorted expressions when they laughed. Save us? Gu Yang also laughed. His eyes seemed to be watching a joke. If you hadn't come tonight, we might have left here by now. In that case, you have delayed our plan. Save? I don't need you to save us. Not to mention, I will submit to you. Gu Yang raised his eyebrows, and did not hide his thoughts. What a joke. Who would be willing to bow down and be a minister in this wasteland? If you can be the boss yourself, why should you bow your head and call the leader? Even if Suemo is capable, he didn't have such an idea. As he said, they can save themselves. Really? Sumo's face did not change because of the ridicule of those people. The calm eyes were like the surface of a windless lake, without any waves. But it was so dark that the vortex at the bottom of the lake could not be seen. This question made Gu Yang frown. Do you think too highly of yourself? The tone seemed a little angry. That's right. If someone suddenly comes out and wants to take you in as a younger brother, how could you possibly agree? Ha ha. Suemo, who heard this question for the first time, gave her own answer. She turned her head and looked at the door. That was the only door that could be entered and exited on this floor, and it had been locked. The crowd without perspective eyes couldn't see what was outside. But they heard a noise. It was like the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The weight was very much like a human. This? Gu Yang was stunned. What's going on? How could there be someone outside? Tell me, how much of your plan has been known to others? Suemo asked Gu Yang. Her tone was particularly sarcastic. The person outside had been listening for a long time, and none of these people had discovered it. But they still boasted that they could save themselves. Believe it or not, if you take action tonight, you will be the only ones to die. She said, why was the Brotherhood so wary of them when they first arrived here? Even in this situation, they still had the courage to drink, eat meat, and talk about women downstairs. I thought it was a warning against the Wanderers. As a result, the fat man's ability continued to dissolve the alcohol for the members of the Brotherhood. It was as if he was preparing for something, and had to stay awake at all times. But you know, she never revealed any murderous intent. As a result, what they were waiting for was not them, but the counterattack of these slaves. To say it was a counterattack was just the insects in the trap struggling hard, but the result was that the thorns pierced deeper. Resist, haha, once they take action, there is only endless darkness waiting for them. What do you mean? Gu Yang stepped forward and asked sternly, but his feet were bound by the chains. Suemo did not answer. She turned to look at Guyu. Her expression was much gentler. Can you help me drag the man outside in? She could break the chains, but it would alert the people below. Fighting would be fine, but these people were obviously not ready yet. Guyu looked at her brother for help. After seeing the other party nod, Guyu transformed again. This time, she flew out as a butterfly, then went around the window and entered the stairwell. After a while, the door was opened. A man was dragged in. He looked like a young man with an ordinary appearance. His eyes were open, but they were lifeless. The corners of his mouth were open, and saliva was still flowing. He looked a little strange. At Sumo's signal, Guyu put the person in front of Sumo. The pill was stuffed into the other person's mouth. Under the powerful healing ability, the other person's eyes gradually came back to mind. As long as the person, who left a mark in the sea of spirituality, is within the range of her perception, he has not yet encountered someone who can hide himself. This person eavesdropped on her clearly at the door. I'm afraid that the discussion of Gu Yang and others before was also known. So the Brotherhood is ready to take advantage of the situation, and the Hong'an banquet below is prepared for them. And she just used her mental power to attack his head, making him lose his ability to move quickly. But she didn't do anything cruel. This is gradually recovering. The pupils are shrinking. The moment he woke up, the young man opened his mouth to shout. Then he saw a knife hovering at his mouth. As long as he opened his mouth and spit out half a word, his tongue would fall to the ground. For no reason, the young man had this feeling. What's your name? Suemo asked. Although he didn't touch the young man, the other party was stiff and lay on the ground, not daring to move. Swallowing his saliva, facing the cold eyes of this woman, the young man felt fear. Li, my name is Li. I don't know anything. The boss asked me to do it. Even without Sumo's threats, Li had already explained everything. Li is also a person with abilities. But his abilities are not suitable for fighting. Wind hearing, an ability to hear noises far away. It is best to use it for exploring and monitoring. In fact, at the beginning, he was also a wanderer. After arriving here, those people discovered his abilities and recruited him. In fact, the boss knew your plan a long time ago. The boss was going to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys tonight. The monkeys are a group of slaves, and who is the chicken? Facing Li Yi's embarrassed look, Gu Yang was silent. He couldn't help but clench his fists, his face was a little pale. He thought he was powerful, but was easily crushed. Gu Yang thought, if it weren't for the appearance of Suemo and others, he should be a corpse at this moment. Chapter 232. The cold air came straight to his back. Gu Yang took a step back, and fell to the ground. His confidence just now completely disappeared. Fear was spreading. Some people had ugly expressions. They looked at each other, as if they were thinking about the terrible experience they would have later. Some even stole a glance at Suemo. In the fragmented voices, Li could hear clearly that those people were thinking about whether to accept Sumo's arrangement. Submission? For those with abilities, it might be humiliating to submit to someone. But for ordinary people, if submitting to someone can guarantee safety and life, what's the harm? Dignity and life are important. And those voices were more or less transmitted to Gu Yang's ears. When he saw Suemo sitting on the ground, not saying anything, just waiting, he knew that all this was in Sumo's calculations. Perhaps from the beginning, this Li had been eavesdropping outside. And she had to stimulate her own ideas. Such a slap in the face seemed to be more fierce. Gu Yang's face hurt, his fingers grasped the ground, his nails broke. Then he felt the warmth on the back of his hand. Brother, I believe in you. The encouragement from his sister made Gu Yang look much better. He forced a smile at Guyu. Then, he stood up. He walked towards Suemo. He walked in front of him, and the chain on his neck turned him into an obedient dog. Gu Yang, holding the chain, took a deep breath, his eyes struggled, and finally made a decision. With a click, he knelt down and lowered his head to Suemo. As long as you can guarantee the safety of everyone, I will surrender to you. Do as you say. The sonorous and powerful words did not mean to be evasive. The eyes were serious enough, but Suemo shook his head. I should have made it clear. I want all of you. The finger pointed at them, and then pointed upwards. All of you must submit to me. This is the price I will pay for saving you. What does she want a group of disobedient people to go back for? Scanning everyone's expressions. Some people were obviously unwilling, and some seemed to have accepted their fate. Gu Yang clenched his teeth, his chest heaving with anger. On his upright face, the struggle finally turned into compromise. Okay. As long as you can let all of us leave safely. It's a deal. Suemo stretched out his hand again. It was still a handshake in the air. Then, everyone should have a good rest tonight. Wake up tomorrow, it will be a new day. Suemo said, with a gentle tone, but there was a majesty that made people dare not resist. Suemo has now mastered the art of controlling subordinates. That night, Suemo slept very soundly. But many people could not sleep all night. When she woke up, Suemo raised her eyebrows at the dark circles under the girl's eyes. She looked carefully at the little girl who had regained her freedom. What do you want to say? It was still a little dark outside, and some people were still asleep. The cold wind blew in through the gaps, and many people huddled together and shivered. Fortunately, the ability was not restricted by those people. Otherwise, these people would have died in this cold weather, so how could they resist? My brother is not a bad guy. He's just too worried that we'd be bullied. Biting her lips, Guyu's expression was a little awkward. The little girl pinched her fingers, not daring to look into Sumo's eyes. She always felt that this girl, who was about the same age as her, had a scary aura. Like a wild beast. Strong and cold. If she bumped into him, she would break like a porcelain doll. Thinking of this, Guyu became even more nervous. Looking at the sweat on the other's forehead, Suemo didn't embarrass him. I know. Guyu's concern for his own people was real. But sometimes, hiding under the wings of safety is not a good thing. This wasteland has changed a long time ago, hasn't it? Breathing cold air. Suemo looked at the thick fog outside and said softly. This tone seemed to hint at something. Guyu was a little surprised. When she looked up and met Sumo's eyes, her face turned pale. Aye? She hesitated for half a year and didn't say anything. But Suemo signaled her to shut up for the time being. Another person is coming. In the dense fog, someone broke through the fog and quickly headed here. The purpose was very clear. It seems that in addition to them, there are also these predators who are not on the plan. They came a day earlier than expected. Many people also saw the movement below. Through the fog, the eyesight of the ability users is enough to see the number of people below. Ordinary people can only see dense black dots. Too many. There are dozens of people. It seems that the predators also attach great importance to this tribute. Seeing this situation, Guyu's face darkened. What he didn't tell Suemo was, originally, he planned to kill those people last night, rest for a night, and then set off again. But this incident told him that even if he succeeded by luck last night, he would not be able to escape this morning. As if it was destined, the ants trapped in the trap could not struggle. But there were also beasts outside of fate looking at this place. Guyang looked at Suemo solemnly. You say, I do, without any hesitation. The awkwardness of the night completely disappeared at this moment. Suemo nodded with satisfaction. In the sea of spirituality, there were a lot more marks again. Counting those people from the Brotherhood, there were as many as more than 30. These people are currently gathering on the first floor. It won't be long before they come up to check their goods. Time is running out. Is there anyone else ambushing nearby? Suemo suddenly asked towards the window. There was no one there. When everyone was confused, a huge beast suddenly stuck its head out from the gap. It was Meow Meow. Even Tong Baichiao was a little surprised. After leaving the camp, she let Meow Meow move freely, but not too far away. It was reconnaissance and also a backup method. Facing the frightened expressions of many people, Meow Meow didn't care. Shaking her head, she passed the message to Suemo. No one. She had fought with those predators several times. A group of lunatics, cruel enough and cunning enough. No descendants were arranged, which means they believe in the safety of this transaction. What a pity. So, are you ready, everyone? Suemo looked at everyone. The rising sun, the warm light shines through the hazy mist and shines into the girl's pupils. A soft smile rose at the corner of her mouth, but there was no warmth in her eyes. The real counterattack has begun. After saying this, Suemo grasped the chain around his neck. With the activation of his mental power, almost at the same time, the chains around the necks of everyone on this floor broke. The cage disappeared. People's faces showed joy. Looking at this scene, Li, who was hiding in the corner and trying to pretend that he didn't exist, cried. Chapter 233. He shouldn't have volunteered to keep watch on the second floor just to please those people. The page on the communicator on his wrist showed his communication with the boss. It was from a few minutes ago. Any questions? No. The question and answer were brief and weak. There's a big problem, boss. Good luck to you. Li, who shrank his head like a turtle again, turned a blind eye to the gradually surging and angry atmosphere of those people. Anyway, he has surrendered to the enemy. Downstairs. The members of the Brotherhood were also a little scared when they looked at the predators. After all, these lunatics can't think with normal thinking. Where are the people? The one who spoke on the predator's side was actually a woman. She looked a little ugly. A scar ran through the right face. The hideous scar was pulling when she spoke, like a centipede crawling on it. They are all up there. There are more and more. The boss responded, looking away at the woman's cold eyes. This woman is not to be trifled with. You go up and take a look. The woman pointed at her subordinates and shouted. At the same time, a man in the Brotherhood suddenly looked ugly. He walked to the boss's side and was about to say something. A sound suddenly came from the door. It was the glass breaking. What the hell? Why is there a beast here? I saw a beast covered in snow white standing at the door. The hair seemed to be shining softly in the mist. The beast's eyes stared at them with bloodthirstiness. This beast was huge and smooth, and very beautiful. The woman's eyes lit up with joy when she saw Meow Meow for the first time. Are you the only one? She asked Meow Meow, but naturally she couldn't get an answer. Someone in the team shook his head at the woman, indicating that there were no other beasts nearby. Catch it. Take it back to the leader. The woman spoke immediately. The leader must like this beautiful creature very much. It's just a beast. Yes. After the subordinate obeyed the order, a rope was tied directly to Meow Meow, but Meow Meow dodged it flexibly. The tail swung leisurely behind him. Facing so many people, Meow Meow was not afraid. A low roar came from his throat. He was thinking about how he could tear the throats of those people. But the master said that he was responsible for attracting attention. When the raider team suddenly changed the mission, the Brotherhood boss looked a little embarrassed. Are they helping or not? Thinking about it, he heard footsteps behind him. That direction came from the stairs. Did someone run up? When he looked back, he saw a person standing at the exit. The woman named Sumo. Unlike the innocence of last night, Sumo glanced at him indifferently and made way. Behind her, a group of people rushed out. How is it possible? Aren't they chained? He subconsciously saw his companions in the team. The chain is the opponent's ability. Didn't he say that he would sense it once someone tried to break free by force? Why is this happening? When he met the boss's eyes, the man suddenly smiled mischievously and stuck out his tongue at the boss. The appearance is very cute, but the ugly face is disgusting. Are you looking for him? The voice from Gu Yang was teasing. Gu Yang walked out and threw out a person. It was the companion of the boss. Tu Chinchan, what the hell? No, that's not right. Who are you? He stared at the Chinchan in his team. His eyes became fierce. He remembered that Chinchan seemed to want to say something to him just now. As a result, the beast suddenly jumped out and attracted all the attention. Everything was coordinated. Chinchan was swapped. Yes. Chinchan smiled evilly, then walked directly behind Gu Yang and returned to the stairwell. After avoiding the eyes of those people, he returned to Gu Yu's appearance. Is this what you said is foolproof? In front, the woman also reacted. She moved her eyes away from the cunning beast and looked at Gu Yang. Then she smiled cruelly. It's okay, I'm just hungry. Licking her lips, all the attacks were directed at Gu Yang and the others. But Sumo was the one who acted faster than them. Lightning appeared from the void and directly split a big hole in the wall. Outside the hole, there was also a group of people standing. They jumped down directly from the second floor in order to surround the people inside. Although in terms of numbers, there were only more than 20 people on their side who could be called capable people. But at this moment, the expressions on their faces were a little excited. Something was wrong. Facing this situation, the woman frowned. She felt uneasy for some reason. They shouldn't have this attitude. Kill! Despite this, she only uttered one word indifferently. It doesn't matter whether the person brought back is dead or alive. In such cold weather, you are not afraid that the meat will go bad, right? The two sides fought almost instantly. Receiving the mocking eyes of the woman, the boss was immediately angry. He went straight to Gu Yang. It's you, right? The previous escape plan was instigated by this kid. He should have crushed this kid to death last night. But a few more bugs came. Heh! In response to the boss, it was Gu Yang's mocking smile. His figure was looming in the room. Every time the broadsword in the boss's hand was about to hit Gu Yang, the opponent would turn into ink and disappear. When he appeared again, he could be anywhere. As ethereal as a ghost. Sumo's eyes were fixed on the boss's shadow. Every time he turned, the position of the shadow would change. And Gu Yang would appear again at the shadow. Gu Yang's ability is somewhat peculiar. He can hide himself in the shadows of various things. A powerful assassination ability. Like a shadow following you. Perhaps this is what Gu Yang is talking about at this moment. What's more, Feeling the vigorous power in his body, Gu Yang's heart beats very fast. She can actually increase the power of everyone. At this moment, he even feels that his ability can be taken to the next level. Weighing the dagger in his hand. When Gu Yang emerged from the shadow behind the opponent, he always put his arm around the neck of the boss. The dagger in his hand cut towards the throat swiftly. But the sharp dagger hit the wall. The opponent's body flashed with a golden luster. Metal ability. And metalize yourself, gaining a stronger defensive ability at once. The boss elbowed back and directly repelled Gu Yang. The pain disappeared under the pill in his throat. Feeling the sweetness in his mouth, Gu Yang deeply felt that following Su Mo was a very good decision. This woman was too scary. And there were many people who had the same idea as Gu Yang. At this moment, all the people with abilities on Su Mo's side were shrouded in the effect of group blessing. More power, faster speed, and stronger body. Fists rolled up storms, and water turned into frost. Fire rose from the palm of the hand, and lightning flashed like thunderbolts. Despite the huge difference in numbers, Su Mo's side suppressed both the plunderers and the Brotherhood. Chapter 234. For a moment, the battle outside became more and more intense. Leaning against the door frame, Su Mo looked at Gu Yu, who was looking outside from the staircase. "Aren't you going to help?" she asked Gu Yu. The bloody smell was gathering. Su Mo narrowed his eyes, and there was a kind of eagerness under his dark eyes. Gu Yu shook his head. I can't do it. My ability is too weak." There was a sense of loss on her face. "My brother said that I should just stay behind." Just now, the two brothers and sisters cooperated to control Qinchan. To avoid being discovered in the first place, they broke free from the drag chain. Among them, Gu Yu, who only used the ability to transform into Qinchan, was very unconfident. "Really? Are you too weak, or do you not want to face the real you?" Su Mo left this sentence, ignoring the horrified expression on the girl's face. She straightened up and walked towards the battlefield. A short knife appeared in her hand. The sharp blade was so cold that it hurt just by looking at it. It was a murderous knife. Su Mo's steps were also so steady. It was clearly a battlefield, but she was strolling in the garden. She raised her hand and stabbed down with the knife. A life ended in her hands. Su Mo's battle was so beautiful that Gu Yu opened her mouth. How could she be so powerful? With a flash, Su Mo appeared beside Gu Yang. Looking at the metallic color on the boss, his face was calm. "Leave him to me." "Okay." Gu Yang did not hesitate at all and turned to attack the woman. At this moment, Shiqing and Tong Baiqiao joined forces to attack the woman. However, even with their increased abilities, the two of them could only tie with each other. Occasionally, they could even see the pressure. The woman was holding a huge sword at the moment. The huge sword was as tall as a person, and the blades on both sides seemed to have never been sharpened. But even if brute force was used to hit it, the bones would definitely be broken. The opponent's strength was extremely strong. Whether it was Shiqing's lightning or Tong Baiqi's vines, they were directly torn apart by the opponent. One force can defeat 10 skills. The pressure was quite high. However, after Gu Yang joined, it was relieved a lot. Let's look at Su Mo's side. The moment Su Mo and the boss faced each other, the situation was reversed. The opponent's confident defense ability was like a piece of paper under Su Mo's knife. The bowing knife covered with mental power easily separated the opponent's muscles. Blood gushed out. It splashed on Su Mo's cheek and was wiped away by her. The steps were flexible, but the posture was sharp. The butcher's knife technique is clever but clumsy. There are no fancy moves, just simple, the tip of the knife pierces the gap, and the blade cuts with it. The wrist flips, like playing a piece of music. Easily, one of the boss's arms is broken. "You?" The boss's face is almost deformed by pain, but there is not much blood in the wound. "Who are you?" He asked this question again, but still got no answer. Su Mo just looked at a man in the corner. Sweat was pouring down his fat face at this moment. He was using his ability to help the boss stop bleeding. After kicking the boss who was holding the knife in one hand out, the knife in Su Mo's hand flew out. The knife that cut through the space was extremely fast. The fat man couldn't dodge at all. He could only watch the knife pierce his forehead. Blood bubbles gurgled in his throat. He tried to look up, but his body had already fallen. At the moment he stepped into death, the blood on the boss's body flowed out as if it was free. The large amount of blood loss made the boss realize the gap between himself and the other party. This woman is simply a monster. He covered his wound and kept retreating, with no fighting spirit on his face. Crush. This is an absolute crush. But he didn't want to die yet. His eyes turned, looking for an exit. But the only exit was the wall that Shurchin had just broken. However, Miao Miao was guarding there. The open mouth seemed to be waiting for him to fall into the trap. He was dead. The moment the thought came up, he saw Su Imo appear in front of him. A knife cut his throat, so clean that there was no extra movement. Watching the other party fall to the ground with cold eyes, Su Imo felt the fear of the other members of the Brotherhood and continued his fight. The first one was the man who used his eyes to fantasize about himself and Tong Baiqiao last night. His eyes were dug out. The painful howl made people feel cold. The woman who was suppressed by the three people had a dark face when she saw this scene. A girl holding a boning knife. This conversation was vaguely in her memory. Su Imo. She called out Sumo's name, and then got a look from Su Imo. It's me. Su Imo nodded. But he stepped on the last member of the Brotherhood. The whole process of destroying the Brotherhood was just a few minutes. This strong fighting power made the woman's expression even heavier. But after confirming Sumo's identity, the woman grinned. The scar was shaking. The woman, who was holding the sword in one hand, stretched out her other hand. The giant sword hit the ground, blocking Gu Yang's assassination. The leg whip knocked Tong Baiqiao out. When the giant sword was pulled out of the ground again, the woman's aura changed. Sharp, savage, cruel and dangerous. The giant sword swept across, and the huge weight almost cut Shurchin in half. Facing this outburst, the three were suppressed again. It seemed that they were not the opponent's opponents. No need for your help. Tong Baiqiao, who suddenly vomited blood after hitting the wall, shouted this sentence to Su Imo. She spit out a mouthful of blood foam and looked at the woman fiercely. We will give you her head. If Su Imo had to solve everything personally, what was the use of them? If they were useless, how could they be valuable? The three looked at each other, and actually threw away all their grudges at this moment. Sumo's steps stopped there. Watching the three fighting, Su Imo was quite relieved. However, it was not easy for them to defeat the other party. The power was vibrating on the giant sword. In addition to the brute force, the other party also possessed a kind of power. Premonition? No, it should be prediction. Next, she perfectly predicted and countered every move of the three. In front of, behind, and even above the head. No matter where the attack came from, the woman could take it. The giant sword fell. The black sword body directly smashed a hole in the ground. Gravel splashed. A stone flew towards Su Imo. She wanted to raise her hand, but saw a broad animal claw appeared in front of her. Caught the stone. It was not Miao Miao. At this moment, Miao Miao, not far away, stared at the beast next to Su Imo with some doubts in his eyes. This is not the same kind. Looking up, all I saw was brown hair. Standing on 2 feet, with one paw blocking Sumo's body, it was a ferocious beast that looked like a brown bear. How did you see that? The voice of a delicate woman came out from the beastly body. That was Gu Yu. Because in my perception, you are stronger than your brother. It seemed that in everyone's eyes, the sister of this brother and sister was always under the protection of her brother. Gu Yu's ability was only to transform, which was strange but useless. But Su Imo knew it at the first sight of Gu Yu. This slender body contained a huge power. Just like now. She rushed forward and caught the sword that hit her brother with her palm. And this time, the woman failed to predict it. Beasts fight by intuition, not thinking. Chapter 235. At this moment, the beast in the girl's body suppressed the human nature. In the contest of strength, she did not lose to the Scar woman at all. Facing this scene, many people showed surprised expressions. The huge size difference could only make people look up. Looking at Gu Yu, who turned into a beast, Gu Yang was not surprised, but his face was a little worried. Back off. He called his companions. The giant bear turned his head and looked at him, baring his teeth. The saliva dripped, as if greeting. But soon, blood dyed the eyes red. Facing the attack of the giant sword woman, the giant bear's hands directly hit it. The flesh and the giant sword collided, but there was no wound. The brown bear's defense is amazing. During the action was particularly rough. And Tong Baiqiao was a little slower in retreat, and was almost implicated by the brown bear's attack. Fortunately, the vine blocked the claw. Ahem. Faced with this situation, Gu Yang explained awkwardly. Xiao Yu in this state can't distinguish between friend and foe. As he said this, the emotion in his eyes was melancholy. Although he retreated, he still kept a very close distance, ready at all times, as if he was going to do something. It can be seen that Gu Yang was a little nervous. Obviously, the current scene is that Gu Yu suppressed the giant sword woman. Every attack was with compelling force. In terms of strength alone, the opponent could not compare with Gu Yu. He retreated step by step, and his body was very embarrassed. A wound almost crossed his entire abdomen. Blood was flowing, and the stimulated Guyu's eyes became more fierce. A low roar came. The brown bear's teeth became sharper and sharper, and its huge body pounced directly, aimed at the opponent's neck, blocked by the giant sword, but the bite of the teeth left several gums on the giant sword. Almost penetrated. Such strength. Looking at the rest of the people, with Sumo's ability, they were still brave in the fight with more people. After the giant sword woman was suppressed, the predators also showed signs of decline. The corpses on the ground were increasing. Victory seemed to be waving in front. Get out! Facing the brown bear's slap, the giant sword woman held the sword with both hands and went straight up. Her face was very pale, but her eyes were occupied by madness. Licking the blood at the corner of her mouth with her tongue, the woman bared her bloody teeth. Monster, I said, I told you to get out. The giant sword slapped directly. The ground cracked. The brown bear was beaten back, but it was only for a moment. The next second, after rubbing its claws on the ground to stabilize its body, it pounced again. On the way, a predator who tried to stop was torn in half by Guyu. One on the left and one on the right, with their intestines torn. Seeing this scene, everyone had to change their view of Guyu. The seemingly weak girl, once she started fighting, was she so brave? But was she just brave? Suimo, who was observing from the side, took care of the sneak attacker by the way. She looked into Guyu's eyes. The eyes of beasts are mostly ferocious. In these eyes, Suimo did not find any human rationality. At this moment, after grabbing the big sword with one claw, Guyu slapped the other's head with the other hand. The woman could only let go of the big sword, then retreated and raised her arms to block. A huge force hit her. The woman flew backwards. The brown figure that followed was like a mountain pressing down on her head, and it smashed directly in front of her. The sharp teeth crushed her shoulder. She twisted her head to avoid the fatal blow. She thought she could still struggle. But the woman looked at the bear in disbelief. She saw that the other party actually pulled out the sword and slapped it directly at the woman. Bang! The woman was slapped away again and hit the wall. The wall cracked. There was also a crisp sound of broken bones in the middle. The woman spit out a mouthful of blood and her face was completely bloodless. She stared at the brown bear in front of her with an ugly face, but smiled. Monster, you are the same as me. Ha 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 ha, do you think you have found a place to stay? Once your true face is discovered by others you. The woman wanted to say something, but her claws enlarged in front of her. The head flew out directly. The body stood there for a moment, as if it felt the arrival of death, and then fell down with a bang. The blood was flowing from the broken neck. The bright red color reflected in Guyu's eyes was so gorgeous and attractive. The enemy was dead. And Guyu still stood there, full of murderous intent. She stuck out her tongue and stared at the corpse on the ground, her eyes full of appetite. Xiaoyu. Enough Xiaoyu, she's dead. Gu Yang rushed over quickly, and stood in front of Guyu. Facing this behemoth in front of him, Gu Yang was afraid. But what he was afraid of was not Guyu himself, but what Guyu might do next. Guyu, who maintained the body shape of a brown bear, tilted his head and looked at Gu Yang. I don't know if she recognized this as her brother. There was no emotion in her eyes. She raised her hand. It was slow, but she reached Gu Yang at high speed. Gu Yang, who was well prepared, dodged the attack. Judging from the speed, it seemed that this was not the first time. Xiaoyu. Gu Yang rushed over again and hugged Gu Yu's arm. Xiaoyu, enough, really enough. Please come back. The trembling voice was filled with a plea. But what responded to Gu Yang was Gu Yu's rude throwing him away. After doing all this, Xiong's face was somewhat happy. She looked at the corpse on the ground again, and then bared her teeth. Are you going to eat it? Someone asked in doubt, with obvious fear. Even though powerful abilities are reassuring. But what if the consequence of this power is cannibalism, even though it was already a corpse? But who can guarantee that she will not bite a living person one day? For these poor people struggling in the wasteland, their last bottom line is that they cannot become man-eating monsters. It's not like that. Xiaoya is just. Looking at the horrified eyes of those people towards his sister, Gu Yang tried to explain something. But he was somewhat powerless. He wanted to stop it, but he knew that if he forced his hand in the face of Guyu in this state at the moment, he would die. It didn't matter if he died, but once Xiaoya recovered, facing this result, Gu Yang could hardly imagine what would happen. Transformation ability. If it were just some weak or lifeless existences, it would not affect Guyu's own will. But like this kind of killing beast, as long as she tasted the blood, Celia would temporarily forget her human identity and turn into a man-eating beast. He couldn't stop it. Closed his eyes in despair. He didn't want Celia to experience the previous situation again. Although Celia did everything to protect the camp. But those people wouldn't understand. They only knew that Celia would eat people, even enemies. Expulsion displacement. Are we really going to lose even the last hope? In Gu Yang's despair, Gu Yu's claws had already torn off an arm. While she was putting it into her mouth, a person appeared beside her. The slender arm just pressed down Gu Yu's bare paw. It looked like she didn't use much strength, but the brown bear couldn't move. Chapter 236. Gu Yu didn't even recognize her brother in this state. She just wanted to eat her spoils. Facing this human who dared to stop her, Gu Yu's reaction was to wave her bare paw. The wide bare paw was enough to cover the sky and the earth. Facing this attack, Suemo punched out. Just one punch. The brown bear, that everyone was looking at with fear, was directly beaten out by Suemo. The body fell to the ground, and the fur became messy. There was blood at the corner of Gu Yu's mouth. The injury stimulated her, and she stood up again and wanted to charge. She saw Suemo flashing in front of her. He kicked him to the ground with one foot. Then, with a jump, Suemo stood on the other's chest. He pressed him down with his foot. Suemo squatted down, and the boning knife was across the other's neck. Will you wake up by yourself, or will I beat you awake? The tone was so calm that it was not even threatening. But people who were familiar with Suemo knew that Suemo was serious, and would keep his word. What surprised Gu Yan was that his beastly sister was still baring her teeth at this moment. But she was not resisting. The beast eyes stared at Suemo with murderous intent and struggle. That was the revival of human nature. Suemo just squatted on the other's chest, quietly watching the other's changes. Suemo didn't jump down until the body under him was shrinking. In just a few breaths, Gu Yu appeared in front of people again. She pinched her clothes, looked a little embarrassed, her face flushed, and stole a glance at Suemo. Thank you. Gu Yu, who turned into a girl, still had clear eyes, no different from before. But in her eyes, there was admiration for Suemo. At this moment, the girl found her target. Someone who could suppress her, or even beat her up. The admiring look made Gu Yan a little jealous. His sister's idol was not him anymore. While Suemo was dealing with Gu Yu, the rest of the plunderers almost fell to the ground. Some died so badly that they could not die again. But some were still alive. When they saw Sumo's powerful scene, they suddenly felt that perhaps those companions who died like this were lucky. In the eyes of those plunderers with fear, Suemo walked in front of him. Where is your temporary base? This is not the first batch of goods you came to pick up, right? Judging from the behavior of these people, the Brotherhood is probably just one of their contacts. Nowadays, there is no shortage of people looking for protection in the Wasteland. These speculators can make a lot of money by just cheating. I don't. He hesitated, as if he wanted to say he didn't know. However, under Sumo's calm expression, his body trembled. A strange smell spread. The man's face turned red. He was so scared that he peed. Even Suemo, at this moment, moved away with a little disgust, covering his nose and staring at the other person. The frowned brows might be thinking about how to pinch him to death. I know where it is. The sudden words made people look sideways. Suemo saw Li walking down the stairs. Facing so many people's attention, Li found that his legs were a little weak. But he still forced himself to walk down. Although he did not see the one-sided massacre just now, the sound he caught in his ears had interpreted everything for him. The last trace of luck disappeared. As a member of the Brotherhood, if he did nothing, the ending would be similar. So he walked down. I heard those people say it. He pointed to the body of the boss on the ground and said. These people did not trust him very much. Occasionally, they would deliberately turn their backs on him. But his ears could capture information even through the wall. They once mentioned the base of these predators. Over there in Ruoshui Town. Ruoshui Town, a town controlled by predators. It is the playground of predators, and the grave of ordinary people. Even the people of the Brotherhood did not dare to take the goods directly there. After all, if you go there, you will become the goods itself. Predators are a person without credibility. Trading outside is undoubtedly the safest. But this time I met Suemo. Ruoshui Town. Suemo made a gesture while muttering these words. The next moment, the survivors became corpses. The body that was holding the wall almost fell to the ground. Li raised his eyes, and saw Sumo's half-smiley eyes. Deliberately, she did it on purpose. She was just waiting for him. When this thought came to his mind, Li was completely convinced. And Tong Baiqiao and even Gu Yang, who saw Sumo's series of actions, breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. No matter how depressed they were, they disappeared at this moment. Who said Sumo only had force? The next step was to clean up the battlefield. They found some things, which were supplies hidden by the Brotherhood. The old people, women and children on the third floor also came down. After the chain master died, they were free. When they saw the corpses underground, many screamed. Sumo stared at the group of people with a frank look. He sold you to me. She pointed at Gu Yang and ignored his embarrassed expression and continued to speak. But I won't force you. If you don't want to go with me, you can leave now. I won't object. I can give you some food. But if you choose to go with me, but want to do something bad to my camp later, then... Sometimes, the oppression brought by unfinished words is more sufficient. The timid eyes of some people are enough to explain everything. But after all, not everyone wants to follow Sumo. I want to leave. Someone raised his hand, and there were imitators one after another. Among them were some people on the second floor. Looking at those people, Gu Yang was a little disappointed. These people. Idiots. But Gu Yang did not stop these people's choices. The person who spoke at this moment was Sumo. Okay. Sumo pointed at the supplies that had just been searched out. The rich food made people's throats roll. In order to ensure survival, the people of the Brotherhood would naturally give them some food. But they were all mixed porridge mixed with sand and stones, barely filling their stomachs. And now, there was a lot of meat. He will distribute it to you. After getting the things, leave here immediately. At Sumo's signal, Shurchin came out. Under his calm expression, his eyes were extremely cold. He didn't look like a good person to talk to. The distribution began. Some people got the things, and went to the side to eat them voraciously. Sumo was very generous, and gave enough food to sustain 3 days. Some people voraciously ate, and some regretted it after eating. They wanted to take more, but facing Shurchin's thunder and lightning, they could only shut up. But there were also smart people. Chapter 237. I regret it. It was a man. He rushed directly to Sumo. He knelt on the ground with a plop. He raised his face, and Sumo saw a face that was too handsome. If Lu Xinglan was tough and handsome, and Fu Xiao was gentle and elegant, then the man in front of him was too delicate and handsome. Although his face was a little dirty, it also made his eyes clearer. Like a little deer, wet, with a little charm. He pulled Sumo's sleeve, and looked at Sumo pitifully. The thin clothes on his body were torn, revealing the beautiful collarbone. The clean voice was very comfortable to hear. When he saw Sumo's gaze, he bit his mouth tightly, and uttered a word with a crying tone. I'm sorry, I made the wrong choice. I want to go with you. Can I? Tug at Sumo's sleeve, and shake it. The boy tried to release his charm. He didn't see the strange expression on Shurchin's face. Seduction? Even Shurchin, who had known Sumo for so long, had never seen anyone use such means to deal with Sumo. The key point was that among those who chose to leave, many looked at the boy with jealousy and hatred. As if to say, why don't I have this face? It's not just one person who regrets it. What's your name? Under the other party's expectation, Sumo bent down and pinched the other party's chin, forcing the other party to look up. Too close, she could even see the boy's delicate skin. My name is Tiangu. Perhaps seeing hope, Tianji's eyes lit up, and he looked even more silly and cute. Tiangu, what a good name. Sumo's voice dragged. Just when everyone thought Sumo was really going to agree, Sumo stood up. Then, there was a kick. Tianji's thin body was kicked out, and hit the wall heavily. He suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. He was just an ordinary person, and under this heavy blow, his chest seemed to collapse. He looked at Sumo in astonishment. There was embarrassment and hatred in his wide eyes. There were many people who were shocked by Sumo's kick. Gu Yang's eyes twitched a few times. It was a cruel hand to destroy the flower. It seemed that he had to suppress the idea of serving people with beauty. I said, you have no right to regret. In a ruthless tone, Sumo's eyes swept across everyone. Whether they left or stayed, they all saw the seriousness on Sumo's face. This kick was also a warning to those who chose to follow. Those who left could not come back, and those who followed could not leave. Sumo was not going to be a good man. Disobey, and you will die. The boning knife flew out of his hand, and hit the other person's heart. The beautiful boy's face was slowly filled with deathly silence. In an instant, the whole floor became silent. Until Miao Miao yawned, it seemed to come to life. Compared to the time I saw him before, Sumo is now more powerful and more cruel. And this? is a qualified leader. Tong Baiqiao walked over thinking secretly. What should we do next? She asked, actively showing herself. Show her ability, and then find a suitable position beside Su Mo. This is Tong Baiqiao's plan. Wait a minute. Su Mo's expression also eased. Then, as she said, she waited here for another 2 days. Then she waited for Dai Yufeng, Wu Zixia, and Fu Xiao to arrive. Behind the two were some diehards trained by Uncle Wolf. Oh, there is work to do. Wu Zixia, carrying a gun, was very domineering. He looked at everyone with contempt. But when he saw Su Mo, he chose to bow his head. Tell me, what's the matter? She was a little restless, and there happened to be work to do. Very simple. Come with me to fight your old boss. Su Mo bared his teeth, and the ambition revealed on his pretty face made Wu Zixiao's back cold. But she also smiled. Okay, a meal. Su Mo nodded. Then he began to explain. Dai Yufeng led the team again, and brought this group of people back to the camp. It was inconvenient to move with so many people. Only a small number of elites were needed for the raid. Dai Yufeng, who was used as a porter, nodded when she met Su Mo's eyes. Don't worry. She will be a screening procedure before these people enter the camp. She has been an intelligence dealer for many years, and is very good at judging people. During the process of going to the camp, these people will be graded in Dai Yufeng's mind. Once they arrive at the camp, they can make appropriate arrangements. As for these people's resistance on the way. As an intelligence dealer, the force value is also very important. After all, there will always be times when you need to threaten with force. The fog lasted for several days. The crowd disappeared in the fog. Those people were completely silent about Su Mo. Su Mo was not worried about any major problems on the road. He turned over and jumped onto Miao Miao's body and sat down, while Li led the way in front. Gu Yang and his sister, Gu Jia and his brother, Wu Zixia and his couple, as well as Tong Baiqiao and Shiqing, this is the team that will attack Ruoshui town. The team of less than 10 people is not Su Mo's overconfidence. Ruoshui town is just a temporary base. Those looters are only staying temporarily, and once they get enough goods, they will leave quickly. And this batch of the Brotherhood is the last batch. It is also a team of looters, who come out to perform tasks, and the scale will not be too large. It's just that the reputation of looters is enough to scare some people. Li, who walked in the front, holding a map, gritted his teeth. He could feel the eyes behind him looking at him one after another. Each of them seemed to have a strong killing intention. If I can't do this well, I probably give up. His flexible ears kept moving, listening to the movements around him. He was afraid that something would come out. But what he feared would come true. What is it? Li shouted subconsciously, as his ears caught the movement. Then he saw lightning flashing in the mist. The smell of burning appeared. It was a fierce beast. But it was a single one, and it was already dead. Looking at Shiqing's eyes, asking what he was making a fuss about, Li laughed dryly. He was afraid. Fortunately, there were no problems on the road. Ruoshui town was not far from here. The few people were moving fast, and after just a few hours, they had already reached the outskirts of Ruoshui town. It was already noon. The sun was hot above his head, and the mist had dispersed a little. The situation in Ruoshui town could be vaguely seen. Buildings collapsed, and plants grew wildly. There was no difference in this ruin. But at the highest point of the ruins, there is a flag. The flag fluttering in the wind is all white, but on it there is a red sickle stained with blood. This is the symbol of the predators, who call themselves the Wasteland Death Gods. TSK. Wu Zixia made an ambiguous sound. Then I go first. Don't worry, I can see you. Just give me a signal. After Su Mo nodded, both Wu Zixia and Fu Xiao disappeared. With Fu Xiao's spatial ability, Wu Zixia can easily find the commanding heights of Ruoshui town. As a sniper, of course, he has to shoot from a high place. Chapter 238. Ruoshui town central square. The fountain had long since died, and the pool was filled with mud. A group of people set up camp around here. In a shabby and leaky house not far away, there were a bunch of slaves. They lowered their heads, leaned on each other, and looked for the last comfort. The square was lit by fire. Many people sat by the warm flames, eating meat. Damn it, why hasn't Xin Yang come back yet? She should have arrived yesterday. One of them pulled the meat and spoke incoherently. The Xin Yang he was talking about was the giant sword woman. I don't know, but with Xin Yang's ability, I guess she encountered some problems on the road and was delayed. Wait a little longer, if she doesn't come back tomorrow, we leave first. Because of the changes in the situation in the wasteland, They have actually delayed this batch of goods for a long time. If they don't go back, it will be difficult to explain when the time comes. Hey, if you ask me, Xin Yang should just stay in the base camp. Isn't it good to be the boss's woman? Why do you want to go out and make trouble? Someone followed suit and complained. It was a bald man. At this time, he stroked his head with his greasy hands, and his tone was a bit teasing. If you ask me, the boss just likes this kind of special woman. The scar on Xin Yang's face, tsk tisk, anyway, I don't dare. After the bald man said this, the others also laughed. Xin Yang is naturally capable. But as a woman favored by the boss, Xin Yang's prestige among the plunderers mostly comes from the boss. However, Xin Yang didn't like the boss, and she didn't care about the privileges given by the boss. She wanted to use her own ability to sit in that position. Xin Yang never refused such hard work. But after all, she was a woman. It was still difficult for her to build a world on her own in this wasteland. At least in the bald man's heart, Xin Yang relied more on the boss's appreciation, otherwise how could she have such an opportunity? A group of people were talking and laughing, and the gossip between Xin Yang and the plunderers was the side dish. No one knew that a sniper rifle had locked them on a tall building not far away. The signal is coming, Fu Xiao said, and saw Wu Zixi nodded. A pink bullet was fired directly. It cut through the shrouded fog and sky, appeared above the square in an instant, and then hit accurately. The bald man who was still questioning Xin Yang's status felt a little itchy in his heart. He reached out and touched it, sticky. Could it be that he spilled wine? Thinking of it, he lowered his head and saw the blood on his heart. The heart that should have been beating violently suddenly stopped beating when he found that he was shot. The bald man fell to the ground with his mouth wide open. Death is just a moment. In the face of this sudden attack, a barrier appeared above the square. The ability of the defense system covered all the predators. As for the slaves not far away, no one would care about their life or death. Anyway, there is no shortage of such things in the wasteland. Who is it? The short-haired man, with a leg in his hand, stood up. His expression was dark. Sir, why don't you come out and see me? Above their heads, flags were fluttering. The other party must know their identities. But he still did it, and attacked directly in the dark, so straightforward. This made the crew cut hesitate. I don't know which god it is. The sound of footsteps appeared, in response to the crew cut. Su Emma walked out from the shadows. Meow Meow followed her, and her huge body was enough to give people pressure. The snow-white hair was wet by the mist, and soon evaporated because of Meow Meow's body temperature. Looking at Sumo's unfamiliar face, the crew cut smiled. Miss, did you do this? He said the honorific, but the tone became a little casual. He looked around and didn't see anyone else. Could it be that the ladies from the base came out to fight for justice? These days, there are people who are full of justice. But not everyone can go back alive from their hands. I guess so. Su Emma responded while looking at the other party's death. Wu Zixiao's move was straightforward. Looking up at the barrier in the sky, Su Emma suddenly jumped up amid the mocking expressions of those people. His body appeared at the edge of the barrier almost instantly. The knife in his hand stabbed at a point. The mental power was shaken, and the power surged wildly. It was just a moment. Dense cracks appeared on the barrier. There were also cracking sounds. The sound made people's scalp numb. After being suddenly attacked by Su Emma, the barrier seemed to be thickening. It can be seen that the opponent was also exerting force. It was just that after Sumo's knife stabbed a gap, it went deep directly and unreasonably. As the knife moved, the barriers it encountered were like spring snow, melting in an instant. It's just a piece of paper. Once it's broken, it can never be put back together again. One of the looters suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Su Emma with a very alert look. Although he didn't say anything, it was enough to show that Su Emma had bad intentions and had certain abilities. Looking for death. The crew cut shouted and made a gesture directly. All the looters began to move, approaching Su Emma in a siege posture. Obviously, they wanted to surround Su Emma. At this time, another bullet shot out. It easily pierced through one of the looters' heads. The brain exploded and scattered all over the ground. It was very sticky when stepped on. Facing this sudden death, the crew cut's face became stiff. Is it her? Someone beside the crew cut asked in a low voice. He looked at the two bodies with fear. He had heard that there was a very powerful sharpshooter among the looters. And it was a woman. As long as the gun is fired, the targeted person will have no chance of survival. It was just that not long ago, during a mission, the other party suddenly disappeared. And the subsequent news was that the other party betrayed them and joined another force. And the name of the leader of that force was Sumo. The short-haired man spat out these 2 words. Hearing his name, Sumo was surprised at his fame. How come someone could recognize him all the time? It's me. Sumo admitted generously, and patted Miami's head. His flexible body jumped directly into the team of predators and started fighting. Claws tore flesh. Teeth crushed bones. Miami's fighting power was terrifying. However, facing so many enemies, Miami could not take care of them completely. Someone approached Miami from the side, trying to give Miami a fatal blow. Miami's shadow was twisted. Then a person came out. The knife in Gu Yang's hand easily pierced through the opponent. There was also flashing lightning coming down from the sky. Chapter 239. The earth trembled, and the ground turned into a swamp. With their legs deeply stuck in it, the 2 brothers Gu Jia and Gu Ding, who came out of the corner, cooperated tacitly. The water and soil blended together to form a swamp that could not be escaped. It swallowed people bit by bit. Some people struggled to climb to the ground, but found that thorns broke out of the ground. The branches that grabbed their hands entangled them, and the sharp thorns pierced into their flesh and blood. The thorns drank blood in big mouthfuls. But in the time it took to breathe, the entangled people were already dead. If the ground was impassable, what about the sky? Some of the predators grew wings on their backs, and their hands turned into claws. One on each side, they grabbed their companions and struggled to flutter up. Finally, he succeeded and raised his 2 companions. When he was rejoicing, a shadow covered his head. Looking up, he saw a bird with wings spread out, enough to cover the sky and the sun, flapping its wings. The bird's beak flashed with a faint blue light, which was poisonous. When she saw the people below, the transformed Gu Yu made a sharp bird cry. Her transformation was not limited to the brown bear. She could replicate in the sky, on the ground, and even in the water. After completing the transformation, she would also have the ability of the replicated beast. Just like flying at this moment, and poison. And no matter what kind of beast it is, its wildness in this state will only increase. The bird's beak pierced the opponent's shoulder. The claws grabbed the opponent's wings, and then pulled them hard to both sides. In the opponent's shrill screams, the wings were torn off alive. Large pieces of blood and flesh were thrown in the air. And the 2 companions who were rescued fell directly from the sky, and then were pierced by Tong Baichia's vines. At some point, layers of lightning suddenly appeared in the swamp. Shurqing stood at the edge, and the power of thunder and lightning was surging. All the people entangled in the swamp became charred corpses in an instant. The smell of burning was spreading. Under the blessing of Sumo's group, everyone's ability was amplified. The battle made their blood boil. Even if there were only a few people, it was enough to fight against so many predators. At the beginning of the battle, there were already heavy casualties on their side. Wiping off the blood sprayed on his cheek, the short-haired man's eyes became serious. Sumo, the woman who fought hard against base number 8. In the end, base number 8 fell, but Sumo still lived freely in the wasteland. Even established his own power. I heard that there were countless people with abilities in that rock camp. Not only that, they seemed to have a way to mass-produce people with abilities. Recalling some rumors, the short-haired man looked at Sumo eagerly. If Sumo can be brought back, it will be a great achievement. Not to mention Xinjiang, it might be possible to be a deputy of a boss. Thinking about it, he became excited. Leave her to me. After taking the initiative to take the job, the short-haired man moved his body. A normal figure, not exaggerated. He is not a power-type ability user. The hunting smile on his face is bloodthirsty. Under Sumo's gaze, the short-haired man's body was like a black and white TV, and it stabbed. Then, there were 2 short-haired men again. Clone, or an illusion? Staring at the suddenly added short-haired man, Sumo couldn't tell which one was the real one for a moment. Or maybe both. It's not over yet. The 2 buzz cuts started at the same time, with the same tone and expression. Even some small movements and behavior are one-to-one. Sumo's mental power extended out. What she can be sure of is that this is not an illusion. Just because, in the sea of spirituality, there are indeed a few more light spots at this time. The light stretched out, and they all looked like buzz cuts. The art of clones? This ability was the first time Sumo saw it, and she was very curious. Sumo picked one at random and attacked. The arm swung, the blade was sharp. A knife was aimed directly at the opponent's head. What was blocked was a short knife. The boning knife was used to process food, and the opponent's short knife was made to kill people. The 2 knives collided, and the power of the boning knife continued to erode the opponent. The moment of contact, there were already signs of cracks on the short knife. Suemo had never seen a weapon as strong as the boning knife. During the battle, the weapon was destroyed by the enemy, which undoubtedly declared that he had one foot in death. Suemo took a step forward and helped him take the other foot. The body fell to the ground, blood flowing. Suemo stared at the body and felt a little strange. The death was too easy. Judging from the communication between the predators, this crew cut must be a small leader. Even if the power gap was huge, it would not be so easy to die. What are you looking at? The voice of the opponent came from behind. The attack came suddenly. Suemo seemed to have eyes behind him, and he dodged by turning sideways and kicked straight at the same time. The force directly kicked the opponent away. Suemo also saw that the two men standing in front of him were still two men with short hair. But what he saw from his peripheral vision was that the body of the man with short hair on the ground was still fresh. There was still steam coming out of his blood. Another one? What happened? A faint doubt emerged in his mind. Facing this slightly tricky ability, Suemo became focused. There are all kinds of abilities in the Wasteland, and none of them should be underestimated. Once you are careless, it is easy to bring death to yourself. I will kill as many as there are. Facing the provocative expression of the other party, Suemo spoke softly. In terms of the individual strength of these clones, like a warrior, it is easy to destroy them. Really? Then try and see if you can kill them all. In the slightly complacent voice, there is always a man with short hair standing not far away watching Suemo fight with him. Just like before. Suemo kills one, but another one will appear. There were already many bodies of men with short hair lying on the ground, and there were still two of them confronting Suemo. Every one of them attacked Suemo. Although they did not pose any threat, it was annoying to see them die one after another. So, after breaking the neck of one of the men with short hair, Suemo stabbed the other man with the boning knife. He hit the other man's heart. He also fell down. And behind Suemo, the other man's chuckle came again. Still two. The weird scene was terrifying. The faces of the men with short hair on the ground seemed to see Suemo's predicament and gradually twisted into grotesque appearances. Facing the new two men with short hair, Suemo's eyes were slightly solemn. No. This time, Suemo did not attack immediately. She looked at her arm. There was a wound on it, not deep, and it would heal quickly with the strength of her body. However, from being slaughtered by me at the beginning, to now being able to inflict wounds on me. Although the progress is small. But Suemo clearly felt that as the number of deaths increased, the strength of these newly appeared buzz cuts also increased. Just like raising a goo, the one who survived in the end absorbed the power of the rest of the companions. If he continued to kill, it would only help the other party grow faster. Chapter 240. When Suemo stopped attacking, the crew cut knew that the other party had found out something. Seeing Suemo put down his hand, he sneered. Do you think you can stop me like this? He increased his own strength at the cost of death. But there was no rule on who gave him this death. Looking at the other party's smug expression, Suemo knew that it was not good. Sure enough, in front of him, the two crew cuts committed suicide one after another. One stabbed himself in the neck, and the other took out his heart directly. The cruel means led to the two crew cuts, who appeared again showing crazy smiles on their faces. Then, the suicides continued. Again and again. The bodies were still piling up. As the number of deaths increased, Suemo clearly felt that the other party's breath was constantly rising. From an ant, he became an elephant that could crush ants. If this continued, Suemo didn't know how far the other party would grow. But this kind of perverted ability must have its own limitations. Then, how to stop it? Compared to Suemo's hesitation, the others were also having a hard time. The number of people was very different. But they could still hold on. In the distance, Wu Zixia continued to cooperate with the occupation here, helping Shirqing and others to open up the situation. And Wu Zixia naturally saw Suemo's predicament. She gave Fu Xiao a look. Soon, Fu Xiao appeared next to Suemo. Xiao Xiao, let me help you. Fu Xiao said, looking at the short-haired man who had come back to life again in front of him. With Suemo as the center, all the bodies of the short-haired men were there. The faces of the corpses were distorted in different ways. This scene was really horrifying. I try, Fu Xiao said, and saw Suemo nod. He raised his finger, and the space squeezed. The two crew cuts were shrouded together at the same time, and then turned into meat paste. The meat paste fell to the ground, and the other party's increasingly loud voice came from behind. It's useless, you can't kill me. The cracked corners of his mouth were particularly ugly. Facing the thoughtful eyes of the two, the crew cut continued his suicide. Killing the two crew cuts at the same time could not stop this scene. Suemo frowned a little as he weighed the knife in his hand. Fu Xiao continued beside him. The unique space ability can give the two crew cuts death at the same time. But it was useless. Killing the two crew cuts at the same time is not a solution to this ability. But even if it is a powerful ability, it will not be so unsolvable. Unless this solution is hidden by the other party. Continue. Suemo said to Fu Xiao. Fu Xiao nodded naturally. Suemo, who had some ideas, ignored the provocation of the short-haired man and looked around. Her people and the predators were fighting passionately. Because of her ability and the healing food. Although there were only a few people on her side, no one died at this moment. Even Miao Miao fought bravely, and countless predators died under its claws. He put the blood-stained claws into his mouth and licked them. At this moment, Miao Miao was not obedient in front of Suemo, but completely revealed his side as a ferocious beast. Cruel, cold, and bloodthirsty. It was a barely drawn game. This is the current situation. Just watching those looters keep dying. The crew cut didn't pay any more attention. Could it be that she guessed wrong? She was thinking, is there a possibility that the crew cut's true body is not the two she saw, but hiding among the looters? In this case, it is easy to confuse the enemy on the battlefield. But at this time, most of the looters were injured. The crew cut didn't seem to be anxious at all. Not here. Hee hee. The crew cut laughed again after noticing Sumo's thoughts. The arrogant laughter ended with the meat. The crew cut who appeared again twisted his neck and raised his middle finger to Fu Xiao. It's my turn now. As soon as the voice fell, the crew cut's speed exploded to the extreme. It was actually comparable to Suemo. Not only that, the opponent's strength was also extremely strong, comparable to Guyu who turned into a brown bear. That punch made a hole in the ground, but did not hurt Fu Xiao. Fu Xiao used his space ability to dodge to another place. With the buzz cut as the center, the space squeezed again. It was easy to destroy the body. But the newly revived body continued to attack Fu Xiao. Even Fu Xiao's expression became heavy at this moment. A bullet passed by and hit a buzz cut. It was the support from Wu Zixio. Fu Xiao glanced over there, and shook his head helplessly. Indicated that he had no way to deal with this buzz cut. The abilities of the two people were mutually restrained. He could tear the other party apart in an instant, but the other party could also revive in an instant and attack again. Continuing, it would only be a hopeless consumption. More importantly, at this moment, the overall strength of the buzz cut was almost the same as Suemo. If he continued, he might not be able to escape. So Fu Xiao's attack slowed down. He simply dodged and did not kill again. Facing Fu Xiao's avoidance, the short-haired man curled his lips in contempt. The pride in his eyes almost overflowed. There are only a few people who can break his ability so far. And it happened that those people were not here. He was very confident that no one here could take him down. This time, Fu Xiao did not attack, but Suemo did. Suemo, who was temporarily ignored by the short-haired man, appeared in front of one of the short-haired men. He still cut his neck with a knife. The speed made the short-haired man, who was a little confident just now, frown again. How could Sumo's ability be stronger than he expected? He did not see when the other party attacked at all. But this time Suemo only killed one of the short-haired men. After a while, there were two more. The speed has slowed down. Looking at the new short-haired man, Suemo said to Fu Xiao. The opponent's ability to pay the price of death is not unrestrained. The resurrection at the beginning was almost in the blink of an eye. But now, it takes several seconds to see a new buzz cut. However, this alone cannot defeat the buzz cut. After all, the buzz cut does not hide this defect. Keep killing. But Suemo sneered. Don't worry. With Sumo's order, Fu Xiao no longer held back. The space strangulation continued. As the buzz cut continued to resurrect, Suemo was far away from the battlefield here. She rushed into the crowd. But it was not the plunderer's side, but the group of slaves hiding in the dark and not daring to speak. There were many people, and a quick glance showed that there were hundreds of people. It can be seen that the plunderer had a lot of gains this time. His eyes patrolled the crowd. Many people witnessed Sumo's powerful fighting power just now, and they didn't dare to look at Suemo directly. Some even held their heads, thinking of themselves as ostriches, and kept mumbling something. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'd do anything. Please. Amidst the voices, Sumo's eyes were sharp, and he was searching for something with a purpose. Chapter 241. Not far away, the resurrected shaved head showed panic in his eyes when he saw Sumo's behavior. It was this instantaneous change that was caught by Fu Xiao. It seems that her guess is right. The weakness is indeed here, but it is not in the plunderers, but in the slaves who are easily ignored by both sides. After all, at this time, those slaves can only wait for the final judgment, right? Who cares about the ants on the battlefield? You? Hearing Fu Zhao's tone, the shaved head was angry. One of them rushed in the direction of Su Mo. Obviously, Su Mo did find the right one. Looking at the shaved head's appearance, it seems that the fatal weakness is hidden there. He died several times just now. With the strength of the shaved head at this moment, he can even maintain the upper hand in a head-on confrontation with Su Mo. But Fu Zhao did not let the other party leave easily. Your enemy is me. The spatial ability ignores the existence of distance. As long as he caught them, the space strangulation could be carried out at any time. The fluctuating space occasionally flashed some black cracks, which was particularly terrifying. After Fu Zhao got serious, these short-haired guys with increasingly strong bodies still couldn't escape being killed instantly. He had only one goal. Just leave these two covers here. As for over there, Su Mo, walking in the crowd, looked at the performance of those around him. Some people didn't dare to look at him. Some people were wary of him. Some people peeped. Some people looked openly. Some people, they curled up in the corner and shivered, but in the gap between their arms, they revealed a pair of scared and angry eyes. Found it. Su Mo's eyes lit up. She walked directly in front of the man and grabbed him. What surprised Su Mo was that although the man tried to dodge, his actions were like a useless person in her eyes. This original body was the strength of the short-haired guy she saw at the beginning. He was held in Su Mo's hand, and his face was full of fear. You. He hesitated and couldn't say a word. How arrogant the short-haired guy over there was. How scared the short-haired guy was at this moment. He even showed a flattering smile to Su Mo, as if hoping that Su Mo would let him go. Let him go. The one who shouted this was the short-haired guy who was fighting with Fu Zhao. However, with Fu Zhao around, he couldn't get close to his cowardly original body at all. Waste! He shouted angrily. But the scolded original body still looked at Su Mo cautiously, trying to get the other party's understanding. Interesting. This was Su Mo's praise for the other party's ability. When the buzz cut heard the praise, hope emerged in his eyes. I can be of use to you and help you really. His throat was trembling, but his eyes were sincere. Is that so? Su Mo spoke with a long tone, and the smile in his eyes receded like the tide. Deep in the dark pupils, there was no ripple. When the fingers exerted force, there was a crisp sound of bones. The other party's head drooped in Su Mo's hands. There was still a flattering look in his opened eyes. The original body was dead. Then what about the clone? Turning his head to look over there. One of them was just killed by Fu Zhao. As Su Mo thought, the new resurrection did not continue. The last one left was already filled with fear. He actually gave up resistance and rushed in other directions. He wanted to escape. The clone was still alive, but it really only had one life left. Ha! This time, it was Fu Zhao's turn to chuckle. 5 fingers opened in the air, and then clenched suddenly. Flesh and blood exploded, and bones broke into pieces. The splattered flesh and blood blurred the ground. Unwillingly, the short-haired man died. Without the interference of the short-haired man, Su Mo joined the next battlefield. In this way, there was almost no possibility for the predators to turn the situation around in the subsequent battle. The death toll was accumulating. Many predators killed to the end. Perhaps knowing their fate, some knelt down and begged for mercy. Some fought to the end and died in the madness and blood they pursued. As for those who begged for mercy, Su Mo also gave them peace. The scene finally quieted down after the last predator was killed by the twin brothers. Really? Gu Yang's chest was heaving, but his eyes were bright. The burning light became even more dazzling after seeing Su Mo slap Gu Yu, and then Gu Yu automatically recovered her human body. Yes! They did not lose anything. The battlefield is still worth cleaning up. There are a lot of supplies stored in a tent here. Except for some suspicious meat inside, the rest went into Su Mo's space. Next, it was the arrangement of the slaves. It was still the same old routine. Both kindness and force. For those who chose to leave, Su Mo expressed his blessings. But those who wavered only added a few more corpses to Ruoshui town. Everything seemed to have settled. Some slaves saw hope in Su Mo's promise. Especially after learning about the experience of Gu Yang and his sister, they looked at Su Mo with more trust. But that Li Yi, he hardly put in any effort in the battle just now. After all, he only had sensitive hearing, which was very useless at this time. When Li Yi walked in front of Su Mo in the face of the annihilation of the raiders, he was completely unrestrained. Leader, I want to report. Li Yi's face was full of justice. In Su Mo's puzzled eyes, he rushed directly into the crowd and picked out a few people. These people just said, "Pretend to obey, go to your camp, and then find a way to seize power." For a while, the scene was quiet again. Looking at Li Yi's chin raised, as if he was a messenger of justice, Su Imo was silent. This wind-hearing ear, how to say, within the range, as long as the voice is communicated, the secret is almost impossible to cover up. The few people who were caught still had confusion on their faces. How did they get discovered? Su Imo looked Li Yi up and down, and looking at his smile, pointed at Shurqing. "You will follow him in the future." Shurqing, who was in charge of the camp's internal affairs, needed such an assistant. Yes. Li Yi felt relieved when he knew that he had given a good token of surrender. Then he looked at Shurqing with a flattering smile. Shurqing's welcome to his new subordinate was simple. That was to electrocute those traitors into charcoal in front of Li Yi. This kind of punishment seemed to warn Li Yi of the consequences of betrayal. Li Yi couldn't help but feel that he was more loyal. The follow-up was waiting. When Dai Yufeng appeared here again, with a long empty convoy, the announcer Su Mo's outing had ended. The harvest was much more than she thought. With the addition of these people, the camp will expand in scale. And Su Mo's idea can be fully implemented. Using the mountain as their back, they built a mountain city. Or in other words, a new base. They initially had the power to fight against those bases, and even the ferocious beasts. From now on, they will no longer be a simple camp. Everything is moving in a good direction. Chapter 242. The rain just stopped, and the air was filled with cold waves. In the open space, near the rock camp, a group of people were training. In this cold weather, they were naked and shouting enthusiastically. The one leading them was Lu Xinglan. These people were the ones Su Imo brought back from the Wasteland before. After the division of labor, some were selected as warriors, and were undergoing training. And some participated in the construction of the camp. The mountain was flattened little by little in the hands of the ability users. On the hillside, some buildings have already taken basic shapes. After a large number of manpower joined, the entire rock camp was bustling with people. The guard system belonging to the rock camp will also be gradually established in the hands of Lu Xinglan. Su Imo still trusts Captain Lu's ability in this area. The basin is deeper, and the wild blood flowers are still blooming brilliantly in this cold weather. Lu Sisi, who shuttled through the flowers, had a serious expression. Picking some flowers, he rushed into the laboratory by the sea of flowers. "I heard that Miss Lu has some ideas." When Su Imo arrived, Miao Jingshan came over and said, "The main purpose here is to study the crazy blood flower. The people here don't get involved in the things of the rock camp. But the fortifications here are also very strong." Su Imo had previously selected some people with high loyalty, and brought them here to Miao Jingshan. Now those people are patrolling nearby. Even if they are from the rock camp, no one can enter here without permission. But this time, Su Imo didn't come here for this. She handed the news she had just received to Miao Jingshan. This crazy blood flower is not owned by her alone. It was just that she was more lucky before. And now, many places have put the research of this flower on the agenda. It also means that this flower may bloom anywhere in the wasteland. And Miao Jingshan still remembers the impact of this flower on people and those beasts. What's more, he even tried to open the cave where Su Imo and others were imprisoned before. But now, the wasteland is full of beasts. That place is occupied by beasts, and almost all the people who went there died. Many people were persuaded to leave. It is certain that the relationship between humans and beasts is becoming more and more severe. Recently, many places have reported beasts attacking humans. The teams going out from major bases have become more cautious. Of course, it is not one-sided. Many places where beasts gather will also be raided and swept away by humans. The war is still escalating. Su Imo received an invitation. Looking at the signature above. Base number 3? In the conference room, everyone looked at the sign of base number 3 with some confusion. They had almost no contact with base number 3. Now the other party has invited everyone in the rock camp to explore a warehouse together. The city fell not long ago, and there are still a lot of supplies left inside. In this cold winter day, any supplies seem to be in short supply. And base number 3 just got a message confirming that there are enough supplies in this warehouse. It's a temptation. But why did this good thing happen to Su Imo? Looking at the earnest words above, Su Imo had some ideas. If I remember correctly, that Bai Luo is now in base number 3. In addition, the assassination attempt on her not long ago, the man was dying just by uttering the word Bai. Su Imo knew very well that this matter was related to Bai Luo. The reason why she did not take action was for another matter. She rubbed a chip in her palm. She originally wanted to wait until the winter was over, but the other party seemed to be impatient to come to her. The city lord in charge of base number 3 is named Jin Jin, and he is old. Now the affairs of base number 3 are almost all handed over to his son Jin Feiwen. This Jin Feiwen looks gentle, but in fact he is extremely treacherous, saying one thing on the surface and another on the back. There are not a few people who have been killed by him. Over the years, he has basically controlled most of the power of base number 3, just waiting for his father to abdicate. The person who said these words was the human child Bai Qiao. At the beginning, Luoya town was attached to base number 3. As the president, who is now not worth mentioning, she has naturally had a lot of dealings with base number 3. Not long ago, she even tried to seek his protection. But he refused, so the subsequent relocation took place. Under the gentle surface is a cold-blooded truth. This is how Tong Baiqiao described him. But before I left, I heard that there seemed to be an unimaginable person next to Jin Feiwen. But at that time, she was not in the mood to inquire, and she didn't know much. Is the other party's surname Bai? Wang Qing asked, and then saw Tong Baiqiao nodding in surprise. Wang Qing smiled, and told the story of Bai Luo and the camp. In other words, this time, base number 3 is actually targeting us on purpose. Under the guise of cooperating and sharing materials, it is very likely that they will harm Su Mo. Of course. Wang Qing sneered. That Bai Luo had harmed many people in the camp. Thinking of the death of his brother, Wang Qing's face was grim. Go or not? Everyone looked at Su Mo. Su Mo leaned back in the chair, but was thinking about something else. The system's goal has always been clear, to prevent the beasts from destroying the wasteland. And what she had guessed before was that someone used the blood flower to make those beasts fall into a violent state, thus sweeping the entire wasteland. However, now she has other ideas. The system cannot verify, so she can only find the answer herself. Go, why not? Su Mo responded with a smile. Isn't it the other party who took the initiative to give the opportunity? Putting away the chip, Su Mo said seriously. But we still need to discuss it carefully. The other party threw the bait. How could I not make a plan to counterattack? A gleam of light flashed in Su Mo's eyes. Su Mo looked at a person in the conference room. Only he was more likely to cooperate with her on this matter. Facing Su Mo's gaze, Lu Xinglan's expression was somewhat expectant. She agreed. In the study room of the city lord's mansion of base number 3, Jin Feiwen smiled at the woman beside him. Xiao Luo, how do you know she will definitely agree? Pulling Bai Luo over and putting him on his legs. His fingers roamed unscrupulously. Faced with this behavior, Bai Luo leaned on the other's arm softly. His fingers stroked the other's face, his tone was tender, and his eyes were seductive. Of course it's because there is something she wants here. Su Mo, who thinks highly of herself, how could she give up this opportunity? It's just that you have to work hard this time. Holding Jin Feiwen's face, Bai Luo kissed him. Okay. During the lingering, Jin Feiwen's eyes became particularly obsessed and dull. The door of the study was open, and there were several guards standing outside. But they turned a blind eye to the situation inside. Looking more closely, there was a bit of numbness in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 243. Chutian City is not big, but it was ahead of many cities in terms of economy. It was because it was backed by several prosperous cities. After the disaster, Chutian City was naturally not spared. The city was burned down. Dust and gravel were everywhere. Without the cities as a backing, Chutian City was covered with plants. Neither the later bases nor the fierce beasts paid much attention to the city. Therefore, a lot of supplies that have not been discovered were preserved here. This led to this cooperation. Outside Chutian City, Su Mo sat in the car and watched the convoy not far away coming late. Facing the late arrival of these people, Su Mo didn't care. Hello Chi Su, I am Jin Feiwen, the person in charge of base number 3 in this operation. Jin Feiwen took the initiative to come over and shake hands with Su Mo. The elegant appearance makes it easy to get close to people. Hello young city lord. Hearing Su Mo's address, Jin Feiwen's smile deepened. After a brief greeting, Jin Feiwen took out a map of Chutian City. The expanded map was very detailed, and the streets and alleys were clearly marked. Here. Jin Feiwen pointed to a place and introduced it. We didn't notice it at first, but we happened to find a group of ferocious beasts here. We thought about dealing with it, just in time for the winter. On the way, we accidentally discovered an underground warehouse. The supplies inside were well preserved, and many things could still be used. But there were a group of ferocious beasts circling around. At that time, the team considered it and found that they could not win, so they had to retreat first. Considering the current situation, It is not cost-effective for us to send a large force to suppress it directly. After all, we don't know how the situation will change in the future. So we thought about finding a party to cooperate with. Then why did you choose us? Suemo interrupted and asked. In terms of strength, the rock camp is not the best. In terms of distance, the rock camp is not the closest to Chution. No matter how you think about it, this is not the best plan. Because you are a free man, Chief Su. Knowing Sumo's concerns, Jin Feiwen explained. The other bases. To be honest, we don't trust them. Backstabbing is often staged in several major bases. And this warehouse discovered this time, even if the materials are divided equally, it can reduce the pressure on the material reserves of base number 3. I can't guarantee that the others will not be tempted, or even do something more during the period. The rock camp is qualified to participate, and our base number 3 also has the ability to suppress the rock camp. Say your plan openly. Suemo knows what the other party means. Even if Suemo had evil intentions, he didn't have to worry about dealing with a rock camp like he did with the other bases. They were qualified to cooperate, so they were easy to control. I have to say that the other party's idea was very good. Of course, neither of them mentioned the deeper reasons. Suemo acquiesced to this statement. Later, Jin Feiwen directly controlled the overall situation. He even arranged for the people in the rock camp. At Sumo's suggestion, everyone did not refuse. There were not many operators brought to the camp this time. Uncle Wang Qinlang, Mu Yuyu, and Qi Ling, who had not left the camp for a long time. The rest were dozens of selected people with special abilities. At this time, the two teams were intertwined, and under Jin Feiwen's arrangement, they drove to the destination. It was not clear what the situation there was now. So the vehicle finally stopped a street away from the warehouse. Everyone got off and walked. Shuttled through the shadows of the building, there was almost no other sound except footsteps. Many actions were carried out by gestures. The team quietly closed the distance. After getting closer, someone patrolled the surroundings from a high place, and the news conveyed was a bit complicated. There are more ferocious beasts than when they found this place before. This is a villa complex. The warehouse is in one of the villas, and they have to go in. However, with the villa complex as the center, many ferocious beasts are active nearby. It is almost impossible to find any breakthrough. If you want to get in, you can only break through head-on. After a brief discussion, they are still ready to take this place quickly. But before taking action, Miao Miu walked to Sumo's side and rubbed against him. The dark eyes seemed to be telling something. That was worry. Suemo felt a little uneasy when he saw this. Miao Miao's perception of ferocious beasts was undoubtedly stronger than that of humans. At this time, Miao Miao reminded himself, which only meant that there was something he had not discovered. The sea of spirituality could only see the ferocious beasts that appeared in front of him. This kind of strange place requires deeper exploration to control the overall situation. Everyone be careful, Suemo ordered. Both sides sent out bait. The appearance of humans in such a place is a signal for those ferocious beasts to eat. A howling sound appeared. Many beasts rushed over to hunt humans. But before they succeeded, they fell into a trap set by humans. The beasts on the outermost periphery were quickly controlled. The bloody smell could not be controlled. The beasts inside were attracted and rushed out. This should be a tribe. B124, shaped like a monkey, with long limbs. The hair is golden, very beautiful, shining in the sun. These B124 climbed on the buildings, and even on the surrounding trees. In this place similar to the primitive jungle, it is very good for B124 to play its strengths. Almost occupied all the commanding heights. Some people's abilities cannot be used against the air. This also led to some insufficient firepower at the beginning after a real head-on collision. Even if Suemo did not use mental power, it would be difficult to hurt those B124. But those B124 had to get close to attack humans. This still gave Suemo room to play. Blade provocation. B124 is not a threat to Suemo. It's just that there are too many of them. At this moment, Suemo did not use the ability of group blessing. This domineering ability, she did not want outsiders to know for the time being. Just rely on the combatant's own abilities to fight these B124. Facing the flexible attack methods of those B124, everyone gradually got wounded. But the pressure was not great. Squeak. Seeing that B124 was gradually dying in the cooperation between the two sides, a B124 in the back raised its neck and kept shouting. Like a mouse, the sound was transmitted far away. Soon, everyone heard the roar from the depths of the villa complex. The earth was shaking. Some huge monster was approaching. The owner here is not B124, When I realized this, it seemed a little late. King Kong. When I saw those beasts, these two words popped up in Sumo's mind. The body was 2 stories high and people looked up at it. The black hair covered the body, and the iron-like muscles made people's scalps numb. He jumped from the high building and fell heavily like a mountain. The ground cracked and stones flew. For a moment, everyone held their breath. Chapter 244. The key is that there is more than one Black King Kong. On the collapsed building, on the ruins, on the street, one after another appeared, bearing their sharp teeth at them. The muscles covered with bristles were trembling. The roar shook the sky. The next moment, one King Kong after another fell from the sky, and the pressure brought can be imagined. Scatter! Someone shouted. These King Kongs were like cannonballs, and they almost caused an earthquake when they landed. One of them couldn't dodge in time, and was directly crushed into mincemeat. Pupils shrank, and some people who were not used to close combat quickly distanced themselves. Seeing the King Kong scraping the mincemeat on the ground into his mouth, some people couldn't help vomiting. It wasn't like this before. Someone whispered on Jean Feiwen's side. The beasts that occupied this place before were not this group of powerful King Kongs. But it was too late to say this now. They had been targeted, and those King Kongs came again. The huge body had no way to attack, it just smashed down with its fists. This reminded Sumo of the transformed Guyu. However, in terms of strength, the brown bear might be slightly inferior. The knife left a bloody wound on King Kong's arm. Sumo's boning knife could tear through the defense. With a jump, Sumo stepped on the opponent's falling arm and stood directly on the opponent's shoulder, grasping the hair on the body to stabilize the body. Sumo's knife pierced into King Kong's head with an unmatched posture. The mental power gathered on the tip of the knife. King Kong's defense was like thin paper in front of Sumo at this moment. Sumo's movements were very fast. While the others were still thinking about countermeasures, she had already solved one. As a King Kong fell, the beast roared. Many King Kongs aimed their eyes at Sumo. For a moment, Sumo was surrounded. And looking at such a brave Sumo, Jean Feiwen's eyes were full of light. Just as the legend says, this Sumo has amazing fighting power. Commanding the team members to help share the pressure, Jean Feiwen was very steady. As someone on Sumo's side, Mu Yuyu stared at Jean Feiwen with vigilance. After a snap of his fingers, Mu Yuyu disappeared from the spot. This made Jean Feiwen curious. What kind of ability is this so fast? The battle is still going on. Led by Sumo, they forcefully tore a path through these beasts. Young City Lord. Looking at this scene, someone beside Jean Feiwen shouted in a low voice. After meeting Jean Feiwen's eyes, he chose to shut up. But that expression seemed to remind him of something. When the last King Kong died, the road was completely cleared. Sumo, who had exerted great effort, looked at Jean Feiwen, who took the initiative to lead the way, raised his eyebrows and smiled. There was something meaningful in his eyes. Going inside, the grass was overgrown. Some unknown plants were spreading here. Qi Ling walked beside Sumo, showing a faint guarding posture. Be careful all the way. Fortunately, there is no problem ahead. It only took a moment to find the villa. After clearing the weeds at the door was opened. What came into view was a pile of shelves. This villa seemed to have been renovated, and was sealed enough. Although many things were covered with dust, they were still intact. Everyone stood at the door, and was eager to try. Just as Sumo was about to go in, his sleeve was pulled. It was Meow Meow. Meow Meow looked in a certain direction and growled, a warning. Sumo also looked over there, but there was no movement. Touching Meow Meow's head, Sumo spoke. Young City Lord, take these things away quickly, I always feel something is wrong here. Jean Feiwen accepted his overly cautious words. Okay. It's agreed, half for each. Jean Feiwen didn't cheat. So, in front of Sumo, half of the supplies disappeared directly. Storage space, the same ability as himself. His eyes fell on a shy girl, and Sumo also put away the things inside. The shelf was almost emptied instantly. Just as they were about to leave, one of them stepped on empty air. Perhaps because of years of disrepair, the floor sank at some point. There's another floor underground? Someone exclaimed. It seems there are still some things. Through the hole, you can see the situation below. There are many boxes, and I don't know what is in them. Let's go down and take a look. Jean Feiwen thought for a while, and said. Sumo also nodded. Since we are here, we must clean it up. Someone came out and opened the hole directly with a fist, so there is no need to find a hidden entrance. Everyone jumped down. The boxes were gradually opened, but everyone was a little disappointed. It's gun bullets. The guns inside can still be used. But they are just some ordinary guns. Just like the King Kong just now, using these guns can only break a layer of skin. Almost useless. Take it first. Jean Feiwen seemed to be open to everyone. He also cleaned the basement at a very fast speed. While going up, Su Imo heard a roar. It was a meow. The high roar seemed to be commanding something. When everyone walked out of the door, they were stunned. They saw that many ferocious beasts appeared on the roofs around them. Two types of AB mixed together. Like a herd of beasts. There are beasts here. Sumo's eyes became much colder, and Jean Feiwen also frowned under Sumo's gaze. There is no such information in the intelligence, otherwise I would not have to take the risk. This is true. But at this moment, it seemed like a trap to lure them in. Why would a city that has not been visited by humans for a long time gather so many ferocious beasts? Let's go! Without saying a word, Su Imo ran directly in one direction. The defense there is the weakest. The people in the rock camp followed Su Imo and left quickly. Jean Feiwen was the same. Su Imo opened the way, and the beasts in front were repelled before they got close. Although there was some pressure, they still rushed out. Looking back, you can see that the beasts are entrenched on the buildings of Chutian City. Like statues, they did not chase again. The scene seemed a bit weird. Did those things just drive us away? Someone muttered, very puzzled. And this time, the answer came quickly. Su Imo, who was walking in the front, suddenly issued an order, signaling everyone to retreat. Worry appeared on the calm Sumo's face. Going around this street, it leads to the outside of Chutian City. But at this moment, on those streets, beasts are approaching. The red eyes kept patrolling the surroundings, as if looking for prey. There are beasts approaching Chutian City again. What's going on? Is it a trap or an accident? But no matter which answer, they are surrounded at this moment. What should we do? At this moment, everyone huddled behind a building. Although it could block their sight, any beast with a keen sense of smell would be able to find them quickly. There was no way forward, and no way back. This was what they were like at this moment. Chapter 245. It seems like they've gone too far. Mu Yu, who was following Su Imo, whispered. She focused her eyes on the beasts in front of her, and didn't care about the beasts in Chutian City that were staring at her from behind. Just because. Those beasts were all manifestations of her illusion. That is, they were fake. So they just left after a slight collision, and the other party didn't chase them. But who knew that the fakes would actually meet the real ones here? She originally wanted to see if that Jean Feiwen would stab them in the back. But now, when she met Sumo's eyes, she also saw the worry in Sumo's eyes. Too much. Is this a real coincidence, or was it designed by Jean Feiwen? Su Imo couldn't figure it out for a while. But looking at Jean Feiwen's frowning face, it was hard to say it directly now. What do you mean? Jean Feiwen took the initiative to ask Su Imo. According to the speed of those beasts, they will reach them in 2 minutes at most. All the beasts that can be seen by naked eyes are recorded in the Sea of Spirit. As they move, the positions of the beasts in the Sea of Spirit are constantly updated. This is one of Sumo's advantages. At this time, Meow Meow, who was following Su Imo, rubbed Sumo's arm. What did his eyes convey? Let's go first, Su Imo said quickly. Then everyone saw Meow Meow stand up and walk in a certain direction. Su Imo followed first. Entrust your life to this beast. Even if he has been tamed, he can't be trusted in such matters. Regarding Sumo's trust in Meow Meow, everyone on Jean Feiwen's side showed a surprised expression. Fierce beasts are just tools. Ignoring the expressions of those people, the people in the rock camp followed Meow Meow and kept shuttling back and forth. The rest of the people could only keep up. After all, separating now would be courting death. The location chosen by Meow Meow was very tricky. Some could only crawl over. But undoubtedly, they gradually moved away from the location of the ferocious beasts. In the Sea of Spirit, the ferocious beasts continued to move forward, as if they really just happened to pass by here. Was it just a false alarm? When the surging ferocious beasts gradually moved away, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to be okay. At this time, several people hid in a house. The figures of the ferocious beasts in the distance could be seen through the window. Awesome. Someone gave Meow Meow a thumbs up and praised him. In response, Meow Meow wagged his tail and didn't even give a glance. Walked to Sumo's side and looked up at Su Imo. Just when Su Imo thought Meow Meow was acting like a spoiled child as usual, a big mouth suddenly bit towards Su Imo. This sudden change was shocking. Since Meow Meow followed Su Imo, he had never done anything to hurt Su Imo. At this moment, his huge body pressed on Su Imo, almost covering Sumo's existence. This was not like playing. Sumo's muffled groan came from under Meow Meow. Su-mo! Mu Yu shouted, trying to get closer, but saw Meow Meow turn his head and stared at him. His saliva flowed out, and his eyes were red. His grinning look seemed to say, "Dare to come close to tear you apart." There was something wrong with Meow Meow at this moment. Sure enough, a beast is a beast. Seeing Sumo trapped, Jean Feiwen sneered and said this. Just when he was about to help, he heard the exclamation of the people in the team. "Those things are back again." The low voice could not hide the fear. When he stretched his head to look out, he saw that the beasts that should have left turned back again. And they ran towards this side at a very fast speed. It seems that they found them. How could it be? Someone murmured. Everyone in base number 3 looked at Jean Feiwen. At this time, Su-mo was fighting with Meow Meow. He had broken free, but it was seen that Sumo's abdomen was seriously injured. Blood flowed down, and his face was as pale as blood. And Meow Meow, with blood on the corner of his mouth, continued to approach Su-mo. The roaring voice gradually became excited. It would take time to take down this beast. And this delay meant that the beast would come. Looking at Sumo's embarrassed appearance, the caution in Jean Feiwen's eyes disappeared. Xiao Luo was right. It is easiest to hurt Su-mo by attacking the people around him. But this time, he chose that beast. A faint smile emerged from his eyes, and Jean Feiwen looked at those people in the rock camp who pounced on Meow Meow and tried to suppress her and spoke decisively. "Let's go!" Without saying a word, Jean Feiwen took the lead and left the small building. The cooperation collapsed so quickly. Sumo's face was a little surprised. Her mind seemed to be disturbed, and her arm was directly bitten by Meow Meow. "What did you do?" she asked in a hoarse voice while enduring the pain. Meow Meow's rage at this moment must have been caused by external factors. "Don't you know?" With a sneer, Jean Feiwen's answer disappeared at the exit. The mad blood flower is not Sumo's only patent. And the potions made with the mad blood flower can affect the beasts, which is not a secret in the Wasteland today. Since she trusts this beast, then use this beast to crush her. Jean Feiwen has left with a proud look. But before leaving, he was a little confused. The dosage he used was very small, so it should only affect Meow Meow. Why did the beast that had already left smell the smell? Jean Feiwen, who was puzzled, did not look back. Naturally, he did not notice that after he left, Meow Meow, who had been attacking Su-mo crazily, suddenly became gentle. He licked the blood stains on Sumo's body with his tongue. Sweet. Meow Meow squinted his eyes and thought. All right. He slapped Meow Meow on the head. Su-mo, who stood up, did not look seriously injured at all. Mu Yu also winked at Su-mo, and it was obvious that they had communicated with each other. The remaining members of the camp guard team were a little confused, but they also understood that Su-mo did it on purpose. Acting, at this moment, the beasts that had returned had already arrived in front of the residential building. But in Mu Yu's snap of fingers, they turned into bubbles and disappeared. Everything was Mu Yu's illusion. Except for the monkeys and King Kong at the beginning, the beasts that appeared later were all caused by Mu Yu's illusion. Then Jean Feiwen must have some doubts. After all, the beasts in Chutian City were too fake. But after several waves, even Jean Feiwen might not be able to clear them all. And she only gave Jean Feiwen a chance. As for the potion of the crazy blood flower. Haha, leaving aside Meow Meow's enthusiastic head, Sumo's eyes were extremely cold. After having Lucisi, her research on the crazy blood flower was not slow. Not to mention that there are his own special delicacies. Let's go! After a while, Su-mo spoke, and then led the team to the direction where Jean Feiwen and others left. Did they come to Chutian City just to find the so-called warehouse? Su-mo didn't believe it. Using the warehouse materials to harm himself might be just one of Jean Feiwen's goals. Chapter 246. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone is Jean Feiwen's goal. But Su-mo was also curious about where the other party's remaining bird was. In the Sea of Spirit, the marks belonging to these people were bright red. As long as he stayed within the distance of the Sea of Spirit, Su-mo was not afraid of losing the other party. This chase lasted for nearly half an hour. A lot of people gathered in a building in Chutian City. After seeing Jean Feiwen appear, they all stood up and shouted, "Young City Lord." The respectful look made Jean Feiwen nod. What's the situation? The entrance has been opened. The periphery has been cleared, but the situation inside is still unknown. After a pause, the person who answered spoke again. "Young City Lord, you came earlier than planned." Well, the plan went smoothly. Jean Feiwen responded casually. He didn't expect it to be so easy to succeed. That Su-mo although careful, even almost deceived himself. But it was still slightly inferior. Let's go up. This is a research institute. Although it has been abandoned, the building is well preserved. There are even something living here. Which floor is that thing on now? He asked as he stepped onto the stairs. The people in base number 3 were divided into 2 groups. He went to deal with Sumo personally, and another group was attacking this research institute here. It was for a test subject here. It has been so many years, and I didn't expect that the other party is still alive. The information in the warehouse is of course true. But his people found something more important in the last operation. That is, a test subject with the crazy blood flower. Those experimental institutes were everywhere back then. It's not surprising that there are here. What's surprising is that after so many years, the other party is still alive. As long as we find the other party. The light flickered in his eyes. Jean Feiwen was a little excited. As long as this mission is successful, maybe he can completely squeeze out his old man. When you get old, you should accept your age. It's not good to just occupy a position. On the top floor, the surroundings have been completely blocked, and the other party can't escape. The captain responded confidently. A group of people went up. The stairs that had not been taken care of for a long time were silted with mud. The window glass on the side of the stairs was broken, and the cold wind was blowing at this moment. These footsteps were not covered. On the top floor of the institute, there is an office area. In the innermost room, there is a figure sitting. He looks ordinary, but he is actually as cold as ice. Especially those eyes. As bright as blood, it is flowing at this moment. He licked his lips, exuding a bloodthirsty breath. Feeling the approach of those humans, the man narrowed his eyes. They are coming. The door on the top floor was ruthlessly blasted open. As soon as he walked in, Jean Feiwen saw a black shadow flash and then hide. It was probably because that thing knew it couldn't be defeated. Thinking of this, Jean Feiwen walked in casually. "Sir, I know you are here. Why don't you come out and have a good talk? I hope you can meet me at base number 3. I promise I won't treat you unfairly. I will try my best to meet your conditions. How about it?" Throwing the bait, Jean Feiwen locked his eyes in one direction. He even gestured to everyone to surround him. "Really?" Some clear voices sounded, which seemed to be the voice of a young man. "Can you really give me what I want?" A head stuck out, and the young man's face was filled with fear and terror. He carefully looked at these people, his eyes alert. Especially when he saw someone approaching him, he shrank a little and wanted to run again. "Really?" Jean Feiwen said this, but he did not stop the actions of the others. As they approached, the young man was completely surrounded. "Is that so?" But the young man seemed to believe Jean Feiwen's promise and stood up. He was not tall, about 1.7 meters tall, and looked young, like an innocent young man. This face, staring at the immaturity of that face, Jean Feiwen's eyes were a little hot. Sure enough, the rumors he heard were not false. The proposition of the experiment in this laboratory here is related to immortality. Otherwise, how to explain that after so long, the person in front of him still looks like a young man? But this idea is too stupid. Thinking about it, Jean Feiwen was relieved. After all, no human has come to Chutian City for a long time. It is possible to remain innocent without communication. "I am very happy." The boy smiled, with an exaggerated expression. The smile made the mouth split. It was very strange on that face. "After all, I have been hungry for a long time." After saying this, Jean Feiwen felt a chill on his back. The premonition of death came to him. But there was only the smiling boy in front of him. "Today, let me have a good meal." Like a thunderbolt, the boy appeared in front of Jean Feiwen in an instant, ignoring the protection of the others, and directly picked up Jean Feiwen. In terms of height, Jean Feiwen was taller. But at this moment, under the mountain-like arm, he could only be lifted up, with his feet off the ground. The boy's nose moved. Then he frowned with some disgust. "It stinks." Even so, he opened his mouth. Then he bit Jean Feiwen's cheek. With a pull, a large piece of meat fell off. The shock came suddenly. When the others reacted, Jean Feiwen was already screaming. Fortunately, he still kept his sanity. The flame appeared in his palm, and was slapped on the boy's body. As the flame burned, the boy threw Jean Feiwen out. Feeling the taste of flesh and blood in his mouth, the boy ignored the charred marks left by the flames on his body, and showed an expression of enjoyment. "But it's still delicious." Covering his cheek, Jean Feiwen felt like he was dying at the moment of pain. The wound hurt violently. "Without looking, you can tell how ugly your face is at this moment. Damn it, catch him." Jean Feiwen spoke, and the others took action directly. After the two teams merged, There were more than 30 people in the team, and now they attacked the boy. The explosions caused by the battle continued to sound. On the building opposite the research center, Suemo saw the situation inside clearly. Looking at the boy's strong fighting power and bloodthirsty attitude, Suemo was a little silent. She has come into contact with many experimental subjects. Some died, and some followed her to do things. And this kind of experimental subject, like a beast, started its own hunting. Suemo encountered it for the first time. Danger. This is the feeling the other party gave her. Do you want to go over? Muyu asked, of course not to help Jean Feiwen, but to watch the fun. No need. It's almost over. Jean Feiwen, who thought he was a fisherman, was just a fish in a cage, who couldn't see the direction in front of him or in front of the boy. Facing the real monster, Jean Feiwen's people are completely useless. Chapter 247. After the battle began, he watched his own people being slaughtered. Blood splattered and screams continued. Jean Feiwen, who was standing at the end, also realized the seriousness of the matter. Escape. Once this thought came up, he could never forget it. Seeing his own people still fighting, Jean Feiwen was trembling and retreating. The pain on his cheek reminded him of the enemy's horror. That was a monster. Another life was lost. At this moment, Jean Feiwen had reached the exit. He glanced back in panic, and saw that there were only a few of his subordinates left. This time, Jean Feiwen did not look back. In the room, the boy just looked at the direction where Jean Feiwen left with contempt, and did not chase him. Instead, he continued to tear the people in front of him to pieces. Until the last person fell. The boy wiped his mouth and showed a satisfied smile. Then he turned his head abruptly, looking through the window, and looking at the opposite side. There, Suemo and others were watching the fight. Suddenly, they met the boy's eyes. Suemo saw the other party baring his teeth at him, and then waving at him. That bright smile was very friendly. But the chill conveyed was still clear at such a long distance. Suemo also smiled and nodded. Their eyes met, greeting each other. Then the boy turned around and lay down. From their angle, they saw that the other party was biting those corpses. This was eating. For a moment, there was no speech. There was a bit of fear of the young man in Sumo's eyes. Let's go! But her target was not this boy. At this moment, Jean Feiwen had run a distance. The throat hurt from the rapid breathing. Jean Feiwen shuttled through the ruins, looking back from time to time, fearing that the man would catch up with him. He miscalculated. He was a little annoyed. When he learned about the existence of this experimental subject, he had thought about bringing the other party back. After all, this kind of experimental subject is very precious in the Wasteland. Every experimental subject may be related to the original experiments. But there were heavy casualties. How to report back? Thinking of his father's face, Jean Feiwen's face was very dark. Reaching a corner, Jean Feiwen stopped. He stared at the corner, and backed away very carefully. He seemed to hear some footsteps. Duh. It seemed like boots stepped on the ground. Is it a human? This surprised Jean Feiwen a little, and he rushed over without hesitation. There was a deliberately acted panic on his face. Even in such a moment, he had already made up a story about his death and lucky survival. Crossing the corner, the person over there came into view. The next moment, a rain of fire appeared in the sky and fell on the person. But Jean Feiwen turned around and left. Not dead. At this moment, Jean Feiwen's soul was trembling. That Suemo was not dead. And it looked fine. Even that Miao Miao was obediently accompanying Suemo. Jean Feiwen was not stupid, but was good at calculating. As soon as he thought about it, he knew he was tricked. And now he met Suemo, the other party was deliberately ambushing him. Danger, escape. However, before the escape plan emerged, he felt something heavy pressing down from behind. Snow-white hair floated in the air. Miao Miao's Taishan pressure is perfect. The fireball thrown by Jean Feiwen was swallowed directly by Miao Miao. Green smoke came out, and Miao Miao was unharmed. Looking at Jean Feiwen again, he was pressed to the ground and spit out blood. His lungs seemed to be shattered at this moment. All the bones in his body were creaking. For a moment, Jean Feiwen couldn't even feel the existence of his lower limbs. The sound of clattering started again. Approaching step by step, Jean Feiwen saw Suemo squatting in front of him in a blur. He could hardly see his existence in his cold eyes. She reached out and stroked his head. The slightly cool fingers touching the scalp should have been a very ambiguous action, but at this moment Jean Feiwen felt only coldness. The fingers groped on his head bit by bit, until they stopped somewhere. Here. Then he saw Suemo took out the knife, and let it fall lightly. Death. Is it so simple? Before the darkness came, he heard Sumo's in a trance. A chip was spread out in Sumo's palm. It was stained with blood and looked very fresh. It was exactly the same as the chip she found before. It seemed that this chip was indeed made by Bailuo. But Sumo recalled that she didn't think Bailuo had this ability. At first, he suspected whether it was the method of base number 3. But now looking at the chip in Jin Feiwen's head, Sumo rejected this possibility. The person in front of him was just a poor puppet. Even he himself didn't know it. The backyard of the city lord's mansion of base number 3. Bailuo, who was leaning against the stove and eating afternoon tea, suddenly raised his head and touched the back of his neck. Then he frowned. Dead? The tone was a little strange, but there was no regret. Not only Jin Feiwen, but the other puppets she arranged this time also lost contact. On the communicator in front of him, the message sent by Jin Feiwen not long ago was not closed. It said that he had dealt with Sumo. The chip was disconnected some time after that. Could it be that they encountered some trouble, that experimental subject? Bailuo was thinking, but he was not panicked at all. Instead, he stood up and walked gracefully to the study of the city lord's mansion. There was Jin Feiwen's father, who was also the city lord who controlled the number 3 base. There were guards outside the door, and these people did not seem surprised by Bailuo's arrival. They even took the initiative to help Bailuo open the door. Inside, an old man was handling official business. His hair was gray, and he had a beard, but when he raised his eyes, the pair of eyes that had seen through were still shrewd. You're here. Seeing Bailuo, Jinjin actually smiled. He waved to him, very enthusiastic. How was it? Did you have a good time today? He chattered, as if chatting about family matters. Bailuo nodded, walked over and directly pulled the other's arm apart and sat on his lap. The intimate posture was just like when he was with Jin Feiwen. Facing Bailuo's behavior, Jinjin smiled gently. Where's Feiwen? Hasn't he come back yet? He's still young and doesn't know how to be filial to us. Just wait a little longer. Don't be impatient. As parents, we must always have a little patience. This topic was a little weird. But Bailuo rolled his eyes and said with some anger, how could it be? That's our child. I'm naturally not in a hurry, anyway. There's plenty of time. Eyes flickered. Communication was smooth. After a while, Bailuo walked out of the study. It doesn't matter if Jin Feiwen died. She had already found a way out for herself. As for reputation, everything she did was for the Lord. The Lord will forgive her. But when Bailuo just walked a few steps away from the study, she suddenly stopped. A look of surprise appeared on her face. In her perception, the chip belonging to Jin Feiwen suddenly worked again. What happened? He didn't die. Chapter 248. In a building in the ruins of Chutian City, Jin Feiwen also had the same doubts. He is not dead. In front, a man from the rock camp was nodding with his head covered, indicating that there was no problem. There was a small cut on the back of his head, and the chip belonging to Jin Feiwen was still running in his head. Jin Feiwen, who had just witnessed this scene, had an extremely ugly face. He was played by a woman. He didn't even know when the woman did it to him. After the chip was removed, the memory was still there. In his memory, he almost let Bailuo do whatever he wanted, like a dog. Even the capture of the experimental subject this time was proposed by the other party. What does she want to do with the experimental subject? When mentioning the monster, who looked like a teenager, Jin Feiwen was still a little scared. Sometimes, selfishness can save lives. Shouldn't I ask you this? Wang Qing said sarcastically. Jin Feiwen was furious, but when he saw that everyone around him was from the rock camp, he shut up immediately. Why are you helping me? What do you want me to do? Jin Feiwen didn't think Sumo was very kind. It's very simple. At this moment, Sumo was holding Jin Feiwen's communicator. She had also seen the message not long ago. Take me to base number 3. Some things needed to be resolved, and more importantly, the message she received directly indicated that there was a laboratory for ferocious beasts in base number 3, and it was difficult to get access to such a laboratory. But now there was a way. This was the biggest reason why she agreed to Jin Feiwen's invitation this time. What do you want to do? Jin Feiwen asked this question again, but he only met Sumo's expressionless face. Without words, Jin Feiwen knew that this was not a discussion, but a notification. Okay. On the premise that you won't do anything to me. This woman is not a good person. If she uses herself up, and then throws herself away, what is the difference between her and Bailuo? When the chip disappeared, some signs became extremely obvious. It was like that woman's means were not only aimed at herself. Some points that had been ignored before were extremely disgusting to Jin Feiwen at this moment. Bitch, Jin Feiwen, who was cursing in his heart, saw Suemo nod. The deal was settled. There was naturally no need to stay in Chution City. The team began to turn and leave Chution City. When passing by the biological laboratory again, I looked at it from a distance and did not see the boy. It was just that with the evacuation, it was puzzling that the number of ferocious beasts encountered on the road seemed to increase. I thought it was not a big problem, until they gradually approached the parking place. Meow Mew, who was walking alone nearby, suddenly appeared and warned Suemo. Signaled everyone to stop. Suemo followed Meow Mew and went to the rooftop to look down, and then his face became serious. He saw a group of ferocious beasts resting near several cars. Those ferocious beasts seemed to surround the vehicles in an organized manner. Sit back and wait. Suemo suddenly thought of this word. But Muyu's eyes moved over and shook her head at Suemo, indicating that this was not her doing. Jean Feiwen had already taken care of it, so there was no need to continue this illusion. In fact, in Sumo's perception, those ferocious beasts were real. The ferocious aura gathered together enveloped the front. That was a restricted area for humans. Suemo observed for a while, and found that Meow Meow was unusually uneasy. He looked towards the farther direction. Faintly, some black shadows could be seen surging. Dust was spreading, blocking the sight. A group of ferocious beasts. The people who noticed this exchanged glances with special solemnity. Is it really so unlucky? How could it be? Even Jean Feiwen was surprised. He collected information about Chution City, and made sure that there were not too many ferocious beasts here before making these plans. How could so many ferocious beasts suddenly appear? Go! Suemo gave the order without saying a word. Everyone quickly changed direction. However, they stopped after just a few steps. At some point, a few birds stopped on the treetops in front. But they were the size of sparrows, and their feathers looked fluffy and soft. Their eyes, as big as green beans, were staring at Suemo and others. Then, it opened its beak, as if screaming, but no sound was heard. Sumo's mental power was shaking. A wave spread from the other party's mouth. Behind him, all the beasts that were lying down to rest stood up. As a result, the beasts not far away rushed faster. These were the scouts among the beasts. But in an instant, everyone was surrounded. Before reaching base number 3, you will protect my safety, right? Jean Feiwen's voice was a little trembling. Suemo did not answer, but took out the boning knife. Get ready for battle. Suemo took the initiative to rush towards the beasts. The boning knife directly killed a beast. People were not panicking in the group of beasts. Go to the car. There were too many beasts. They could not kill all of them. Get on the car, maybe there will be a chance to leave here. Wind and fire blended, lightning flashed. Fists hardened the flesh of the beasts. Broad knives faced the sharp teeth and claws. The battle came suddenly, but the people in the rock camp responded properly. Everyone sped up and approached the vehicle. With Suemo as an arrow, a straight line was formed and quickly broke through. Meow Meow rushed around the crowd, occasionally roaring. Whenever this happened, the beasts would lose consciousness for a moment, as if they were disturbed, and this also gave the people in the rock camp a chance. The ability of group blessing also enveloped Jean Feiwen. Feeling the increase in strength, Jean Feiwen was shocked and worked harder. Only by surviving can we talk about going back. The bodies were increasing as blood and flesh flew everywhere. Even with those special delicacies and Sumo's abilities, people in the rock camp still fell. Their heads were bitten off by the beasts, and their bodies were dismembered. The cruel scene continued. At this moment, Suemo and others were only a dozen meters away from the vehicle. But another, even larger group of beasts appeared. The violent momentum enveloped the battlefield. Suemo couldn't find any way out for a while. When he saw Suemo and others, the beast surged, and then a beast walked out of it. That beast was like a turtle. Its body was covered with a shell, and it just stood there, like a mountain that would never collapse, and it was extremely heavy. At this moment, Suemo saw a smile in the other's eyes. As if to say, "Oh, we meet again." Pursed lips, Suemo held the knife very close. This beast was the most difficult to deal with among all the beasts she had encountered. It was not because the opponent was so powerful, but because the opponent's defense was too strong. For a while, she could not break the opponent's defense. But if they delayed, they would be completely trapped here. They had to fight quickly. Suemo threw the knife with a decision, and the others followed closely behind. Keep charging. Wang Qing also shouted, and the steps following behind Suemo were not slow at all. Chapter 249. A strange roar came out of the beast's mouth. The encirclement was shrinking rapidly. As the black tortoise beast approached, the ground was shaking. A body of that size was enough to block out the sun and the sky. When the sturdy foot stepped down, a shadow appeared above the head. The people below dodged one after another. There were many beasts torn to pieces, but there were more to fill the gap. The encirclement was about to close completely. Sumo grabbed Jean Feiwen, opened the door and threw him in. "Get in the car." One of the cars was stepped on by the black tortoise beast and instantly turned into garbage and scrapped. Although the opponent's speed was very slow, but every step it took could resonate with the earth. The power of the earth was spreading to the vehicles. A vortex appeared on the ground, and the strong suction sucked some vehicles in. Once they fell into the soil, they would be squeezed into iron blocks by the soil. The vehicles were already starting. The rest of the people got in the car while the convoy was moving. Sumo was at the rear. The first car had already rushed out, but a fierce beast suddenly appeared. The car and the fierce beast collided, and the front of the car began to smoke. When the head of the person inside was broken and bleeding, Meow Meow rushed over and tore the fierce beast to pieces. The car started again and shook forward. The car behind caught up. "Sumo, get up." In the last car, Wang Qin shouted. Sumo was still outside at this moment. "Got it." She responded and ran with force under her feet. The speed was very fast, but the ground was sunken, trying to trap Sumo. It was the fierce beast Xuanwu. He exerted force under his feet and concentrated his mental power on his legs. His body became light, the height of the jump increased, and Sumo landed on the ground. The car was only a few steps away. The car door had been opened. But what Sumo saw was a huge hoof pressing down from above. There was no way to escape. With a fierce look in her eyes, Sumo pointed the knife upwards, and the muscles in her arms swelled. With her center of gravity sinking, Sumo used her arms to catch the heavy blow. She could feel the boning knife piercing into the opponent's hoof, causing the opponent to scream in pain. But Sumo was also severely injured by the opponent's strength. Under the suppression of absolute power, skills became nothingness. Sumo, who spit out a mouthful of blood, felt intense pain in her lungs. With her eyes dizzy, Sumo used the last bit of strength to grab the edge of the car with one hand. Then someone pulled her up. Wang Qin's shout was faintly heard. The car below was rushing, and there was a collision and creaking above the head. The body of the car was dented, but it still held up. Ouch! At the front, when Sumo was injured, Meow Meow let out an angry cry. At this moment, with Meow Meow as the center, the beasts subconsciously stopped attacking, and even took a step back and lowered their heads. That was a sign of surrender. Meow Meow struggled to tear a beast apart, continued to open the way in front. The vehicle followed behind, and finally broke out of the encirclement. But this is not over yet. The beasts behind are still chasing. The A-type beast, which represents speed, is almost close to the car body. The last car rubbed against the opponent's claws. The skin was torn. The car window exploded, and Qi Ling in the back seat lowered his body to cover Sumo, who was unconscious in the back seat. The glass pierced his back, and Qi Ling pulled it out with his backhand expressionless. Then he grabbed the head that was sticking out of the car window, and crushed it with 5 fingers. "Get out!" With a fierce shout, Qi Ling punched again and smashed a claw. The smell of blood almost enveloped the car. Wang Qin, who was driving, didn't dare to be distracted at all. But in the rearview mirror, he saw that Sumo's expression was very pale. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This was the first time he saw Sumo so seriously injured. Wang Qin was a little anxious. Several cars shuttled through Chutian City, twisting and turning, constantly avoiding attacks. The wheels left charred marks on the ground. This was not the agreed evacuation route, and no one knew what was waiting for them ahead. But no one dared to retreat at this moment. Turning his head and looking over, it was a dark mass. Those beasts still refused to give up. Not only that, there were some birds hovering in the sky above their heads. They were very small, but very fast, and they kept watching them from a distance. Those were the scouts of the beasts. If they didn't get rid of these birds, they would never be able to get rid of those beasts. Meow Meow, running around the vehicle, had been fighting with those beasts. His snow-white fur was wet with blood. The scars on his body were a little hideous. The beast pupil occasionally looked at Sumo in the vehicle, with extreme anger in his eyes. The low roar sometimes suppressed those beasts. But soon, the voice of the Xuanwu beast could always command these beasts again. And Sumo, who was in a coma, knew nothing about all this in the outside world. Before she fell into a coma, all she did was swallow the last pill under her tongue. It was a pill that represented vitality. It was because of the existence of this new force that her body was kept on the verge of collapse. But this vitality was like an arrow without a target, just rushing around. If it is not guided correctly, if it continues like this, when the vitality is exhausted, Suemo may die. In a daze, it was as if the soul left the body. She felt that the broken veins, bones, and internal organs were running hard under the wrapping of the vitality. Blood flowed out of the heart, and was transported to all parts of the body. Strong vitality is the last straw for this overwhelmed body. The body seemed to become transparent. The green vitality became clear in front of Suemo. She could even control the vitality, and go to any direction of the body. It was a very mysterious state. But she saw hope. First, the almost broken internal organs, every gap was filled with vitality. Then the bones. The broken places were connected by vitality. Like green roots, the functions of the whole body were connected again. The vitality gradually transformed under Sumo's control. Outside, Qi-Ling, who had been holding Sumo's body to prevent it from being shaken out, suddenly moved his nose. He looked at Suemo, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. What is so fragrant? In the front, even Jean Feiwen, who was in the co-pilot, couldn't help asking. The back seat exuded a fragrance at this moment. Like sweet fruit, it was extremely tempting. The fragrance penetrated into the nasal cavity, making people want to take a bite. Qi-Ling resisted the desire, and stared at Suemo with worry. This fragrance came from Sumo's body. What is she doing? But this fragrance affected not only them, but also the fierce beasts outside. Even Meow Meow rushed over at the first time. The teeth were open, revealing a fierce look. This made Qi-Ling alert. But when Meow Meow saw Suemo clearly, he closed his mouth with difficulty, and then killed a beast that rushed to the back seat with one claw. But everyone could see clearly. The beasts were completely boiling at this moment. The roars intertwined together, forming a terrifying sonic attack. The vehicle was blown over in an instant. Qi-Ling, who was hugging Suemo, felt something piercing his abdomen. Chapter 250. Suemo Qi-Ling, Qi-Ling. Dizzy, Qi-Ling heard Wang Qing's difficult shout. Suemo is fine. Looking at his arms, Qi-Ling suppressed his cough. He looked down, and saw the bloody iron sheet that pierced his abdomen. Enduring the pain, Qi-Ling pulled his body out of the iron sheet. The severe pain almost made him faint. Gritting his teeth, his face was full of ferocity. With a puff, he succeeded. The blood instantly wet his clothes. He bit the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. The slightly sweet taste almost became Qi-Ling's only support at this moment. Feeling the numbness and itchiness from the wound, Qi-Ling moved his body. Qi-Ling, give me Suemo. The car door was torn open, revealing Wang Qing's anxious face. He also had wounds on his body, and the flesh on his shoulder was wriggling. It can be seen that the bones seemed to have been broken before. Wang Qing didn't care about his own wounds at this time, and directly grabbed Suemo. Suemo, who was protected by Qi-Ling, didn't have any serious injuries on his body, but he was still unconscious. Okay. Wang Qing pulled and finally pulled Suemo out. He saw several beasts suddenly pounced on the vehicle. Qi-Ling just showed his head in the vehicle. At this moment, he couldn't move away at all. At the critical moment, Meow Meow appeared again. A wound almost penetrated Meow Meow's abdomen. In the blood, Meow Meow used his claws to hold the beast's head tightly. Then he bit it. Tear, bite, swallow. At this moment, Meow Meow fell into madness. Those beasts, who dared to come over, were suppressed in the most cruel way. The roar became louder and louder. There was a kind of majesty in it. Something was changing in Meow Meow. But it was not enough at this moment. The sweet fragrance was fascinating. With Suemo as the center, the fragrance spread. Countless beasts came madly. All the targets were Suemo. Even the black tortoise beast, after arriving late, looked at Suemo with greed and desire. At this moment, Suemo became the most coveted delicacy of these beasts. The appetite exceeded the order from the king beast. Damn it! It was Uncle Wolf who cursed. Several cars were overturned. Uncle Wolf also rushed over. Without saying a word, everyone surrounded Suemo in the middle. And soon, they also became turtles in the jar of the beasts. These beasts no longer even obeyed orders at this moment, but were dominated by desire. The claws even stretched out to their companions, just to make themselves the closest to Suemo at that moment. The killing continued. The cruel scene made Wang Qing and others feel less stressed. Are you okay? Mu Yuyu asked the others, but her eyes were fixed on the beasts. In the eyes of the crowd, Suemo appeared again not far away. That was the illusion constructed by Mu Yuyu. The illusion was so real that it did not fool the beasts at all. Even with their senses blurred by the illusion, the beasts were able to accurately lock onto the real Suemo. What the hell is going on? What are you doing? Jean Feiwen, who was cursing, could not hold back his temper again. Only when he received the cold eyes of the others did Jean Feiwen vaguely remember that he was a prisoner at the moment. I don't mind throwing you out as bait. The wound healed, but the weakness from excessive blood loss continued to affect Qi Ling's judgment. With bloodshot eyes and bulging eyeballs, Qi Ling looked as evil as a ghost. The serious words made people doubt the truth. Jean Feiwen shut up. He lowered his head, his eyelids covered his eyes, and also covered the resentment and calculations in his pupils. He looked at Su Imo on the ground. There is no doubt that the focus of the entire rock camp is on Su Imo. If Su Imo dies, these people will become a mess. Then, a desire to move is brewing. And the situation is so tense at this moment that no one noticed Jean Feiwen's little calculation. At this time, everyone, led by Miao Miao, began to resist the approach of those beasts. Kill one after another. But the number does not decrease. The fragrance is still spreading. Faintly, one could even hear the howling of those scattered beasts in the distance. You are really charming. Muyu couldn't help but complain about the unconscious Su Imo. She had a headache. The illusion that she was proud of was useless against these beasts. I have no pills left. I don't know how long the fight lasted. Someone suddenly said this. I am almost done here. Same. Suddenly, some people looked at each other with helplessness in their eyes. Before leaving, everyone brought some pills with them. But after all, there was no space, and considering the weight, the number of pills they carried was only enough for one battle. In addition, with Su Mo's supplies, they never thought that this could become scarce. However, Su Imo was unconscious at the moment, and supplies could not be counted on. Keep going. When the pills ran out, their flesh and blood bodies lost the ability to heal food, and would soon be torn apart by these beasts. For a time, there was no leader. The pressure was increasing, and the number of wounded was also increasing. Miao Miao, who had been rushing to the front, also faced these problems. After one eye was scratched, he could only close it, but it affected his movements. His hind legs were a little lame, and he had just been torn by a beast. There was some blood and flesh in his bared teeth. The roaring Miao Miao became hoarse. Only the beast's pupils carried an absolute momentum. Roar! He howled. Although he could not affect the beasts that had lost their minds at the moment, Miao Miao still roared loudly. He raised his body and jumped out again. He appeared behind a beast and bit the other's neck directly. His claws pierced the other's abdomen. As a fierce beast, Miao Miao's speed and strength are almost top-notch. It is easier to break through the defense of those fierce beasts with those sharp claws than humans. But there are always times when they are not strong enough. The wide sole of the foot pressed down and stepped on Miao Miao. The black tortoise beast lowered its head and opened its tortoise mouth as wide as possible. Everyone saw the dense fangs inside. Circle after circle, almost to the edge of the throat. At this time, the mouth was aimed at Miao Miao. And Miao Miao, who was half pressed down, struggled hard. There was no fear in his eyes. But he could not break free. The exhausted Miao Miao's eyes became dim. He looked at Su Imo not far away, and his struggle never stopped. The others wanted to stop it, but they were stopped by the fierce beasts, and could not get close. The black tortoise beast finally bit Miao Miao. A painful wail sounded. The body seemed to be split in half, and Miao Miao could clearly feel the teeth cutting his flesh. In a few seconds, he would die. Death, this was a strange yet familiar word to Miao Miao. Since he was born, he understood his mission. But he was still too weak. So weak that he couldn't even protect his master at this moment. The weak howl was suppressed in his throat. Miao Miao's head was stepped on, and blood gushed out. Even at the last moment, Miao Miao never bowed his head. What do you want to do with my friend? A clear voice sounded in the surprise of everyone. Su Imo, who had been unconscious for a long time, opened his eyes at this moment. Chapter 251. Grabbing an arm, Su Imo smiled at Jean Feiwen's timid eyes. Young city lord, what do you want to do to me? Everyone realized that Jean Feiwen had approached Su Imo, who had just fainted, at some point. He was bending over with his arms outstretched, ready to take some action. No need to say more. Everyone knew what Jean Feiwen was thinking. Are you looking for death? Uncle Wolf was a hot-tempered man. When he thought of Jean Feiwen almost doing something to Su Imo, he kicked him. This kick was heavy. Jean Feiwen flew backwards, bleeding in the air. His chest was sunken, and he fell to the ground dying. Su Imo had no problem with Uncle Wolf's kick, she just stood up. She looked at the beasts around her, who seemed to be in a frenzy, but she was not surprised. Standing next to Su Imo, Qi Ling could clearly feel that the strange fragrance on Su Imo was disappearing bit by bit. Meow meow. Suemo called out, and then Meow Meow appeared beside him. Seeing the other party in such a mess, Suemo felt a little distressed. He stroked Meow Meow's head, and then distributed the pills. Many people's injuries were healing. Suemo suppressed Meow Meow's desire to fight. At this time, her injuries had disappeared. He took a step forward, and saw a small beast rushing over. Suemo raised his hand, and directly pinched the other party's neck. But he didn't solve the other party directly like before. The mental power flowed from the body, and finally passed along the fingers to the other party's body. A special fragrance appeared again. Only this time, the source was that beast. After doing all this, Suemo threw it out directly. When his body was still rubbing against the ground, countless bees swarmed over, like hungry wolves, lying directly on the bodies of their companions, and tearing them apart. Teeth stained with blood, claws hanging with mincemeat. In the eyes of these beasts, their companions have become extremely attractive food. And this is because of Suemo. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reverse delicacy. Reverse delicacy. Any living thing can be transformed into delicacy, and the aroma emitted will attract beasts. Note, the delicacy it has transformed is highly toxic to humans. This is an ability that humans cannot use, and is completely aimed at beasts. Even, as long as there is a living object, it can become this kind of poison under the guidance of Suemo's mental power. And the beasts are naturally living things. Suemo has already rushed to the front of the beasts. He did not kill them. He just kept touching some beasts. After the beasts were transformed, they would soon attract the firepower of their companions. For a moment, the whole beast group was in chaos. Biting and snatching continued. Those beasts that were still alive were torn to pieces in front of humans. Blood was boiling. Suemo escaped unscathed. Go! Suemo reminded everyone. Although this ability is very powerful, it consumes mental energy. Another thing is that once the food is eaten, the attraction will disappear, unless a new reversal delicacy is created. However, with the number of these beasts, I need to transform them continuously. In the end, I will be exhausted again. Suemo just used this ability to find a gap for himself, so that they could leave. Everyone is not stupid. They quickly squeezed into the two cars in front, and fled here at a high speed. Uncle Wolf did not forget to take Jean Feiwen with him. On the way, Suemo caught some beasts and reversed them, and then threw them out as bait. In this way, the distance between the people in the rock camp and the beasts was gradually widened. When the dust behind him disappeared, it was already half an hour later. Suemo, who looked a little weak, leaned against the chair, breathing a little heavy. Fortunately, they were out of danger. Suemo, I thought. In the car, Wang Qin showed a scared expression. Suemo smiled apologetically. Sorry, I was too arrogant. She thought she could take down Jean Feiwen. Although this was true, the accident came too quickly. This also warned Suemo that in this wasteland, her personal ability was still not enough to match all accidents. Thank you. Suemo turned his head and looked at Qi Ling. When they first met, they were on edge, but now they have become partners. Qi Ling's presence almost guaranteed that Suemo's back would not be threatened by those people. It should be. Qi Ling responded, and a little smile appeared in his eyes. He looked at Suemo's profile with his peripheral vision, and his nervous mood relaxed a lot. Now Suemo has already become the spiritual support of the camp. Only when she is here, the camp will continue to survive. After all, many people in the camp follow Suemo, not the camp. Just like him. Qi Ling looked away with emotions flashing in his eyes. It was not until they completely left Chutian City that Suemo told everyone to find a place to rest temporarily. In a lonely house on the roadside, everyone sat together and chatted. In front of them, there was hot soup boiling in the pot, which was Suemo's work. The fragrant smell made people's appetite increase. Suemo was combing Miami's hair. After washing, Miami returned to white. But Suemo looked at the scar on Miami's eye and asked, "Are you sure I don't need to help you remove it?" Now Miami's scar has healed, and even some torn hair has grown back. Both pupils have returned to normal. But Miao stopped Suemo from repairing the scar on one of the beast's pupils. Miao, who was speechless, just nodded. He rubbed his head against Suemo. But what Suemo saw was the bright light in Miami's eyes. He was stunned. At this moment, Suemo vaguely realized that Miao had become a giant beast. The huge body stood up completely, and the pressure it brought was even no less than that of the fierce black tortoise beast. Miao has grown up. The small body of the other party, and the cute appearance of drooling because of the food that they first met can still be seen in front of him. In a short time, the little beast disappeared. Miao now has the demeanor of a king. Okay, I listen to you. Suemo didn't persuade him anymore. During the communication between the man and the beast, a whimper came from the side. Someone woke up. His vision was still blurry, and the fragrance he smelled at the tip of his nose made Jean Feiwen feel that he had been hungry for several days. He wanted to sit up, and the severe pain in his body reminded Jean Feiwen what happened before he fell into a coma. His eyes suddenly became clear. The surrounding environment has changed. They escaped. Looking at Suemo, who was unharmed, Jean Feiwen's face turned green. He was dead. As soon as this thought came up, he saw Sumo's cold eyes. She was clearly looking at him, but there was no him in her eyes. The contempt brought by the strength made Jean Feiwen very angry, but more of a sense of powerlessness. He lost. Young city lord, eat. Suemo brought a bowl of soup and placed it in front of the other party, with a calm tone. Next, you should fulfill your promise. Base number 3 will be her subsequent target. Thinking of something, the emotions in the girl's eyes fluctuated, and finally turned into a ball of ink that wrapped Jean Feiwen. Chapter 252. In the nearly thick night, the cold wind swept over base number 3. In a certain building, a woman sat in the middle, quietly telling something. The Lord told me to tell everyone that miracles will come soon. You must follow my steps. The day when the Lord comes is the day when you and I will be sublimated. The woman's voice was soft, with a convincing charm. Speaking slowly, the woman spread her hands, with a smile on her face. Seeing this, the others all closed their eyes and spoke. Praise the Lord. Many voices gathered together, and echoed in this huge abandoned factory. Looking out, there were more people outside, looking at the closed door with pious eyes. They had not yet reached the standard, and could not enter to listen to the Lord's teachings. A quarter of an hour later, the people in the factory left one after another. Only Bai Luo was left inside. Not long after she sat in the chair, she heard footsteps behind her. I'm here. He didn't turn around, but raised his chin slightly, looking a little arrogant. Have you done what I told you to do? As if the master was telling his subordinates, the visitor didn't seem angry. He walked to Bai Luo's side, and bowed his head slightly. Well, you can start any time. The visitor was a young man. And the other party was the confidant of the city lord Jinjin. He was also the second in command in this number 3 city. Compared to Jean Feiwen, who occupied the status of the city lord's son and reached his current high position, the young man relied more on his own efforts. But at this moment, he bowed to Bai Luo. That's good. Pinching his fingers, Bai Luo sat in a chair and thought deeply. Jean Feiwen's chip was still running, and judging from the trajectory, it was heading towards base number 3. But he couldn't get in touch with him. This made Bai Luo a little anxious. He always felt that something bad had happened. While Bai Luo was thinking, there was a noise outside. Catch the traitor. Spy, spy, catch him. No one can blaspheme the glory of the Lord. The shouts seemed to be mixed with screams and fighting sounds. What's going on? Just as Bai Luo was about to move, he saw the young man step forward. I deal with it. Then he strode out. While Bai Luo was waiting anxiously, the door was pushed open after a while. He saw the young man walking in with a man on his back. The handsome face of the man made Bai Luo look at him a few more times. He met a pair of cold eyes. Even if he was caught, the other party still had a straight back, a man of character, and refused to bow his head. Bai Luo did not recognize the person who came, until the young man pointed out the identity of the person who came. The young man kicked the person's knee and forced him to kneel on the ground. I don't know why the famous Captain Lu came to our place as an undercover agent. Could it be that the rock camp can't accommodate a big Buddha like you? The young man sneered at Lu Xingwan. His eyes were actually a little arrogant and jealous. In every base, there are young people who are in the limelight. And Lu Xingwan's reputation in several bases is very strong. Many people used to target Lu Xingwan. He was the same. But the news heard not long ago was that Lu Xingwan betrayed the base and lived with those wanderers. For the upper echelons of the base, this is a shame and a betrayal. There is no role model anymore, only contempt. Lu Xingwan did not speak. His eyes swept over Bai Luo in front of him. Lu Xingwan remained silent, with an attitude of killing or cutting him up. Are you Sumo's man? But Bai Luo was interested. She did not know Lu Xingwan, but she had heard of this name. Lu Xingwan still kept silent, without any waves. She even looked at Bai Luo with a little mockery. You? Recalling his previous experience under Suemo, Bai Luo laughed angrily. I wonder why you came here, Captain Lu? Or have you become the abandoned child of that bitch Suemo? He did not hide his resentment towards Suemo. Bai Luo's mind was also turning as he asked. I heard that the other party was quite trusted by Suemo. He suddenly appeared here, which made people suspicious. Lu Xingwan's face showed resentment at Bai Luo's insults to Su Mo. Seeing this, Bai Luo moved closer to Lu Xingwan. Are you interested in that woman? That's really interesting. Laughing, Bai Luo gave the young man a look. Then, a fist landed on Lu Xingwan's abdomen. His internal organs were shaking, and the pain made his facial muscles contract. But he still gritted his teeth and said nothing. The stubborn attitude made the young man move his hands and feet, and then he punched again. Fists fell like rain. Lu Xingwan, who was half kneeling, fell to the ground soon. Strangely, from beginning to end, Lu Xingwan did not use his ability. Bai Luo, who watched this scene coldly, was a little confused. During the continuous beating, Lu Xingwan suddenly shook all over. Then, an extremely painful expression appeared on his face. Not only that, his body was also changing. His young skin was covered with wrinkles bit by bit. His tight muscles became soft and sagging. The loss of vitality in a short period of time made Lu Xingwan's face change from handsome to ugly. Age spots appeared on his cheeks. The gray-haired Lu Xingwan curled up on the ground, and his breath became weak. Bai Luo was a little surprised by this change. Is it a disease or something else? After observing for a long time, he sensed that Lu Xingwan's breathing weakened again. The other party was dying. At this time, Lu Xingwan finally spoke. Bai Luo approached. I want to. Live. Can you help me? Very light words, with strong reluctance. But for the sake of his own life, Lu Xingwan gave in. The humiliation he felt almost completely occupied Lu Xingwan's eyes. There was a trace of fear in the cloudy eyes. That was the resistance to the impending death. Seeing this, Bai Luo couldn't help laughing. It seems that you are very sick. Why can't that Su Mo save you? Saying this, Bai Luo pointed his finger at Lu Xingwan's brow. I can save you. The premise is, you will dedicate yourself to my lord. But in the end, Bai Luo didn't wait for an answer, because Lu Xingwan had already fainted. Age spots were still spreading on the body. Miss Bai, I think there is a problem. When Bai Luo hesitated, the young man spoke. Lu Xingwan's appearance here is definitely not simple. It can be seen that he is still very afraid of Lu Xingwan. But Bai Luo shook his head. Betrayal? There will be a second time if there is a first time. Besides, it's normal to do anything to survive. Lu Xingwan's disease is not an illusion. Bai Luo is sure of this. In this way, Bai Luo's expression gradually became calm. Pressing his fingertips on the center of his brow, Bai Luo began to mutter to himself. The vague words were inaudible, like the whispers of the abyss. Chapter 253. In a small village about a few kilometers away from base number 3, a group of people were waiting. Su Mo looked calm at this time, even though Dai Yufeng had just brought bad news. Lu Xingwan's capture was something Su Mo had not expected. Jin Feiwen led him out of the camp, so he asked Lu Xingwan to enter base number 3 to help him search for some information. However, Bai Luo's ability has improved a lot compared to when he was in the camp. Even the people around the city lord were controlled. On Su Mo's side, someone made a mistake and exposed his feet, which eventually led to Lu Xingwan being found. But the news that was passed back was, Bai Luo had a group of believers of his own. However, Su Mo doubted how those believers were loyal. Fortunately, the impact was not very big. Lu Xingwan's free play made people look at her differently. All plans remained the same. Her side was also divided into two groups. One group followed Jin Feiwen into the city. In the most ostentatious way, they attracted Bai Luo's attention. The other group was autonomous, and this group was the most critical. I'm ready. Jin Feiwen now had no more spirited look on his face. He got into the car with a wry smile, looking exhausted. Sitting in the most obvious co-pilot seat, the car slowly drove into base number 3. With Jin Feiwen here, there was naturally no toll. On the surface, Su Mo and others were guests invited by Jin Feiwen. At the city gate, Su Mo and others had just entered the city when the news reached Bai Luo's ears. Jin Feiwen was back, but Su Mo was back with him. Isn't she dead? Realizing that the plan had failed, Bai Luo's first reaction was that Jin Feiwen had betrayed him. But that's not right. The chip is still running. With the existence of the chip and his previous hints, it's impossible for the other party to betray him. But no matter what, as Jin Feiwen's woman now, Bai Luo still waited outside the city lord's mansion. The vehicle slowly arrived. At first glance, Bai Luo saw Su Mo getting off the car. She was about 1.7 meters tall and very slender. The slender figure was wrapped in clothes, but it was difficult to hide the curves. Although her face was only delicate, With those cold eyebrows and eyes, it made people feel very charming for no reason. Bai Luo, trying to keep a smile, went over. Xiao Luo, I'm back. Seeing Bai Luo, Jin Feiwen was very happy, and took a step forward to hug him in his arms. Feeling Jin Feiwen's excitement and affection, Bai Luo's doubts in his heart became even worse. What was going on? Jin Feiwen seems to be fine. By the way, Xiao Luo, I invite Su Mo to be my guest this time. I know you had some unpleasant things before, but it should be misunderstandings. For my sake, Xiao Luo, please don't worry about it. In public, as the young city lord Jin Feiwen said this, Bai Luo knew that he had no right to refuse. Okay. She responded with a smile, leaning on Jin Feiwen's arms as always, with an intimate posture. I will listen to you. The voice was very greasy. Looking at such a charming Bai Luo, Su Mo also smiled softly. Miss Bai, it's been a long time since we last met. How have you been recently? The gentle attitude did not show any killing intent. Thanks to Chief Su, I'm fine. Bai Luo took Jin Feiwen's arm, and showed the attitude of a heroine. On, you just came back, you must be tired. Well, you go and rest first. How about I prepare the dinner tonight to welcome you and Chief Su? Bai Luo, who was sensible, tried her best to do her job as a good wife. Okay, I listen to you. With a doting smile, Jin Feiwen pinched Bai Luo's waist. In the familiar action, Bai Luo felt the stiffness of the other's limbs. There was indeed a problem. Hiding the doubts in his heart, Bai Luo led people in. As guests of the young city lord, Su Mo and others were treated preferentially. Each person had a room, which was very luxurious. The room was fully equipped. Su Mo simply washed up. It was already afternoon when they came back, and the days in winter were very short. After cleaning up, he saw the black rolling over from the horizon. Su Mo, led by the servant, walked into the banquet hall. Compared with the rock camp, everything in the city lord's mansion can be called luxurious. The crystal lamp on the ceiling is so bright. The colored glass on both sides of the wide banquet hall is gorgeous and dazzling under the light. On the long banquet table, some flowers and candles were placed as if to create an atmosphere. The warm flame was swaying, reflecting the silver tableware, which was more classical and elegant. Not long after sitting down, Su Mo saw the two people coming hand in hand. They talked and laughed during the period, and were very happy. There were no accidents in this welcoming banquet. The whole process was very smooth, and Bai Luo's performance was very qualified. The expected conflict did not occur. The weather was calm. After a good meal, the party was over. At night, the guest rooms were particularly quiet. The people who were following did not see anyone go out. In the room, Bai Luo listened to the news. His face was as calm as a demon. You go down first. Bai Luo ordered. As soon as she caught Lu Xinglan, Su Mo appeared behind Jin Feiwen. Could it be that the other party came for Lu Xinglan, or was Lu Xinglan really a bait, and took the initiative to let herself be hooked? No, Bai Luo, who was getting more and more anxious, heard the movement in the bathroom. It was Jin Feiwen washing up, and he seemed to be ready. Bai Luo, who was holding back her anxiety, put on a smile. She watched Jin Feiwen walk out step by step, twisting his waist to greet him. So, it was the spring breeze in the middle of the night. Because of the fatigue of several days in a row, coupled with this satisfying meal, Jin Feiwen fell into a deep sleep after finishing the job. The snoring was very loud. Bai Luo, who was standing beside him, opened her eyes in the night. She got up carefully and stroked the back of Jin Feiwen's head with her fingers. There was still a small bulge where the chip was implanted. Carefully stroking it, it was indeed the appearance of a chip. Jin Feiwen was not tampered with. That's right, the person who was sent to assassinate Su Mo was also implanted with a chip. But how could ordinary people think of checking the inside of their heads? Maybe I was just overthinking. Thinking like this, Bai Luo waited quietly for a while, and after making sure that Jin Feiwen was completely asleep, she got up. The action was very careful, and after the door was opened and closed. On the bed, the snoring Jin Feiwen opened his eyes. Looking at the door, there was a hint of disappointment and pain in his eyes. His feelings for Bai Luo were naturally sincere. After all, she was the girl he fell in love with at first sight. Even though he later noticed that something was wrong with her, he chose to ignore it. But he didn't expect it. The traces of ups and downs behind his head were intentional by Su Mo. He even thought if all this was not done by Bai Luo, then no matter what the price, he would not let Su Mo hurt her in the slightest. But at this moment, self-mockery appeared in his eyes, and Jin Feiwen simply turned around and continued to sleep. Chapter 254. Walking through the back door of the city lord's mansion, Bai Luo, wearing a black robe, quietly blended into the night. At night, the lights of the upper city of base number 3 flickered. The lower city was almost dark, and the night sky became clear. Bai Luo shuttled all the way under the starlight. After arriving at the lower city, he turned into a tavern. The tavern was still bustling late at night. People were drunk, boasting and shouting, and did not react to Bai Luo's appearance. Bai Luo just walked straight through the lobby and went to the back. The secret door was opened, and Bai Luo went down the stairs. There were lights on both sides of the passage, illuminating the way ahead. Faintly, voices could be heard inside. The light became dazzling, and several screens were placed in the room below. It was surveillance. There was no blind spot, covering the entire tavern. "Miss Bai?" The people inside shouted when they saw Bai Luo. "Well, did you find it?" Bai Luo asked, searching with his eyes, but he was soon disappointed. "Miss Bai, we didn't find anyone following you, and only one person came in after you came. That's our old acquaintance, who was called in." "No problem." The employee's words dispelled Bai Luo's worries. After standing inside for a while, and making sure there was no problem, Bai Luo left through the back door. Just a turn, he arrived at the door of the specimen shop next door. The shop was closed late at night, and it was dark inside. After knocking 4 times with his fingers, too long and too short, the door creaked open. An old man's face was revealed behind him. His face was full of wrinkles, his body was hunched, and his movements were slow. But the pair of eyes were still sharp and bright in the dark night. "You are here." The old man made way for Bai Luo to enter. He glanced around, and then closed the door. In the shop, the animal specimens looked strange and scary in the night. Bai Luo walked to a wall without looking away, and stood still. The old man came behind the counter, stretched out his hand, and rotated the neck of a bird specimen 180 degrees. The sound made people's scalp tingle. Then, the wall in front of Bai Luo was seen to move away. The subtle sound was also very obvious in the dark. This time Bai Luo strode in directly. There were many sounds coming from the front, very noisy. This is a laboratory. Many machines are running inside. A group of white coats are studying something day and night. With the arrival of Bai Luo, many people's eyes became nervous. Bai Luo walked through the crowd and came to a room. He pushed the door open and saw Lu Xinglan sitting inside. At this moment, Lu Xinglan's body had returned to normal, and the previous state of death had completely disappeared. But his feet were locked. The space he could move in was only this small room. This situation was almost a shame for Lu Xinglan in the past. Therefore, when he saw Bai Luo, Lu Xinglan's eyes were very cold. But he finally lowered his head. He didn't say anything, and Bai Luo didn't care, just said playfully, "Su Imo is here. Now in the city lord's mansion. Do you think she is here to save you?" Bai Luo approached Lu Xinglan and wanted to touch Lu Xinglan's cheek, but was dodged by the other party. Facing the other party's disgusting behavior, Bai Luo's face turned cold, and he chuckled again. "But I don't think she has any intention of coming to you. She didn't even mention it. So Captain Lu, you should just accept your fate." The words were very harsh. There was disappointment in Lu Xinglan's eyes. Bai Luo was very happy to see the other party's mood change. She just liked to see these people like this. In the Wasteland, it is better to rely on yourself than to trust others. No. She can still rely on the Lord. Recalling those voices, Bai Luo's eyes flashed with crazy brilliance. Now everything she has is given by the Lord. Soon, very soon, the Lord will come to this land. At that time, everything here belongs to the Lord. And what she has to do is to clear the Lord's obstacles in advance. The first one to bear the brunt is that Su Imo. The killing intent is overwhelming. Lu Xinglan didn't react. In this way, Bai Luo left the house. The door closed. Bai Luo stood at the door for a moment, and then he heard the sound of fists hitting the wall. With a smug smile, Bai Luo walked deeper into the passage. There was a heavy door inside. After verifying Bai Luo's information, it opened quickly. What appeared in front of him were glass columns taller than people. Transparent liquid was flowing inside. In the center of the liquid, there were floating humans. There were men and women, all young people. Their hair swayed in the water, and these people closed their eyes, and their bodies were dead white. But looking at the instruments connected to their bodies, it showed that these people were still alive. Countless utensils were laid out here. Each doll is like an exhibit here. The pale skin shows no signs of life. Bai Luo walked here, but her expression was very relaxed. Just because all this happened under her control. Until a glass column. Bai Luo looked at the beautiful face of the girl inside, her face full of cruelty. She opened a mechanism on the side. The liquid inside began to boil, and then was suddenly emptied. Without the buoyancy of the liquid, the naked woman inside was hung in the glass column. What was different from the others was that the other party's body was full of sutured wounds. Scars ran through the whole body. It looked hideous and ugly. Only the face was still intact. While Bai Luo was waiting, the woman's eyelashes trembled, and then she opened her eyes. In the dark eyes, the pupils were dilated. The expression was dull and stiff. This is just a puppet without a soul. I think you've had enough sleep. Of course, I won't go back on my promise to you. I thought I'd have to wait, but you came on your own initiative. Go ahead, kill her. I can give you everything you want. The temptation from the abyss echoed in the woman's ears. But the other party's expression was always numb, and he didn't even close his eyes, just standing in front of him. Did he fail? Bai Luo frowned a little. After thinking for a while, she said again, Su Mo, kill Su Mo. These two words were like a button. After being pressed by Bai Luo, the mechanism was activated. Some light appeared in the woman's eyes. That was a desire twisted by the abyss, without humanity, only resentment and strong murderous intent. Kill, Su Mo, kill Su Mo. The dry voice appeared intermittently. The woman took a step forward, and scarlet occupied her pupils. The scars on her body emitted a dark light at this moment, like a mysterious rune completely lit up. He took off his coat, and put it on her. Bai Luo smiled, and held her hand. Yes, kill her. Let's go. After all, she had to witness the Lord's name before she died, so that she would know how foolish it was for her to be an enemy of him. Chapter 255. When he woke up the next day, Jin Feiwen invited Suimo and others to visit base number 3. The convoy was not luxurious, it was a personal invitation from Jin Feiwen. Compared to base number 8, where Suimo had been before, base number 3 was more prosperous. People were crisscrossing on the street, and many trendsetters of the time showed their beautiful side. But one thing has not changed. When the vehicle passed a street, a riot was happening on the side. It turned out that a wanderer from outside entered the base, but he didn't know the rules and ran here blindly. Then he accidentally bumped into a wealthy family in the upper city on the way. The rich man was not happy and immediately insulted the wanderer. And the wanderer was also a man of blood, and he actually took action directly. This was a complete violation of the rules of base number 3. The law enforcement officers rushed over immediately. Perhaps knowing that he couldn't run away, the wanderer broke the jar and fought with the law enforcement officers. Several people were injured during the period. But he was finally taken down. When Suimo came, the other party was just pressed to the ground. His head was facing outside. Through the car window, Suimo saw the other party's unruly eyes. Just like himself at the beginning. But Suimo had no intention of interfering. At least he knew one thing very well at the beginning, that is, when you don't have enough strength, don't try to challenge these rules. In the Wasteland, the strong prey on the weak, and no one should sympathize with you just because you are weak. Ordinary people have ordinary ways of living. People with abilities have their responsibilities. Relying on their own abilities, they want to blur this line. Suimo doesn't think the other party is wrong when they fall to this point. With just a glance, the vehicle was completely away from the noise. What Suimo didn't realize was that when everyone's attention was attracted by the wanderer, there was a pair of eyes in the alley next to her that were always looking at her. It's better to say it's a parade than a trip. She almost never got off the bus along the way until she came to a place recommended by Jin Feiwen. A theater. It's open to the public. On the stage, the babbling sounds are melodious and beautiful, with a different transition. Looking at the rich colors and beautiful costumes, Suimo was a little surprised. Coming from Earth, she has naturally seen opera. But is there such a culture in the Wasteland? Isn't it shocking? Jin Feiwen said this with some pride. Jin Feiwen, with his scorching eyes, looked like a young man in bright clothes and riding a horse at this moment. I found this in a relic before. I'm very interested in this culture, so I asked someone to reproduce it. I heard that this was a performance method in the Wasteland a long time ago. But it's too long ago, and I can't trace it back to its origin. Even this reproduction is only in form, but not in spirit. Jin Feiwen, who said this, looked a little regretful. At this moment, Suimo rarely agreed with the other party. After listening to a song, it was over. Sorry, I leave first. Jin Feiwen said hello and followed those people into the backstage. It seems that he has thought of something that can be improved. Suimo sat on a chair and looked at the surrounding environment. The crowd was bustling. This is in the upper city, so naturally there are many people who are willing to come here to cultivate their sentiments. Moreover, in the place where Jean Feiwen was presiding, there were many people who came to please the young city lord. The party had already ended. Some people were waiting there to find a chance to chat with Jean Feiwen. Some people left tactfully. There were also many eyes on Su Mo. Those people might be wondering why this woman was with the young city lord. Could it be that the young city lord has a new favorite? The voice in the corner became more and more unbearable. Listening to this, Qi Ling frowned and became a little impatient. Why are these people so talkative? Even Wang Qing muttered. Here, especially in a place with rich people, women can only appear as vassals. Su Mo shook his head to indicate that it was okay. Gossip, passing clouds and smoke, why bother? Make way, please make way. A woman dressed simply was bending over to sweep the garbage on the ground on the side. Passing through the crowd, Wang Qing was cleaning all the way to Su Mo. Go, go, go! When passing by a man, the other party pushed the woman impatiently. The girl fell to the ground, her long hair covering her face, but some scars could be seen on her exposed neck. The other party shrank on the ground, then supported her body to stand up. Sorry. She apologized, picked up the things, and walked around the man. The cleaning continued, and when he reached Su Mo's side, Wang Qing directly raised his foot. This gentleman's behavior was quietly thanked by the other party. No need. Wang Qing smiled innocently. The wanderer born in the wasteland has no respect for high and low in his heart. Another thing is that a few months ago, he was also a cockroach ant that everyone looked down upon. It was Su Mo who brought about the change. Thinking of this, Wang Qing couldn't help but turn his head to look at Su Mo. The other party was whispering something to Qi Ling. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, he saw a ray of cold light flashing towards Su Mo. It was that girl. Assassination. When this thought came to mind, Wang Qing even forgot to use his ability, but subconsciously reached out to hold the knife. The sharp blade directly cut open the palm. Blood flowed, and the pain was piercing. The accident came quickly. Su Mo's knife also stabbed the other party's neck. It was a nearly full-strength attack, but the other party dodged it. Looking at Wang Qing's wound, Su Mo's eyes were full of murderous intent. Like a monkey, the girl was squatting on a chair at this time, and her body seemed very light. Her long hair was flying, and her expression could not be seen clearly. But Su Mo always felt that face was familiar. But more, it was a feeling of a wild beast. Roar! A voice belonging to Miao Miao came, and Miao Miao, who could not appreciate opera, was waiting outside. At this moment, he appeared beside Su Mo, showing a guarding posture. But Su Mo could understand that roar. It was the sound of Miao Miao commanding those beasts from time to time. However, the person in front of him was a human. So he didn't care about Miao Miao's warning at all. The body swayed on the chair, then lifted up, and when it fell, the hair was carried up. Su Mo finally saw the face clearly. Chapter 256. After dodging Su Mo's attack, Feng Miao adjusted his attack method again. This time, he was lying on the stage, and he looked like an ape. His nails scratched the ground, leaving white marks on the ground. When Feng Miao attacked again, Su Mo turned sideways and stabbed the opponent's back with a backhand. His slippery skin could not resist the sharpness of the boning knife. A sharp cry came out, not like a human. Su Mo stepped on the chair and chased after him. He smashed down from top to bottom, and stepped heavily on the opponent's back. He pressed the opponent so that he could not get up. He pinched the opponent's neck and forced the opponent to look up at himself. Feng Miao? Can you hear me? She asked in a rough manner without any mercy. What Su Mo responded to was the opponent's bared teeth and roar. And the broken words. Kill you. Feng Miao seemed to only know how to say these words. While Su Mo was pressing it, she felt that the other person's skin was changing. The surface that should have been smooth became sticky. The mucus gradually seeped out. There was a tingling sensation when touching the palm. Corrosive? In a trance, the other person almost broke free from Su Mo's hand. The knife went down and directly fixed it on the ground. Su Mo was serious, and this thing was no match for her at all. At this time Jean Feiwen, who heard the noise, also rushed over. Looking at this chaotic scene, Jean Feiwen's face was a little dark. It's not me. After a subconscious explanation, he saw the murderous eyes of the people behind Su Mo. It's not him. Su Mo said this. Jean Feiwen was not stupid enough to do this. Even if they wanted to kill him, they should have sent more people. I will find out clearly. Jean Feiwen had a clue in his heart when he said he would find out clearly. Or, everyone knew who was behind this. Su Mo did not pursue it at this time. He was still studying Feng Miao. The scene had been cleared at this moment, and only Sumo's people were left. Lifting the clothes on the other's back, Sumo saw some holes. The flesh at the hole was necrotic. It seemed that something had been inserted here before. The mucus around was still oozing out. But Feng Miao didn't feel anything. Sumo turned him over. The other party just bared his teeth and tried to bite Sumo but failed. There was a scar on his chest. Staring at the scar, Sumo had a strange expression. Feng Miao had many scars on his body, but most of them were lacerations, as if he was torn apart by some sharp claws. The only scar on the chest was the one that was cut by a sharp blade. It looked a bit like a scalpel. Ah! When Sumo was studying Feng Miao began to sway again. The mucus oozed out even more. Then the whole person's skin began to melt. The flesh was rotting and turning bright red. The blood oozed out, and it smelled fishy. Feng Miao's voice became smaller and smaller, until finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood and died. The wound Sumo made on the other person was not fatal. The other person died of other reasons. While the other person was not completely smiling, Sumo cut open the other person's chest with a knife. The blade was sharp, and after it was opened, a sticky liquid was seen inside. And a huge heart. It was not the size that a human could have. The color was black. Feng Miao was dead at this time, but the heart was still beating. It took a while before it stopped breathing. When the heart stopped beating, the surface of the heart also showed signs of melting. Wrapping his palm with mental power, Sumo took it out directly. This is not a human heart. Uncle Wolf concluded. The others nodded. Meow Meow came over, sniffed, and then let out an uneasy low roar. Baring his teeth, his ferocious nature was revealed. It belongs to a ferocious beast. Sumo gently spit out these words, and threw it on the ground. Then it was crushed by Meow Meow's claws. Meow Meow seemed to hate this thing. Even if it turned into mud, the emotion was still very angry. What do you mean? Jean Feiwen was stunned. Fierce beast? The internal organs of a ferocious beast combined with humans? It seemed as if something beyond common sense was revealed in front of Jean Feiwen. Is this what Bai Luo has been researching in base number 3? Sumo did not answer, but asked everyone to leave the theater. In the city lord's mansion, Bai Luo, who was swinging the garden leisurely, received the news. Failed, what a pity. He was not nervous. Even if those people found clues, it would be useless. After all, it was just a body controlled by faith. It was no longer a real human. Feng Miao had died a long time ago, in base number 8. What her people brought back was just a corpse. After transformation, the other party came back to life. Act on the obsession of the other party before. These are all the knowledge given to her by the Lord. Then spread the news. No matter why Sumo came here, she would seize this opportunity. Crush the other party here. The way back was particularly peaceful, and all that could be heard was the noisy sounds on the street. After a while, Sumo retracted his gaze after his eyes crossed with the crowd. Everyone still stayed in the city lord's mansion in a law-abiding manner. Until night fell, Sumo's people received the news. Captain Lu will be okay? Lu Xinglan will be used as a test subject to be fused with the genes of the fierce beast. This is the exact news, which was found out by the people who lurked in before. It seems that because of Sumo's appearance, Bai Lu accelerated the process. Recalling Feng Miao in the daytime, once Lu Xinglan accepted the experiment, it was equivalent to a dead person. Get ready. Sumo's expression also became solemn. Yes. Wang Qing went out to pass the message, going back and forth, and seemed very nervous. Every scene was discovered by the servants passing by, and would be transmitted to Bai Luo's ears in a blink of an eye. Feeling Sumo's anxious attitude, Bai Luo sneered. Sure enough, Sumo's previous indifference was all pretending. As time passed, the night deepened. There was a knock on the door, outside the specimen shop. 2 long and 2 short knocks were the signal. The old man opened the door, and looked at the few people outside the door, who were covered in black robes, with a look of confusion and vigilance. Miss Bai asked us to move the people. This place is about to be attacked. The leading man lowered his voice, and spoke quickly, looking very advanced. Okay. The old man no longer hesitated and opened the passage. Several people went in quickly, and the researchers inside were a little flustered at the arrival of this group of people. Who are you? The person in charge here stood up directly. He seemed to recognize that these people were not Bai Luo's men. The only response to him was a hand knife. He fell down. The rest of them screamed. But the sound soon disappeared, and the others also attacked and knocked all of them unconscious. Those who were restless and wanted to warn were killed directly with knives. Chapter 257. The chaotic sound spread inside. Lu Xinglan in the room stood up. His face was no longer weak as before. His fingers gripped the door handle, and the door handle cracked. He pushed the door open easily, and saw Suemo walking over. The two looked at each other, but just nodded without saying too much. Lu Xinglan led the way in front. Going forward, they saw the experimental subjects. In the glass column, those humans were floating, squinting their eyes, as if they were asleep. Suemo checked these people. After staying for only a few dozen seconds, Suemo heard the sound of a mechanism starting. Then, all the glass columns stopped working and were unlocked. Suemo also saw that the instruments connected to these people suddenly transported a stream of red liquid at this moment. It was this liquid that successfully woke those people up. "Kill her, kill Suemo." The moment they opened their eyes, everyone said in unison. The scene was extremely horrifying. The people who followed looked at each other, and quickly got ready. In the tavern next door, Bai Luo looked at the scene in the surveillance and smiled coldly. She had never believed that such a proud Captain Lu would bow to her because of this. But if the other party wanted to play, how could she not accompany him? "I hope you have fun, Suemo. After all, these are all prepared for you." Her ability used something to make these corpses wake up again. And the obsession that drove them to act was hatred for Suemo. Although this hatred was given to them by Bai Luo. But who would care about such things now? In the surveillance, a battle had already taken place there. Each of the modified experimental subjects was very fast. They kept moving their bodies in the narrow space and attacked Sumo's people. Seeing that they were about to be surrounded, Suemo led his people to fight and retreat. Those beasts. Facing this scene, Uncle Wolf couldn't help cursing. He was the most true-hearted person, and could not tolerate such cruel behavior. Most of them were silent. Suemo did not express her opinion. At this moment, her expression was a little solemn, as if she realized that she had fallen into a trap. The battle lasted a little long. Although Suemo had sufficient supplies, there were too few people after all. Meow Meow's body could not exert all its strength in such a place. The fight was also aggrieved. Seeing that time was going to be extended, at a certain moment, Bai Luo suddenly received a message in the monitoring room. "What?" Bai Luo, who was almost furious, stood up directly. Almost all of her believers were dead? How could it be possible? Who did it? The things in his hand were smashed into pieces. Bai Luo's delicate face became distorted because of anger. Today was supposed to be a party day, but for Suemo, she just let the subordinates do it. It happened before, and nothing happened. But why this time? "No, I don't know." The subordinate responded carefully, and saw a slap in front of him. "What's the use of you? Get out." The servants left in a hurry, but Bai Luo frowned and thought. Those believers are of great use to her. The Lord said that the purer the faith, and the more people believe, the sooner he can come to the world. So she worked hard to accumulate believers here. From the first few people, it has expanded to the current scale. Thanks to the indulgence of the father and son, Bai Luo even had other ambitions. For example, to be the owner of this number 3 base. No, it's not right. It's too coincidental. Bai Luo, who was getting more and more confused, saw something in his peripheral vision. He looked up, and saw that Sumo's face was smiling at him in the surveillance. The pride in his eyebrows and eyes almost made Bai Luo explode. "Su-Mo!" He spoke word by word, like a ghost. It was Suemo who did it. She deliberately put herself in danger to attract her attention. In fact, she had other arrangements long ago. It was not only herself who made a feint to the east, but also Suemo. Or, she was proud of leading Suemo into her trap, but in fact, it was Suemo who took the initiative to jump down. From the beginning, the other party had laid out the plan. How did she know? Chip, yes, Jean Feiwen's chip was briefly disconnected. Let Jean Feiwen report her death first, so that she could relax her vigilance, so she could not guess that it was Suemo who did it, but just thought that the signal was bad. In fact, Suemo made arrangements at that time. Blackmailed Jean Feiwen to enter base number 3 smoothly. Resurrected from the dead, attracted her attention, but the real purpose was not Lu Xinglan, who came in as bait. And she knew that she would be suspicious of Jean Feiwen. It also attracted part of her attention. But she did not let Jean Feiwen do anything. The usual behavior made her feel confused. Everything, is it for now? No matter how many guesses there are, they can't be verified now. In the surveillance, the party that was just at a disadvantage has begun to kill. The ice spikes all over the sky merged in the flames, forming high-temperature steam that filled the entire room. Those experimental subjects had no thoughts, but they retained a certain sense of pain. At this moment, they were screaming and twisting inside. Some wanted to rush out, but were blocked by Suemo and Uncle Wolf. In the end, the experimental subjects in the room were directly steamed. The corpses piled up, and Suemo looked at the surveillance again. If nothing unexpected happened, the other party should be very happy to watch this scene. "Let's go!" As he said, he walked calmly and left the laboratory. On the other side of base number 3, Dai Yufeng, who had just cleaned up those believers, was directing everyone to clean up the mess. When Suemo and others arrived, they saw Dai Yufeng happily coming to greet them. "What should we do with Bai Luo?" Dai Yufeng asked. "If Bai Luo doesn't die, he might come back again." That woman, paranoid, twisted, full of fantasy in her mind. So the Lord who descended from the sky? Haha, dreaming. If there really is such a Lord, why didn't he appear to save them now? It's just that he was deceived by his own imagination. "Don't worry, someone will take care of her." City Lord's mansion. When Bai Luo hurried back, he saw Jean Feiwen, who had been waiting for a long time. Without the fake smile, Jean Feiwen just sat on the chair and looked at Bai Luo quietly. On the other side was the unconscious City Lord of base number 3, Jean Jin. "She said that if I could pry open your mouth, she would let me go." Jean Feiwen got straight to the point. He looked up and motioned Bai Luo to sit down. Bai Luo turned around and wanted to leave after hearing this, but saw someone stopping her at the door. "Get out," she ordered subconsciously, but those people were indifferent. "If you still want to rely on this thing, you don't have to." But after throwing a few chips on the table, Jean Feiwen crossed his legs and looked at Bai Luo with some disappointment. Chapter 258. "Xiao Luo, am I not good to you? Why do you treat me like this?" He admitted that he had the intention to use Bai Luo. But how much sincerity did he have? After all, Bai Luo was not bad looking. "You?" Looking at those chips, Bai Luo paused, and his eyes suddenly became aggrieved. "You know everything? In fact, I was forced." With these two sentences, he weakly put himself in the role of a victim. "Force you? Who forced you? Your master? Or me?" Sneering, Jean Feiwen stood up and walked to Bai Luo's side, pinching her chin. The hand was very strong, and Bai Luo raised her head because of the pain. Red marks gradually appeared on her chin. The frowning Bai Luo looked pitiful. But her hanging fingertips were holding a silver needle. It pierced the back of Jean Feiwen's head. It was just that Jean Feiwen was faster. Not only did he grab the other's hand, but when he let go, he slapped Bai Luo in the face. This slap made Bai Luo fall to the ground. Bai Luo's so-called power of faith needs to be in contact with the target for a long time to take effect. Then, under the control of the chip, he will completely become Bai Luo's tool. Without the chip, Jean Feiwen will not be so easy to be taken down by Bai Luo. So the silver needle became Bai Luo's auxiliary tool. But Jean Feiwen was prepared. No, or rather, he was waiting for Bai Luo to make a move. Crouching beside the other, Jean Feiwen slapped him again. Symmetrical beauty was displayed on Bai Luo's cheeks. Both sides were red and swollen, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. Bai Luo was a little embarrassed at this time. She looked at Jean Feiwen fiercely, but she was powerless in the face of Jean Feiwen's tyrannical side. "Tell me, who is your master?" she asked harshly, and stepped on Bai Luo's abdomen. At this moment, Jean Feiwen showed no mercy. "Master?" When he mentioned this, Bai Luo smiled, and that smile was particularly happy. "That is the God who will bring you new life. Don't struggle, this place will eventually become the paradise of the Lord." Like a fanatic, Bai Luo's voice became louder and louder. But listening to it, Jean Feiwen looked at the other party with understanding. "You don't know who the other party is, right? That voice is actually fake, your imagination, right?" As Jean Feiwen questioned, Bai Luo's expression twisted. She rushed up from the ground, stretched out her hands to strangle Jean Feiwen's neck. But in fact, she was kicked to the ground without touching him at all. "Why, I told you the truth, so you are angry. Or is it because your lord abandoned you? Since he is so great, why doesn't he come to save you now?" Jean Feiwen raised his lips with a little pride. Looking at Bai Luo's broken defense, he felt happy. But unfortunately, Bai Luo couldn't answer at this time. Just because at this moment, no matter how she called in her heart, there was no response. The Lord abandoned her? She didn't want to admit this answer. Just looking at Jean Feiwen's increasingly cold eyes, Bai Luo knew that without the Lord's protection, she would not be able to escape death. So she bowed her head. "I was wrong. I was really wrong, dear, please, give me another chance. I'd do anything." There was a plea between the lines, but Jean Feiwen sneered. "Suemo told me that after your true face is exposed, you will definitely beg for mercy. It turns out to be true. How did I like you before? Looking at Bai Luo's ugly face at this moment, Jin Feiwen was very disgusted. After snapping his fingers, the two people at the door came over and held Bai Luo. Let's solve it. These 4 words determined Bai Luo's ending. This made Bai Luo's body tremble with fear. No, don't. But no matter how she struggled, the hand holding her never relaxed for a moment. I have a secret that I haven't told you yet. When Bai Luo was about to be dragged out of the door, he shouted this sentence. So Jin Feiwen approached Bai Luo again. Speak. That casual attitude, with a condescending charity. Recalling Jin Feiwen's fawning attitude towards him, Bai Luo's teeth were about to break. My secret is... Come closer, I don't want anyone to hear it. It's about my master. His face was struggling, but he finally became determined. Bai Luo seemed to want to use this method to save his life. There are so many things. Despite this, Jin Feiwen still approached. If Suimo was here, he would definitely think this was a stupid act. Because a silver needle popped out from under Bai Luo's tongue. It hit Jin Feiwen's neck. The sting made Jin Feiwen subconsciously step back, and when he pulled out the silver needle, he felt a pain. You did. Before he finished his sentence, blood came out of Jin Feiwen's mouth. Finally, he widened his eyes, looked at the complacent Bai Luo unwillingly, and fell to the ground. The living man suddenly became a corpse, which made the 2 men panic. Bai Luo struggled slightly, and the other party let go. At this time, the sound of applause rang out. It was Jinjin who had been lying unconscious on the chair. The applause was warm. Jinjin stood up and walked to Bai Luo's side with a smile. With a glance, the 2 guards bowed their heads. They looked at each other in shock. Is it what you want? Bai Luo also smiled and approached Jinjin. Design? Preparation? Haha, didn't she have it? Some people have had their rights taken away by their own sons over the years. Father and son have long been enemies. The son is waiting for an opportunity. But the father is not the same. Bai Luo is just such a middleman. But in the end, she chose Jinjin. And she made the right bet. You did a good job. Jinjin raised her hand and stroked Bai Luo's cheek while praising him. The gentle and obsessed look made Bai Luo feel a little relieved. Speaking of which, if Jin Feiwen was controlled by her ability and chip, then Jinjin was the one who came to her door himself. So when will you fulfill your promise? Bai Luo asked, leaning against the other party, with seductive and charming eyes. The 2 were almost 2 generations apart in age, but Bai Luo made such a move very naturally. Promise? Oh, you mean, support your experiment? Don't worry, the experiment has been going on, and it's going smoothly. It's just that I already have a collaborator. I'm looking forward to you bringing me a surprise. It's just a pity. At this point, Bai Luo was not stupid and also noticed the problem. She wanted to leave the other party's arms. But she felt the other person's arms holding her tightly in his arms. Then, the pain in his heart made Bai Luo's eyes widen. At this time, Jinjin also let go of Bai Luo. Looking down, she saw a dagger piercing her chest from behind. The tip of the knife dripping with blood was so cold that it was enough to freeze Bai Luo's body. Chapter 259. Why? She asked Jinjin, with a look of reluctance before death on her face. I said, my partner is not you, but you just a plaything, a tool? Neither the father nor the son wanted to be charged with patricide. That's why Bai Luo could thrive in base number 3. Because Bai Luo and Jinjin's wife were somewhat similar. So he acquiesced to some of Bai Luo's out-of-scope behaviors. But now, there is no need to continue acting. It can be said that from beginning to end, Jinjin was the one who opened his eyes. Looking at Bai Luo's painful expression, Jinjin squatted beside Bai Luo and let the blood wet his shoes. I know you hate that Suimo. Don't worry, she can't run away. These 2 sentences actually made Bai Luo die with his eyes closed. Even until the end, she had a twisted smile on her face. Looking at the other party's death, Jinjin waited for a while, and then laughed because he didn't get what he wanted. TSK, Lord, hee. In the ambiguous laughter, the 2 corpses were quite harmonious. On the other side, in the factory, everyone had gathered. At this time, Suimo had some chips in his space. Some were from the monsters in the laboratory, and some were from some believers. This chip was the key to controlling these people, and Suimo hoped to find out who was behind this chip. Let's go! The goal was achieved, and Suimo was ready to leave here. After all, this base did not welcome people like them. Just after a few steps, the sound of a body falling to the ground came from the door. Someone was knocked down. What the hell? Haven't all the people here been dealt with? Dai Yufeng showed a puzzled expression. Be careful, Suemo shouted. But it was too late. Something was thrown in at the door, and then a burst of smoke broke out. Almost instantly, everyone fainted. Even Sumo's special food was not used in time. The other party seemed to be very clear about Sumo's ability, and even targeted him in advance. Before he fainted, Suemo saw only a person wearing protective clothing walking in from outside the door. When he opened his eyes again, the space had already changed. There were various instruments ticking around him. Suemo realized that he was sleeping on a laboratory bed, with many tubes connected to his body. On his arm, a tube was drawing blood. The bright red blood was about to fill the glass bottle. The feeling of blood loss made Suemo a little dizzy. Just when he wanted to mobilize his mental power, he found that his head was extremely painful. Don't bother. Someone pushed the door open and walked in. It was a middle-aged woman. When she saw Suemo, she had a friendly smile on her face. In order to deal with people with abilities like you, the houses here are made of special minerals. Your abilities cannot be restored in a short period of time. Forcibly calling them will only harm your own state. Walking to Sumo's side, the woman changed an empty bottle and continued to collect blood. Seeing Sumo's calm eyes, the woman raised her eyebrows. Aren't you curious about where this is? You will tell me, right? Suemo asked back, and then got the woman's exaggerated laughter. You are really interesting. This is Professor Shue's laboratory. You have been looking for Professor Shue. Maybe you have a chance now. You will meet Professor Shue as a test subject. The woman injected something into Sumo's body. Don't worry, this is a nutrient and some hematopoietic agent to ensure that you will not die. After all, your blood is very useful. Shaking the bottle full of Sumo's blood, the woman's tone was a little excited. You know, we have been waiting for you for a long time. This sentence made Sumo's pupils shrink for a moment. Is Bai Luo yours? Her question was quickly refuted. No, she is just a suitable chess piece that happened to jump out. Suemo, who originally suspected that Professor Shue was behind the chip, was a little surprised. If not Professor Shue, who is it? Are there other such powerful people in the Wasteland? Is it Jin Jin or Jin Feiwen? Suemo asked the other party after exhaling. In fact, we have met both of them before, but it is obvious that the old ones are still the best. So the final choice was Jin Jin. That said, Jin Feiwen is probably gone too. Suemo was not sorry for Jin Feiwen. The other party wanted to kill him, and she didn't even hold back. The chronic poison from Miao Jingshan had already been injected into the other party's body. Because the two of them had a meal together before, some relief drugs were mixed into the other party's food, so the attack did not occur. It would have taken a few days for Jin Feiwen to die from the poison. But now the process has been accelerated. Both father and son are ruthless, but as the other party said, the old one is more powerful. She is a prisoner at the moment, and she doesn't see her own people nearby. The only thing that makes Suemo happy is that the potion is mainly for humans. So at the last moment, she saw Miao Miao leave. She didn't ask the other party what she wanted to do, which is a stupid question. She turned her head and looked around, trying to find something useful. Finally, Sumo's eyes were on a test bench outside the room. There was a bright red flower. The crazy blood flower. It was a little different from the one she cultivated. These crazy blood flowers are smaller in size and darker in color. They are the flowers that were fed with blood and flesh in the cave. Sure enough, Professor Shue didn't lack crazy blood flowers at all. She didn't pay attention to Sumo's observation. The woman took out a syringe and injected something into Suemo. Before she fainted, Suemo saw the other party's expectant eyes. Coma and wake up. This feeling is not good. In particular, there is a fishy smell coming from the tip of the nose. The air is particularly agitated, and there are low roars. When Suemo opened his eyes, he saw several humans bound by chains in front of him. Seeing Suemo wake up, one of them frantically pulled the chain to get close to Suemo. The bared teeth told the other party's malicious intentions. Saliva flowing, eyes crazy. One of them had hair on his chest, like a ferocious beast. This is not the ability of beast transformation, but real beast hair. It is one with the other party. There is another person, whose pupils are vertical pupils, which are almost narrowed into a slit. The desire flowing inside is almost unconcealed. He wants to tear himself in half, and then swallow him into his stomach. Savage, cruel, chaotic and inhuman. This is what Suemo feels in this room at this moment. The iron door of the room is locked. But one side was dark glass. Suemo knew that it was a one-way glass, and someone was looking at him on the other side. The woman leaned against the glass, her tone a little excited. "Remember to watch her, don't kill her." "Yes." Someone stood by the instrument and responded. These instruments can control the time bombs on those people's necks. Chapter 260. As a precious experimental material, Suemo cannot die, but in order to test Sumo's limits, she can be tested to the limit. Suemo stood up and saw a knife on the ground not far away. It was left for herself. Facing the current situation, Suemo did not shout. The mental power still could not communicate, and even the system was lifeless and did not respond. The only thing she could use was the strength of her body. Holding the knife, when she was familiar with the weight, she heard the sound of the chain being untied. After a few clicks, almost without time to adapt, Suemo saw one of the experimental subjects step directly towards her. The conspicuous chest hair on the chest became as hard as steel at this moment, and it twisted and stretched, and then stabbed towards Suemo. Facing this attack method, Suemo expressed his surprise. He passed by sideways and chopped it with a knife, making a sound of metal collision. Broken. But it was the knife in Sumo's hand that was broken. At this time, only half of the knife handle was left. After weighing it for a few times, Suemo simply threw it away. There were 3 people in total, one with chest hair, one with beast eyes, and the other one had no traces of ferocious beasts on his body. But the other party was the fastest. With a jump, he arrived at the ceiling above Sumo's head. When Suemo looked up, he saw that the other party had opened his mouth. No, it should not be called a mouth, but a mouthpart. The tongue disappeared, leaving a round hollow soft straw. The white meat on it was squeezed and shot towards Sumo's head. During this time, a sucking sound was heard. The opponent's target was Sumo's head. He dodged it by turning his head, picked up the broken knife on the ground, and smashed it on the man with beast pupils. His vertical pupils were a little dilated at this moment. The opponent also opened his mouth. What came out of a normal mouth was the limit of the range of sound that humans could not bear. Although the volume was not too loud or too harsh, Suemo covered his ears and showed a painful expression. There were sticky marks on his palms. Suemo knew that his eardrum was injured and bleeding. This was the failure of the sound wave. Suemo, who was complaining in her heart, gave up the defense of her ears. When the opponent thought he had suppressed her, she exerted force on her lower limbs. The whole person jumped up and came to the side of the man with beast pupils. One hand directly hit the opponent's abdomen. After manually shutting his mouth, Suemo threw him against the wall. The opponent's body was not very tough, and the sound of bones breaking came. When she was about to kill him, the bristles attacked her from behind. Several of them in a row forced her to retreat. But before she could stand firm, the straw on her head attacked her head again. These 3 experimental subjects actually cooperated. Facing the unity of the other party, Suemo, who was isolated and helpless, leaned against the wall and tried to steady her breathing. After a fight, Suemo didn't suffer much. But he didn't crush the other party directly. Instead, he was in a stalemate at this moment. If she continued, she would be easily pressed to the ground by these things and couldn't get up with her physical strength left. A quick fight and a quick decision. After having an idea, Suemo took the initiative to attack, and this time the target was still the man with beast eyes. The other party's body was the most vulnerable, which was her breakthrough point. The other 2 experimental subjects, who realized Sumo's behavior, directly intercepted him. One on the ground and the other in the air, they cooperated tacitly. But Suemo relied on his fighting instinct for so long, twisted his body in the air, and with his difficult posture, he avoided the 2 and came to the side of the man with beast eyes. The other party opened his mouth and was about to scream. Suemo punched the other party's eyes. When the other party saw stars, the dagger that was thrown away was sent into the other party's heart by Suemo. The human heart is not hidden very deep. Even if only half is left, it is enough to destroy the function of the heart. Just in case, Suemo twisted the handle of the knife and stirred it a few times. She heard the sound of blood bubbles spitting out of the mouth of the experimental subject in front of her. The beast eyes were scattered. The other party fell down. At this moment, the other 2 experimental subjects whimpered. It seemed that they were sad about the death of their companions. But Suemo had no sympathy at this time. When the opponent was not in a good state, Suemo was not idle. She moved along the edge of the opponent's attacking bristles, trying to get closer to the opponent. But the bristles that could turn in the air blocked Sumo's way. Is the plan impossible to implement? No. When the bristles pierced the wall in front of Suemo, Suemo jumped up and stepped directly on the bristles to jump again. Use it as a pedal. 5 fingers formed a claw and directly grabbed the experimental subject on the roof. Sumo's hand strength was very strong, and he pulled it down directly when the opponent was in a panic. If the high altitude is the opponent's territory, the opponent will be a loser after reaching the ground. The mouthparts were pulled as soon as they stretched out, and when the opponent struggled, they stepped on the ground and crushed it hard. Seeing his companion suffering, the chest-haired man was not happy. The bristles came out of the wall and stabbed Suemo frantically. This time Suemo did not dodge, but directly lifted the mouth-parted man and blocked him in front of him. It was sharp enough, very aggressive, and very fast. This also means that once it is attacked, it is difficult to retract. This is what Suemo just observed. It can be seen that the other party tried hard. But the bristles finally pierced the mouth-parted man's chest. The body twitched and the blood in the chest rolled. In just a few seconds, the mouth-parted man died in the hands of his companion. Suemo, who threw the body down, had already come to the other party's side. The arm was wrapped around the other party's neck. The body was backward, and the center was pressed down. Suemo could feel the other party's throat trying to swallow, and opened his mouth to breathe. But it was useless. Suemo never let go of his arm. Perhaps sensing Suemo's awakening, the other party's eyes also showed a cruel look. He stopped struggling. Instead, he manipulated his weapon into the air, then turned suddenly and stabbed himself. Yes, he pierced his body, and hurt Suemo as well. But at the last moment, Suemo twisted her body. As a result, the bristles penetrated Suemo's shoulder, but did not hurt her heart. Even so, the intense pain almost made her faint. Without the support of special food, Suemo could only bear the injury at this moment. Suemo realized for the first time how weak his body was, but the strength in his arm was getting worse. In the end, Suemo strangled him alive. These modified experimental subjects have strange abilities, but they still have not surpassed the limits of human beings. The heart, the brain, and even the need for oxygen are all their weaknesses. Letting go of the body, Suemo stood where he was. At this moment, she was covered in blood, but she raised her middle finger to the one-way mirror. Amid Suemo's contempt, the door opened. Chapter 261. Pa pa pa. The applause sounded, and the woman with the badge came out. Team Leader Zhang, are you satisfied? Suemo spoke first, and she walked towards the other party. After a few steps, Team Leader Zhang subconsciously stepped back. That was obviously fear of Suemo. After all, just in front of her, Suemo killed 3 experimental subjects, and the miserable bodies of those experimental subjects were still in the room. Facing the other party's fear, Suemo opened her mouth to speak. Then she felt something piercing her neck. Coming from the mechanism in the room, Suemo's head began to feel dizzy again with the injection. With the arrival of the familiar feeling, Suemo closed her eyes. What surprised her was that when she woke up again, she was not on the experimental table, but was locked up like the experimental subjects just now. Fortunately, this room was a single room. Team Leader Zhang stood in front of Suemo, and on the instrument in his hand, some lines were undulating, which seemed to record Suemo's physical condition. 5 minutes. You are waking up faster and faster. Team Leader Zhang sighed. The tranquilizers used on Suemo were all the same. But the opponent's body achieved drug resistance in a short time, and the time to wake up became shorter and shorter. If this continues, one day the tranquilizer will lose its effect on Suemo. So this chain is a layer of insurance. Suemo turned her head, and saw that many instruments were still connected to her body. Her hands were hung up, and she couldn't move. I know you are powerful and smart. But you can't escape here. Professor Shui will arrive tomorrow, but before that, we have to figure out what's going on with your body. They had heard about Suemo's abilities long ago. Many and useful. This was not on the same level as the rest of the people in the Wasteland. The result of going too far was that he attracted more attention. The entire base number 3, even Jin Feiwen and Bai Luo, were just bait to lure Suemo here. By the way, let me show you something. As Team Leader Zhang said this, the wall in front of Suemo suddenly dropped down. When Suemo captured the scene over there, her pupil shrank, but the anger inside was blooming. There were beasts imprisoned one after another. Most of them drooped their heads, as if they had accepted their fate. But one of the snow-white beasts was raising its head and roaring continuously. But because of the struggle, many wounds from being disciplined appeared on its body. Blood was dripping. And that was Meow Meow that Suemo thought had escaped. We didn't see any signs of being controlled on it. This beast truly recognized you as its master. Suemo, what ability do you have to make such a strange beast bow down to you? Team Leader Zhang looked at Suemo and Meow Meow, and kept showing an amazed expression. Did you know? She took a syringe and walked to Suemo's side. The experimental subjects that fought with you before were the ones we injected the genes of the beasts into the human body, and then actively mutated the human genes. But no matter how we experiment, we can't reach the most perfect state. The mad blood flower is the most important material, but I think we are still missing a medicine. And I think that medicine is you, to be precise, your blood. This potion is made from the genes of that beast and your blood. You two are so in sync, I think you must be willing to be the first to try it, right? As he said, without waiting for Sumo's answer, the needle had already pierced into Sumo's body. This time, there was no drowsiness. The cold liquid swelled in the body, and then a warm flow flowed to every part of the body. At this moment, Sumo felt that his lost power was actually recovering. Mental power can communicate, and space can be opened. But before Sumo made any move, an electric current went straight to Sumo's body from the chain. The strong current made her look up and grit her teeth, and she used all her strength to control herself from shouting. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. While observing Sumo's condition leisurely, Team Leader Zhang recorded something on the computer. As the potion spread throughout the body, Sumo felt a surge of violence as the abundant power returned. It was an uncontrollable sense of brutality that emerged from the depths of her soul, controlling her to tear the person in front of her in half. Sumo, who had always been calm, now showed a ferocious expression. She pulled to move forward, but the chains kept shaking and rattling. Whenever she struggled too hard, the current would make her regain consciousness. She had a collar on her neck at some point. Like a caged dog, at this moment, Sumo was extremely conscious, but was split into two cells. One was watching all this coldly, even thinking about how to find an opportunity to leave. The other was shouting, asking her to release her brutality and destroy everything. The pain caused by the split soul was about to completely drown Sumo. She growled in her throat, and her body muscles were trembling. The pain twisted everything. TSK failed. Looking at Sumo's fierce appearance, Team Leader Zhang was a little disappointed. But it doesn't matter, there is still a chance. When Sumo's condition recovered a little, another potion was pierced into Sumo's body. Judging from the other party's skilled posture, it is estimated that he has experimented countless times. And this time, facing such a special experimental subject, Team Leader Zhang was particularly excited. Constantly adjusting the dosage of materials and medicine. One needle after another pierced into Sumo's skin. Calm, tyrannical, control. Calm, tyrannical, control. Everything, like a circle that cannot be stopped, keeps repeating. Even as powerful as Sumo, in this torture, the consciousness of Sumo as an existence is also being worn away bit by bit. Perhaps in the end, she will become one of those failed experimental subjects who will eat people when they see them. But facing Sumo's bad condition, Team Leader Zhang was a little excited. It works, she kept repeating. In Sumo's body, these drugs will bring rage, and even temporarily affect Sumo. But in the end, Sumo's consciousness will prevail, and suppress all those negative emotions. As the dosage is adjusted, this situation becomes more and more obvious. This also means that the experiment is really going to succeed. Soon. Continue. The voice became sharp. As an experimental subject, Sumo had no right to refuse. What she felt was a small boat floating in the sea, which could be overturned by the huge waves at any time. She just grabbed the rope with difficulty, and tied herself to the boat. But as time went by, the rope loosened little by little. Feeling the gradually lost reason, Sumo's eyes turned scarlet. Chapter 262. A terrible aura accumulated in Sumo's body. But Team Leader Zhang did not take this change seriously at all, but became more excited. It seemed that this change was exactly what they wanted to see. The data was updated more and more frequently. And Sumo also felt the changes in his body during the intermittent injections. To be precise, it was mentally. The extra brutal and terrible self was taking over this body bit by bit. The violent mental power had nowhere to vent, and all it got was self-destruction. If the ego persisted, perhaps the two IS would be destroyed together in the end. Then, at that time, what would remain in this world was just a body without a soul. And this was something that neither Sumo nor the system wanted to see. The host's mental power was detected to be abnormal, and about to collapse. The system was forcibly intervening. Interference was successful. Ding dong. System is restarting. Countdown. 300, 299, 298. 300 seconds. The system's voice stabilized Sumo's consciousness. He also heard Team Leader Zhang's intermittent words. Do you know that the previous experimental subjects were all defective? The injected drugs could not function stably in the body, so the experimental subjects had certain defects in their personalities. After the first injection, some of them distorted themselves and killed their companions. After the second injection, they completely turned into beasts, without any humanity. Except for you, no one made it to the third time. Suemo, you are a surprise. I think Professor Shui will like this. Team Leader Zhang's voice became fanatical. Really? In the severe pain, Suemo asked this question with a sarcastic attitude. Of course it's true. Team Leader Zhang didn't care, but was surprised by Suemo's reaction. 260, 250. As Suemo was looking forward to it, the system's countdown was surprisingly slow. Okay, this is the last time. As long as you survive this time, the experiment will be successful. On the computer, all of Suemo's data has reached the limit. And this needle is to break through the limit. As long as Suemo survives and still retains human reason, then this experiment will allow her to stand firm in front of Professor Shui. The needle hole pierced into the skin again. Suemo's body still wanted to resist. The limbs pulled the chains and made a rustling sound, but they could not break free. The power of the body was still silent. As the drug spread throughout his body, Suemo lowered his head and let out an unbearable roar. At this moment, Suemo had a splitting headache. It was as if a hand wanted to break his head in half. The violent emotion took advantage of the weakness of the self and attacked fiercely. Suemo's body was shaking violently. But the emotion did gradually change from pain to excitement. Suemo. Facing Suemo, who lowered his head, Team Leader Zhang could not collect any information and could only shout. Seeing that Suemo did not look up, she approached him anxiously, completely forgetting how terrifying Suemo was. It was these few steps that sent her into the range of Suemo's attack. Suemo! Suemo responded to the shout. He instantly raised his head, opened his teeth, and bit the opponent's neck. Suemo pulled hard, feeling the blood in his throat, and was as brutal as a beast. There was no clarity in his red eyes. Team Leader Zhang, who was bitten, screamed shrilly. He was pulled free with the help of others. But there was a blood hole in his throat, and blood was gushing out, and it was impossible to stop the bleeding. It was obvious that the artery was injured. Covering her neck, Team Leader Zhang widened her eyes. Perhaps she felt Suemo's pain, but she was afraid of death. But her left hand moved. There was a button in it. As long as it was pressed, the collar on Suemo's neck would explode. Suemo would also be broken into pieces. If he died, he would die with Suemo. This was Team Leader Zhang's plan. Suemo, who was in a frenzy, may have realized something, and looked at Team Leader Zhang with a fierce expression. But his body was bound in place, and he couldn't help but let out a strange beast roar. At this moment, Suemo seemed to have no human in his body. Enough. Go back. But a suppressed voice squeezed out of Suemo's throat. At the same time, the voice of the system came. Ding dong. The system restarted successfully and ran normally. The host's mental power has been detected to have a mutation. Do you want to perform positive mutagenesis? This sound was like a heavenly sound, allowing Suemo's true consciousness to find a glimmer of life in the vast ocean. Yes. Suemo, floating on the sea, gave a difficult response. Inducing. Mutagenesis successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining spiritual food. Spiritual food can transform any edible item it touches into spiritual food poison, directly corroding the spiritual power. The system is normal, the space is opened, and a piece of dried meat appears in Suemo's hand. Under the mutation of spiritual power, the dried meat turned into ashes and disappeared. But the eyes of those people in this room suddenly bulged and bled. These people fell to the ground one after another, and blood oozed from their 7 orifices. Their bodies twitched and their faces twisted. In just a moment, those people died. The poison that attacks spiritual power is so poisonous that there is no solution, but Team Leader Zhang was surprised. It was just because Suemo was not attacking the other party. Suemo, who regained control of this body, looked at the other party's terrified expression and directly opened the space. The boning knife flew out and cut off the other party's left arm. The arm and the button fell to the ground together. After he was safe, Suemo manipulated the short knife to cut through the chain, and the chain broke with a sound. Suemo, who was free, stroked the collar on his neck and crushed it. Team Leader Zhang had already fallen to the ground, barely breathing. The blood dyed the face that was soaked in ambition red, becoming more and more shocking. Suemo walked in front of him, helped him press the wound, and even let him eat the healing food. The wound was healing, and even his breathing was recovering. Team Leader Zhang, who realized Suemo's strength, had hope in his eyes again. Save. Me! He shouted weakly, but saw Suemo looking at him expressionlessly. That Professor Shui, when will he arrive tomorrow? In response to Sumo's question, Team Leader Zhang spoke timidly. I lied to you. This is just a research room where Professor Shui used to work. The research topic has been abandoned. I just want to use you to get Professor Shui's favor. But Suemo was obviously not satisfied with the answer. Where is he? Base number 1. Where exactly? I don't know. These 2 questions and 2 answers were the last conversation in this room. Because in the other party's expectation, Suemo tore the other party's throat again. This time, Suemo gave her real death. Chapter 263. Because of Zhang's absolute confidence, there were only a few researchers in this room. So when Suemo broke free and released Miao Miao and the imprisoned beasts, the whole laboratory fell into chaos. But Sumo's process of finding the rest of the people was still not simple. Just because the defense system of the laboratory was activated. After searching a few rooms, Suemo heard the movement from the front. All the experimental subjects imprisoned here were released. The monsters who had lost their humanity roared and attacked Suemo, but the beasts were the ones rushing in the front. What surprised Suemo was that these beasts actually obeyed Miao Miao's orders and charged in the front. With Miao Miao and the beasts leading the way, Sumo's pressure was much less, and after all the abilities were restored, Suemo directly opened the Sea of Spirit. As long as she had marked the existence, she could sense it within a certain range. And Lu Xinglan, Wang Qing and others, she had already marked them. At this moment, the Sea of Mind showed their location, and what Suemo needed was to find the right way. This laboratory must be underground, but it was like a maze with 4 paths. Every road was exactly the same, but after a daze, you couldn't even tell which side you just came from. All the places you walked through would be recorded in the Sea of Mind, and Suemo was not afraid of getting lost. I don't know how long the fight lasted, and the corridor was already a river of blood. And Suemo finally found his team. Unfortunately, 2 people were also tested, but they didn't survive. When they were found, the other party had already regarded them as real beasts, screaming and trying to tear Sumo's throat apart. In the end, Suemo gave the 2 men rest and peace. Without the leadership of Team Leader Zhang, and with the existence of Sumo's spiritual food, the entire research institute was beaten into a sieve by Suemo in the end. Now several people are standing in an office. This should be Team Leader Zhang's territory, and the documents inside are intact. Looking through them, the expressions of several people became solemn. Team Leader Zhang wanted to cross species, and merge the 2 different genes of humans and beasts to create a more powerful ability user. However, because the experiments frequently got out of control, even in the records, one of the experiments caused a large number of casualties. So Professor Shui called a halt and turned to other research. At that time, Team Leader Zhang, who was just a small figure in Professor Shui's team, was unwilling to accept it and took on the experiment again. The other party was Professor Shui's fanatical disciple, and everything was to prove himself to the other party and get a position beside the other party. These experiments were all conducted in secret, but such a large-scale experiment requires sufficient financial support. As expected, Suemo found a list in a safe. It says the sponsors. Holding this information, Suemo looked at a group photo on the table. There was a group of people in the photo. At that time, the young team leader Zhang stood at the outermost edge with a bright smile on his face. In the middle of the crowd was a man with black hair and silver eyes, with a nameplate on his chest. Shui Liang. Suemo, who saw the true face of the professor for the first time, could not see any madness on his gentle face. But the other party treated the lives of humans and beasts as nothing, just to fulfill their ambitions and ravage both. And this eventually led to the brutal beasts launching a general attack on humans, and human history entered its final years. I seem to have seen him. Lu Xinglan looked at the other party and said, I remember that Feng Tianan had received him in base number 8. He was just passing by at the time, and didn't think much about it. Unexpectedly, the other party was the famous Professor Shui. Hearing this, Suemo paused. Do you remember how long ago you met the other party? When Lu Xinglan recognized the other party based on this photo, Sumo's heart suddenly beat faster. And Lu Xinglan soon realized the problem. His eyes focused on Shui Liang's face in the photo. Shui Liang in the photo was a young man, in his 30s, with short and neat hair, very young. Team leader Zhang is also young, and seems to be a fledgling student in his early 20s, and served as the team leader in the team at that time. However, judging from the position, it is estimated that the team he was in charge of at that time was not very important. The age difference between the two is about 10 years. But now team leader Zhang has become a middle-aged woman, and her face has obvious aging. According to the information, team leader Zhang is already 43 years old this year. Then Shui Liang started in his 50s. These 20 years will leave enough traces on Shui Liang's face, and it is even difficult to recognize his young appearance. But Lu Xinglan recognized him at a glance, and that Shui Liang, in the other's memory, was just a casual glance. This is not right. 3 years ago. Lu Xinglan's eyes became serious as he said this. At that time, he looked no different from the one in the photo. Can a person live forever? If it was in the past, Su Mo would deny it. But in this wasteland full of various strange abilities, it is possible that a person with the ability of immortality appears. But is it just this coincidence that it is this Shui Liang? Otherwise, how to explain that the other party's appearance has not changed for more than 20 years? Or, this involves a secret experiment that they don't know about. But no matter which answer it is, when the word immortality appears in front of the world, then the world is destined to go crazy. Who would dislike being able to live longer? For a moment, Su Mo even understood why so many people wanted to protect Shui Liang, but the other party is now a legend in the wasteland, but few people have seen him. Su Mo, holding the photo, suddenly smiled. The more he wants to hide, the more I will let everyone know. Su Mo put the information in Dai Yufeng's hand. Dai Yufeng knew Su Mo's idea without saying much. The final value of this laboratory has been excavated, and Su Mo did not stay for long and left directly. Only when he went up did he find that this laboratory was indeed underground, and very deep, but in the lower city, close to the entrance of the base. So when the news that Su Mo led a group of people and several beasts to forcibly leave the number 3 base reached Jin Jin's ears, the group had left for a long time. Rejected the proposal of his subordinates to pursue. It was just that the real storm began. Not long after Su Mo left, a piece of news swept through the major bases in the wasteland. The famous Professor Shui was doing unknown experiments in secret, and humans became lambs to be slaughtered on the experimental table. Innocent people were turned into irrational beasts. And when this uncontrolled beast is likely to exist in your base, or even next to you, it may bar its fangs at you at any time. Can you accept it? For a time, the voice of resistance was active in major bases. Chapter 264. As the storm was about to come, the atmosphere in the rock camp became serious. The infrastructure construction project was still going on, but the plan of Professor Shui had not stopped. After bringing back a lot of information, they found that some of the experimental data of team leader Zhang had been passed to Professor Shui. The most important part was about the effect of Su Mo's genes and the combination of the crazy blood flower. This means that Professor Shui's experiment was feasible. If the other party had a mind for Su Mo, it would be hard to defend against. It is better to be proactive than passive. What we know now is that Professor Shui is hiding in base number 1. It would be best to let base number 1 hand over Shui Liang directly. However, given the current scale of the rock camp, those bases are wary, but if they go to war directly with base number 1, the chances of winning are not on Su Mo's side. Sacrifice is not necessary. In this way, partners are needed, and partners with the same goals. In the conference room, many people's eyes were on Miao Miao. Now in the camp, the beasts that came back from the underground laboratory with Miao Miao are moving freely. Under Miao Miao's orders, these beasts did not show any evil intentions. In this matter, the victims, besides Su Mo, are these beasts. In the future known to Su Mo, the beasts were subjected to inhumane experiments by Shui Liang. So, regarding Shui Liang's matter, both sides have the same position. But thinking back to that king beast, it is difficult to reach cooperation across races. You can give it a try. Touching Miao Miao's head, Su Mo finally made the decision. Once the decision is made, it is time to act. After settling some things in the camp, Su Mo took Miao Miao to the place where the king beast was now. It was a lost city. The once prosperous city had long been razed to the ground, and even the ruins were not much left. When Su Mo arrived, he saw many pits leading to unknown depths. And this is where the beasts live. As the weather continued to cool down, the beasts also reduced their activities on the ground. Underground caves used for heat preservation are their choice. When Su Mo, a human, broke into the territory of the beasts, he was attacked at the first time. Countless beasts emerged from the ground, baring their fangs and trying to tear Su Mo apart. Miao Miao's roar shook the city. The beasts that once disdained Miao Miao were now afraid. Especially when Miao Miao began to approach, the beasts subconsciously retreated. Then, a clear roar came from the depths of the underground cave, coming from the king beast. Under the command of the king beast, the retreating beasts steadied their pace, but their movements were still a little tangled. They seemed to be wondering who was their boss. As Meow Meow grew up, its influence on the beasts was also increasing, but it was not yet at its peak. Fortunately, Suemo was not prepared to use Meow Meow to control these beasts. "I'm here to negotiate." She just said this lightly. Facing Sumo's beasts, they only had the intuition of wild beasts, and could not understand Sumo's words. But Suemo knew that her words must have reached the ears of the existence that should go. Just standing there without any intention to take action. Suemo waited quietly. Time passed, the surroundings were terribly quiet, and no instructions came from the cave. But this silence was good for Suemo. After a while, Suemo saw a fierce beast appear in front of him. It was a snow-white fox, very similar to the king beast that Suemo had seen before, but it was not the other one. Offspring? Suemo guessed, and saw the other party motioning him to follow, and the road ahead was deep into the cave. At this moment, Suemo was alone. If he chose to go deep into the enemy's cave at this time, once he was besieged, it would be almost impossible for Suemo to leave with his ability. But Suemo followed directly without hesitation. Facing Sumo's choice, the little fox had a smile in his eyes. The overly smart eyes made Suemo feel as if he was facing a human. Following all the way, there was no communication, that is, no words. The passage was very dry, but it was still inevitably filled with the stench of the beasts. The further down you went, the more obvious it became. Suemo originally thought that it was the road leading to the king beast, but when the little beast in front stopped, Suemo knew that she had thought too simply. At this moment, she was standing above a pit. The pit was very deep and irregular in shape. Standing above, you could hear the roar of beasts coming from inside. One after another, there was no order, with a messy and bloody smell. A light suddenly appeared below, which was very dazzling. It was a beast that could use light power. When Suemo looked down, he saw that there were many beasts imprisoned below. The wounds on the bodies of these beasts were jagged, and the protruding bones were very hideous. On their faces, pairs of eyes were filled with cruelty and bloodthirstiness. These beasts were not rational. But the little fox raised its paw and pointed downwards. It seemed to be indicating something. "You mean, let me go down and deal with these beasts?" Suemo asked. Although they were of the same clan, the beasts were a very cruel clan. In this clan, the weak and those who did not obey orders were excluded and expelled. Although the beasts below did not know why they were in this state. But it was obvious that the king beast could not control these beasts. In response to the question, the little fox nodded and then spit out something. It was a petal. The bright red color was gorgeous and tender even though it had been picked for a long time. It was the flower of mad blood. These beasts are affected by the flower of mad blood. This sentence was already affirmative, and the little fox also nodded. "Okay, I understand." Looking at the dozen beasts below, Sumo's eyes were calm. Cooperation is based on equality. This king beast learned from humans, and tried to let Suemo prove his ability. And Suemo was no stranger to slaughter. Suemo even declined Meow Meow's help. All the way down, when he landed, he met more than a dozen pairs of ferocious eyes. If he used spiritual food, Suemo could even kill these beasts in an instant. But that would also consume a lot of his mental energy, making it difficult to deal with what happened later. More importantly, what the collaborator wants is not an attitude of almost crushing one side, but a balance. Standing with a knife, Suemo waved to the beasts. And above the pit, the little fox stared at Meow Meow, his eyes flickering. That was a kind of admiration. Meow Meow, who was huge in body but still young in real age, threw himself on Suemo and did not notice the eyes of the little fox. Below, Suemo was proving himself. Chapter 265. Out-of-control beasts are more dangerous than rational beasts. After all, beasts are a species with a certain degree of wisdom, knowing pain and fear. When they cannot defeat the enemy, they will think of running away. But the beasts in front of Suemo did not retreat even when they saw their companions being chopped by Suemo. Instead, they became more manic under the stimulation of the strong smell of blood. Some of them lay on the ground and ate the corpses of their companions. After they were full, they continued to rush up and intended to tear Suemo apart. The fighting continued, and the howling continued. Suemo, who was waving the boning knife, was now covered in blood. Despite this, she did not stop, and her eyes were as bright as before. In the sea of spirituality, every move of the restless beasts would be recorded by Suemo, and then constantly deduced. This also led to Suemo even being able to predict the attack trajectory of those beasts. The pain of schizophrenia that I experienced during the experiment was not without gain. The biggest benefit is to do two things at once. While controlling the sea of mind to record, reproduce, imitate, and deduce. The body is fighting at a high intensity. At this moment, Suemo is like a most sophisticated robot, performing his task without any flaws. The more brutal the battle, the more data is collected, which also means that the deduction of the sea of mind is more perfect. Unconsciously, the other unnecessary factors in the sea of mind are completely blocked, leaving only everything at the bottom of the pit. Those fierce beasts are magnified in the sea of mind, like food. Their movements at this moment are reproduced one by one, vividly, and even the fierce light on their faces is the same. At this moment, in reality, a beast on Sumo's left was attacking her. Judging from the direction of the opponent's body, it should want to jump above Suemo and then pounce on her. But after a wave of fluctuations in the sea of spirit, the deduction was that the opponent was just a feint. The sky above was an illusion, and its target was Sumo's lower body. I believe that the existing signs are still uncertain deductions. Suemo chose the latter without hesitation. So she did not guard against the attack from the sky, but directly sank her body and kicked out. This kick with strong mental power just kicked the body of the beast that hit it. The opponent's sternum was directly sunken, and the sneak attack failed, but Suemo caught up and ended his life. Sumo's eyes were filled with uncontrollable surprise. The upgrade of the Sea of Spirit, this time has once again brought about a qualitative change in her strength. After the first deduction was completed, the subsequent deductions continued. In order to improve this function, Suemo deliberately reduced the efficiency of the battle a lot, so that the Sea of Spirit had enough time. Once, twice, 3 times. Even countless times, Suemo, who followed the deduction action, seemed to be able to predict the enemy's actions, and each time he could intercept or target those beasts in advance. The powerful beasts gradually showed a vulnerable posture in her hands. Therefore, when Suemo killed the last beast, her injuries were even lighter than at the beginning. Awoo! The meow above howled, urging Suemo to come up quickly. It was very worried about Sumo's safety, and was a little impatient to crush the beasts around. I'm fine. When Suemo came back to the top after shouting, she saw the little fox looking at her, then twisting its tail, and leading the way. The furry tail was very beautiful. Suemo even had the urge to touch it. Then she saw Meow Meow's somewhat resentful eyes, as if to say, you already have me, why do you still want to hook up with other beasts? Suemo touched his nose with a guilty conscience. 1 person and 2 beasts walked in this underground cave. If she only relied on her memory, Suemo had no idea where she was now. But the Sea of Spirituality has been recording the places she has passed, and a map is being generated. Suemo knew that she was walking towards the center of this lost city. Not long after, the eyes suddenly opened up, there was light scattered from above, and various trees grew here. It was like a forest of eyes, bringing a sense of closeness. This is a tinking, which is very deep, but there are also many dense plants, which is also where the king beast lives. Suemo walked over, and saw the king beast in the forest appeared. He glanced over, but it was aimed at the little fox. The little fox looked at Meow Meow reluctantly, and then returned to the king beast, and rubbed against it intimately. The size difference was huge, but the fur color and appearance told Suemo that this was a mother and daughter. Feeling Sumo's observing eyes, the king beast looked at her with a sharp look. She remembered Suemo, and also remembered the shame that Suemo had left them before. The man and the beast looked at each other here. Unlike the king beast's murderous aura, Suemo, who stood still, smiled gently, restrained all his momentum, and even signaled Meow Meow to stay calm. After staring at each other for a long time, Wang Shou took a step forward. Do you want to cooperate? A soft voice suddenly sounded in Sumo's mind, but no one around spoke. Suemo stared at Wang Shou in front of him, a little surprised. It was the other party. But the other party did not speak directly, but communicated with Suemo with a kind of mental power. This signal was directly transmitted to her mind and translated into a language she was familiar with, and even the sound was simulated. Is this the other party's ability? Thinking about it, Suemo nodded. Yes. You want him to die, so do I. That he didn't say, it was self-evident. When Shui Lian was mentioned, Wang Shou's eyes burst into extreme hatred. You and he are both human. How can I believe you humans who like to talk sweetly? You humans love to lie by nature. In your eyes, we beasts are just animals and garbage. Cooperation? Hee, you humans all deserve to die. The soft voice became shrill, distorted by anger and hatred, and the king beast suddenly appeared in front of Suemo. The pressure brought by the huge body was daunting. But Suemo just raised his head and looked at the other party with a frank look. Yes, our human nature is changeable. I dare not say that I will not do something to you one day. But at least in this matter, I agree with you. Because in his eyes, my status is the same as yours. Suemo has no doubt that as long as there is a chance, Shui Liang will do something to him. For people like this, any sacrifice is worth it in order to achieve their goals. Even the death of those people or beasts is not a sacrifice in the eyes of the other party, but just an inevitable process. But she, Suemo, didn't want to become inevitable. Agree? So at this moment, Suemo stretched out her hand to the Beast King. Chapter 266. The woman's fingers were slender, and even looked a little weak. Compared to the beast's thick claws, it seemed that they could be broken with just a little effort. But the king beast knew the ability of the woman in front of him. At this moment, facing Sumo's sincerity, the king beast's eyes kept changing emotions. Finally, the palm was raised, and the claws were extended, as if it was about to attack. But Suemo still did not move, and finally the claws gently touched Sumo's fingers. That's it. Suemo took the initiative to grab the claws, not caring about the sharpness of the claws that cut the wound on her palm. The human pupils are also tiny in the beast's pupils, but at this moment, the light released from these pupils is shocking. The cooperation was reached, and the follow-up was to discuss. Suemo did not stay here for too long and left, and not far away from the city where the king beast was, a pair of people were waiting. The leaders were Lu Xinglan and Dai Yufeng. Of course, she would not be so confident that she would come alone. Once she did not come out at the agreed time, the attack on this place would be launched, and her ability was enough to hold on until the reinforcements arrived. Fortunately, none of these preparations could be used. Let's go! It's time to go back and prepare. Suemo, who got on the car, looked behind him and said. Neither side was willing to waste time. 2 days later, an army composed of rock camps and ferocious beasts was stationed outside base number 1. They announced their cooperation in the most open and above-board way. They also demanded base number 1 to hand over Shui Liang with the most resolute attitude. As a victim, Suemo, together with the other victims, came to seek justice, which seemed reasonable. More importantly, these people and the beasts were only stationed at a certain distance, and they did not even touch the bottom line of the attack of base number 1. There was no intention to take the initiative to attack. They just expressed their attitude and then continued to exert pressure. But even if they did not take action, it was not good news for base number 1. The beasts were already feared by humans. But now there are humans who can cooperate with the beasts, so this human is even more terrifying. Sumo's name was once again spread. Faced with Sumo's powerful means, they had to realize once again that what Suemo represented was no longer a small camp. That camp already had enough power. For this kind of coercion, base number 1's reaction was naturally to deny it. Now Shui Liang is notorious in the human base. Once they admit that base number 1 has accepted Shui Liang, wouldn't it be telling all humans that base number 1's position is that human life is indifferent? This cannot be admitted. But just refuting it seems very weak. As for fighting, what a joke. Now Sumo's slogan is to give an explanation and leave immediately after the person is handed over. It is only aimed at Shui Liang, and even hinted that some people in base number 1 may have been deceived by Professor Shui. So considerate, so kind. If they take action, doesn't it mean that they are guilty? Faced with the calls of the United Army, all they can do is keep denying, and denying again. And close the gate of the base. Yes, under the banner of safety, the gate is closed. No one is allowed to enter or leave. This has no impact on ordinary people. After all, they won't run away out of despair. But there are many who have opinions. In the past few days, the city lord of base number 1 has been dealing with this matter. In the hall, the middle-aged man in the lead was a little anxious, pulling the few hairs on his head and asked, "Have you thought of a solution? If there was an easy way to end this matter, there would not be this meeting now. Wouldn't it be enough to hand over Shui Liang?" A woman answered, her brows furrowed on her resolute face, and her eyes were full of doubts about the city lord in the main seat. Suemo only wants Shui Liang, and handing over Shui Liang will solve the problem. This sentence made many people in the room look ugly. Shui Liang has been operating base number 1 for so many years, and I don't know how many upper-level people are involved. It's not just money that is invested, it's probably more involved. If they just cut off the relationship, wouldn't it be like they had just emptied out all the achievements they had made over the years? How could that be possible? But facing the woman's frank attitude, everyone was speechless. Although they all knew it, no one wanted to admit it openly. The city lord, on the other hand, glanced at the woman with a somewhat unfriendly tone. "Shy man, don't you know that Suemo? Why don't you go and convince her?" "Know her?" Shy man, who had met Suemo once before, smiled. She looked at the people inside with disdain, leaning against the chair with her arms folded, with a mocking tone. I've only met her once. How can I say I know her? If I had such a big face, wouldn't I just have to know her? The sharp attitude in the words expressed Shy Man's contempt for these people. Some people glared at Shy Man for being so arrogant. How dare you? A person under the city lord's left hand scolded, pointing at Shy Man, and his tone became sharp. Don't forget your identity. Who told you to look down on us here? This was said, as if it was just aimed at Shy Man's disrespect for them. But Shy Man was really ready to disrespect these people to the end. She stood up and glanced at everyone. Her expression was very casual. I haven't forgotten my identity, but you don't forget it either. We all know how he got to this position. For the stability of the base, I have accepted it over the years. But everyone, don't think I'm easy to mess with. Especially you, the city lord. Looking at the city lord, Shy Man looked up and down, then sneered and turned away. The contemptuous attitude made the city lord's face darken. But he couldn't say anything after all. The atmosphere became stalemate, but by the end of the meeting, these people couldn't come up with any rules. But no matter how stormy the number 1 base was, the coalition army outside had no intention of retreating. But if someone observes carefully, he will find that Suemo, who has been in the limelight in the past few days, has never appeared in front of people. Instead, the king beast patrols the edge of the number 1 base territory from time to time. As for where Suemo is, the number 1 base tavern is full of luxury. In the sky-high alcohol, many people clinked glasses and drank drunkenly. But in such a chaotic place, countless intelligence is flowing. At this time, a big man hugged a woman and smiled obscenely. Oh, you're new here. Okay, I tell you whatever you want to know. As long as you serve your brother well. Facing the woman, the drunkard tried to show his manliness. On the other hand, the woman who was suddenly hugged did not show any impatience on her face. Instead, she hooked her arms around the man's neck and breathed sweetly. Chapter 267. In that case, how about you come out with me, brother, and let your sister serve you well? The sweet voice made people's hearts itch. The drunk showed a meaningful smile on his face, and after showing a smug expression to his companion, he followed the woman out. There was an alley behind the tavern, and there was a bit of fishy smell in the dim environment. The drunk was impatient to see that there was no one around. He stretched out his hand to press the woman against the wall, but the woman smiled at him seductively, and then bit her knees. The man was hit in the most vulnerable part, and the pain made him want to shout, but his mouth was blocked. Hush, if you don't want to die, just listen obediently. Whatever we ask, you just say it, understand? Dai Yufeng raised his index finger and threatened. The malicious eyes made the drunk clear instantly. He was a little angry, and wanted to resist, but he heard footsteps behind him. More than one person. He turned around with difficulty, and saw Suemo, Lu Xinglan and others. At this time, several people surrounded the other party in this alley, and there was no way to go. The drunk man panicked. What do you want to do? As he asked, his legs were shaking, and coupled with the hypnosis of alcohol, the man sat down directly on the ground. The unknown water stains on the ground stained his clothes, which had a foul smell. We don't want your life, we just want to buy information. Didn't you say that you can tell me everything I want to know? Bending down and lifting the man's chin, Dai Yufeng smiled very beautifully, but the man didn't dare to have any tricks at this time. The beauty trap is useful everywhere. What do you want to know? The man was also sensible. He knew that the other party was well prepared, so he simply did not resist. Even if he could call for help, these people could kill him before his companions came. It's simple. We are looking for someone. Who? The man asked subconsciously. Xue Liang. When this name came out of Sumo's mouth, the man was stunned. His expression became serious, frowning and looking at several people, especially looking at Sumo's face for a few more times. Then his eyes became flustered again, and it seemed that he recognized Suemo. And Suemo was waiting for an answer. I don't know where he is. People of that level are not something I can find out. This answer obviously made several people dissatisfied. Seeing that Dai Yufeng was about to kill and silence him, the man nodded frantically. But I know there is a place related to Professor Xue. This sentence made Dai Yufeng's knife stop at his neck. The knife was put away, and Dai Yufeng smiled affectionately. Don't worry, we are all in the same industry. I am also an intelligence agent. I will not harm you. Come on, tell me in detail. Faced with this friendly attitude, the man did not dare to believe it at all, but still told the truth. It is a company called God-Making Technology. They are very famous in base number 1. Many products are developed by the company. It can be said that they almost monopolize more than half of the high-end products of base number 1. But this company has only become rich in the past few years. In the past few years, the other party was just a small and unknown company. The reason why it became rich is because Professor Schwen knows the boss of God-making group. I also know that this God-making group, on the surface, is only attacking the technology industry, but secretly it is also conducting biological experiments. I know where this laboratory is. After confessing everything, he saw Dai Yufeng's satisfied eyes. The man breathed a sigh of relief. His life was saved. So half an hour later, several people came to a certain site in the lower city of base number 1. This is a factory. Even in the middle of the night, they are still working non-stop. Through the man's back door, several people entered without being suspected. On the surface, there is nothing wrong with this factory. Really, it's really here. Sumo's people explored for a long time, but didn't find any clues. Faced with this result, the man quibbled. He looked as if he was about to cry. Or the secret door is hidden in a deeper place. The other party did not lie. Suemo could see that, and was about to let people continue to explore, but heard a quarrel in a car in front. Then heard a burst of footsteps rushing over. It was a young woman, with a panicked expression. Behind her, several people were chasing. When they saw Sumo and others, they thought it was their coworkers and shouted, "Stop her! Don't let her leave! Can't let her leave!" Several people looked at each other, and found this sentence very interesting. So under the vigilance of the woman, Suemo let the other party pass by him. But when the people chasing came to Suemo, they showed angry expressions. "Didn't you hear me shouting? If she runs away, we will all die. Why don't you chase her?" That bossy attitude was very overbearing. With a look, the others didn't need Suemo to say anything, and they were knocked out directly. Before one of them fainted, he showed a puzzled expression. After hiding a few people, Suemo signaled the others to disperse and explore the carriage in front. And Suemo himself chased the woman. When the other party passed by, Suemo had already marked it with the Sea of Spiritual Sea, so he knew exactly where the other party was. At the back door, the woman hid in the bushes, looking at the guards at the door with some vigilance. From time to time, she turned her head to look around to be vigilant about something. She had to leave here. But the security here was so strict that she couldn't run away. But once she was caught, she would be dead. It was not easy to find this opportunity, so she gave up like this. The woman's eyes were a little dim, but at this time she heard a voice. "Do you need my help?" Suemo asked the woman, but his eyes were looking at the guards not far away. She came in from the main gate, and the guards at the main gate were ordinary security guards. But the guards at this inconspicuous back door were extremely alert, and some were even patrolling nearby. Seeing that several people were about to come here, facing Sumo's appearance, the woman was very scared, but she didn't dare to shout loudly. She just kept shrinking her body, and there was despair in her eyes. It seemed that Suemo and those people were in the same group. "Don't worry." Suemo squatted beside the woman, quietly watching those people coming over. One of them seemed to have discovered something, and looked at the bushes a few more times. But in the end, he left without finding anything. Facing the scene, the woman was a little confused, while Muyuyu, not far away, smiled. "It's not too easy to use illusions to deal with these people. My name is Suemo." Facing the vigilant woman, Suemo introduced himself directly. After she said these words, she saw the other person's surprised expression. Chapter 268. These days, Sumo's name is a household name in base number 1. And one of the reasons that forced her to this point was Suemo. But this is not resentment, but gratitude. "I will tell you everything you want to know, as long as you save me." The words blurted out revealed the woman's sincerity. She grabbed Sumo's arm, as if she had grabbed her last straw. Facing the other party's initiative, Suemo, under the cover of Muyuyu, took her back to the factory. Finding an empty room, a group of people gathered together. Facing so many people, the woman who claimed to be Chu Ran was a little scared, but still grabbed her hand and spoke boldly. "The laboratory you are looking for is inside the factory carriage. Every carriage is processing daily necessities, but our laboratory is hidden deeper. Many of the workers outside are guards. Due to the pressure from outside in the past few days, they have become cautious and started to reduce external activities, but have become a little lax internally. I finally found a chance to escape today." "Escape?" Faced with this word, Dai Yufeng asked curiously. "Well, escape, I was forced to participate in this project." Speaking of this, Chu Ran's face was full of regret. "It's all my fault that I was in love before. I believed in a man, and thought she would take me to the top. In the end, The other party just took advantage of my talent and restricted my freedom after bringing me here. That beast, if you have a chance, please help me kill him, I can pay you. Chu Ran was very excited at this moment, but no one agreed. Sumo motioned the other party to continue talking about business. As for the Professor Shui you are looking for, he is no longer here, but half a month ago, he was still an ordinary employee here. Shui Liang has been staying here, and he has been secretly promoting the experiment, but he used another identity. Knowing that base number 1 began to be turbulent in the past few days, Shui Liang keenly noticed it and began to evacuate. It was also because of the sudden departure that aroused Chu Ran's curiosity. She found out after investigation that the young researcher she had scolded several times was actually the famous Professor Shui. Thinking of this, Chu Ran's face was a little dark. She had escaped death many times. What experiment is being conducted here? It's just an ordinary drug experiment, and the experimental subjects here are also voluntary. Perhaps knowing what Sumo meant by asking, Chu Ran said, the tone was very sure. She participated in the entire experiment, and there was indeed no legendary hybridization of the ferocious beasts and human genes here. Compared with Shui Liang's previous experiments, the experiments here can be called conscientious. Researching on the basis of drugs is like making humans evolve. But facing this answer, Sumo felt that there was a problem. Would the other party go to great lengths to conduct such an experiment, and the other party stayed in this hidden laboratory for a long time? While talking, there was a commotion outside, signaling everyone not to speak. Sumo's people were guarding the door, and if anyone broke in, they would be arrested immediately. Just listening to the sound, many people were running away, including some real workers. Somehow, the factory used as a cover became chaotic. After thinking for a while, Sumo signaled everyone to take the opportunity to leave. With these people as cover, the possibility of being discovered was reduced. The door opened, and several people had panic expressions on their faces, and they blended well into the team that left. And along the way, listening to those people's discussions, Sumo also knew the reason. The city lord is dead. Just half an hour ago, the city lord was found dead in his room. The death was very miserable, and the person who did it did not hide his existence. It was Shui Liang. However, the documents on the table seemed to explain the reason why Shui Liang took action. Because the city lord could not stand the pressure, he actually thought of handing Shui Liang over. And the documents were some conditions prepared for Sumo to negotiate. He was prepared to maximize his own interests in this matter. But over the years, Shui Liang has taken root in base number 1 and has planted countless internal responses. The first time the city lord had this idea, Shui Liang took control. Not only did he not leave, but he entered the city lord's mansion openly and dealt with the city lord. But in the chaos, did anyone find out where Shui Liang went? His eyes met with Dai Yufeng's. Without Sumo saying anything, Dai Yufeng had been issuing orders. There were more people lurking in. They all took action to find Shui Liang's existence. Not only that, the coalition forces that had been sitting still outside also began to advance. Several gates of base number 1 were completely sealed, and it seemed that the war was about to start. Under this huge pressure, the chaos formed in base number 1 was greater than expected. At this moment, Sumo had just left the factory with the crowd. When he looked back, he saw that some of the workers behind him had strange expressions. With a thought, Sumo grabbed one of them. "What are you doing?" The other party waved his hand to try to break free, but Sumo's strength was not enough for him to struggle away easily. He was firmly pressed to the ground. Not only that, the other people who looked a little strange were all controlled under Sumo's command. But in a moment, a lot of medicines were found on these people. Even without looking at the medicines inside, Sumo knew that they were not good things. And mixed with explosives. If an explosion happened accidentally, these things would spread quickly. Human biological bomb. Sumo frowned a little. Could it be that Shui Liang kept these people here for this purpose? The other party knew that she would come, but no matter what Sumo thought, when she brought people to the city lord's mansion, she found that it was surrounded by many people. They were all people with special abilities, from base number 1 itself. When Sumo thought these people were going to fight him, he saw them make way. A woman walked out of the crowd. Sumo felt familiar. "My name is Jaiman." Facing Sumo's unfamiliar eyes, Jaiman didn't mind, and then made a gesture of invitation. "I will take over base number 1 temporarily now. I will cooperate with you if you have any ideas. Only the premise is that you ask the coalition forces outside not to attack the ordinary residents of our base number 1. Behind Jaiman, many people nodded to express their support for Sumo. Shui Liang's experiment endangers the survival of the entire human race. Compared with the gap between the inside and outside of the base, this matter is obviously more serious. In addition, Jai-man's mediation, these people are willing to put aside their grudges and obey Sumo's dispatch. Facing Jai-man's cooperative attitude, Sumo just felt that things had become much simpler, but the unexpected happened at this moment. Chapter 269. After Chu Ren identified the people he had captured, he learned that they were all from the laboratory. But they were not experimental subjects, but the staff. In short, these were the employees of Zhaoshan Technology. On the way to the city lord's mansion ahead, these employees were taken along, and they should have stayed quietly in the car. But the car holding these employees was shaking. When someone rushed over, they saw the door was pushed open. Someone rushed out, but it was Sumo's man. At this moment, he was grabbing his cheeks frantically. After being held by someone, he looked up and revealed a tattered face. The rotten meat was still in his nails. The speed of his eyeballs was very strange. When he saw his companion, he suddenly grinned, as if he wanted to laugh, but then he opened his mouth and bit his companion's shoulder. He pulled hard, but a piece of flesh was torn off. The people who were watching the situation screamed in pain and pushed him away. The man who suddenly went crazy was shot dead by Dai Yufeng, who rushed over. Dai Yufeng, who wanted to get on the car to check, kept retreating. "Go!" she shouted in the direction of Sumo. But before the others could understand what was going on, they saw a person falling from the car. It was the staff from before. But now, these people's bodies were swollen like balloons. Obviously in great pain, but looking at the people around them in a strange way, showing a happy smile. "Dead, you are dead." Ha ha ha. Accompanied by crazy laughter, these human balloons exploded. Along with the flying blood and flesh, there was also a gas that spread at a very fast speed in base number 1. Recalling the methods of Professor Shui, it is not difficult to imagine how serious these things are. Who would have thought that the biological agents on these people were just a cover-up? The real problem is themselves. The evacuation order was quickly issued, but it was still too late. Dai Yufeng, who ran a few steps towards Sumo, suddenly became a little uncontrollable. She looked up and stabbed her eyes fiercely. Fortunately, such self-mutilation behavior was stopped by someone. It was Sumo. Sumo came to Dai Yufeng's side. She grabbed the other party's hand, and saw that the other party's normal eyes quickly appeared a layer of bloodshot. The eyeball bulged, as if it was in a state of violent blood. There was saliva dripping from the corner of the mouth. Seeing that the other party was about to open his mouth to bite him, Sumo directly gave him a knife. Catch the other party's fainted body, look up again, there is already chaos in front. With those human balloons as the center, the people closest to them were the first to fall into this violent blood state. They would attack anyone they saw, and would not stop until they were dead. Some people escaped with wounds all over their bodies, but fortunately, the wounded did not show any signs of being directly infected. But there were many ordinary people among them, and after being infected, their strength and speed were comparable to those of some ordinary ability users. Almost immediately, a riot spread out from here. Sumo and others were also forced to return to the city lord's mansion. But no one could guarantee that they were not infected. Just like now, many people gathered in the conference hall to discuss, but before they said a few words, one of them suddenly attacked. Although they were taken down, the meeting could not go on. Now the danger of crowds gathering has greatly increased. This is the case in the upper city, so what about the lower city, as for the guards suppressing? Haha, maybe the guards are the ones who attacked during the suppression. May you be lucky. This thought came to the minds of countless people. That Shui Liang really did not leave any way out. No one knows to what extent the unknown drug will spread. And facing the whole base falling into a state of crazy killing, the guards everywhere have been weakened to a certain extent. So a gate on the right side of base number 1 quietly opened. A car sank into the wasteland like a ghost. Even if it was discovered by a fierce beast, after reporting back and tracking, it was found that there was no trace at all. Even the flying fierce beasts that are good at tracking could not find where the car went. It can be seen that the other party has been fully prepared. And it is obvious who is sitting in the car. Is there really no way? Faced with this situation, Jai-man said with some annoyance. Her pace showed her inner anxiety. Yes. In response to Jai-man's question, Sumo spoke. She had an idea in her mind that might be realized. But I can't guarantee whether those who are sick can return to normal. That's worth a try. Jai-man was very straightforward. With Jai-man's consent, Sumo no longer worried. A piece of food appeared in front of Sumo, and the spiritual food was activated, and the food would be transformed into a deadly toxin. But under Sumo's control, it did not spread. This is not over yet. The reverse food was used, which could turn food into a deadly lure for fierce beasts. Meow Meow beside him growled at this moment. It was not delicious, but a sense of danger. The two abilities gradually merged under Sumo's auspices. An existence that was not poisonous to humans and not attractive to fierce beasts appeared. It was a group of black particles floating in Sumo's palm. It looked extremely dangerous, but in fact it would not cause any harm to normal humans. As for abnormal people, the particles drifted away, and a madman who was caught, who was supposed to attack the guards around him, suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of Sumo. Then he stood there in a daze. His saliva was flowing, but he did not attack. Not only that, even his eyes became dazed. Food in this state would attract the existence of these abnormal humans, and under the influence of Sumo's mental power, these people would temporarily lose their aggressiveness. Sumo stuffed something into the man's mouth, which could remove the negative state of the food and quickly take effect in the body. Then he saw that man's body moved, and his eyes gradually became smart. When he saw who was in front of him, he was stunned. What happened to me? He seemed to have no memory of the previous state. But seeing the other party return to normal was enough to show that Sumo's method was very useful. Several abilities were combined at this moment. Sumo suddenly understood why there were so many special skills. Without saying anything, Sumo directly controlled the black particles to float away. These were not special existences, but just food that was divided into tiny degrees by Sumo. Those with wind ability directly took action to make these fragments float faster. After being inhaled into the bodies of those in the killing state through breathing, the whole person would be stunned in place. At this time, there would be a special person to feed medicine to remove the remaining negative state. With proper control, once all the problematic people were dealt with, the casualties were within the acceptable range. But Shui Liang finally ran away. Chapter 270. Base number 1 finally stabilized. It was Jai Man who took over the power of the city lord. Although Sumo only cooperated with this woman this time, he felt that she had enough courage. Such an ambitious, clear-sighted, and not blind person took control of base number 1. Sumo would at least not be afraid that the other party would continue to oppose him in a short period of time. As for taking down the entire base number 1, it may be feasible, but it must pay a painful price, and who can guarantee that no one else will take advantage of the situation in the end? And now the most important goal is not to capture the city, but to find that Shui Liang. Since the other party has made such a thorough preparation, it can only mean that base number 1 is still not his lair. Sumo cannot rest assured unless he kills the other party. The joint army retreated, but the search for Shui Liang continued, and Jai Man also contributed to it. After all, most of the reasons for the near collapse of base number 1 were Shui Liang. No matter if it was a show or not, only by finding Shui Liang can we give an explanation to the people. And what about the people in the other bases? Some of them did send people to search for Shui Liang out of fear, while others followed suit, fearing that they would be suspected and be besieged in turn. Sumo, who returned to the camp, started the last line of defense of the camp. That is the city wall. Yes, the city wall. The scale of the camp has already exceeded any wanderer camp in the Wasteland. So building a city is actually a must. Different from the other bases. The rock camp is now located on the Qingmu mountain behind it. What she wants is a mountain city that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, a very novel idea, but this also means that the difficulty in construction is much higher than that of other bases. The time spent is also the same. Now the mountain city is gradually expanding. From the foot of the mountain to the top, many buildings stand in it, forming a unique landscape. And in order to give the residents a real sense of security, then a wall that can isolate the danger outside from the city is indispensable. Although now, they are still in a cooperative state with the fierce beasts. But this cooperation may suddenly end when Shui Liang is found, or under what circumstances. The thinking of the king beast is no different from that of real humans. Changes may happen at any time. Sumo cannot pin his hopes on an uncertain thing. So in this cold winter, everyone in the camp is still busy. They saw Sumo's idea and supported it. How many people here used to be wanderers? Now not only do they have a place to live, but they are also likely to become people in this city. The class differences inside and outside the base have long been deeply rooted in the Wasteland. If they can make a leap, for these people, no matter how much effort they put in, it will be worth it. Along with the progress of construction, news came from the most important pursuit operation. Unfortunately, without exception, all failed. Every time we find a little information and go over, we will encounter trouble. Dai Yufeng slapped the table with a slap, a little irritable. She is in charge of intelligence, so she is actually very familiar with tracking. That day, Shui Liang left base number 1 in an unexpected way, but after all, he left a trace. Now the other bases dare not accept Shui Liang in such a limelight. In this case, the other party can only wander in the wasteland. Then tracking the other party should be just around the corner. But until now, the whole thing seems to be stuck in the mud, and there is no hope. Someone is blocking us from finding Shui Liang. Lu Xinglan revealed the truth. The others also nodded, but the question is, who is this person? Other bases? With the operation, Dai Yufeng also has some spies in other bases, so this possibility is directly ruled out. Then is it other forces? But in this wasteland, being besieged by a huge base, no matter how big the force is, there is no way there will be no trace at all. You forgot a possibility. It was Qi Ling who spoke. He was sitting on a chair at this time, with a deep look in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at Dai Yufeng very seriously. Predators. Although they are hostile to humans, don't forget that they are humans after all, and naturally they have interests involved. Similarly, they will have needs and desires. And as long as humans have needs, there are too many possibilities. Shui Liang is even more of a master. You mean, Shui Liang is hiding among the predators now? Wu Zixi raised his eyebrows, then sat up straight and looked straight at Su Mo. Speaking of which, I think I forgot to say something. Facing the other party's eyes, Su Mo said he was all ears. I used to be considered a top leader among the predators. I've been to the base camp, and basically I have no problem going there. But there is a place that even I can't go in. The factory in the back mountain. It was Qi Ling who suddenly spoke up. Qi Ling and Wu Zixi looked at each other, and their expressions became solemn. Predators rely on looting to find supplies. Their favorite way of enjoyment is to slaughter humans and beasts in the wasteland. They don't pursue material things very much. In summer, they wish they could turn into savages and be free. As for food, if they can't rob or find it, don't they still have renewable resources like humans? It can be said that those predators are indeed eating and drinking to some extent. But if that's the case, what is the factory used to produce? You know this better than me. After all, the boss trusts you more than I do. The ending tone was meaningful, and Wu Zixi winked at Qi Ling. Hearing this hint, Qi Ling just rolled his eyes. I was not allowed to go in at the beginning. You mean, there is something wrong with that factory, and it is very likely that it is Shui Liang's real base camp. Su Mo interrupted the two people's attitude of not giving in. Yes. Qi Ling nodded, but I have never seen Shui Liang there in my memory. Me too. Wu Zixi followed up. At this point, the speculation could not go on. And the best way to verify is... I know. Dai Yufeng nodded after receiving Su Mo's eyes. In the process of continuing to pursue Shui Liang, the camp that had been stable for many days did have some problems. First, the construction materials were inexplicably inconsistent. Then, there were always some safety issues during the construction process. This morning, the sky was gloomy, but fortunately it did not rain. When Su Mo arrived at the wall construction site, he saw a worker being carried back on a stretcher. The pile of wood fell down and broke his leg. The person in charge said timidly, when he saw Su Mo, his eyes were wandering. Just tell me what you have to say. The person in charge, who had been hesitating, gritted his teeth and spoke directly after hearing this. Chief, I suspect someone is playing tricks in secret. Chapter 271. But when Su Mo checked the scene, he did not find any signs of mischief. However, Su Mo did instruct people to keep a close eye on the area recently. After all, the city wall is a big deal for the camp. However, this seems to be just the beginning. One after another, things started to happen in the camp, and there were many people who lost things. Until this day, the seriousness of the matter changed directly. Someone died. At the door of the hut, Su Mo stood outside, looking at the strength inside, his eyes cold. This hut is not for living. It is close to the periphery, and is a place for the workers to rest. After work last night, this place should have been locked, but when the door was opened early in the morning, it was found that someone was dead inside. Looking at the body, it was indeed not long after death. The person who saw it even said that when he found it, the other party's body was still warm. But this is winter, and a body with residual heat almost means that when it was discovered, the murderer was probably nearby and had not gone far. A knife cut the throat. This is the murderer's method. It was quick and easy, and the deceased did not experience much pain. But the blood splattered in the room was like hell, and people dared not look at it for too long. There was already a lot of discussion outside the house, and many ordinary people in the camp became worried at this moment. If there really was a murderer in the camp, what should we do? Hey, did anyone find anything wrong this morning? Someone in the crowd shouted, and it looked like he had been suppressed for a long time. If you find something wrong, just say it directly. We have to find the criminal quickly. That's right. Did anyone see anything? There were more and more shouting, but no one stood up. It seemed that the murderer was very careful. The body was taken away for processing, and not many clues were found on it. The residents were depressed, but they had to continue working. In the busyness, some people put this matter behind them. After all, the camp had experienced bigger battles before, and they had survived. It would be great if things were so simple. People died in succession for several days. And they were all near the wall, as if someone didn't want to build a city on this wall, so they took such an extreme mistake. But what was the purpose of those people? Could there be a spy? There were many enemies in the camp on the Wasteland. If someone didn't want the scale of the rock camp to continue to expand, it would be normal to do such a thing. Who knows? Some people were furious. When people were in a panic, they naturally arranged people to keep watch, but the next morning, bodies could always be found in some corners. Isn't this a slap in their faces? Hey, Xiaolin, what's wrong with you? In the crowd, a child was shouting indignantly, but when he saw his friend's hesitant and frightened expression, he couldn't help asking. Nothing? Xiaolin shook his head quickly, but his expression was insincere. Hey, what are you afraid of? Are you in trouble or afraid? Don't worry, I will protect you. The man patted his chest and promised. Seeing his friend like this, Xiaolin gritted his teeth. Brotherly, I'm going to tell you something. You don't tell the others first, because I don't know if it's right or not. Go ahead. Brotherly didn't take it seriously. His attention was still on the discussion, until Xiaolin leaned over to his ear and said something. What? Brotherly jumped up and spoke loudly, attracting the attention of many people. In the middle of the crowd, Su Imo also looked over. Calm down, maybe I saw it wrong, Brotherly, don't. Xiaolin was a little panicked when he saw his friend so irritable. But Brotherly waved Xiaolin's hand away and looked angrily at someone at the scene. It's him. My friend said that he saw him sneaking around here last night. Brotherly's thick finger pointed directly at Qi Ling, who was standing next to Su Imo. For a moment, the crowd was speechless. Qi Ling was considered an old man in this camp, and helped the camp a lot. Now he is Sumo's confidant. Impossible. The first one to stand up and refute was the little girl Afeng. She stood beside Qi Ling with her arms open, her cheeks puffed up, looking angry. Qi Ling, who was pointed out, did not show any fear of being exposed, but just stood there and looked at the other person quietly. You said you saw me last night? Go ahead. While Xiaolin was still hesitant, Su Imo gestured. Yes. Xiaolin finally nodded. When I got up last night, I happened to see him walking out. I was confused at the time. Seeing his fast pace, I thought something had happened. I chased him, but I didn't catch up. In the end, he disappeared in this area. I didn't think much about it at the time, but who knew that today? The body was still there, but covered with a white cloth. The red-stained white cloth was shocking. As Xiaolin spoke, many people looked at Qi Ling with suspicion. Are you sure you saw his face? Lu Xinglan also frowned and asked. It was his face, I won't make a mistake. Xiaolin responded firmly. But since we didn't see him kill someone with our own eyes, it seems that we can't determine that he is the murderer. Lu Xinglan's words made sense. But it still couldn't calm people's hearts. Who else could it be if not him? I actually saw him go out at night 2 days ago. Even if it was just a slight sound, at this time, everyone was very keen to capture it. And as this sound rang out, one after another, people began to say that they saw Qi Ling at night. That is to say, on the day he was seen, someone must have died after dawn. So who else could the murderer be if not him? No matter how deep their feelings were, they could not suppress their hatred for a murderer. Especially the relatives of the deceased in the past few days. They wanted to rush over and tear Qi Ling to pieces, and they could not keep their sanity at all. The crowd suddenly became noisy. Some people rushed out directly, and were finally stopped. It was just that the shouting was a bit unbearable to the ears. So did anyone see Qi Ling kill someone with their own eyes? A cold word, like a basin of cold water, poured on everyone's head. Someone put down his hand and looked at the person who spoke in awe. It was Su Imo. She looked around the crowd, and all she saw were people who had just come out of Qi Ling. Answer my question. The overly cold voice, coupled with Su Mo's identity, was enough to calm those people's minds temporarily. No. I just saw him go out. I haven't seen it. The reply was very quiet, but it meant the same thing. So, had there been other people seen going out during these few days? The answer to this question was ultimately yes. Chapter 272. Although Qi Ling is the most suspected at present, he cannot be convicted completely. In the crowd, some people expressed their belief in Qi Ling and Su Mo, but there were also different voices. It's not that these people said something they shouldn't have. It's just that when death keeps coming, no one can deal with it rationally. I will give you an explanation. Amidst the various opinions, Qi Ling stood up, his eyes swept over everyone, his tone sincere. Many of you know my origins, and what I did before. I don't deny the past. But after coming to the camp, I Qi Ling have never done anything to let you down. Since you suspect me, I will find the real murderer and give you an explanation. I hope you can give me a few days. Qi Ling, with his back straight, was very responsible at this moment. Facing Qi Ling's choice, Su Mo was a little surprised. But it's better this way. After all, it's not easy for her to come forward directly. There will always be people who say she is covering up, right? Okay. We give you a few days. All the dissatisfaction was suppressed at this moment. Qi Ling did what he said, and has been investigating this matter for the past few days. Interestingly, no one died in the camp after Qi Ling accepted it. The construction of the wall went on as usual, and everything seemed to have returned to the past. But the gossip behind the scenes never stopped. Some people thought that the murderer was afraid, so he didn't dare to continue killing people, but some people thought that Qi Ling was just the thief crying catch the thief. No matter how many rumors there were, they didn't hinder Qi Ling. On a cold winter night, the air was chilly. Qi Ling, who was walking near the camp, was patrolling to see if there was anything wrong. Although the murderer had been quiet for a few days, he was still worried. The area was very quiet. The materials that were piled up high during the day stood like a high wall in front of him at night, casting a large shadow. When passing by, Qi Ling heard a sound behind the pile of building materials. It was very subtle, but in the overly quiet winter night, Qi Ling still caught it. It was footsteps. Qi Ling's eyes condensed, and his gaze on the building materials was particularly cold. Someone was following him. Was it the murderer, or someone in the camp? Qi Ling continued his patrol without making a sound, until he left this area, and the person behind him showed a face in the dark. Ordinary face, a little thin, and not tall. It was Shaolin who had identified Qi Ling before. Shaolin, who seemed a little timid before, now stared at Qi Ling with an extremely deep gaze. There was a hint of smile in his eyes. It seemed that he was watching a good show. When Qi Ling was about to disappear from his sight, Shaolin chased him. But soon Shaolin became confused. Qi Ling had been patrolling for the past few days, and his route was basically fixed. But now Qi Ling actually changed his direction. Could it be that he really found something? No, he was very secretive. Thinking in his heart, Shaolin also quickened his pace. After missing a tree thicker than a person, Shaolin was shocked to find that Qi Ling had disappeared. Where was he? He subconsciously looked around, but did not see Qi Ling. There were fallen leaves above his head. Xiaolin looked up and saw Qi Ling's eyes, like animal pupils in the dark night, locking onto him at this moment. I'm just afraid that something will happen to you, so I want to ask you if you need any help. Xiaolin immediately put on a look of shock and fright, and then explained. He looked at Qi Ling with some fear. I believe you, really. If it weren't for me that day, you wouldn't be suspected. I want to help you do something. These sincere words, combined with Xiaolin's complex face, are quite credible. But Qi Ling didn't believe a word of it. He jumped down and punched Xiaolin in the face. As a power user, the strong wind brought by this punch seemed to tear the air apart and reach Xiaolin's face. Xiaolin, who should have been a frightened bird, dodged the punch with a very fast sideways speed. He was very fast, like a fish, swimming freely in the vicinity. A person with special abilities, but in the camp registration, Xiaolin is just an ordinary person. Who are you? Looking at Xiaolin, who was not far away from him, with an exaggerated smile on his face, Qi Ling asked coldly. Oh my, I was discovered. I was too careless. Rubbing his face, Xiaolin's attitude was particularly evil at this time. He looked Qi Ling up and down, and his tone was a little exaggerated. It's only been a few months since we separated. How could you forget me? We used to be good friends and partners, right? As he said this, Xiaolin's face began to change. The skin was melting like a burning candle. The skin drooped down, but never fell off, still covering the true face behind the face. But even with these hints, Qi Ling had already remembered. Wumian, it's you. What do you want to do? Qi Ling started again after the words fell. But facing Qi Ling's strong attitude, Wumian still chose to dodge. After all, his ability was not to fight head-on. Why are you so anxious? Can't it be that I miss you, my old friend, and want to see you? How about these gifts I gave you? Do you still like them? He exaggeratedly spread his hands, talking about the chaos in the camp in the past few days. You killed those people. The angry words were already affirmative. But Wu Mian couldn't help laughing. Qi Ling, have you been with these people for so long that your brain has become dull? Is it abnormal for me to kill people? Weren't you also an unforgivable murderer before? How come you were really influenced by that little girl named Ah Fong? You said, if I kill her? Before he finished his sentence, Qi Ling, who should have been quite a distance away from him, appeared directly in front of him. This fist hit his head hard. Blood splattered, and the face skin finally fell off. What was hidden behind it was not a human face. It was the real faceless. You can see the ups and downs of the facial features on the face, but it looks like a hole without any gaps. It's like a flesh-colored cloth covering the face. Eyes, nose, mouth, all invisible. The skin just shrank strangely on the face, as if it was constantly combining to form a human face. The cheek was broken by Qi Ling, and Wu Mian wiped the blood off the cheek, but he didn't care. He rummaged in his arms, and then pulled out a piece of human skin and covered his face with it. Instantly, a bunch of flesh filaments stretched out from his face, gluing the skin together tightly. Then a three-dimensional human face with facial features appeared. It was that. Brother Li's. Chapter 273. Looking at that face, although it was not the first time he had seen such a scene, Qi Ling felt quite disgusted. What do you want to do? What? Faced with this question, Wu Mian smiled. He stroked his cheek, his eyes burning. You know, I actually wanted to peel off your skin many times. But the boss didn't let me. And now, since you have become a member here, the boss actually wants me to take you back. An adopted son who betrayed the boss. I really can't figure out what on earth you have that makes the boss miss you so much. One by one, Wu Mian's voice became hoarse, and invisible pressure covered Qi Ling's body. Qi Ling was not panicked. I said, I won't go back again. Not going back? Haha, it's not up to you. Faced with Qi Ling's decisive answer, Wu Mian smiled. Immediately, Qi Ling felt that there were more movements in the surrounding bushes. That was people. 1, 2, 3. It seemed like countless people gathered here, but Qi Ling hadn't noticed anything before. You don't have to go back. The boss said, if you don't want to go back, then let me kill everyone here and take you back. Let me think about it, that little girl Ah Fong and Suimo, right? You care about these two people. By the way, do you know that the boss actually wanted to recruit Suimo before, but this stinky girl is not smart and actually goes against the boss. There's nothing we can do about it. Or do you think we can't do this? The figure in the dark did not appear, but the murder's intent had already locked Qi Ling. Qi Ling knew very well that if a fight really broke out, the camp was not afraid of these people. However, Qi Ling, who had once been one of these people, knew even more clearly how crazy these people would be for the boss's orders. They would kill everyone here at all costs. Even if they failed, many innocent people would definitely be killed in the process. Qi Ling never thought that one day, he would worry about the rest of the people. He even didn't remember the names of many people. But at this moment, he was silent. Facing Qi Ling's acquiescence, Wu Mian's voice became more and more proud. Come back with me, don't worry, as long as you follow me, I won't touch anyone here again. As for those people before, just treat it as a small punishment for you. Such a contemptuous attitude, as if those people were just ants. Qi Ling's heart was surging with anger, he clenched his fists, but his eyes became cold and fierce. I said, I won't go back with you. This refusal surprised Wu Mian. But Qi Ling took action directly. You can choose to kill me, and take my body away. If you don't dare to do anything to me, then I don't mind killing you all. The harsh words and Qi Ling's fierce actions, Wu Mian was hit by another punch. Seeing Qi Ling approaching again, Wu Mian curled his lips. Boring. As soon as the voice fell, Qi Ling felt a strong wind coming from behind him. He didn't have time to turn around, and the back of his head was hit hard, and then the whole person fainted. The body fell to the ground, very heavy. Wu Mian came over and kicked Qi Ling, his eyes full of jealousy. He seemed to be considering whether to kill Qi Ling directly. Qi Ling himself said that he could take his body back, right? Do you want to continue? Someone asked in the dark, referring to whether to attack the camp. Wu Mian shook his head. This camp has become particularly united recently because of the death incident. He would not get any benefit if he took action at this moment, which is one of the reasons why Qi Ling dared to resist. Being crazy does not mean not wanting to live. Another thing is that he is very afraid of Suimo. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need to continue to entangle. directly signaling people to take Qi Ling with them. A group of people quickly left here. The jungle became silent again. It was not until the sun rose the next day that everyone realized that Qi Ling had disappeared. Was he absconding for fear of crime? Even those who believed in Qi Ling before could not help but suspect in the face of this situation. At this moment, Su Mo stood at the place where the battle took place yesterday, looking at the traces and blood on the ground, expressionless. Someone rushed over behind her. The bodies were found. They were Lin Shui and Li Erbao. Based on the degree of decay of the bodies, they have been dead for some time. When Su Mo heard the news, he was not even surprised. Someone was planning, not for the camp, but for Qi Ling. Could it be those people? Lu Xingwan walked to Su Mo's side, looking at the girl's thoughtful expression and asked. What he was referring to were those looters. If not them, who else could it be? I can smell the smell of those people even if they are 800 miles away. On the treetop, Wu Zixia covered his nose and spoke with a disgusted expression. Ignoring Wu Zixia's exaggerated statement, Su Mo took out something. It was a piece of paper. There was no message, only a sign, which was the sign of the plunderer. When she arrived here, this thing was left on the ground, and it seemed that the other party left it on purpose. Provocation? No, Su Mo felt that this was more of a bad intention to see her lose her composure. What should we do now? Shi Qing asked, and Wang Qing and Uncle Wolf, who followed him, also had a headache. At first, they didn't want to accept Qi Ling, but after experiencing so many things, they had already become a family. Now that their family is in trouble, they can't rest assured. Maybe that kid is your undercover. Wu Zixia's voice was joking, but when he saw Su Mo's eyes, he shrugged to indicate that he shut up. Well, the cook is the boss. Check. Just one word. Su Mo's attitude was revealed. No matter what happened with Shui Liang before, or those people broke into his camp and made such a big noise now, Su Mo couldn't just let it go. If the other party came to his territory to provoke him, he would just fight back. Su Mo now had no idea of being timid. Okay, leave it to me. Dai Yufeng took over the job. While Su Mo was still collecting information about the plunderers, he was far away in the plunderers' base camp. Qi Ling was detained and walked in. When he saw the man sitting in the main seat in the room, he had no expression on his face, but instead looked to the side. Professor Shui. He directly called out the other party's identity. Just like in the photo, Shui Liang still maintained the appearance of a young man. Looked very healthy and young. Now he smiled and greeted Qi Ling. Boss Qi, your son is really good. The eyes that looked him up and down were scrutinizing, as if he was looking at a commodity. Professor, if you think he is okay, it's okay. Boss Qi's answer was a bit strange. Chapter 274. Father and son, this is the relationship between Qi Ling and Boss Qi, but no one among the plunderers knows this relationship except the three people present. To the outside world, it is only said that Qi Ling is Boss Qi's adopted son. Although he has been with Boss Qi since he was a child, the relationship between the two is not good. It is like an enemy, which is hard to understand. At this moment, Boss Qi looked at Qi Ling with extremely cold eyes, and his stiff face seemed to want to squeeze out a smile, but failed. In response, Qi Ling sneered. No matter what you want me to do, I will not cooperate. Don't even think about getting any information about the rock camp from me. In Qi Ling's cognition, these two people used this method to get him back for the news of the camp. But in the face of Qi Ling's words, Boss Qi waved his hand. You are wrong. A mere rock camp is nothing to be afraid of. It can be seen that Boss Qi does not take Su Mo and the entire camp seriously. He walked to Qi Ling's side, grabbed Qi Ling's head, and forced him to look straight at him. I came back to you just because you are useful to me. As he got closer, Qi Ling smelled a rotten smell from the other person, like a corpse that had been dead for a long time, which made people feel sick. And Qi Ling had smelled this smell on the other person a long time ago. In his heart, his father had already been a dead man. But the dead man was still alive. At this moment, facing the other person's malicious eyes, Qi Ling punched out. But this punch was light in the eyes of the other person, and he easily caught it. Boss Qi looked at Qi Ling's unruly face with cold eyes. His expression was normal. Do you know why I have been indulging you all these years? Boss Qi's hand seemed to try to touch Qi Ling's face, but Qi Ling dodged it. Finally, it fell on Qi Ling's shoulder. Feeling the strong body of the young man under his palm, Boss Qi was very satisfied. Because your energetic body is what I want. This sentence seemed to explain some horrifying truths. Qi Ling's eyes bloomed with a light of surprise. He wanted to say something, but felt the other party's arm exerting force. He was knocked unconscious. Boss Qi caught Qi Ling's body and became impatient. Let's start. This was said to Shuiliang. Nodding, the two walked into the factory through the secret passage. The factory that was not open to the public was full of various instruments. This was a huge biological laboratory, and there were only 3 people here at the moment. Putting Qi Ling's body on the operating table, Boss Qi watched Shuiliang connect the instruments to Qi Ling and asked, "How long will the first stage take?" "It depends on the person." Shuiliang's answer was a little vague. Boss Qi frowned. "If you want to remove his consciousness from this body, you must first severely damage his consciousness to do this. And this process may only take a moment, or it may take a long time. It depends on the strength of his consciousness." A thick iron rod pierced into the back of Qi Ling's head. At this moment, a strong electric current raged through Qi Ling's body. Qi Ling, who should have been unconscious, suddenly woke up at this moment. But his body was weak, and could only passively endure this torture. He could hear the voices around him. Only by completely clearing his consciousness, and then connecting it to your consciousness, Boss Qi, will there be no rejection. Perhaps because of the electric current, Qi Ling always felt that the stench appeared on his body. He turned his head with difficulty, and stared at Boss Qi. Vaguely, Qi Ling knew what the other party was doing. "Son, don't worry. I accept your body." Facing Qi Ling's distorted face, Boss Qi was unusually calm. His body had rotted, and could not last long, so he needed a new body to carry his consciousness. Qi Ling, who had his own body and blood, was undoubtedly the best choice. "You are dreaming?" He squeezed out a few words, almost using up all his strength. He could feel that his consciousness became unusually ethereal under this strong current. It was as if it would be separated from the body at any time. But Qi Ling gritted his teeth and didn't let this happen. He looked at his father with eyes full of strangeness and hatred. That year, he watched his father die in front of him, but not long after, he came back to life. Since then, his father has recruited soldiers in the Wasteland, so there are plunderers of this scale today. This is a devil crawling out of hell. This is not his father. The hatred is not concealed, but Boss Qi doesn't care. As Qi Ling thought, the consciousness in this body has long been annihilated. It is just a carrier of self-consciousness. He and Qi Ling are not really father and son. All these years of indulgence towards Qi Ling was just for today. He unbuttoned his clothes. Then Qi Ling saw that the other party's chest had begun to rot. Those dead spots crowded on the skin, which was extremely disgusting. The stench was more obvious. As Boss Qi walked, the rotten flesh was crumbling. The body and consciousness were independent, and Boss Qi could not feel the pain. But as the body functions were completely annihilated, the consciousness would also be excluded from this body. So he needed to find a new body. Qi Ling was the best choice. He didn't care about the other party discovering his secret. After looking at his body, Boss Qi spoke to Shuiliang decisively. "At most 3 days, this body will not be able to hold on. I need you to get rid of him within these 3 days. Shuiliang, who was given an ultimatum, just looked at Boss Qi quietly and didn't care about the other party's attitude. "Okay," he responded. So Boss Qi left here contentedly. The two of them were left staring at each other. But Qi Ling, who was in severe pain, could hardly stay awake at this moment. When he was about to faint again, Shuiliang stopped torturing Qi Ling. His body muscles were still trembling, and Qi Ling couldn't even lift a finger at this moment. Just watching Shuiliang approaching, Qi Ling felt a sense of fear. The person in front of him was not of the same mind as Boss Qi. He had his own plans. "Don't worry, he won't succeed." The gentle words were like thunder in Qi Ling's ears. "But I need you to cooperate with me to do something." Facing Qi Ling's irresistible attitude, Shuiliang smiled. "I know you want to live. I promise you you won't die. On the contrary, I will let you go back safely. But I need you to do one thing for me. That is to bring Suimo to me. How about it?" It seemed like a deal, but facing Shuiliang's expectant eyes, Qi Ling flatly refused. "Dream on." With the same resolute attitude, Shuiliang just calmly opened the mechanism again. "This is not up to you." The screams echoed in the factory. Chapter 275. Far away in the rock camp, everyone looked at the collected information and looked at each other in bewilderment. Previously, they focused on negotiations with major bases and dealing with matters between fierce beasts, but temporarily forgot about the peculiar position of the predators. The predators regarded wanderers as food reserves and were also hostile to the existence of bases. Their traces can be seen everywhere in the Wasteland. It is true that they are spread widely, but who would have thought that these predators have developed into a scale almost like a small base? Yes, according to the information brought back by Dai Yufeng, everyone learned that these predators began to gather as early as a month ago. Now they are all in the base camp of the predator camp. It is undoubtedly dangerous for them to explore in depth. But according to the existing information, these predators are already a big problem. Coupled with the crazy performance of the other party, if they really fight, even those bases will be afraid. This scene is what everyone does not want to see. But this also explains why those predators dared to come to Sumo's camp at this time. They are so confident. But why must they take Qi Ling away? If we talk about the traitors of the predators, Wu Zixu and Fu Xiao can be considered. To some extent, these two people are even more valuable than Qi Ling. But it was Qi Ling who got into trouble. Is it a trap? Gu Yang asked bluntly. It was almost like asking whether Qi Ling was in the same group with those predators and deliberately wanted to cause chaos in the camp at this time. After all, Gu Yang had just arrived at the camp not long ago. His relationship with the people in the camp was not that close. In his heart, the one he followed was Su Imo, not the camp or the others. No! The one who responded to Gu Yang decisively was Shi Qing. The original body of the rock camp was originally conquered by his father. Now he handed it over to Su Imo willingly, but he still had a huge say here. With his statement, Gu Yang nodded to show that he knew. This was a normal questioning, not a provocation. After all, it was a fact that Qi Ling was born a predator. But no matter what, allowing such a powerful and uncontrolled force to continue to develop is not a good thing. Especially now that the evidence shows that Shui Liang is now hiding in the predator's base camp. Although it is dangerous for Su Imo and others to confront the predators head-on, Su Imo is not the only one who has an opinion on this matter. After all, the major bases have controlled the Wasteland for many years, and naturally do not want to see the unreasonable camp of predators stand up to compete for territory. Su Mo's camp is an exception. After all, Su Imo really stands on the side of humans. But the predator is dispensable to the identity of human beings. In the end, Su Imo sent these messages to various bases. And the fastest response to Su Imo was from base number 1. After Shui Liang's tossing, base number 1 was seriously injured, but under the leadership of Zhai Man, everything is recovering. But in the end, although the city lord did not make much achievements, he had been running the city for many years, and the roots were intertwined. It is difficult for Zhai Man to completely control base number 1. So she needs a battle to prove that her strength is enough to lead everyone. The policy against the predators is the best opportunity. Su Imo and Zhai Man expressed their opinions one after another, and the other bases could not stand by and watch. They might not be able to participate in the battle in person, but they did send support personnel. When the major bases were all in operation, it was like a clockwork, and the speed was extremely fast. In just 2 days, a large army was condensed. The cleansing operation against the predators began. And today is the 3-day period mentioned by the boss Qi. After learning that those bases were going to attack their own base camp, many predators became excited. They are crazy and warlike. They like to prove themselves with scars and blood. The other party took the initiative to attack, and they were eager to fight. The atmosphere in the base camp became hot, and many people were eager to wait for the order of the boss Qi. But the expected boss Qi, now in the factory, became impatient. How long will it take? Today is already the 3rd day, but Qi Ling is still awake. Every resistance is torture for boss Qi. His body can no longer hold on, the rotten flesh is falling, and the stench on his body is almost impossible to cover up. Although those subordinates don't mind, or dare not say this, boss Qi is anxious to have a new body. Soon. Shui Liang's response is not perfunctory. At this moment, Qi Ling's head is drooping, and his body is as soft as noodles. He was hung up, and his limbs were hanging down. Blood flowed along his body, and he looked extremely embarrassed. After another round of torture, Shui Liang walked over and pinched Qi Ling's head. The other party opened his eyes, but they were lifeless. His dilated pupils told of Qi Ling's detachment from consciousness. After several days of torture, even Qi Ling seemed unable to hold on. It's okay. So Shui Liang spoke. Hearing this, boss Qi couldn't wait to walk to Qi Ling's side. Looking at the healthy and young body of his son, boss Qi was very satisfied. As long as he entered this body, his lifespan would be increased. Without seeing what boss Qi did, a strange force emerged in the factory. The surrounding instruments made a crackling sound. Boss Qi put his forehead against Qi Ling's. But in just a few seconds, boss Qi's body fell directly to the ground. Without Ishi's support, he completely became a rotten corpse. The rotten meat fell to the ground, smelling very bad. And Qi Ling. He slowly raised his head, and the light in his eyes gradually condensed. When he saw the person in front of him clearly, he shouted angrily. What did you do to me? At this moment, The person who dominated this body consciousness was actually Qi Ling himself. But he could feel that deep in his mind, there was a consciousness that was also roaring angrily. That belonged to Boss Qi. I said, I will let you go. Shui Liang just smiled calmly. He untied Qi Ling's restraints, and even made a gesture of invitation. By the way, let me tell you that your camp is now preparing to attack the base camp for you. Now that Boss Qi is dead, there is no leader. If you can go back earlier, maybe you can save them some lives. Although Qi Ling has regained his freedom, his physical ability has not yet recovered. Being able to stand is already the limit. He endured the pain in his mind, but he thought of the faces of those people in the rock camp. He had to go back. As if bewitched, he forgot about Shui Liang's existence and stumbled out of the factory. Chapter 276. People outside didn't know about the dirty things between the father and son. Although some people were not happy about Qi Ling's return, they didn't say anything because of the decision of Boss Qi. At this moment, when Qi Ling dragged his weak body through the base camp, no one suspected anything. Until Shui Liang ran out stumbling and shouting, holding the wound on his abdomen. Boss is dead. Quick, catch Qi Ling, it's him. Before he finished speaking, Shui Liang fainted, and someone flashed beside him to catch him. His long white hair was tied up high, and his delicate face was expressionless, like a fairy in the sky, too cold and out of this world. It was Bai Yuan. Qi Ling. The angry voice shouted. Bai Yuan lowered his head, hugged Shui Liang's body and trembled. Catch him. Although Shui Liang didn't finish his words, seeing Shui Liang's situation and someone quickly went to check on Boss Qi and then came back to shake his head, it was enough to prove that Qi Ling had completely betrayed them. He killed Boss Qi. Even if he was Boss Qi's adopted son, he must be punished for doing such a thing. But when everyone chased him out, Qi Ling had disappeared. That's right, he had lived here for a long time. Knowing everything here, it's not too easy to leave here away from the eyes and ears of the predators. Unable to catch Qi Ling, the anger was eventually transferred to Suemo. Yes, if it weren't for Suemo in her camp, everything wouldn't have developed like this. And now, those people are going to attack them. The camp, which was already in a wartime state, was completely boiling after Boss Qi got into trouble. Without anyone giving orders, they organized themselves to make arrangements. But Shui Liang, after waking up, held on to the overall situation. And beside him, there was the support of Bai Yuan, the most trusted subordinate of Boss Qi. The people in the camp actually felt that there was no problem with Shui Liang's promotion. No one even wanted to go and see Shui Liang's wound. Suemo naturally had no idea about the sudden changes in the camp. The army had arrived not far from the plunderers' base camp. In the base camp built on a city, there were many primitive buildings. The plunderers were not materialistic, and many houses were repaired with mud at will. In the rather primitive style, there was a bloody aura. Just because countless human corpses were buried here. From a distance, you can see the flags flying over the plunderers' base camp. Each flag was gray-brown, and these were made of human skin, flying with a murderous aura. According to the plan, this place has been surrounded. Someone came to report from below. In the temporary command room, Suemo and Jai Man sat on chairs and were checking the map of the city. After the transformation of the plunderers, the structure of the city must be different, but traces of the past can still be found. It would be great if a breakthrough could be found here. Just as the two were discussing countermeasures, there was a chaotic sound outside. Soon Lu Xingwan rushed in. Lu Xingwan, who was in charge of the team, had a doubtful expression at this time. After testing the other party's eyes, Suemo walked out. He saw a person surrounded. Seeing Suemo appear, the crowd parted, revealing the people inside. It was Qi Ling. The man was in a very bad state, his clothes were tattered, and wounds could be seen through the gaps. It was obvious that the man had suffered a lot of torture. The man seemed to be somewhat unconscious, resisting anyone's approach, and just muttering a person's name. Suemo. Suemo, I want to see Suemo. Qi Ling's face was full of pain as he kept repeating it. It was only a few days, but the man's body had become thinner, and bones could be seen when he raised his face. Especially his eyes, which were full of red bloodshot. But why did Qi Ling, who was captured, suddenly appear here? Lu Xinglan wanted to find out and report it, but he found that Qi Ling had no reaction to the others. He had no choice but to call Suemo over. Facing Sumo's question, Lu Xinglan just shook his head. I don't know, he just suddenly appeared outside and was brought back by someone. The voice was very small, but it made Qi Ling look over here. In this way, with just one glance, Qi Ling saw Suemo next to him. His eyes lit up immediately, and he walked directly to Sumo's side and grabbed Sumo's arm. He used a lot of force. The force made Lu Xinglan frown a little, but Sumo just shook his head to indicate that he should be patient. "Qi Ling, what's wrong?" She slowed down her voice. "Sumo, go, go. Go quickly." After seeing Sumo, Qi Ling was willing to talk, but his words were a bit ambiguous. "Go? Why do you want to go? What happened?" Sumo comforted him while enduring the pain in his arm. Qi Ling shook his head frantically. "Go, you are in danger. Someone wants to kill you. Kill you." Some people showed sympathy under the crazy words. Qi Ling was like this, but she still remembered Sumo asking her to leave. This kind of affection made those who suspected Qi Ling before feel a little guilty. "Don't worry, it's safe here." "Who wants to kill me?" Sumo pressed the other's shoulder and forced him to look straight at him. Qi Ling's dirty face was full of struggle and contradiction. He slapped Sumo's hand and beat his head hard. "It's Qi Ling, I'm Qi Ling." While shouting, he didn't answer Sumo's question. Just when Sumo wanted to ask more, he saw someone rushing in from outside. Oh no, those predators took the initiative to attack. In one sentence, the war was ignited. Sumo could only tell everyone to prepare for the battle. "Since we have to fight, we should fight beautifully." As for Qi Ling, Sumo frowned after looking at Qi Ling, who was pulling her hair. The other party was not in the right state and seemed to be confused. "Take him away first." What Qi Ling encountered could only be figured out later. Sumo turned around and prepared to deal with the business after giving this order, but Qi Ling broke away from the person who was about to take him away and walked quickly to Sumo's side. Like a gust of wind, it blew in front of several people on the way. Some people were confused, some were worried. But some people's pupils trembled and showed a horrified expression. "Sumo!" The voice from Lu Xinglan was particularly penetrating. When Sumo turned around, she saw Qi Ling actually attacking her. Sumo dodged this attack sideways. But Qi Ling, who was a strength type, showed a grim smile on his face after Sumo dodged. At this moment, Sumo saw another face on the other party's face. The head was extremely painful at this moment, as if the soul was seriously injured, and Sumo's face turned pale. Just during this moment of distraction, Qi Ling's attack came again. Chapter 277. She wanted to block Qi Ling's attack, but her abnormal body condition made her somewhat powerless. Lu Xinglan was one step faster and grabbed Qi Ling's fist. But at this moment, Lu Xinglan felt a pricking sensation. Throwing the opponent away, Lu Xinglan opened his hands and saw a pinhole in his palm. It was very small, but the area around the pinhole had turned black, which seemed to be a toxin. Poison? He directly used the detoxifying medicine he carried with him, but it was useless. Seeing that the toxins were spreading, Sumo came over. She was not in a good state at the moment. Just now, she seemed to see a spirit trying to break free from Qi Ling's body, and then seize her body. In that strange experience, the rest of the people around were unaware. Suppressing that emotion, Sumo checked Lu Xinglan's injuries and then frowned. This toxin is not right. The medicine and her special food had no effect. The black color was still spreading. But it was not in pieces, but went up along the blood vessels. In just a moment, it had reached Lu Xinglan's wrist. At the same time, the others who wanted to hold Qi Ling down all felt the pricking sensation. Then the same situation occurred. Was it a toxin or a biological agent? Sumo couldn't figure it out for the time being, but fortunately the dizziness in her mind had stopped, and she went straight forward to grab Qi Ling. Qi Ling was suppressed by a powerful force, and his hands were twisted, and the whole person was still struggling. He turned his head and looked at Sumo, his eyes full of greed. "We finally meet." A hoarse voice came out, and even the tone changed a little. Sumo frowned at the other party and asked, "Who are you?" "This is not Qi Ling, or rather, this body is Qi Ling's, but the things inside are not." Hee. But facing this question, the other party just grinned. That complacent attitude was too arrogant. It turns out that he wants to use me to kill you. This kind of poison is specifically designed to target your ability. Sumo, you can't do anything, you can only watch them die. After the words fell, many people didn't have time to understand, but the poison people showed other symptoms. Coma. The people stabbed by Qi Ling fell down one after another. Even the powerful Lu Xinglan couldn't hold on. "Don't ask me, there is no antidote." He said that poisons with antidotes cannot be called poisons. "This is a gift for you." But it's not over yet. After giving Sumo a vicious look, Qi Ling suddenly fainted. The world became quiet, and Sumo checked the situation of everyone. It was discovered that these people seemed to be asleep. Their chests were still rising and falling, and even from the outside, except for the black line that was still spreading, there was nothing unusual about their bodies. After a brief panic, Suemo asked someone to carry a few people into the tent. "What do you mean?" Jaiman asked Suemo. It goes without saying that the he in the other person's mouth was Shui Liang. Only the other person could come up with such a vicious and effective method. Perhaps he did not escape to the plunderers at the beginning, but was waiting for their arrival here. The depth of his thoughts is frightening. Fight. But in the face of Jaiman's hesitation, Suemo was very determined. Since Shui Liang thought he had the upper hand, he would personally pull him down. As for the situation of Lu Xinglan and others, although her food could not wake them up, it could at least delay the erosion of the toxin. Before that, it would be enough to catch Shui Liang. Okay. In the face of Sumo's courage, Jaiman finally agreed. So the war started. Facing Shui Liang's provocation, everyone was also angry. When they first confronted the predators, there were shouts of killing. The city, which had been quiet for a long time, suddenly became noisy. Blood and corpses were piling up. The abilities of countless people complemented each other, making the sky brighter and brighter. Bullets whistled, swords chopped. Suemo, holding a boning knife, shuttled through the battlefield. Those ordinary predators could not cause any harm to Suemo at all. At first, the predators wanted to capture Suemo personally, and try to steal the credit, but when many predators died in Sumo's hands, the predators began to avoid Suemo. And Sumo's target was also very clear. She was staring at an acquaintance behind the predators. Bai Yuan. There was a battle outside the rock camp. But the opponent's ability affected everyone in the camp, causing him to leave the wasteland for several months. Now seeing the opponent, new and old hatreds added together, Sumo's murderous aura almost overflowed. Facing Sumo's direct challenge, Bai Yuan did not move. But those around him did move. The expressionless predator stared at Suemo like a puppet, and then raised his butcher knife. As soon as they fought, Suemo found something wrong. These predators were too strong. The tip of the knife cut through the clothes, and Suemo saw some traces of stitching on the exposed chest. The product of the experiment. After realizing this, Suemo became a little cautious. The Sea of Spirit was activated, and combined with the ability to capture weaknesses, Suemo could accurately find the flaws of these puppets. I just don't know if it's the sequelae of the mental attack just now. There is still a tingling feeling in my mind. Occasionally, Suemo drew out the boning knife, and a sense of confusion appeared on her face. She even didn't remember how she killed the puppet in front of her. There was something wrong with her body. As a last resort, Suemo could only close the Sea of Spirit, and her mind became a little clearer, but the trance still existed. It was obviously her body, but she became a little out of control. It was as if there was another soul in the body, fighting with herself for control of the body. What Suemo didn't know was that the system was frantically warning at the moment, but all the messages were blocked. Host mental abnormality detected. Warning, warning, external spirit body invading. Warning, assimilation progress 10%. The big red words jumped wildly, and in the depths of Sumo's consciousness, an ugly face showed a smug expression. He never really believed in Shui Liang. They were all in the wasteland, and for a thing like Shui Liang who had no humanity, he could never be expected to keep his promise. Shui Liang wanted to use Qi Ling to harm Suemo. And he also wanted to use Qi Ling to get close to Suemo. Compared to Qi Ling's body, Sumo's existence as an alien was more fascinating to him. If he could have this body, he might also have Sumo's strange abilities. Then maybe he would no longer have to keep looking for a new body. So, he pretended to cooperate with Shui Liang's experiment, entered Qi Ling's body without any vigilance, and was locked in it. What he wanted was this moment. The power that comes from the soul is enough to make people defenseless. Chapter 278. When the tearing pain appeared on his body, Suemo found that he was stabbed in the abdomen. The knife went deep inside. The puppet in front of him seemed to want to stir his internal organs with the knife. Suemo raised his foot and kicked the other party out. The blade was pulled out, and it turned out to be his own boning knife. The horror in his eyes could not be hidden. Suemo swallowed the food and felt the healing of his body, but finally found something wrong. The system was silent. Every time these special delicacies were used, whether it was himself or others, information would pop up. Even if it was just a pitiful 10 experience points, it would reach a terrible level over time. Just like now. Level 7, 230/50,000. The accumulation during this period allowed her to leap to level 7. Now she is on the battlefield, and she has to ensure the survival of her own people. Suemo has almost achieved mass production of those special foods. However, with such high frequency of use, the system did not have any notification, as if it had disappeared, but her skills could still be used. System. She called out in her heart, and the system that always responded immediately in the past fell into silence. Suemo shook her head, looking at the boning knife stained with her own blood in her palm, and a cold look appeared on her face. Her body was out of control without her knowing. But before, there was no such problem. Until she met Qi just now. Recalling the scene of the meeting just now, it was played back in waves, and then Suemo saw another person's face appearing on Qi face. No, it's not so much on the face, but on the spiritual level. At that moment, the other party's body had someone else's consciousness. And that consciousness had rushed towards her, and she was not prepared for the oncoming attack. So it was just that gap that the other party got into her body. Self-examination did not find any flaws, and the other party's mental strength was even stronger than hers. While Suemo was shocked, a fierce look appeared on her face. Surrounded by enemies, it would not be a big problem to rely on her own ability to go deep behind the enemy, but now she is in danger. Even so, Suemo did not mean to retreat. Directly mobilize all her mental power. But Suemo did not attack the others, but used a skill. Weakness capture. It was aimed at herself. Use your own ability to self-examine. The existence of the system is like a bug, and these abilities are also weakness captures that are integrated with the sea of spirituality, which can magnify all the flaws in the enemy. For the individual Suemo, the other consciousness in her body is that flaw. It was just the first time Suemo used her ability on herself. Instantly, a strange sense of being peeped swept through her body, and the stabbing pain in her mind became obvious. At this moment, Suemo seemed to have come to a dark place. There was no light, but she could see the road. All she could feel was that there was something hidden in the depths of the darkness. This was connected to her soul. If she allowed this darkness to continue to spread, her body would be completely out of control. Her mind became clear, and Suemo attacked her spiritual sea without hesitation. The darkness rolled like fog at this moment, and outside, blood appeared at the corners of Suemo's mouth. While doing two things at the same time, he was fighting the enemy, while trying to get rid of the existence in his body. Suemo's movements became slow, and many wounds appeared on his body. Bai Yuan, who saw this scene, had a blank expression on his face, but he only accelerated the attack of the puppets. Get rid of Suemo. This was the order he received. But every time those puppets tried to give Suemo a fatal blow, there was always a bullet whizzing past, and then smashed the heads of those puppets. It was Wu Zixiao. Wu Zixiao, who was occupying a high point and patrolling the entire battlefield, discovered Suemo's abnormality at the first time. Beside her, Fu Xiao disappeared, and reappeared beside Suemo. The space was twisted around Suemo, and those puppets would be crushed as soon as they approached. Not far away, Bai Yuan's face finally showed an expression. It was similar to a kind of jealousy. It was as if the puppet had human emotions, which seemed out of place on that overly delicate and beautiful face. He looked at Fu Xiao, but Fu Xiao ignored his existence, just protecting Suemo with all his heart. His Ah Xiao said that he couldn't let the meal ticket get into trouble. However, with Fu Xiao's eyesight, he couldn't tell what happened to Suemo at this moment. After all, he was not good at mental abilities. After realizing Fu Xiao and Wu Zixiao's help, Suemo put his focus on his body. On the Black Sea, the waves were surging, and a voice could be heard roaring faintly. How did you find me? No, don't even think about it. This is my territory. For this kind of familiar behavior, Suemo almost self-harmed and attacked himself with mental power. The sea of consciousness was turbulent, the black mist was rolling, but a gap was torn open. So Suemo saw a face under the sea. The face was too ugly, with selfishness and viciousness. When he saw Suemo's consciousness capture him, Boss Chi wanted to run. But suddenly he thought that there was no body in the outside world that could accommodate his consciousness. And Suemo's body was the best choice. Boss Chi was unwilling to give up Suemo's perfect body. Stinky girl, let me tell you that you are still too young. For the first time, someone actually fought with him in mental power. She knew that if it weren't for such a strong mental power, he would have lost himself in the constant replacement of bodies. After all, every time, the memory of those bodies would remain. It's like two souls in one body. Sometimes I always feel that it's not like myself. But he is just him after all. The soul body turned into a devil's mouth, opened its bloody mouth, and bit towards Suemo. The sharp fangs are so terrifying. As a human, Suemo looked particularly small in front of the other party. But Suemo took a deep breath and stood still, fully mobilizing her mental power. Facing the other party's attempt to devour her, she just raised her hands and grabbed the other party's fangs. She tore hard with both arms. The pain reflected by the consciousness made Boss Chi want to roar. He didn't expect Sumo to be so bold and wanted to confront him head-on. But he didn't take back the form of his consciousness. In terms of strength, he was confident that no one in the Wasteland could compare to him. This was true. Just a contact, Sumo, who seemed to be defending, could feel that there was a vortex in the mouth, pulling her consciousness in little by little. It was not the kind of overall entry. Instead, a small part was torn off from her consciousness again and swallowed as a snack to satisfy her craving. When she couldn't hold on any longer, it was time for the other party to eat. Others are the butchers and I am the meat. Chapter 279. Facing the greedy mouth, the best way is to let the other party eat until it is full. Sumo's mental power poured into it like it was free. A strange swallowing feeling came, and the other party seemed very happy at first, but soon Boss Chi realized that something was wrong. Too much. The mental power infused at this moment should have exceeded the limit of Sumo, but why did the other party still have spare power? He wanted to stop this swallowing behavior now, but Sumo would never let the other party succeed. It's too late to back down now. Still pouring power into it forcefully, Sumo took the opportunity to find the other party's body hidden in his sea of consciousness. The rolling black fog had already completely dissipated. Boss Chi, who was hiding in it, was now naked in front of Sumo. When Sumo's mental power came in front of Boss Chi, the other party panicked. The face that was the same as Sumo's, the eyes were too cold. A knife appeared in Sumo's hand, and then he raised his hand lightly. The blade cut the opponent's throat, and the boning knife covered with Sumo's spiritual power was like the sharpest weapon in the world. After a light knife, Boss Chi's body seemed to have suffered a severe injury and cracked. Porcelain is fragile. And broken porcelain, no matter how it is repaired, will leave marks. No, don't. When the real death came, Boss Chi wanted to escape from here frantically. As long as he got out, as long as there were other people around, he still had a way. No matter what body the other party had, he could accept it. He couldn't die here. But how could Sumo do as he wished? She stood there, staring at the other party with a pair of eyes. She was obviously a cold-eyed bystander, but Boss Chi felt that the invisible power was interweaving around him. Then it formed a cage-like existence. And the power in the cage was condensed to the extreme at a certain moment, and it smashed down. In an instant, Boss Chi's roar disappeared. The other party's consciousness was directly crushed by Sumo. At the moment, when the control of the body was returned, the delayed messages of the system also appeared. Outside, Sumo, whose movements were very stiff and rigid, flickered a few times, and then became clear. "Thank you," he said to Fu Xiao, but he saw him nod to him and leave. The battle continued. Few people could do the crisis that Sumo had just encountered. Sumo, standing with a knife, looked at Bai Yuan not far away and slowly uttered a word. "You are also a defective product in Shui Liang's hands, right?" The words that hurt Bai Yuan's heart hurt. His expression could no longer maintain that calm feeling. Looking at the other person's unusual white hair, Sumo ignored the other person's surging thoughts. She just moved again. After completely controlling the body, the sea of spirituality opened up. So the puppets were like transparent existences in Sumo's eyes, and the weaknesses were clear. So every knife was fatal. In just a moment, those puppets completely lost their ability to move and fell to the ground with twitching bodies. These experimental subjects' bodies themselves have great problems, and Sumo just took advantage of them. As Sumo approached Bai Yuan in person, Bai Yuan took a step back. It was different from the extreme sense of oppression Bai Yuan gave Sumo when they first met. At that time, it seemed that if she looked at him for a second longer, she would also be controlled by him. But now, looking at Bai Yuan's distorted expression, Sumo's performance was particularly relaxed. She could feel that the other party used mental power to influence her. But that power was just a spring breeze blowing on Sumo's face, and it did not cause any harm at all. On the contrary, her body, after what happened to Boss Chi, became more powerful. She took the initiative to extend her mental power to fight Bai Yuan directly. At this moment, the sharp power actually suppressed Bai Yuan directly. Sumo's growth rate was faster than Shui Liang imagined. Or, the Boss Chi that he deliberately let go not only failed to cause any danger to Sumo, but also helped. Therefore, when Sumo came to Bai Yuan, the fight between the two had already stopped. Bai Yuan, who controlled his mental power, was not good at close combat. When the knife passed by his cheek, he subconsciously turned sideways to avoid it. But Sumo kicked him again. With just one kick, his body was unstable and fell to the ground. The long silver-white hair spread on the ground, like a layer of white snow. Such a pure color was too sinful on Baiyuan. Su-Mo stepped on Baiyuan's body with a cold tone. "Take me to find Shueliang." Baiyuan lay on the ground with arrogant words, and what could be seen in his pupils was Su-Mo's flamboyant eyebrows. The girl's appearance was not stunning, at most delicate. But at this moment, what Baiyuan felt from Su-Mo was the charm and confidence that others could not match. That is powerful enough to crush all possibilities. "Ha ha." Baiyuan suddenly laughed. "Okay, I take you there." Facing Baiyuan's obedience, Su-Mo frowned, but saw that the other party's expression was very serious. Are these two people of the same mind? Despite doubts, Su-Mo nodded. And as Baiyuan was taken down by Su-Mo, the whole situation directly fell to Su-Mo's side. The shouts of the coalition army were endless. Among the corpses on the ground, the casualties on Su-Mo's side were not bad. And Su-Mo's experience points are increasing at a very fast rate. The task of cleaning up the battlefield here was handed over to Jai Man, and Su-Mo took some people to the base camp. The real hard battle is still to come. In terms of the situation of fighting with Shueliang for so long, the opponent likes to keep backhands. Sometimes there are so many backhands that you can't imagine. But Su-Mo will never allow Shueliang to leave his side again this time. This kind of disaster must be solved. When Su-Mo attacked the plunderers' base camp, there was a chaotic sound inside. Those who stayed behind were no match for Su-Mo. Even without Su-Mo's move, those people were already captured by Wang Qingguyang and others. The battle between people with special abilities was so fast. In front of him was Shueliang's residence, which looked very clean. The door was open. When Su-Mo walked in, he saw Shueliang sitting on a chair, as if he had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Su-Mo's appearance clearly, a little smile appeared on his face. With that handsome face, it was very good-looking. "Sit down." Shueliang's tone was very calm, and he was not even angry at Baiyuan's betrayal. "Do you know? I have been thinking about how to make humans transcend the limitations of genes. I have done many experiments and tried many methods for this. Humans and beasts, the genes of both are similar to some extent. The results of their combination still cannot meet my expectations. My research has been stuck in a bottleneck for a long time. If humans are so inferior that they cannot be improved no matter what, then what is the meaning of humans living in the wasteland?" Like an old friend, when he saw Su-Mo, Shueliang actually spoke in a gentle tone. Chapter 280. But the more casual the other party was, the more Su-Mo could feel the undercurrent of the other party like a hidden tide under the deep sea. "So you hope for the mass extinction of mankind?" Su-Mo finally spoke to give the other party a response, and then saw the other party raised his eyebrows, and looked at him in surprise. "You are really the same person as me." The words like an exclamation were enough to prove that Su-Mo spoke his heart. "No, I am different from you." Su-Mo rejected his statement. "Really?" Laughing, Shueliang didn't care. "Although I lost to you today, it doesn't matter. Su-Mo, the wasteland is more complicated than you think. I still look forward to meeting you down there one day." At this moment, Shueliang seemed to have really given up struggling and was willing to die. But Su-Mo was still very vigilant. "Don't worry, I have nowhere to escape. My plan has failed, hasn't it? In fact, the hope I'm looking for has always been in front of me." After saying the last sentence, blood flowed from the corner of Shueliang's mouth. The black blood showed that the other party was poisoned. After coughing a few times, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, which Shueliang wiped away nonchalantly. "If you have time, go to the north to see where your real enemy is." After the words fell, Shueliang's body fell on the table, and blood flowed along the table. And this answer Shueliang had already stopped breathing. No matter what means Su-Mo used to detect, the other party had lost any trace of life. But why did Shueliang, who had been planning on the wasteland for so many years, die like this? Su-Mo couldn't figure it out. And what did his last sentence mean? What did he mean by her real enemy was in the north? While she was thinking, cheers came from outside. It was Su-Mo's people. It seemed that victory was also achieved outside. When Baiyuan's body was placed together with Shueliang, Su-Mo felt a sense of inexplicable melancholy. The worries she had been having should have disappeared at this moment, but there was a greater pressure behind Su-Mo. If she had just followed her expectations, solving Shueliang should have prevented the future of human extinction that the system had said. Shueliang, who hated the inferior genes of humans, chose to destroy humans because he could not change the inferiority of humans. Reasons that ordinary people could not understand were normal in the eyes of a crazy person like Shueliang. "I thought there would be another hard battle, But it didn't happen. Everyone felt strange about Shui Liang's suicide, and finally concluded that Shui Liang was indeed dead. After his death, Bai Yuan wanted to escape, but was also captured. Although some of the looters have escaped, they are no longer a force to be reckoned with. The base camp was completely taken down, which was a great achievement for Su Mo and Jai Man. Things have begun to come to an end. But Su Mo still has other things to plan, that is, Lu Xinglan and others who are still in a coma. Several people have passed, and these people are still sleeping, including Qi Ling. No matter how the outside world stimulates them, they have no reaction. But the body still maintains the most basic functions, so it is not fatal. Many people are helpless in this strange state. This was the last problem Shui Liang left for him, and Su Mo knew it very well. Lu Sisi rushed over to the temporary camp. Facing her brother's deep sleep, Lu Sisi was very anxious, but she remained calm. After you left, we were attacked. As soon as Lu Sisi spoke, Su Mo's expression became heavy. Lu Sisi said we, not the camp. This means that the place where the blood flower was planted was attacked. The other party has some problems, and it seems that they are not from other bases. But nothing serious happened. After all, Su Mo had made arrangements before, and the team left there was used to prepare for emergencies. What's more, for the safety of the camp, Su Mo withdrew most of the combat power this time, but still left Miao Miao in the camp. Although those people came out to attack suddenly, they were discovered by Miao Miao at the first time and ultimately failed. In addition, I have found results for the study of the crazy blood flower. This is good news, and a pile of information is placed in front of Su Mo. She doesn't know much about these things, but Lu Sisi's expression is somewhat proud. The reason why these flowers can stimulate those fierce beasts and make them fall into a violent state is that they can change a part of the genetic coding in these fierce beasts. It's just that whether it's humans or fierce beasts, to a certain extent, the genes tend to be stable, and the sudden increase in variables has caused the fierce beasts to change their temperaments. And these flowers can indeed enhance strength, but the premise is that corresponding methods are needed. As Lu Sisi told her story, Su Mo gradually understood. You found it? Lu Sisi is a genius. She has been hiding herself for so many years, but now she is showing her talents under Su Mo's hands. With no worries, Lu Sisi no longer hides her abilities. Interestingly, I have also detected the existence of the mad blood flower in my brother's body. It seems that Professor Shui has already discovered this and guided them. But it is obvious that this guidance is negative. Before he died, he left them a research direction. It was like helping others, which made Su Mo more puzzled. What is the other party thinking? The other party is shrewd and calculating. It is impossible for him to suddenly realize before he dies, and want to make a contribution to the development of mankind. And the reason for this may be hidden in a deeper place that he does not know. But no matter what, the most important thing now is to wake up Qi Ling and others. And this needs Lu Sisi to deal with. What surprised Su Mo was that Lu Sisi's experiment was successful, but only half successful. Everyone woke up. But, come and take a look. At the door, Lu Sisi frowned and motioned Su Mo to come in. In the room, several people had already woken up. Lu Xinglan and Qi Ling were sitting on chairs, looking very healthy. But Su Mo found the problem at a glance. These people just sat on the chairs motionless as if their souls had left their bodies. If it weren't for the occasional blink of his eyes, Su Mo would have thought that they were some exquisite puppets. The body woke up, but the consciousness had not returned. I only solved part of the genetic poison that Shui Liang made. Damn it! In Lu Sisi's angry voice, Su Mo looked at the dazed looks of those people, and also had a headache. Naturally, he couldn't let them become like this. But what to do? Rely on the system. This is one way, but among the abilities she has now, there is no skill that can solve this genetic poison. Perhaps, this is the reason why Shui Liang left a test question for himself. Chapter 281. Su Mo was a little annoyed when he found himself trapped in Shui Liang's thoughts. Together with Lu Sisi, Su Mo also immersed himself in the research. Unlike Lu Sisi, Su Mo was obsessed with culinary research. The most important thing about these special delicacies is the spiritual emotions given by the maker at the beginning. Only in this way can the other abilities be born. The successive failures were a blow to Su Mo, but for many people in the camp, it was a rare experience. With the development of the camp, Su Mo no longer needed to be the chef. Although Antli and Xiao Xingho's cooking skills have reached the pinnacle, compared with Su Mo's skills, there is still something missing. Even if it is just ordinary food, for those who have not tasted Su Mo's cooking skills, eating it is like being in heaven. And one of the people who has this feeling is Shy Man. She had heard that Sumo's cooking skills were excellent, but this was her first time to taste it, which made her feel an impulse to follow Sumo. The crowd, who had heard of drunken people, but had never seen drunken shrimps, gathered around a large basin. Under their gaze, the prawns that should have been jumping around gradually became motionless. Unlike the prawns on Earth, the prawns on the Wasteland were larger in size and more tender in texture. Even if they were halal, they were delicious with soy sauce and vinegar. At this moment, as the aroma of wine spread, the prawns became quiet. And generally, the sauce specially prepared by Sumo was placed on the table. At this moment, a group of people sat on the side with bowls in their hands, swallowing their saliva constantly. Those who did not drink were a little greedy at this moment. When Sumo spoke, those people couldn't wait to get started. As the shrimp shells were peeled off, the snow-white meat inside was exposed. With the sauce, a light bite, the tender taste entered the throat. The sweet shrimp meat was more flavorful under the catalysis of the wine aroma, and just one bite was enough to make you want to eat it. Dish name, Drunken Shrimp, S-Level. Introduction. Skin like solidified fat, fresh and juicy. Effect of consumption. Enhance the physique of the eater. Evaluation of diners. I want to swallow my fingers. With a large amount of experience points entering the account, Sumo in the kitchen still frowned. She has developed a lot of dishes in the past few days, but she has not triggered any special effects. However, the number of unlocked recipes has reached 5 again, and the system has given a chance to draw a lottery. Sumo, who did not use it, looked at the excited expressions of those people because of these delicacies, but felt that she had fallen into a misunderstanding. A true master chef is not limited to the ingredients. Just like her spiritual delicacies, she can transform ingredients into poison at will. Even a broken leaf can be transformed. In the past few days, she has focused on how to match ingredients. Although the taste is good, it has deviated from the original intention, as if she is anxious to prove something with her cooking skills. Realizing her anxiety, Sumo simply put her heavy heart at ease and joined the crowd to enjoy the delicious food with everyone. The drunken shrimp is enough. But eating too much, just like drinking a lot of alcohol, the whole person starts to get drunk. Let the alcohol spread in the body, bringing a strange feeling of tipsiness. Sumo was immersed in it, but at a certain moment, she had an epiphany. She just went to the kitchen and made a plate of stir-fried vegetables. The vegetables were unremarkable and placed on the table, but they were fresh and tender. A group of people just ate subconsciously, refreshing their minds. And this is more than just that. Congratulations to the host for obtaining genetic delicacies. Genetic delicacies. Remove genetic impurities in the body that do not belong to the main body. The function of sobering up is just a side effect. However, it is unlikely to make those unconscious people swallow these vegetables, but after finding a way, the subsequent success is too easy. Just a bowl of water can also achieve this effect. When the water was fed, Qi Ling's body gradually changed. First, dense beads of sweat appeared on his body, and then those beads of sweat gradually turned black, like silt piling up on his body layer by layer. At the same time, his body began to emit a foul smell. Even opening the window for ventilation could not get rid of the smell. Feeling the changes in his body, Sumo realized that Qi Ling's ability had improved. Not only the level of improvement, but also a deeper level, like a thorough perfection of ability. But if you want to know the details, he needs to recover. What surprised Sumo was that after taking this delicacy, everyone showed different effects. Qi Ling was covered with mud, while Lu Xinglan's body quickly shriveled and aged, just like what happened when he overused his ability before. But this time it was benign. Seeing that Lu Xinglan seemed to be about to die completely due to aging, a vitality emerged in his body. It was not the vitality caused by the use of any external objects, but it was completely from Lu Xinglan himself. This was his genes actively repairing the defects in his body. Before, Sumo could only treat the disease when it occurred, but she could not completely cure it, but now, she did it. It was like a cleansing of the bones and marrow, which was amazing. Finally, Qi Ling woke up in a foul smell. The first thing he saw when he woke up was that countless people were watching him, and his mind was still lingering about what happened before he fell into a coma. He realized what happened and stood up, and was about to speak. But he saw that everyone was moving away from him. That attitude was not fearful or hateful, but disgusted and rejected. "Brother Qi Ling, you stink." The little girl Afong stood in the crowd, covering her nose, and did not approach Qi Ling for the first time. The sincere words broke Qi Ling's heart. But when he looked down and saw the situation on his body, his expression twitched. Then he looked up, his eyes fierce. "Everyone get out." I want to take a shower. The others agreed. While Qi Ling was washing, the others woke up one after another. Moving their bodies, they felt particularly relaxed. Lu Xingwan, who was standing in front of Su Mo, had a complicated expression. His state had been with him for more than 10 years. I thought there was no solution, but it completely disappeared this time. Is it a blessing in disguise? Lu Xingwan didn't know. Just consider it as a reward for your help before. Faced with Lu Xingwan's complicated attitude, Su Mo laughed generously. If Lu Xingwan hadn't blocked it, she would have been hit. Whether she could get inspiration in a coma at that time, she didn't dare to bet on this possibility. It's what I should do. Looking at the beautiful face of the woman in front of him, Lu Xingwan's eyes flickered a few times, and finally calmed down. At the other end, Qi Ling, who had washed up, also came out. The whole camp was full of joy. Chapter 282. Half a month later, the walls of the rock camp were completely built. Although the tall walls were a bit depressing, they could make many residents feel at ease. The plan for the mountain city has been perfectly implemented. Many buildings have been completed, and residents have been working in them one after another. The entire camp is also thriving in this winter. In this atmosphere, the first snow of winter fell, and the sky and the earth were white. The pure and spotless color made people so excited. Around the camp, many people were playing in the snow. Even Meow Meow was very active, walking in the snow with several beasts. In such a beautiful atmosphere, the daily operation of the camp continued. In addition to the internal construction, the external news exploration continued. Dai Yufeng, who was in charge of this area, brought everyone a bad news this day. Recently, traces of some people have been found near the major bases. After investigation, it was found that these people should be from the same force. Traces of those people have also appeared near our camp. With the demise of Shui Liang, it can be said that the major bases have also completely realized that the development of Su Mo's camp has been unstoppable. Even if they are not on good terms, those people will not be stupid enough to continue to oppose Su Mo. But in this case, some sneaky figures appeared around. Not only that, these people have been secretly observing the major bases, as if they have some plans. This has to make people vigilant. I will continue to observe. And the result of this observation is that someone disappeared in the camp for the second time. Not dead, but directly disappeared. Those people were responsible for collecting some winter plant samples. According to the plan, they should have been able to come back today, but they could no longer be contacted. People were sent to the destination to investigate, and all they saw were some messy traces. The things were still there, but the people disappeared. There was no blood, no corpses, and those people should have been taken away directly. Everything pointed to the inexplicable force. This reminded Su Mo of what Shui Liang told her before his death. He said that her real enemy was in the north. Whether it was true or not, Su Mo decided to go and take a look. The heavy snow did not stop, which made it difficult for the team to move forward. The wilderness was full of snow, and people would feel dazed after looking at it for a long time. Su Mo went all the way north, and after passing one of the bases, he finally noticed traces of human activities. This area is a large area of ruins, and some serious biological leaks have occurred in the past, making it impossible for normal humans to live here. Over time, this place has been ignored. Even later, the major bases did not intend to develop here. At this time, several people were staying on the roof of a low house, looking at several vague traces below. Those were footprints covered by the wind and snow, but they were real. There were other people nearby. Chase. Su Mo ordered, and the group followed the traces, walked for a while, and finally stopped at the outskirts of an abandoned factory. There were already a lot of footprints here. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Su Mo only took Mu Yuyu into the factory. With Mu Yuyu's illusion, even if they were discovered, they could cover it up. Outside the factory, there was garbage everywhere, but the sound of a fire burning could be heard inside. There was a faint smell of meat wafting over, and those people were eating. In a room, through the window, a group of people could be seen gathered inside. After a rough count, there were more than a dozen people, not many, and among them were the people who had disappeared from their camp. Mu Yuyu was about to take action, but was held down by Su Mo. "No," she whispered. These were more than a dozen people who were just eating quietly. They were obviously companions, but had no communication. Not only that, even the movements of these people eating were particularly stiff and even uniform. Like a program setting, several people in the camp were also eating at this time, and there was no fear on their faces even though they were in the enemy camp. They were just eating. This was not right. With Su Mo's reminder, Mu Yuyu could only be patient and wait. Fortunately, They didn't have much time to eat. More than a dozen people, divided into two teams, seemed to have started patrolling. Suemo brought Muyuyu and followed the team of several people in the camp. It was not until the two teams were a certain distance apart that Suemo signaled Muyuyu to take action. Several people were knocked unconscious quickly, and did not make any big noise. When Suemo woke up one person in the camp, the moment the other person saw Suemo's face clearly, a strong hostility broke out in his eyes. He opened his mouth and was about to shout. Suemo quickly covered his mouth, but the other person was still struggling under Suemo. He doesn't seem to recognize you, Muyuyu said softly, realizing the seriousness of the matter. Suemo is the only leader for the entire camp. No one from top to bottom does not know Suemo. The strangeness of the person in front of him made people so uncomfortable. Yeah, Suemo responded, staring at the other person's confused expression, but suddenly reached out. One hand held the other person tightly, and the other hand began to grope the back of the other person's head. Little by little, very carefully, finally stopped at a certain place. Ignoring the other person's painful expression, the boning knife directly took out something from inside. It was a chip. And this thing was very familiar to Suemo. It was Bai Luo's method at the beginning. When Suemo saw this chip, he didn't even feel surprised, but had a feeling that it was as expected. At the beginning, Bai Luo and Shui Liang were not in the same group, but without Shui Liang's support, Bai Luo's actions exceeded her own ability. And she kept talking about the existence of a master. Most people think that is delusion. But what if it is a code name, and not the god in the sky? Bai Luo belongs to the rest of the forces, a powerful force that the several major bases in the Wasteland did not even realize, and has already invaded them. The discovery in front of him proved Sumo's guess. Now it seems that these people are unwilling to continue waiting. Or maybe they will do something during the cold winter, when the major bases are at their weakest. This, Muyuyu on the side was also very surprised. Her thoughts were the same as Sumo's. However, the man in front of him whose chip was dug out still could not return to normal. Although he no longer showed aggressiveness, the confusion in his expression told Suemo and the others that his mind was directly destroyed. There is no way to save him. After looking at each other, Sumo's eyes flashed with cruelty, and when he was about to give the other party an understanding, a noise sounded. Who? The hoarse and dry voice came from a stranger. It seems that he is in the same group with these people. After seeing Suemo and Muyuyu, he saw his mouth open and made an invisible sound, and soon, a lot of footsteps came. They were discovered. Chapter 283. Suemo wanted to resist directly, but when he saw those people, he had other ideas. He gave Muyuyu a look, and the two of them raised their hands and surrendered. But he was still pressed to the ground, and his cheeks rubbed against the ground, which hurt. A pair of hands wandered over Sumo's body, as if searching for anything dangerous. Suemo, who had space, would naturally not let them find him. Soon Suemo stood up by being pulled by his hair. The man who just discovered them stared at the two of them with a very unfriendly look. Who are you? How did you find this place? Can you communicate? Unlike the mechanical state of the rest of the people, being able to speak means communication. We entered here accidentally, and then we were attacked by your people, so we fought back. Suemo found a reason. But the other party didn't seem to believe it. He stared at him, and then made a gesture, and the people around him arrested the two and walked out. These people were ready to evacuate. When she got outside, Suemo saw the traces of her people, and the message they left behind asked whether she should take action. Suemo shook her head slightly, knowing that they could see it. She was caught on purpose, just to see how big these people were. It would be impossible for these teams in this factory to do these things. Just talking about the precision of those chips, these people could not make them. These people did not use vehicles, but started a long journey in the snow. Thick snow piled up on the ground, and a pit was formed when stepped on, so they walked slowly. Feeling the coldness on his cheeks, Suemo kept trying to communicate with the man. But except for the initial conversation, the man stopped talking. Occasionally, he showed that he didn't understand the others. During the whole journey, Suemo kept making eye contact with Muyuyu. After half a day, they arrived at a place. The abandoned building was now lit by a bonfire. This was a school, and they were in the cafeteria. Someone was cooking, and the hot aroma made people's throats roll. There were many people, but those people were indifferent to the aroma of the food. Under the control of the chip, they seemed to have lost their emotions. The only person who could communicate left Suemo, and the others here and left. But it didn't take long before the two were taken to another place. During the transfer, the scene, he saw surprised Suemo a little. The doors of many classes were open, and the machines inside were running. From the surface alone, the level of other bases in these robotic arm wastelands is more advanced. What exactly is this place? With a push, Suemo entered a room. A man sat on a chair, wearing a white suit, looking very elegant, with a smile on his face. After waving his hand to signal his subordinates to leave, the man motioned for Suemo to sit down. Don't worry, both of you. It's very democratic here. Although she said this, Suemo felt as if a hand appeared on her back, pressing her down tightly. She did not resist the force, and was particularly obedient. It was this attitude that made the man smile a little deeper. Everything here is in the sight of the true God. You and I are all God's people. True God? God's people? Hearing these two new words, Sumo's first reaction was that this place might be a gathering place for some religion. The man hesitated for a moment, and then said, to introduce it in words you can understand, our true God is your Lord. When this title appeared, Sumo's face fluctuated. It seems that you two do know the existence of the Lord. Over the years, the anchor has sown a lot of seeds, some of which have grown vigorously, and tried to spread the Lord's thoughts. Some were destroyed when they sprouted. But it doesn't matter, the existence of the Lord is real. And now, you two have the opportunity to throw yourself into the arms of our Lord and become God's people. The man's voice gradually became enthusiastic, but facing the other party's almost fanatical belief, Suemo asked, are the God's people similar to you who have retained their own thoughts? Then what about those puppets outside? What true God, God's people, rather than being a symbol of identity, is more like a symbol of class division? You are very perceptive. They are the servants of God, who have completely converted to my Lord. What they do is what my Lord thinks. As for us God's people, we are just promoting the greatness of the Lord. Whether it was brainwashing or chip control, or whether the other party really retained his own death, Suemo could not know at this moment. She followed the other party's words, and tried to find out some information, but as long as Suemo did not let go of becoming a God's people, the other party always smiled and practiced Tai Chi with her. Obviously, the other party also remained vigilant. In that case, there is nothing to say, right? Looking at the other party's confident expression, Suemo also smiled. Your Excellency, you don't think that I have no way to escape from you. With just a snap of the fingers, an apple appeared in Sumo's palm, and then she crushed it directly. The splashing juice began to spread along with the mental poison. These things directly target mental power. No matter if you are a puppet or something else, as long as your soul is still in the body, it will have an effect. You? As Suemo moved, a feeling of sleepiness came. The arrogant man showed a stunned expression on his face. He looked up as if he wanted to do something, but was quickly stopped by Suemo. Looking down, I found that there was a button under the other party's table. Once pressed, it is estimated that a pair of divine servants will rush over to kill them. Putting the other party on the ground casually, Suemo opened the window. There were people guarding outside. In the distance, those divine servants were patrolling like an army. It seemed difficult to force their way out, but it was not a problem for Suemo. The mental poison was still spreading. As long as they were contaminated by a little bit, those people would fall into a coma. And Suemo walked in this gathering place with Muyuyu in a dignified manner. Along the way, many people fell to the ground. Some wanted to rush over, but were quickly affected by the mental poison. Suemo slowed down the toxicity, making these people just comatose. She found the people in her camp, and gave a signal. Someone outside came back to help, and without delay, Suemo quickly took her people away from here. It was not that she was unwilling to deal with these people directly, but through the words of the so-called God's people, she learned that these God servants in this school were probably just the tip of the iceberg of this force. The snake has been alerted, and if it is delayed, there may be changes. Chapter 284. The journey to leave was very smooth. What Suemo didn't know was that not long after she led the team to leave, someone appeared in the school. Looking at the fainted servants of God on the ground, the ordinary-looking man showed a frightening expression. Who is it? The roar echoed, and the people of God woke up under the stimulation. When they saw the young man, they knelt on the ground when they realized what had happened. Lord Son of God, Iwi. He hesitated for a long time, but didn't say a word. The furious Son of God just bent down and helped the man up. You did a good job. Those who dared to offend the true God were wrong. Since they are so anxious to be destroyed, I will fulfill their wish. Along with the anger of the Son of God, orders were passed out one after another. Suemo, who had returned to the base, also told the other bases what he had seen and heard, so that they could take precautions. After returning to the camp, although the chip was dug out, Those people still lost their minds, and could only be guarded. Before he could catch his breath, Suemo received the news that base number 7, located in the northwest, was attacked. Suemo had almost no contact with base number 7, and thought it was their own business. But it was the servants of God who attacked them. The well-trained servants of God, like an elite team that was not afraid of death, launched the siege before anyone could react. Even if base number 7 reacted quickly, facing the servants of God, who were so seriously injured that they could still get up and move even with broken arms and legs, their resistance was too weak. In just 1 hour, base number 7 was breached, and when Suemo and others received the news, base number 7 was already in the hands of the servants of God. Suemo, who had seen those servants of God, knew that behind these puppets, there were also the gods and even higher-level commanders. The sudden attack was like a signal of war. At first, some cities were still skeptical about Suemo's news. When base number 7 was captured at a speed that no one could imagine, they finally woke up. In the past few days, many major bases have received many residents who fled from base number 7. With the stories of those people, the terrifying nature of those servants of God can be more intuitively felt. Under the strong aggressiveness, the human body can no longer be an obstacle. These servants of God are comparable to those experimental products of Shuiliang. But these servants of God absolutely obey orders, and they don't have to be afraid of losing control one day like those experimental products. This technology is enough to crush the entire Wasteland base. The crisis emerged at this moment. Base number 1 was the first to send a message to Suemo, willing to cooperate and fight off the enemy together. And this attitude undoubtedly pushed Suemo to the front, and became the leader of this matter. Of course, there are bases that are dissatisfied with this arrangement, but when base number 3 and base number 5 expressed their willingness to take Suemo as the leader, all the resistance voices were silenced. Unknowingly, Suemo's strength has stood at the top of this wasteland. The mountain city has been built, and all work is progressing smoothly, but Suemo is leading his troops to fight again. The first thing they have to do is to take back base number 7. Once this hole is completely opened, it is equivalent to giving those servants of God an opportunity to go deep into the hinterland, and the surrounding bases will be in a state of panic. The current course of action is to drive the enemy away from base number 7 first. Compared to the danger in the uninhabited area, base number 7 is undoubtedly within their familiar range. When the joint army arrived at the outskirts of base number 7, they could see the damaged city walls, and the traces of smears on the city walls. The true God has descended, we kneel down. I don't know who read this sentence with a contemptuous tone. Because they didn't know the situation inside for the time being, they didn't rashly launch an attack directly, but sent out several teams to lead out some of the people inside. This area is still their territory. With their familiarity with the terrain here and the cooperation of major bases, it can be said that even if those servants of God are fearless, they will eventually be captured. At first, it was just a team that was divided and defeated one by this method. But when too many servants of God disappeared, even the people of God, who didn't care about the death of servants of God, eventually noticed something strange. In the city lord's mansion of base number 7, the son of God, who now occupies the position of the city lord, listened to the report of his subordinates and showed a contemptuous expression. These uncivilized humans can only think of these sneaky ways. They are afraid of our true God. The true God is above, we are fearless. Under the call of the Son of God, no servants of God were lured out again. Facing the suddenly quiet base number 7, everyone thought it was a tug-of-war, but when Suemo received the news from the rear, everyone was surprised. The Son of God actually made a feint to the east and attacked in the west. It seemed that he let some servants of God stay in base number 7, but in fact, he had already led people away from other directions. And their target was Suemo's camp. Yes, they seemed to be the culprit of all this as Suemo. Shancheng resisted the first wave of attacks. When the news was conveyed, Suemo led people back directly. Although she was a little surprised, Suemo was not panicked. The fighting force she left in the camp was enough to support her return. Miao Miao and those fierce beasts were there, and Miao Jingshan and others were also there. If the situation in Shancheng reached a critical point, they would naturally take action. The facts were the same as Suemo arranged. Even if a large number of fighting forces were withdrawn, Shancheng still stood firm in the first wave of attacks stopped by the Son of God. Easy to defend and difficult to attack, this is the core of Shancheng's existence. The servants of God who attacked the camp were directly trapped by the inside and outside, and there was no suspense in this battle. Many servants of God were captured, and even the few people of God who wanted to escape became prisoners of Suemo, one of whom was the one who tried to make Suemo surrender before. To Suemo's regret, He learned from this person that the person who led this war was a son of God. As the servants of the true God, there are only a handful of sons of God who can directly listen to the true God's oracles. If this son of God can be captured, perhaps a lot of information can be obtained. However, facing the various tricks of the huge base taking turns, this God's people could not resist after all, and told everything they knew. At first, they were just some wanderers, even predators, and some were defectors from the base. They just kept changing their residences in the Wasteland. Then suddenly one day, they heard a piece of news. In the north, there is a country that welcomes everyone to come, and there is enough food to support life. Under such temptation, they could not resist and went there, and then I have never seen the appearance of the true God, just a vague and fuzzy light. Sacred and holy, so powerful. When mentioning the true God, the God's people as prisoners still looked pious. Looking at the chip in his palm, Sumo was a little hesitant. After taking away the chips, the people in front of me behaved no differently than before. Could it be that the chips are no longer controlling them? Chapter 285. Is her name Sumo? In the large and bright church, everything seemed to retain its former beauty. The colorful glass shines through the sun. The man sitting on the top chair stepped on the statue of Jesus and looked at the Son of God kneeling on the ground with a little curiosity in his tone. Yes. The Son of God responded, lowering his head and not daring to look at the person above him. His forehead was already covered with cold sweat. This is fear. Come, tell me what kind of person she is. The man still asked slowly and gently, with a kind of gentleness to the bone. But this gentle tone made the Son of God tremble. It's my fault. I underestimated the enemy, and caused a small damage to your plan. The Son of God apologized instantly, and began to kowtow. His pious attitude should not be too exaggerated. But even so, the person above still looked at the other party with a smile, without responding or stopping. Just tilted his head slightly, as if waiting to listen. There was a woman standing beside the man, who looked about 10 years old, wearing a white dress, with her eyes downcast and no expression on her face. She looked very dead, and she didn't react to this depressing situation as if she was used to it. And the Son of God, facing this death-like silence, he realized something and looked up at the person above. When he met the smiling eyes, he lowered his head again and started to talk about Sumo slowly. Of course, most of it was hearsay. But even so, Sumo's story was enough for him to talk about for a long time. As he spoke, a sense of interest appeared on the man's face. Oh. The rising tone was filled with joy. She is so interesting. Well, then can you bring her back for me personally? It seemed like an inquiry, but the Son of God knew that this was a butcher's knife hanging over his head. If he refused, death would come. Yes. I will never let you down. The Son of God answered firmly. Even though he was unsure in his heart, he had to act. Good boy, go. In these gentle words, the Son of God, who seemed to have maintained his consciousness, left with a trembling body. That panicked attitude had long lost the dignity of a human being. Xiaoro, do you think he can succeed this time? After the Son of God left, he turned his head and looked at the girl next to him, asking curiously. The man's eyes changed at this time, and the gentleness seemed to have some substance. But facing the man's question, the girl just answered stiffly. Yes. The sonorous response was emotionless, like a statue. Looking closely, the girl's appearance was somewhat similar to the man's. Xiaoro, you are too distant. I am your father. You can act like a normal child and act like a spoiled child to me. As long as it is what I have as your father, I can satisfy you with anything you want. The man stood up and stroked the girl's face, with a little nostalgia in his eyes. Yes. The girl's answer did not change. Her hair was lifted up, revealing her smooth neck, and a small scar could be vaguely seen. And there was where the chips were implanted. The girl seemed to have been tampered with, and she was even less flexible than the Son of God. But the man was very satisfied with this answer. Sure enough, my Shiro is the most obedient. The twisted relationship between the father and daughter seemed to have lasted for a long time, and the girl's face was calm. After repelling the first wave of servants of God, all the major bases had to finish the work. The chips on the servants of God were cleaned up in batches, but those people's consciousness had not been restored, and they could only be detained. Interestingly, each base took some of these servants of God away, under the pretext of separate research, but in fact they were just afraid that Sumo would dominate. After all, everyone wanted to know what secrets were hidden in the chip. As for the rock camp, research on these servants of God was also ongoing, but there was no progress for the time being. In Lu Cici's words, perhaps the chip was not important. But at least it also aroused the vigilance of the major bases. Facing these unknown enemies, the major bases all deployed some defensive fortifications. At least it looks like it's in good shape. At least it won't be easily breached like base number 7. While Suemo was guessing, a few days later, news of another base warning of danger came, and this time it was base number 4. It was almost the opposite direction of base number 7, but it was very effective. This time, the number of attacking God servants was even more astonishing. For some unknown purpose, those God servants seemed to be determined to take down base number 4. In order to avoid this from happening, the major bases naturally provided support. It was the same for Suemo. In order to find out the purpose of those people, Suemo still went into battle in person this time. When they arrived near base number 4 after a day's journey, they found that the entire base had been surrounded. Fortunately, they had made some preparations before. Although they were trapped in the city and were under pressure, the wall had not been broken yet, so there was still room for maneuver. Sumo's idea was very simple. He would cooperate with the outside again. As long as he was careful this time, and caught the Son of God, he might know the truth about the so-called Kingdom of God. Yes, the Kingdom of God. This was one of the intelligence they learned. In the Kingdom of God lived the true God, and under him was the Son of God who served him. The Son of God was like the offspring of the true God, and had the highest power. As for the God's people, they were the executors of the Son of God, commanding the lowest servants of God, and became the sword in the hands of the Son of God, pointing and hitting wherever he went. The God's people seemed to have a brain with active thinking, but they could not refuse any orders from the Son of God. Suemo did not know whether the Son of God was the same to the true God. Compared with the complicated procedures of other bases, the Yintang camp is better at executing Sumo's orders, so Suemo and his people were the first to arrive for support. For the time being, they only set up camps around, trying not to alarm the gods and people, so as to catch them all in one fell swoop. But sometimes, it seems that you are preparing to dig a pit to catch prey, but in fact you have jumped into a trap. When they arrived, it was already dusk. Everyone's idea was simple: to rest for a night and officially start the battle tomorrow. After all, the number 4 base can still be defended. If they act rashly, the people in the camp, who are tired from traveling, will not be able to fight the best battle. The idea is simple, but when night falls, the gods who are besieging the outer perimeter of the number 4 base turn to the hiding place of Suemo and others. It's like a hunter who has been waiting for a long time, and the moment he sees the prey, he attacks brazenly. The lives of the gods are used as the price of advancement. After all, it is just support, and the people drawn from the camp are only 30%. Faced with the sudden counterattack of these servants of God, everyone was suppressed. Chapter 286. The sudden change caught some people off guard. When base number 4 wanted to rush out to support, they found that only some people from the rock camp remained. Suemo and some people were captured. This news was bad news for many people in the camp, and even Jaiman, who rushed over, changed his face. They knew what Suemo was capable of, but they still succeeded. What they learned from a glimpse of the leopard was that the Kingdom of God was not as simple as they imagined. Compared to the chaos here, the captured Suemo was like a guest of honor. Those people treated her well along the way. Sorry. Lucisi looked at Suemo apologetically. She wanted to take this opportunity to see the state of these servants of God in battle, which might help solve the mystery. How could she know that these people's goal was them from the beginning? When they reacted, her life was threatened. In order to save her, Suemo was fooled. It's okay. Suemo didn't take it seriously. There was a cunning look in her eyes. Actually, I really want to meet that so-called true God. Hearing a lot is not as good as meeting him in person. Although it is a bit dangerous to go there in this way, it can also make these people relax their vigilance. The vehicles are blocked, and only the roar of cars can be heard. There are obviously many vehicles around, but those people don't say a word and just keep their heads down. The co-pilot of Sumo's vehicle, the Son of God, has a somewhat proud expression. He mobilized all his servants this time to feint to attack base number 4 in order to lure Suemo, and then take down the other party in the opposite way. He did succeed. So, he completed the task given by the true God. Thinking of the other party's violent scene, the body of the Son of God trembled slightly. Absolutely must not provoke the other party. The fear that was almost rooted in the bones was puzzling, but it was a pity that Suemo did not see the scene. After nearly a day, the car stopped. Suemo was invited out, and then saw the church in front. The bright windows were a bit dazzling in this wasteland. In the overly old building, there were a lot of people standing on both sides of the door. Those people all bowed their heads, and looked respectfully at the Son of God, who was dragging Suemo inside. Is this the kingdom of God? Looking around, the guards were tight, and there was almost no gap for her to get in. Moreover, the hierarchy here was strict, and there was almost no communication between companions. They were just the most rigorous robots, accurately executing the orders of the upper level. When she stepped into the church, a dazzling light appeared in front of Sumo's eyes. Just then, a ray of sunlight shone down from above and fell on the man sitting on the throne. He had handsome eyebrows and phoenix eyes, and was as gentle as jade. Now he had a smile on his face. Under the golden sunlight, the man gave people a sense of beauty that was convincing and full of power. True God, I have fulfilled my mission. Sumo's expression, the Son of God knelt down, and the strength of his kneeling was not false at all. At this moment, Suemo had been separated from Lu Sisi and others. She was sent here alone to see the other party. Just when Suemo was hesitating whether to perform a kneeling performance, the person above spoke. Are you Suemo? The soft tone carried a sense of holiness like a saint. Yes. Suemo responded coldly, but the other party chuckled and rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. You said you were lucky to have fulfilled your mission. The words like a sigh gave Suemo a bad premonition. Just as she was about to move, she saw the Son of God, who was still kneeling on the ground, suddenly appeared in front of the man. His lower body was kneeling on the ground, but his head was forced to lift up. The Son of God, whose throat was pinched, was already suffocating and his face was red. He subconsciously raised his hands to grab the man's arms and tried to separate them. But when he saw the man's cold eyes, he let go. He wanted to explain something, but he couldn't say it. The Son of God's eyes expressed that he had obviously done it, so why did he do this? Little did you know that he was cooperating with you. The man said what he thought, and he saw that the Son of God's eyes were completely dim. The gray pupils were spreading, and blood was flowing at the corners of his mouth. The man just threw it aside like throwing away garbage. After breaking the opponent's bones, Sumo's vigilance reached the highest level when she looked at the twisted corpse. She didn't see how the opponent attacked just now. Could it be a space ability? You are just like the legendary Goran, smart and bold. What, are you satisfied with what you saw? The man walked down and approached Suemo slowly. The pressure made Suemo want to draw her knife, but her arms were locked behind her back. Facing the man's step-by-step pressure, Suemo finally spoke. It's okay, a little disappointed. I thought I could really see a kingdom. What we saw in the end was nothing more than a cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest. Although Suemo did not reveal her thoughts completely, the look in her eyes when she looked at the Jesus statue thrown on the ground explained everything. Are you looking down on me? There was a little joy in the question. The man was not angry, he just looked at Sumo's appearance and body carefully. There was no lust or aggression in his eyes, only the sense of inquiry when examining his beloved things. Are you willing to join my kingdom of God? I can give you higher rights than those sons of God, how about it? The man actually took the initiative to invite. But facing this statement, Suemo also smiled. What is higher than the Son of God? The Queen of God? She said this, just to mock the other party, but the other party actually thought about it seriously and nodded. If it's you, you can actually try it. I believe that my late wife will forgive you. With sharp and piercing cold words, Suemo felt a sense of danger from them. Then he saw a hand enlarged in front of him, and the warmth emanating from the broad palm was the last feeling of Suemo. Gently catching Sumo's body, the man picked her up and walked out. The premise is, to make you a person who will never betray me. The long tune expressed joy. Until the two walked away, a girl came out from the corner outside the church. It was the man's daughter. But compared to the previous dullness, the girl's eyes were struggling when she looked at Sumo's state. After a long time, she slowly followed him, with a broken sense of determination in her eyes. Wake up! Wake up! Suemo woke up in a call. There was nothing wrong with his body. The girl in front of him looked well behaved, but Sumo's eyes were sharp. Don't be afraid, he hasn't come yet. I'm here to save you. As she said that, the girl began to untie the chains on Sumo's body and continued to talk to herself. Chapter 287. Do you know how my mother died? Because she didn't want to cooperate with his experiment, my good father pressed my mother to death on the test bench. Afterwards, he actually manipulated my mother's body and pretended that she was still alive. I watched my mother's body rot day by day in front of my eyes, but the machine hidden in her body used her voice to talk to me all day long. I wanted to bury my mother, but he said I was crazy. At this point, the woman just untied all the chains and smiled at Sumo's hesitant expression. Are you wondering why I'm telling you this? I just pretended to be out of my mind in front of him for so long over the years, and I just wanted to talk to a normal person urgently. But you don't have to worry about me, let's go. Go out from here, and go to the right. I led the people over there away, but you don't have much time. Let's go, let's go. Just stubbornly reciting this sentence, the girl leaned against the test bench, looking pale. Come with me. Suemo stretched out his hand. The girl was a little surprised, but then shook her head. I can't leave. She looked up and pointed at her head. He stuffed something in here. If I leave too far, it will explode. It's his punishment for destroying my mother's body. But I didn't plan to run away. I know he wants you, so I can't let her succeed. Right? The girl's expression was a little naive, but Suemo saw too much pain and despair in her eyes. This is a locked soul that cannot break free. Don't worry, I will come to you. Suemo just said this quickly and left the laboratory. Looking at Sumo's back, the girl smiled. It's great to run freely, but it doesn't matter because I'm not prepared to wait for you. While muttering to herself, a line of tears flowed across her face. When the girl supported her body and stood up again, footsteps came. The girl looked up and saw her father's angry face as expected. Xiao Rou, why? He didn't even wonder why his daughter could betray him. He just asked this, and his tone was as deep as how much betrayal he had suffered. The girl looked at the familiar and unfamiliar appearance of the person in front of her, and the loving father in her memory seemed to disappear. Because I am happy. She laughed almost happily, and even held a scalpel on the laboratory table and stabbed the man. Go to hell, you monster. The almost crazy side seemed to arouse some pity in the man's eyes. He reached out with some distress, but directly pinched his daughter's wrist. Just one click, and there was a sound of broken bones. Ah! The screams echoed in the laboratory, but the man did not stop at all. He supported his daughter's limp body, stroking the face that looked like his wife, his eyes warm and cold. Xiao Rou, your mother left me, so I will never allow you to leave me too. Don't worry, we will always be together as father and daughter. A needle slipped from the cuff, and then pierced directly into the girl's neck. As the unknown liquid was injected, the girl's face showed extreme pain, and her body was twitching. But the girl looked at the man nonchalantly. Kill me, I will never obey you. Obey? But the man seemed to understand this sentence differently. I don't need your obedience, I just need you to be obedient, and I can decide this myself. As the confident words fell, a roar came from outside. That was the kingdom of God being attacked. Looking outside, there was not much surprise in the man's eyes. Look, the good show I prepared for you is about to begin. Xiao Rou, don't be afraid, the kingdom of God that belongs to us is about to come. At this moment, outside the kingdom of God, the joint army belonging to the base has already been ready to go. Just as Suemo said to Lucisi, she just took advantage of the situation, and went deep into the abdomen to find out some situations. As for implicating Lucisi, it was completely an accident. The girl's intervention changed Sumo's plan. In order to ensure the safety of the rest, she needed to capture this place. So she directly contacted the army waiting outside. The joint army formed by several major bases was to completely destroy the unstable factor of the kingdom of God. No matter how humble the wanderer is, he can retain his own thinking, but here, the servants of God are just emotionless machines. If such a place continues to survive, more people will suffer in the future. Who can guarantee that he will never make mistakes? In order to eliminate this possibility, the kingdom of God must disappear. It is precisely because of the high degree of unity of thinking that Suemo has his current plan. When she heard that base number 4 was attacked, she realized something was wrong. These people fought back too hastily, as if they were eager to achieve something. So she deliberately sent them to the door, and the result verified her guess. Hand over the people. Everyone must be free. The shouting outside the kingdom of God was loud, but the servants of God inside were indifferent, and seemed not to care that these people were seeking justice for them. As for those God's people who can think, facing such things, all they can do is report. A son of God just died, making the remaining sons of God afraid to approach the true God, but they have to go. Fortunately, the other party seems to be in a good mood at this time. He supported his daughter, stood at the highest place in the kingdom of God, and gave a speech to the entire country. People of the kingdom of God, the time has come. Go kill them all, and give everything for me. It was not fierce or high-spirited, but a speech full of selfishness and ambition. But after the man finished speaking, the servants of God took up their weapons, and opened the city gates as if they were injected with chicken blood. The outbreak of war was expected by both sides. And wars involve casualties and losses. Compared with the major bases, the The death of the servants of God is nothing to the man. There are as many humans as you want in the wasteland, right? Use up one batch and create another batch. Xiao Rou, did you see it? This is everything your mother missed. Beside the man, the girl who was replaced by Xiao Rou just stood there blankly, her eyes dim. Her act of letting Su Mo go was nothing more than a firefly in the man's eyes, which could be crushed in an instant. As for the redemption she wanted, it would never exist. In the man's eyes, there emerged a foul emotion like mud, arrogant and greedy. Chapter 288. The battle was fierce as both sides expected it. Because the intelligence brought back by Su Mo came from the coalition forces, they should have been able to deal with it calmly. But the battle did not last long, and they fell into crisis. The number of God's servants that continued to emerge in the kingdom of God greatly exceeded their expectations. Those fearless God's servants rushed at a very fast speed. But the living people on the coalition side who retained their own thoughts could not compete with the God's servants in terms of endurance, so the battle line now had a tendency to collapse. Once those God's servants rushed in, they would have to shrink the battle line, but it would be even more difficult to counterattack at that time. The reserve force of the kingdom of God was stronger than they knew. Among them, some people recognized that some of the God's servants were from the previous bases, especially base number 8. When base number 8 was breached, the victims had nowhere to go, but at this time, the people of the kingdom of God came forward to lobby. Having a safe place became the only thought of those disasters, but after coming here, their souls no longer belonged to themselves. Should we withdraw our troops first, and wait for the follow-up reinforcements to arrive? Jai Man suggested. Several bases have drawn out a lot of troops, but in order to prevent the behavior of making a feint to the east and attacking the west from happening again, each major base has also retained a part of the combat power to stay behind. Now we can know that the people of the kingdom of God are here, so each major base can draw out a group of people. It will not be a problem to take over the kingdom of God at that time. But the problem now is that it takes time to wait for the drawn troops to come. If they don't withdraw first, they will suffer heavy casualties. Su Mo was also a little hesitant. From the perspective of the overall situation, it is indeed time to retreat now. Just as Su Mo was about to give an order, a cloud of dust floated from the sides of both sides. In the rolling dust, something was roaring. The roar of the beast was unexpected. No one expected to see a group of ferocious beasts appear in such a place. And when Su Mo saw the familiar figure among them, he suddenly smiled. It seems that our reinforcements have arrived. It was Miao Miao. The snow-white Miao Miao stood at the forefront of the group of ferocious beasts. Now he has a body as strong as an elephant, which is particularly majestic. He raised his head and roared from his mouth. That was Miao Miao's order to the ferocious beasts. Behind Miao Miao, the beasts directly found the target and launched an attack on those people in the kingdom of God. The bite from the beasts is not as gentle as that of humans. Among them, a fox-like beast followed Miao Miao closely, and the two beasts fought side by side. It was the child of the king beast. Ever since the incident with Qi Ling, Miao Miao has often been away from the camp. Su Mo never restrained Miao Miao, just thought that she was out in the wild. But who knew that she was doing something big in silence, taking down the daughter of the king beast? And judging from the performance of those fierce beasts, their submission to Miao Miao did not come from the king beast, but from their hearts. Miao Miao's growth became Su Mo's surprise. With the addition of a large number of fierce beasts, the whole situation began to reverse. When the fierce beasts faced the servants of God, they would tear them apart directly, without any gentleness. Under the fierce charge of the fierce beasts, the speed of sacrifice of the servants of God in the kingdom of God was increasing. Faced with this change, the man in the high place looked depressed. But he soon gave another order. A group of people appeared at the gate of the city. They were the people of God, who were higher than the servants of God. These people had thoughts, but these thoughts were controlled by the man. At this moment, all the gods and people had dull eyes. They wandered around the battlefield, but did not fight with the beasts or the coalition forces. Instead, they quickly found a route that led directly to the rear of the coalition forces, where Su Mo and others were. Chapter 289. The physical flexibility of these gods is beyond imagination. Some of them even crawl on the ground for convenience. Some people on the coalition side wanted to intercept them, but failed several times. What is that? Someone besides Su Mo asked. That thing looked like a strange species. As the distance got closer, they could see that all the gods were staring at Su Mo. Their eyes were consistent, as if they were a whole. Su Mo suddenly spoke with a thought in his mind. Let them come over. The people at the back separated to let a few of the gods pass. When they stood next to Su Mo, they resumed their normal behavior. But their eyes were still chaotic. In the surprise of many people, they spoke. That was the same tone and frequency. I'm here to negotiate. I can sign a clause with you. I will not interfere with your territory in the future. Of course, you can't interfere with my territory. After all, if the fight continues, both sides will suffer heavy losses. How? Several gods spoke, all men's voices. This sudden kind proposal made some people curse. Go to hell, dream on. As long as they keep this person, they may become the other party's puppet one day. They don't want to be like the servants of God in front of them, whose minds are completely occupied by others. But in the face of the shouting of others, the man just controlled a few gods to stare at Suemo, waiting for an answer. This attitude of ignoring made some leaders of other bases look complicated. Suemo is powerful, but not powerful enough to make decisions on behalf of all bases. Hey, you want to negotiate, right? Sure, come in person. Someone interrupted again, but still no response was received. Facing the other party's attention, Suemo slowly said, if I kill these people now, you will also be hurt, right? She tapped her head with her hand, her tone a little frivolous. In the sea of spirit, all people have been marked, and everyone's spirit frequency is different. The gods in front of him are on the same line, just like men. This means that the man's own spirit power is now dominating these bodies. The other party's spirit power can be separated from the split body, and can be divided into many parts. These people are not so much puppets as they are the man's clones. Oh! Did you find it? Facing Sumo's threat, several gods suddenly laughed. The strange voice and the same action made people shudder. Yeah. Suemo, what did you find? Tell me. Some people didn't understand the conversation and urged Suemo. Suemo didn't mind the man's attitude, but just looked at the entire battlefield. All the people in the kingdom of God, the Son of God, the people of God, the servants of God. It seems that there are many people, but they are actually one person. That is the so-called true God in their mouths. He cut his mental power into countless fragments, and then planted them into these bodies, and controlled them. If my guess is correct, the mental fragments in the bodies of those servants of God have the weakest ability. So they can only perform simple killings and cannot think. You mean, all this is actually directed and performed by one person, and we actually have only one enemy? Sumo's words were interrupted by Jai-Man, and her tone was shocked. Yes. Suemo nodded. But there was one thing she didn't say, that is, the mental fluctuations of the girl who claimed to be the man's daughter were independent. Chapter 290. How is it possible? How can humans do this? Split a person's spiritual power into so many numbers, and then control these humans. Even the most sluggish servants of God, there are tens of thousands of them, and all of them are controlled by a human. How is this possible? Or is the other party really a god? After all, only gods can do this, right? So you deliberately let yourself be captured just to see me to confirm this matter? The man's voice sounded again, and there was admiration in his tone. Yes. Suemo admitted it directly. From the beginning when she met these servants of God, she found clues in her spiritual sea. Even the most intimate twins have independent spiritual fluctuations, but these servants of God, no matter how they act on the surface, their spiritual power cannot be hidden. So at that time Suemo guessed that behind all this, the truth might be simpler than others imagined. It can't be said that it was directed and performed by one person. To some extent, those sons of gods and people are indeed living characters when they are normal. It's like a secondary personality separated from the other person's body. No matter how active the secondary personality is, it can't disobey the orders of the main personality, especially since all this happened under the control of the main personality when it was awake. Of course, this is just a metaphor. After all, there are not as many personalities as humans. Those are just the other person's mental fragments performing tasks according to a certain procedure. But even so, it is enough to shock people. Interesting. Haha, it's really interesting. Perhaps your head is what I've been looking for. Join us, I'm sincere this time. I can give you the entire kingdom of God. Amidst the joyful laughter, the god in front of him stretched out his palm to Suemo and made an invitation gesture. Faced with such enthusiasm, Sumo's eyebrows and eyes were still cold. Just a glance, and a fishy wind rushed over from behind the god. It was Meow Meow. Biting off the head of one of the gods, Meow Meow pushed the body aside with disgust on his face. But in a few moments, all the gods were cruelly torn to pieces by Meow Meow. Meow Meow is now so big that Suemo needs to look up at him, but in front of Suemo, Meow Meow lowered his head on his own initiative. Well done. Suemo praised, and then turned over and got on Meow Meow's back. Without Sumo's order, Meow Meow changed direction, Everyone, I think our goal is much simpler now. We can solve all problems by killing one person. Leave that person to me. Suemo uttered arrogant words, and the girl's flamboyant posture remained the same. She held a boning knife in her hand, and her body pressed down slightly, and then everyone saw that the giant beast carried Suemo and easily crossed most of the battlefield and came to the outside of the kingdom of God. The city wall blocked, and the city gate was closed. Meow Meow exerted force on his lower limbs and jumped over the tall city wall. The nose moved, and Meow Meow went in a certain direction. For Meow Meow, the air was filled with the smell of one person, and there was no need to distinguish carefully. There are no ordinary people in the kingdom of God. The streets became empty after those gods went to war, and only a few sons of God came to stop them. In Sumo's Sea of Spirit, the spiritual power of these sons of God was even greater, which meant that the opponent's strength was not bad. Chapter 291. That's it. It was still the same tone, and it was said with different faces, which was a bit funny to watch. Really? Sumo's response was direct, and the steps of the man and the beast did not stop. The blade cut through the flesh, leaving only splattered blood. For Suemo, fighting was very familiar. Once the secrets of this kingdom of God were revealed, the existence of these sons of God would not pose any threat at all. Why bother? Actually, I didn't think of occupying their bodies at first. It's just that their mental power is too weak. I just touched them a little, and they became idiots. But the people of a country can't all be useless, so I thought, why don't I create a kingdom of God that belongs to me completely? I succeeded, but after a long time, it was too lonely. Can you understand that in a country, everyone is my own feeling? No matter how I think, it's just my own thoughts after all. I have been looking for someone like you, whose mental power will not be covered by me, and who can control this country with me. What's mine is yours. What's yours is still yours. I won't touch you at all, I just need a companion. Why don't you want to? The words came out of the man's half-smile voice with a sad voice, with an indescribable disgust. Suemo frowned, and her disgusted expression was evident. She was still direct in her expression, but she cut off the head of one of the sons of God. You can't kill them all. Everyone here could be me. I can have as many sons of God as I want. As the man said, some of the servants of God who surrounded him changed their faces, no longer dull, as if they had souls. But the reason for this soul was still the true God. Look, it can be easily made. This was showing off to Suemo. Suemo did not answer, she looked at Meow Meow. Have you found it? Meow Meow's answer was affirmative. Let's go! While speaking, Suemo moved, faster than before, still with the familiar beheading action. But this time it was slightly different. A strange wave flowed on the boning knife, which belonged to Sumo's spiritual power. When the boning knife carrying Sumo's spiritual power cut off a head, the surrounding sons of God screamed. What did you do? The man's voice was angry. The main body somewhere covered his head, and a look of pain appeared on his face. At this moment, part of his spiritual power was cut off. The subtle feeling of emptiness made his mental power incomplete. Even if it was only a small part, it was a pain that went straight to the depths of his soul, making him unbearable. The body may change, but the spirit is eternal. As you said, these people are all you. So every time I kill one person, I kill you once. The attack on the mental power directly targets the opponent's true God. As long as the opponent's mental power exists in these people's bodies, the mental power destroyed by Suemo cannot be restored. This is the killer move that Suemo prepared. When a complete body is cracks, the impact is continuous. Suemo clearly felt that the sons of God in front of him seemed to be hesitating, and they were afraid to get close to Suemo. And this was Sumo's purpose. While the other party was hesitating, Suemo had already returned to Meow Meow's back. With a jump, Meow Meow stepped on the roof, and then jumped quickly in this dead silence, and the destination was where the other party was. On the high platform, Jiangyun could clearly see the trajectory of Sumo's movement. Like a sharp arrow, he broke through all obstacles in an indomitable way. All those who dared to stop Suemo would feel a sharp pain in their heads, as long as they were lightly touched by the knife. Those whose spiritual power was annihilated would not come back, which meant that even if Suemo used the dumbest method and kept killing, he would be able to really destroy himself one day. Damn it! Jiangyun could no longer maintain that kind of divine gaze. He was not a real god, he was just a human with powerful abilities. At first, he used this ability only for self-protection, but when he found that he could use this power to control other people without being discovered, he changed. If there are thousands of me in the world, then no one knows which one is the real me. Isn't this the immortal God? He built this country with his own hands, and can even control those people to live in different postures. This is his proud work, but his wife thinks he is crazy and a devil. Devil? The devil will not be so kind as to let those people live. All he wants is their bodies. He thought his wife was an obstacle, but he still loved her deeply. As long as she could accept his spiritual power, she would definitely agree with his ideas. But why? The other party would rather die than let himself enter his body. His wife died, but in Jiang Yun's cognition, it was because his wife was too fragile. Over the years, he has been looking for someone who can accommodate his spiritual body and will not collapse. Today, Su Mo appeared beside him. How could he not be excited? Resisting the pain, the man left here directly, and even ignored his daughter, who was unconscious on the ground. Moving? When the distance is close enough, Jiang Yun, who was once marked by Su Mo in the spiritual sea, will appear. But the light spot always moves on the edge, and the distance is not shortened. Does the other party want to run? Faster. Su Mo said to Miao Miao. The giant beast shuttled through the city, and some people would appear from time to time. As long as you dare to stop, Sumo's knife will be merciless. After all, humans can't outrun meows, and the distance is visibly shortened. No. The other party has stopped. When Su Mo came to where the other party was, he saw the familiar church in front of him. The door was open, and the first thing he saw when he entered was Lu Sisi and others. They looked very painful at this time, and they fell to the ground one by one, covering their heads, and their faces were covered with sweat. And in the front was Jiang Yun. He was still sitting on the chair, looking at Su Mo leisurely. Seeing Su Mo help Lu Sisi up, Jiang Yun showed a bad smile. Tell me, is the person in front of you me or her? He opened his eyes wide, wanting to see how Su Mo could tell him apart, but Su Mo just glanced at him and said, yes and no. All of them had Jiang Yun's spiritual power in their minds, but they were still fighting a tug-of-war. The other parties seemed to be deliberately torturing Lu Sisi and others, and did not control them immediately. Or it was to threaten himself. Chapter 292. Sister Su. Lu Sisi opened her eyes and murmured while looking at Su Mo in front of her. I'm in so much pain. Her head seemed to explode. This kind of pain made her want to die. She wanted to hold Su Mo, but her fingers turned to pinch Su Mo's neck in the middle. She exerted great force, with a fierce expression on her face. Facing the opponent's attack, Su Mo was not surprised. She directly took the opponent's hand away. In terms of strength, even if she was controlled by Jiang Yun, Lu Sisi was not Su Mo's opponent. Seeing Su Mo's behavior, Jiang Yun sneered. Hypocrisy. As powerful as you are, why do you have to stay with these trash? You and I are from the same world. The arrogance from Jiang Yun was fully displayed. The person who said this last time just died in front of me. Shuiliang also thought so at first. When a person has power beyond ordinary people and stands at the top of this world, it is easy to look down on those who are left behind by him. The changes brought by power make people obsessed and addicted. But people are just people after all. If you put yourself in a position too high, you will naturally fall badly when you fall. Really? Jiang Yun disagreed. He just hooked his hand, and many people appeared in the church. And it happened that those people were all known to Su Mo. Some were from the camp, and some were from other bases. Even if it was just a one-time encounter, after being recorded by the Sea of Spirit, Su Mo would recognize them when he saw them again. This ability is convenient, but it has become a burden at this moment. Just because, whenever Su Mo wanted to deal with those people always showed painful expressions, and asked Su Mo for help. One body, two souls. Because of Jiang Yun's deliberate control, the original spiritual power of these people gradually revived, but they could not completely control their bodies. Jiang Yun was deliberately testing Su Mo. Kill them, as long as you kill these people, you can kill me. I'm here. The low voice was like the temptation of the devil, which was really hard-moving. Su Mo just kicked those people away again, and the excessive force was enough to make people dizzy. Miao Miao was also helping, and the huge body knocked those people away to create a passage for Su Mo. When Su Mo came in front of Jiang Yun, her expression was not relaxed. She looked coldly at the person sitting in the chair in front of her, who was still smiling, and she didn't understand it. Why did the other party, like Shuiliang, seem so calm before dying, and didn't even take the initiative to escape? With the other party's power, it is very easy to leave. And the Wasteland is so big, as long as he hides, he may not be able to find the other party. Go to death calmly? No, the other party has a backhand. This is not your body, right? Su Mo's knife was placed on Jiang Yun's neck, and a slight movement made a cut. Sumo's spiritual power was condensed on the knife. As long as Sumo had a thought, he could instantly wipe out the opponent's spiritual power. Such an easy result gave Sumo a sense of unreality. Faced with Sumo's question, Jiangyun just showed a weird smile. Of course I am. Then, the opponent actually bumped into Sumo's knife. The wound bled heavily, and the death that could be imagined did not come. Sumo forced the pill into the opponent's mouth and saved his life. In the other party's puzzled expression, she raised her hand and groped the back of the other party's head. After a moment, she found a bulge, and when she dug it out, she found a bloody chip. She had been wondering what this chip was. If these people could be controlled just by their abilities, wouldn't these chips be superfluous? At this moment, Sumo knew something in a trance. You are not the original body, she said, and then picked up the other party and walked out. What do you want to do? Struggling became useless, and the mental attack was easily resolved by Sumo. A sense of confusion appeared on Jiangyun's cheek. He didn't understand why Sumo didn't kill him. Original body? He is the original body. According to the route in his memory, Sumo came to the laboratory where he was imprisoned before. The cold laboratory was empty, but Sumo began to look for something around. Meow Meow's huge body squeezed in, looking a little pitiful. What are you looking for? Half of his body was stained red, and Jiangyun was still alive. Seeing Sumo ignoring him, Jiangyun shouted, "Kill me, end it all." Amid the overly noisy background sound, Sumo stood by a wall. She couldn't find the mechanism, but there was something wrong with the wall. The boning knife stabbed it, and the sharp blade cut it with mental power. It penetrated the entire wall bit by bit, leaving a gap as big as a door. When the stone fell to the ground, the space behind it was also seen. Sumo walked in, and the ticking sound of the instrument was very crisp. And a strange mental wave was locked by Sumo. That was a person from a glass jar. He looked exactly like Jiangyun, but he had his eyes closed, and his body was only kept alive by various instruments. How is my replica? Is it very powerful? Jiangyun also followed in, and he looked at the replica with disgust. It's a pity that this thing can't be moved. I almost forgot that it was still here. It can be heard that Jiangyun doesn't like his replica. Let a fake control everything outside, and you hide here to control it secretly. Is this your plan? Sumo's voice was cold. It was crisp and straightforward, knocking in the room. Bubbles surged in the glass jar, and the eyes of the replica seemed to move. What are you talking about? What fake? Jiangyun's face suddenly turned cold. Don't think that you can deny everything about me just because you beat me. Sumo. I just underestimated you too much. The words were reasonable. Everything was so real that even Jiangyun's daughter didn't know the truth. Gulyalu. The sound of bubbles appeared again in the glass jar, and the so-called replica finally opened his eyes. Those were eyes with souls. He looked at the two people outside and opened his mouth to say something. Seeing his replica acting on his own, Jiangyun was a little annoyed and tried to control the other party directly. But soon, surprise appeared on his face. Just because he couldn't control the other party's body, the other party's body clearly had his own mental power. No, that's not right. Why is that mental power stronger than his own? This is your invention, right? Sumo took out the chip. The replica inside looked at Sumo and nodded slowly. He stretched out his hand, and the glass jar exploded at this moment. The other party walked out. He came to Jiangyun's side and looked at him quietly. You messed up. For words, very plain, but made Jiangyun feel a sense of fear from the depths of his soul. It was suppression from the superior, and Jiangyun was unable to move. Chapter 293. When the body is controlled and cannot move, the mind becomes very clear. Certain memories emerge from the depths of the mind. His first half of life. Yes, his first half of life. Why doesn't he remember his past experiences, and only has the memory of creating the kingdom of God? It's as if, before this, his life was empty. No! There is another explanation. That is, he is not the real Jiangyun. It seems that you remember it? The real Jiangyun looked at the replica in front of him with cold eyes, which was the coldness that came from his bones, as if he had no interest in everything in the world. He covered his mouth and coughed a few times, and his palms were stained with blood. As you can see, I myself have a serious illness and have been struggling here for these years. He is just a replica I made to help take care of the kingdom of God. In order to allow the replica to control the entire kingdom of God, the spiritual fragments he separated were naturally larger, which also caused the replica to have memory confusion and regard itself as the original. But this was also what he did. How about we call a truce? Jiangyun ignored the collapsed expression of the replica and looked at Sumo and asked. He looked at Suemo with an admiring gaze, with pure curiosity and malice. Yes, malice can also be described as pure. She is meat on the chopping board. This is the feeling Jiang Yun gave Suemo. I refuse. Suemo spoke decisively with the boning knife across her chest. Truce? Since they can tolerate the replica to expand the power of the kingdom of God over the years, they naturally cannot give up. Jiang Yun, a manipulator hiding in the dark. Compared to the ambitious replica, the seemingly gentle and weak Jiang Yun is the biggest threat. That's it, what a pity! Sizzle, the surrounding instruments made a sound at this moment. As for the replica, all the complicated expressions on his face disappeared in an instant. He stood there woodenly, and then raised his hands and feet. The posture of the same hands and feet, as if he was a robot just out of the factory. As a replica, he is no different from a robot. As long as Jiang Yun is willing, he can control his body at any time, just like now. The battle is inevitable after all, but Suemo has already prepared. The sea of spirit completely enveloped this place, and the bone-cutting knife covered with Sumo's spiritual power suddenly showed a cold light. After the replica was controlled by Jiang Yun, the entire speed increased a lot, and with a bounce, it was already on the roof. When he fell, he had already grasped a scalpel in the laboratory. The two knives intersected and collided with sparks. Suemo was actually knocked back half a step. Just half a step. When Suemo was preparing to counterattack, the opponent's speed was faster. This speed was almost beyond Sumo's cognition. Even she couldn't do it. No, she could do it, but in the brain simulation without any resistance. And the replica at this moment was Jiang Yun's brain simulation, using mental power to control, ignoring external obstacles, and exerting the power of this body to the extreme. Creak, creak, this is the opponent's limbs twisting. Jiang Yun didn't care at all. In his eyes, there are as many replicas as he wants. Suemo was not afraid, and the people around him could hardly intervene when the two fought. Without the host of the replica, the battle outside leaned towards the coalition. The command of the camp was temporarily taken over by Lu Xinglan, who cooperated with Zhai Man and the army of fierce beasts to directly break through the gate of the kingdom of God in an almost crushing way. In Lu Xinglan's eyes, the movements of these servants of God and the people of God became obviously slower. Since they are the same spiritual body, when the main body puts more energy on other things, the connection with the outside will become relatively slow. This is one of the disadvantages. And what Lu Xinglan knew was that it must be Suemo who caused this. Kill in! With a shout, he charged. The sound of fighting continued. When the coalition pressed forward step by step, the servants of God who were fearless of death could only crawl on the ground like a bug after their hands and feet were removed, and they lost their aggressiveness. It was not difficult to capture them, but it was difficult to make these people return to normal. Suemo, who was still fighting with the replica, did not know that she was doing two things at the same time. As long as the influence of Jiang Yun's spiritual power on those people can be resolved, Jiang Yun will actually be resolved. This spiritual power is not a sudden gene from the outside world. To some extent, it can even become a whole. All her previous methods were useless. Fortunately, the opponent's ability could not affect her. If the opponent's spiritual power dared to invade her body, she could completely tear it apart and wipe it out. What if this method was also used on other people? It was like using a middleman as a battlefield, and the spiritual power of oneself and the opponent were weapons. If one could swallow the opponent, then the battlefield would be dominated by oneself. Suemo took action directly as his mind went. And the target was the replica. When the replica kicked over, facing the powerful leg force, Suemo just raised his head to block and absorb the force, and even hugged the opponent's thigh in the middle, and then pressed it against the wall. Looking closer, it can be found that there are some cracks on the replica's body, especially at the bone joints. This is a flesh and blood body, but it is artificially made. After her shoulder received a punch from the replica, she heard the sound of her bones dislocating. The pain was spreading, and cold sweat broke out on Sumo's forehead. But she still held the opponent tightly. The boning knife stabbed out, and nailed the opponent directly to the wall. With the boning knife, Suemo gathered his mental power together, and then stabbed it directly into the replica's body along the blade. Like a sharp arrow, unstoppable. Indistinctly, Suemo seemed to have another vision, which came from the replica. But soon, another more powerful mental power obscured her vision. Just as Suemo imagined, she and Jiang Yun were fighting for control of this replica as a battlefield. It was as if there were two of her in the world. One was indestructible, the other was extremely fragile. But they supported each other, and as Sumo's mental power was poured into the replica, an expression appeared on its face, an expression called pain. What are you doing? The voice from Jiangyun was not far away. Jiangyun, who did not dare to approach Suemo, was shocked at the moment as he watched Sumo's almost crazy movements. Warning, warning. The host's mental state is extremely unstable. Please stop the current behavior quickly. What Suemo did not expect was that the first person to stop her was not Jiangyun, but the system. The red prompt flashed wildly, showing the system's anxiety. If mental power represents a person, when a part of Sumo's mental power is divided into the body of the replica, then who is the real Suemo? The system bound to Sumo's mental power seems to have a hard time making a decision. But Suemo ignored the warning and continued his behavior. The replica itself is a lifeless existence, and it is Jiangyun's spirit body that gives it a soul. When the two forces are in a tug of war in this body, the replica has humanized performance. And Sumo's mental power seems to have come to a great place. It was dark all around, and she couldn't see the direction clearly. She could only see a huge existence in front of her, hindering her progress. Suemo did not hesitate and controlled her mental power to attack the consciousness. Chapter 294. Jiangyun cursed. Some people also rushed into the laboratory. It was the Son of God controlled by Jiangyun. Before, he only let the clone fight Suemo, but now, he wanted the Son of God to join the battlefield, which shows Jiangyun's panic. This also shows that Sumo's knife hit the opponent's vital point, so the reaction was so big. But Jiangyun has support, and Suemo also has reinforcements. A big hole suddenly broke in the side wall, and a furry head appeared. It was Meow Meow. The huge body almost filled the place. Meow Meow, who was blocking Suemo, had a fierce look on his face, and suppressed those sons of God who dared to pounce on him. Seeing that he could not interfere with Suemo from the outside, Jiangyun protected those sons of God by his side, and then closed his eyes. Is it confidence? No, he needs to fully welcome the spiritual war with Suemo. This woman who can make him feel resonance has enough power to compete with him. Although the opponent is not very familiar with this method of use, he is growing very fast. This makes Jiangyun a little afraid. In the vast spiritual world, the spiritual power changes at will. Blocking the front is an invisible wall, trying to stop Suemo. But Sumo's spiritual power gradually condenses into the shape of a boning knife, floating in the air. Under Sumo's instructions, stab straight out. There are no fancy moves, just plain and simple straight stabs. After one hit, the wall did not move. Suemo was not discouraged. Just one time after another, carrying out boring attacks. Clang, 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 one sound after another, like a huge bell echoing in this world, deafening. When the sound was exactly the same as the attack rhythm of the boning knife, a crack finally appeared on the wall. With a crack, there is also a flaw. This knife stabbed out again. It was a crushing victory. The wall collapsed, and the boning knife looked down. When Suemo opened her eyes, Jiangyun, who was not far away, spit out blood. And the clone in front of her fell down, with a dim look in her eyes. She did not try to control this body. Cough, cough. In the violent cough, Jiangyun's eyes were fierce. But facing this one-sided situation, Jiangyun seemed to understand that struggling was useless. Suemo ignored the other party's expression, walked in front of the Son of God, and pressed his fingers on the other party's head. At first, the other party wanted to struggle, but with the entry of Sumo's mental power, he soon calmed down. Suemo had already marked the mental power belonging to Jiangyun, and could easily find and eliminate it in the other party's mind. When she let go of her hand, she carefully observed the other person's expression. At first, he was dull, then he felt lost as if he didn't know where he was. In the end, he looked at Suemo with some awe. It seemed that the memory of being the Son of God had not disappeared. Don't worry, you are free. Suemo pointed outside, indicating that the other person could leave at any time. This gesture, which was like a gift, made the other person hesitate, and finally he gritted his teeth and stood by. I will follow you in the future. This sincere sentence made Suemo stunned for a moment, but he didn't refuse. Those who can become the Son of God are not mediocre people. But let's not talk about this first. Suemo looked at Jiangyun. You lost? This time, she really lost. The Sea of Spirit has covered the entire kingdom of God. Although it consumes a lot of her energy, it is enough to judge through the Sea of Spirit that what is in front of her is the real body. Yes, I lost. Jiangyun's expression was too tragic. Can I see my daughter for the last time? His wife died in his hands, and his daughter hated him for all these years. Although it was only a copy that accompanied Jiang Ro all these years, the behavior of the copy was also controlled by him. This father-daughter relationship is not fake. She is outside the door. When she and Jiangyun fought, Jiangro was already outside the door. When she heard the conversation inside, she hesitated for a while and walked in. The father and daughter have similar faces. Looking at her father, even if the other party is about to die, Jiangro still can't forgive him. Xiaoro, can you hug me? Jiangyan knelt on the ground and looked at Jiangro with some pleading. In a trance, Jiangro saw the happy family of 3 many years ago. She pursed her lips and walked over, letting the other party hug her. But Jiangro's hand was slow to respond. There was a struggle in her eyes. After a long time, she seemed to have finally made a decision. She slowly raised her hand, and her body became relaxed. At this moment, Jiangyun, who buried his head in Jiangro's shoulder, had a cruel look in his eyes. The next second, a scream sounded, but it was not from Jiangro. Jiangyun's hand was broken abruptly. It was Su Emo who made the move. She looked at the other party expressionlessly. Just now, she felt a mental wave trying to cover Jiangro's body. Obviously, the other party was still unwilling to give up, and wanted to use her daughter to escape. Now that Su Emo has seen through his plan, Jiangyun's face is fierce. You again! You! Before he could finish the following words, Jiangyun looked down, and saw a short knife piercing his abdomen. It was Jiangro. Facing the other party's incredulous expression, Jiangro had already burst into tears. It's better this way. At least I won't hesitate when I kill you. Father and daughter killed each other. The tip of the knife spun fiercely in the other party's abdomen. Watching the other party lying on the ground dying, Jiangro stood up. Without even a last glance, she turned around resolutely. Receiving Lu Xingwan's eyes, Su Emo signaled to let Jiangro go, just as a repayment of the previous favor. The surroundings became quiet, with only Jiangyun's gradually weak breathing. In the end, Jiangyun still reached out to Su Emo. Save me. He wanted to live. But Su Emo just ignored the other party's death. When the subject dies, will the mental power disappear? The answer is yes. However, the speed is very slow. If they rely on natural dissipation, these controlled servants of God will probably have to spend a long time in a daze. If you want to solve it quickly, Su Emo will be needed to deal with it. System? Su Emo shouted. He didn't care about the system before, and it was too quiet now. No response. System? Su Emo shouted again. Sizzle. This sound like a malfunction made Su Emo a little funny. Don't pretend. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. After all, I'm still counting on you to take me home. Received. Su Emo, standing in the kingdom of God, smiled lightly. What to do next is much simpler. Those servants of God began to line up to be solved by Su Emo. It took Su Emo 2 full days to complete this task. What surprised her was that many of the rescue people actually followed Su Emo back to the camp. The mountain city, which was originally somewhat empty, became full at this moment. On the day when everyone was settled, the mountain city was officially named Rock City. A city independent of several major bases, with walls, but it did not reject the arrival of wanderers. Here, there is no class. As long as you work hard, you can support yourself and not be troubled by the outside world. The snowflakes that had been drifting for a long time finally began to melt. When Miao came to Su Emo with a green bud in her mouth, she realized in a trance that it was already early spring. Standing on the top of the mountain, the cold wind was biting, but looking out, there was continuous new green in the distance. Sumo's first cold winter in the wasteland was over. On the side, Miao and Ollie were playing. Ollie was the name of the daughter of the king beast. But now, a large part of the fierce beasts in the fierce beast tribe have followed Miao, and these fierce beasts get along well with Sumo's city. As for the other bases, well, the thread is still there. If the fierce beasts want to truly become a part of human society, there is still a lot of ways to go. But it doesn't matter, Miao has just started on the road to becoming a real king, and she still has a lot of time. Su Emo, it's time to cook. Uncle Wolf's loud voice can be heard from a distance. Looking down, I saw a group of people in this specially clean kitchen, crying for food, and their expectant eyes were the same as when they first met. Su Emo smiled. They are all reincarnated ghosts of starving people. Jumping down, the flamboyant girl walked towards the crowd on the spring day. In the lingering smell of rice, everything is reborn from now on.